6. A colorful little guy is dead, and part of an era, part of your past, perhaps, goes with him. Dick Reeves remembers.
It was always Saturday afternoon for the Dead End Kids who later became the Bowery Boys. It was always Saturday afternoon even when it really was some other day, because the Dead End Kids Bowery Boys were Saturday afternoon at the movies. Even bringing the old B movies back on television so your kids could see them didn't really bring them back, because they looked old by the time TV replayed them, and they had not been old when you first saw them. So that's one thing the president cannot take away, the memories of those pictures on the screen and you there in that worn theater seat. And you were small and didn't know very much. But you knew what you liked and you laughed on Saturday afternoon. You thought for just a fleeting moment today about B movies, Bowery Boys, Dead End Kids movies, when you heard that Leo Gorcey died yesterday. He would have been 52 today. He was the wise guy, the cigar-chomping delinquent in the pork pie hat, leading his band of ne'er-do-wells, Bobby Jordan, Huntz Hall, and the others across the face of that old-time silver screen. When the Gorcey street gang faded, so did he. He had been trapped by his role. He was married 4 times, retired, now and then had brushes with the law, became ill, was almost 52, and died. Leo Gorcey is gone. But then so are those Saturday afternoons, too. This is Dick Reeves.
Thursday, July 18th. Today it is Franklin D. Roosevelt against Wendell L. Willkie as opponents for the November election. The Democrats renominated the president early this morning at their Chicago convention, and this afternoon will pick a running mate. Meanwhile, in Europe, there are fresh German and British air raids, and in southeastern Europe, new Balkan disorders. Now here's the news direct from Europe. First Berlin, then London, and afterwards a report from our own national capital. Edwin Hartridge now reports from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. This evening at 6 o'clock, Berlin will give an official welcome to its troops. And the feature of the welcome will be a parade of these troops through the Brandenburg Tor and down the historic Unter den Linden. Even at this early hour, boys and girls and men and women are lining up or sitting on the curbstones, patiently waiting for the ceremonies to come. So for the second time in 2 weeks, Berlin is being covered with thousands of swastika flags, garlands, and other decorations. First time was for the return of Herr Hitler after 8 weeks at the Western Front. And now the soldiers who have come from Berlin are to receive their welcome and the official thanks to this city for their work in 10 months of warfare. So there's little other news here today. The past week, workmen have been busy erecting grandstands along the Unter den Linden. This caused a great deal of speculation as to what was to come. There were some who were wondering whether the final victory parade was soon to be held. And such speculation was not dampened by the refusal of officials at the Foreign Office and the Propaganda Ministry to explain what was going on. The soldiers from Berlin have fought in Poland and on the Western Front. They formed part of the 7th Army, which crossed the Rhine on June 15th in rubber boats in one of the drives that pierced the Maginot Line in the Colmar sector. Then some of them fought their way to the southeast corner of France, to the Col de Bonhomme in the Alps. This is the sort of show that Berliners have waited to see for almost 26 years. For in 1914, the troops from Berlin left with flowers around their necks for the Western Front, but they never returned to the victory parade. So you can imagine how the ceremonies today will have a popular appeal to the residents of this capital of Germany. And this occasion is marked by a special proclamation of Dr. Goebbels in his capacity as Gauleiter of Berlin. His proclamation states, quote, "They are your sons, fathers, or brothers, tried in so many battles in Poland and France, who after months of gallant fighting for their homeland will again see their captors for the first time. Millions of hearts are beating for them in this hour in warm gratitude. They shall be received by their native town as soldiers should be received. Soldiers who have tied to their banners the most brilliant victory in German history." And so this evening, these troops will goose-step their way past the Brandenburg Tor and past the grandstands to the Preiserplatz, where the American embassy is located. And here's an item that will interest American sportsmen. Max Schmeling, the former heavyweight boxing champion of the world, is now in training to be a Fallschirmjäger, or a parachute trooper. Last night, I was shown a postal card that Max had sent to one of his friends from the training camp. It was brief, but apparently the Black Ulan, as he was known to the American sports writers, is enjoying his work. This consists mainly in learning to jump from a speeding airplane, land, and get into action with a machine gun or automatic rifle in as short a time as possible. Max Schmeling is 34 years old, a bit too old to be a parachutist. When he was called up to serve in the Army, he made a special application to join up with the parachute regiments. And through the personal intervention of Marshal Hermann Goering, the commander of the German Air Force, his request was granted, I learned from his friend. Last winter, as you know, the former boxer wanted to go to America, but on this trip, he only got as far as Spain and then returned to Germany. At Boulogne on the English Channel, there was once a gigantic statue of Britannia on top of a huge stone pedestal. This monument was erected to commemorate the landing of the first British troops in France at this point in 1914. And in the latest German newsreel, there's a picture of this same monument being dynamited into small pieces of shattered stone. And thus, another symbol of the former alliance of France and Britain has been destroyed. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia, New York.
This is New York, and here is a Press Association dispatch from Bucharest. The pro-Nazi government of Romania today is reported trying to stave off sabotage threats. Vigilance against enemy activity has been tightened after a series of mysterious fires and explosions which have swept the land. Balkan reports indicate that Romania suspects communist factions of perpetrating the disorders. Furthermore, extraordinary Russian naval activity is reported in the Black Sea region. Now the news from the British capital, reported by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. German aircraft continue their activity over the island during last night. Their raids, however, were not on a large scale. Damage is reported from only a few places where a small number of people were killed. It was really one of the quietest nights in several weeks. But this morning, 6 German planes dive-bombed a convoy in the Straits of Dover. Eyewitness reports say the German planes made off before they secured a hit. The well-known author Paul Morand will represent France as agent of the French government after the departure of the French embassy staff from London. Monsieur Morand headed a French mission in London since the start of the war. Now it is understood that for all practical purposes, the French writer will act as Minister Plenipotentiary for France, but he will retain no other title than that of agent. No one may buy a new car in Britain without a special permit. There is a shortage of new cars in England now, and the price of used cars has risen. So many have been requisitioned for the Army after the loss of their transport in France. From Belfast in Northern Ireland, it's reported this morning that police have rounded up IRA members and suspects. About 50 men are in jail. While you are arguing about presidential nominees today, Britishers were talking around their breakfast tables about their own particular issues. There are several. The Burma Road, of course, British news broadcasting, the crops, and vitamin B. Vitamin B just made page 1 this morning. It will receive the attention of the House of Commons this afternoon. This is part of the wartime health program. Somewhere in the milling process, vitamin B dropped out of white bread. After 4 years' work, experts have succeeded in putting it back. The House will hear a final explanation today of why England yielded to Japan over the Burma Road. The road is now closed to arms and munitions. The British emphasize again that it will only stay closed if Japan really works towards establishing peace in the Far East. When this government informed Russia of the agreement, it said that Britain has in no way abdicated its original obligation to support China in her struggle to obtain an equitable peace. Britain's conception is a compromise peace. The Chinese conception is peace only when all Japanese have left China's soil. England is restocking her cupboards. The hay is in, and the oats, barley, and wheat are now on their way. The hay crop was the best in years. Farmers took it early, and they may get a second crop. 2 million extra acres were plowed this year as a wartime measure. But despite that, the total 1940 harvest will not yield any more than the harvest of last year. Crops on this new land were patchy, and pests took a heavy toll of wheat and vegetables. British news and feature broadcasts may soon go under a stricter form of censorship. The movement this way began last Sunday night at 9 o'clock. After Churchill's speech, there was a recorded eyewitness running commentary on an airplane battle off the Dover coast. As bombs dropped and the planes crashed and pilots floated to their death in the sea, the commentator talked enthusiastically on. It sounded like Ted Husing at a Rose Bowl. The respectable press of London took up the matter. Their editorials objected to a life and death struggle portrayed like a football game. They also objected to a talk by J.B. Priestley, which followed. He talked about Army defenses at a seaside resort, which he frankly named. And indignant letters to the editor now complain that the famous author, who's England's most popular broadcaster, gave military secrets away. Maybe this is an example of the superior confidence of the British as compared with the French. In Paris, the animals in the zoo were taken out of the city last fall for safety from air raids. While the London Zoo is still a popular going concern, it's announced today that the zoo will be open on Sundays in August and September, a departure from traditional rules. Britain has learned its lesson about increasing hours of labor. The Minister of Labor confessed last night that the increase had gone too far. The appeals to workers to speed up production resulted in many young men and women working 70 to 80 hours a week. It was discovered that their health was injured and that production was actually decreasing. I return you to New York.
And such is the news from Europe. In the United States, the Democratic National Convention finally concluded its last night's nominating session at Chicago in the early hours of this morning, 3 o'clock by New York time. And in Washington, President Roosevelt was reported to have heard most of the reports by radio, sitting with an intimate group of friends in the White House. Now the latest news from our own national capital, reported by John Charles Daly. We take you now to Washington.
This is Washington. Nothing to say. The president has no statement to make until he receives the customary notification. It's the customary procedure to wait until this notification has been formally received, and it's one the president would like to follow. These few words were the disappointing reward 50 of the nation's White House correspondents received early this morning as a reward for keeping a more than 5-hour vigil in the White House press room as the Democratic National Convention in Chicago nominated President Franklin D. Roosevelt for an unprecedented third term for the nation's highest official post. They were given to the tired and expectant group at 2:15 a.m. by Steve Early, the president's secretary, as he wearily left the president's living quarters. As the convention in Chicago jumped the gun last night and moved on a day ahead of schedule, the theme in Washington was waiting for nominating speeches, waiting for balloting, and waiting for news from the president on when he would answer the expected draft summons to head the Democratic ticket in this 1940 campaign. Probably the persons upon whom the waiting was hardest of all were the newsmen of press and radio crowded into the White House press room, waiting for they knew not what. Early in the afternoon, the reports started trickling through from Chicago that this was sure to happen, and then that something entirely opposite in character was equally sure to come to pass. With no definite news coming from the White House, correspondents, usually as hard-boiled and unexcitable a lot of people as you could imagine, began to be touched by a bit of hysteria. They fell to making frantic telephone calls to one another. Is it true that the president is making a statement tonight if he's nominated? Have you heard that he's decided to make a radio address tonight? These and any number of other similar suppositions flew about the Washington air, none of them supported by as much as a single grain of solid information. Like the president in his quiet upstairs room, the correspondents clustered about the radio in the White House press quarters downstairs in the executive office building, awaiting in vain a statement from the president, a statement which they hoped would put a period to more than 2 years of forced speculation. The newsmen occupied themselves by commenting wryly on the flowing hyperbole contained in the various and varied nominating speeches coming over the radio. As the hours passed, the correspondents, losing the last vestiges of patience, began to stage with mock seriousness nominating speeches and demonstrations for candidates whose names were Joe Bloke, Oscar Schmaltz, and the famed American humorist character Elmer Zilch. As the expected nominating speeches neared their conclusion and the possibility of balloting loomed, correspondents who had been scouring the high places of Washington for information began to pour even more thickly into the White House press room, accompanied by photographers and newsreel men and a quantity of rumors. The haze of speculation after a while became a solid fog, in which the mind lost even the reality of those few things of which it had been sure up to a short time before. A newsreel man, who I am quite sure has never been an etymologist, disgustedly turned to an intense and careful study of an awesome-sized dictionary in the room. Outside, in the White House grounds, all was quiet. Guards were at all the gates, and no one was allowed in who did not have a pass. The sidewalks surrounding the White House were bare with the exception of an occasional homegoer who cast a quizzical glance at the executive mansion and then passed by. It is generally accepted here in Washington that the president will make an address to the convention and the nation tonight and state whether or not he will accede to this draft movement and become the standard bearer for the Democratic Party for the third time. The hour of 9 o'clock is prominently mentioned as the moment when the third-term enigma shall be laid to rest. Its requiem, the tumult and shouting in Chicago, and the heartfelt thanks of the correspondents of Washington, who can look forward then to nights undisturbed by the nightmare of speculation on the answer to the question that has baffled all their wiles and inside connections. We return you now to New York.
And so we conclude this morning's report of national and international developments, reported from Berlin by Edwin Hottridge, from London by Eric Sefferide, and from Washington by John Charles Daly. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting. Thursday, August 1st. Today, as the war in Europe enters its 12th month, there are reports of new German bombing raids on the British Isles and new counterblows by British planes against German objectives. Since midnight, warships of the British Navy have patrolled the Atlantic Ocean in the new extension of their blockade from the Arctic to North Africa. Now for the news direct from London and Berlin. Afterwards, more news by Linton Wells in New York. First, the report from the British capital by Larry Lesuer.
This is London. It was stated authoritatively in London today that 6 of the British subjects arrested in Japan have now been released. It is understood that this leaves 7 still under arrest. The Royal Air Force had a busy night, attempting to intercept the few German raiders which crossed the British coast between midnight and dawn. This is what the official communique says. Enemy aircraft dropped bombs at a few points in the neighborhood of the Thames estuary and the Bristol Channel last night. Some of the houses were slightly damaged. No casualties have been reported. During an engagement early in the evening, the RAF shot down a German fighter, but lost 2 of their own pursuit planes. Reports from Spain say that Gibraltar was heavily bombed last night. It was said that the bomb explosions could be heard for a long distance within Spanish territory. Another Spanish report states that a British battle squadron sailed out of Gibraltar Harbor yesterday. The announcer said that the battle squadron consisted of 5 submarines, 4 destroyers, an aircraft carrier, and 3 big battle cruisers. It appeared to head for the Mediterranean. The British Admiralty announced this morning that the British destroyer Delight has been sunk as a result of enemy bombing. The loss of life is said to be small. Sir Alan Brooke, the new Commander-in-Chief of the British Army, is said to have almost completely recast the ideas for defending this island. He believes attack is the best defense. When I was in France, it was easy to see that the idea of fighting from behind a concrete wall, like the Maginot Line, had bred a spirit of inertia among the French soldiers. With this in mind, Britain's new Commander-in-Chief is expected to order many of the concrete barriers which have been thrown across British highways to be taken down. When I made a tour of the island defenses a few weeks ago, I was impressed by the number of large pointed concrete blocks which had been erected in such a short time. They resembled a huge concrete tooth, and the troops had nicknamed them Dragon's Teeth. Now, in the Northern Command of England, military orders have been given to remove all the double lines of these roadblocks. Single blocks are to be retained. These blocks are spaced to allow automobiles to pass, but are too narrow to allow tanks through. If an invasion were attempted, I was told that even the narrow space between the blocks would be filled in. If this great number of roadblocks is to be cut back from the road, as I am told they are, it is an indication that the defenses on the coast of Britain have now been improved tremendously. So if Germany tries to land troops and tanks, a war of fast movement will begin. The roadblocks, which would interfere with the passage of British troops too, will be out of the way now. It appears that while British troops were being trained and before the large supporting troops from the Empire had been landed, a defense of this island was based on a system of road-by-road barricades. But the invasion did not come, and now the British Army is disposed over every strategical area, we are told. In its mobility lies its greatest strength, thinks the new Commander-in-Chief. This war differs from others in the opportunity it offers for bravery by civilians. Since the old idea of a war of fronts had to be abandoned because of the bombing plane, with only the blue sky marking the limits to which the front could extend, thousands of civilians have found themselves on the battle line. England has recognized the acts of bravery performed by its civilians by frequent awards of the Order of the British Empire. An 18-year-old volunteer air raid warden got one this week for his bravery in saving people imprisoned in the ruins of a bombed house. Britain is worried over the possible effects of a restricted diet on its population if this becomes a war of starvation. Therefore, production on a vast scale of synthetic vitamin C will begin at a newly erected factory. These tablets will be stored in various parts of the country and may be issued to the population as a substitute for green vegetables and fresh fruit if a shortage of such things becomes acute over here. With the greatest battles of this war now going on far from England, reports from Africa tell of the British siege of the Italian garrisons on the Abyssinian-Sudan frontier. The Italians, with large reinforcements, captured these outposts just before the rainy season began. They believe they can hold them until mid-September, when they are prepared to make large-scale advances into British Africa. The British believe they can starve them out before this, and every day a determined British sniping effort goes on from the wastelands outside the villages. Meantime, the Italian Air Force is attempting to feed the beleaguered garrison by parachuting down supplies from the air.
Now the news from the German capital, reported by William Shirer.
Berlin. No less authoritative neutral sources and Secretary of State Hull and Secretary of War Stimson are cited today by the German radio to back up Germany's argument that the British haven't a chance to win the coming showdown with the right. No one here accuses members of the present American government with being unduly prejudiced in favor of Germany, hence the weight which their opinions carry among the people here. The German radio first takes up the speech of Mr. Hull in Havana, in which he advised his fellow American delegates that they must all reckon after the war with European markets which would be dominated by authoritarian regimes. The German radio jumps on that remark and concludes, "This shows that in the United States they count on a defeat of Britain." According to the German radio, Secretary of War Stimson, speaking before a congressional committee, also held out no hope for Britain. The German radio quotes him as saying, quote, "Britain will be overpowered in a short time and the British fleet will pass under enemy control," unquote. This remark of the American Secretary of War, comments the local radio, is a new sign that in the United States they hold that England hasn't a chance now. Announcement by Great Britain that henceforth it will blockade the entire continent is scoffed at in Berlin, at least by the editorial writers. They doubt that Britain has the Navy for the job. They think there will be plenty of holes in that blockade. Welcome also in Berlin are dispatches from Washington saying that President Roosevelt insists that American vessels keep the last bridge to Europe open by maintaining their voyages to Portugal and Spain. Now that the German army is on the Spanish border, that gives Germany an outlet to Spain and therefore indirectly to America. Incidentally, now that Germany has an air service with Spain, we're getting our Clipper mail from home regularly and very fast. Yesterday, we received American newspapers and magazines for the first 3 weeks of July, but we haven't received any for June yet. Well, if the continent is being blockaded, say the German newspapers this morning, it isn't a one-way business. So is Great Britain being blockaded. And they point to figures released by the High Command yesterday, which declared that 1,270,000 tons of British shipping had been sent to the bottom since June 25th. They also point to the damage done to British ports and the fact that, according to American dispatches, the port of London, greatest in the world, has been closed. Of course, no one here denies that the British blockade is making itself felt in certain ways. For one thing, in the shortage of fodder, especially in such occupied countries as Holland and Denmark. My remarks last night about the necessity of reducing poultry and livestock in Holland because of the shortage of fodder seem to have achieved some publicity among other places in Britain. German circles, commenting on my broadcast today, pointed out that it was not Germany's fault that this had to be done, and that it wasn't their fault if Holland and Denmark had built up a livestock business based on the importation of foreign fodder. The point the Germans make is that the shortage of fodder is due to the British blockade, not to any German measures. They remind us also that since Holland and Denmark have lost their principal market, which was Britain, it is natural that there should be a surplus of livestock and poultry in these occupied countries. Incidentally, I'm told that some of the Danish livestock, instead of being slaughtered, is being sent to Poland, where it's a welcome addition to the much poorer Polish breed of livestock. The Supreme Council of the Soviet meets today in Moscow to deliberate on the request of the Baltic states for incorporation into the Soviet Union. There seem to be no doubts as to the Soviet decision. Already today, the German radio reports that all Lithuanian ships at sea have been ordered to report to Russian ports. The 3 children of King Leopold were brought back to him yesterday from Portugal in a German Lufthansa airplane. Reich Marshal Goering made the arrangements. The children were driven from the airport in Brussels to the palace assigned to the king. This is William L. Schauer in Berlin, returning now to Columbia, New York.
This is New York, and here in our New York studios is Linton Wells to give you more news and his analysis of developments. Mr. Wells.
Virginio Gaeta, the Italian editorialist, and Dr. Ley, the Nazi Labor Front leader, have suddenly come out with statements which hinted further delay in the long-expected Nazi-fascist attempt to subjugate Britain through invasion and aerial blitzkriegs. But there is a disposition in British-American quarters to the belief that a concentrated attack on the British Isles will be launched at midnight, August 4th, for which, as Larry Lesuer reminded us from London this morning, Britain is well prepared, although Germany doesn't think so, as Bill Shire told us from Berlin. Midnight, August 4th, will be the 26th anniversary of England's previous declaration of war against Germany, following the invasion of Belgium by Kaiser Wilhelm's forces. That moment, it is being argued, would be psychological for Germany to set about in earnest to wreak vengeance upon England for what Hitler regards as a multitude of disasters and dishonors arising out of that declaration of war and the subsequent Treaty of Versailles. So determined is Hitler to destroy all possible reminders of the former German defeat, the German laborers are now said to have eliminated completely all trace of the spot in the Compiègne forest where the World War armistice was signed, and Hitler forced the capitulation of France last June. The railway dining car in which both armistices were signed has been removed to Berlin, but all marks indicating its position have been destroyed. It is understood that the Germans will plant a thick forest in the area in the hope of hiding the spot forever. That is reminiscent of the deathbed orders of that world's greatest conqueror, Genghis Khan. History records that after Genghis Khan's followers buried his body, they planted a forest so extensive and so thick that the burial place has not been located to this day. In southeastern Europe, the situation has grown relatively quieter. Romania has obeyed Hitler's command for a Pax Balkana and opened negotiations with Bulgaria for a settlement of Bulgar claims for restoration of the Dobruja and an exchange of populations. Similar negotiations are expected to be started with Hungary regarding the transfer of Transylvania. There is increasing Romania opposition to the Transylvania settlement, and the Gigurtu cabinet is expected to resign. But there seems to be little reason to doubt that agreement satisfactory to Hitler will be reached. In the meantime, Russia is keeping a watchful eye on proceedings, and observers are beginning to speculate about Turkey adopting a more favorable attitude toward the Axis powers, which would certainly weaken Britain's position further in the eastern Mediterranean. Reports are current that Hitler and Mussolini are promising Turkey a chunk of Greece and other concessions in return for at least a little more sympathy and cooperation as starters. Well, the long-discussed new foreign policy of Japan was announced today, and it bodes little good for any Occidental power except Germany and Italy. Japanese Foreign Minister Matsuoka's formal statement said bluntly that Japan intends to clean house internally and form a sort of fascist government and to create a new order in a greater East Asia with Japan, China, and Manchukuo as the central link. Moreover, he said that Nippon is resolved to surmount all obstacles, material and spiritual, which might lie in her path. In other words, try and stop us. This declaration followed close on the heels of another of the Japanese Navy spokesman who turned shipments of aviation gasoline and scrap iron as the United States' effort to bring economic pressure upon Japan, and therefore an unfriendly act which is certain to cause repercussions. While the Japanese foreign minister did not go into detail regarding future Nipponese action, his statement said that Japan's first move will be directed toward a settlement of the China War, and thereafter constructive and flexible measures will be taken to deal with drastic changes in the international situation. Later on, Premier Prince Kanoya gave support to these statements, but in none of them was there any reference to specific moves against French Indochina, the Dutch East Indies, or the Far Eastern territories of Britain and the United States. However, it was said that Japan intends to establish a zone of stability which will embrace not only Japan, Manchukuo, and China, but also French Indochina and the Netherlands East Indies. This would seem policy envisages bringing these areas under the aegis of the rising sun, despite Secretary of State Hull's frequently voiced objection to any change in the status quo in the Far East. What action the United States will take in such an eventuality remains to be seen, but it probably will be confined to protests.
And with this news by Linton Wells from New York, Columbia concludes another morning report of European developments. Larry Lesuer was heard reporting from London. William L. Shirer reported from Berlin. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Friday, August 2nd. For the first time since the war started, German planes dropped propaganda leaflets on Great Britain today. The leaflets carried parts of Hitler's speech of 2 weeks ago and were headed, quote, "Last Appeal to Reason by Adolf Hitler," unquote. Throughout the night, 2 towns in England and Scotland were raided, but damage was slight. Now for the latest news of Europe, we bring you reports direct from London and Berlin with an analysis of the news by Linton Wells in New York. First to the British capital for the report of Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London. Britain is concerned today with what they call the Nazi propaganda efforts to persuade America that Germany is making gigantic preparations to invade England. To a report by a New York correspondent that the German army is placing multiple lines of cannon along the German-occupied coast of the English Channel so as to lay a 75-mile-long barrage against England's east coast, Britain military experts have a ready answer. They say that German artillery fire to cover an attempted channel crossing would be largely limited to the hours of daylight. And except within short range of the French coast, the guns would not be very effective. Further, that guns would not be of much value in covering an actual landing on the English coast, although a certain number of the largest caliber guns might have the necessary range. These experts say that the report of these gun emplacements is probably based on the installation of a certain number of batteries to interfere with British surface craft operating in the narrowest reaches of the channel, just as batteries were installed on the Belgian coast in the last war. It is pointed out that the Royal Air Force should have no difficulty in finding out whether these guns really exist or whether they are part of the war of nerves. So far as I can recall, the only mention of German gun emplacements in a British Air Force communique came several weeks ago. At that time, it was stated that heavy gun positions at Calais had been bombed. If the reconnaissance planes of the Royal Air Force have spotted any more German gun positions on the Channel coast, the Air Ministry hasn't seen fit to make the information public. Apparently, Germany cannot be much worried about a paper shortage. Early this morning, southern and southwestern districts in England and one in Wales were the targets for Germany's first leaflet raid on Britain. It was the size of the leaflets that made them unusual. They were 4-page sheets, almost as large as a tabloid newspaper. They carried a full report of Chancellor Hitler's latest speech to the Reichstag on July 19th and were entitled, quote, "A Last Appeal to Reason by Adolf Hitler." Police officers and air raid wardens were ordered to pick them up, but many were retrieved by civilians. The leaflets are much valued as souvenirs. One lucky man who secured a bundle which had failed to open after hitting a roof with a heavy thud said he was taking them down to his factory to sell at $1 apiece. The proceeds should go to the Red Cross. The more destructive side of the German raids on Britain last night was limited in scope. Only a few bombs were dropped at scattered points, says the Ministry of Home Security, adding that damage was slight and casualties were few. From today onward, persons in England who are worried about friends and relatives in German-occupied territory and in Germany and Italy themselves will be able to write to them. Delivery may take a few weeks, for the procedure is said to be rather elaborate. But this is the first time since the start of the war that letters by British subjects to enemy territory have been permitted. There is a defense regulation which forbids communication with the enemy. The letters must be of a purely personal nature and give no indication of the locality from which they are sent. With Thomas Cook & Sons as agents, the letters will be forwarded to Lisbon. The campaign by a certain part of the London press against the British Minister of Information, Alfred Duff Cooper, reached a new high yesterday in the reporting of Mr. Cooper's speech in the House of Commons. The Daily Express, in an 8-color banner headline, declares that, quote, "Duff Cooper is in a fury," unquote. The Express is referring to Mr. Duff Cooper's vigorous defense of his ministry's methods used to gather information from the public. Like an American statistical organization compiling a straw vote, the Minister of Information has sent agents around to question housewives on incidental subjects in order to fathom public opinion here. The British Foreign Office has just announced that 2 other British subjects have been arrested by Japan in Korea. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Moscow. Newspapers gave prominent position today to a dispatch of the official news agency TASS reporting clashes between workers and police at Helsinki and other Finnish cities yesterday, and alleging that police beat many women and old men in dispersing meetings of the Society for Friendship and Peace with the Soviet Union. From Bucharest, Romania, unconfirmed reports were circulated in military quarters today of unusual military activity along the western frontier of Russia. Now the news from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. Germans this morning learned for the first time of the sea battle in the South Atlantic between British auxiliary cruiser Alcantara and a German armed raider. The Germans add no details of their own, not even the name of the ship. The Wilhelmstrasse this morning let it be known it was highly pleased with Mr. Molotov's speech yesterday. Final figures on the losses of the Dutch army are given out in Berlin today. They were 2,890 killed, 7,000 wounded, 29 missing. And here's Ed Hartridge, who arrived back from Paris just 42 minutes ago.
Last night, British planes were again over the Rhineland. The official German communique giving some of the details of this British aerial activity has not been released as yet. And I'm only giving you my own report. Last night, as the sun was just setting, we crossed what was once the old Belgium-German border. As we drove deeper and deeper into the smoky industrial area of the Rhineland, we had a chance to see the night defenses against the British attacks take hold. Occasionally, German reconnaissance planes would fly overhead, just checking up to see if the blackout was in order. Then we would see a lone German bomber flying in from the west, no doubt returning from one of the raids over England or the Channel waters. The crews of the anti-aircraft batteries at all the important bridges and junctions were getting ready, replacing their fatigue caps with steel helmets. When darkness came on, the searchlights went into action. These fingers of light raced through the clear evening sky. Our army chauffeur told us that just about the only way to discover if there's an air raid alarm while driving on the road at night was to watch the searchlights. If they seem to be going off chasing into the sky, they're probably after some British plane. And that is what happened, or so we thought. He stopped the car and told us to get off the road. We'd been driving along without any lights on the Reichsautobahn, so his instructions seemed to be superfluous. But the Rhineland is the #1 danger zone of Germany today, and the cars using the easily recognizable double-track highways are not supposed to show any lights, and thus act as involuntary guides to British planes into this section. Then in a little resort town in which we stopped, had its own air raid alarm. About 2 a.m., we heard British planes flying overhead. That is, we presumed they were enemy planes because of the anti-aircraft activity. And probably because this town and its hotel are so small and insignificant, the air raid warden did not force us to get out of a warm bed and go down into a cold air raid shelter. But that is not tolerated elsewhere in the industrial section of the Rhineland. Then this morning, while driving through Hanover, we saw one of the results of a British visit on Thursday night, and it was one of those horrible accidents of the war. According to the German police on duty at the site of the bombing, 2 British planes were flying above the clouds at the time. 2 bombs, probably 50 kilos or 110 pounds each, fell into a middle-class apartment section of Hanover. One landed in the street while the other tore through a 5-story building. They exploded in the cellar where the tenants had taken refuge during the alarm. 3 of the 6 killed are still buried under the debris, while 10 others were seriously injured, and 9 others suffered minor injuries. Well, the Rhineland is not the most pleasant and restful place to live in Germany these grim days of the war. This is Edwin Hartridge returning now to Columbia, New York.
Here in New York is Linton Wells to give you more news and his analysis of late developments. Mr. Wells.
World chanceries are still buzzing over Foreign Commissar Molotov's speech before the Supreme Soviet at Moscow yesterday. After emphasizing that there was little hope for improved relations between the Soviet Union and the United States and England, or for a rupture of Russo-German friendship, Molotov envisaged a world imperialist struggle between England and the United States on the one hand and Germany and Italy on the other, which would destroy Britain and America. He stressed that in such a struggle, the USSR would remain strictly neutral. To those who've lived in Red Russia, the clear implication of Molotov's remarks was this: Stalin intends to keep Russia aloof from war involvement until the present combatants so exhaust themselves that they will be easy prey to both the Red Army and the communist philosophy. Then Russia will act. In the meantime, the Kremlin will attempt to play one side against the other. That is, Germany, Italy, and Japan against Britain and the United States, hopeful that the United States will enter the fracas and thereby start on the road to self-destruction. This much is certain. There was no consolation for the British in Molotov's speech, and the best proof of that is supplied by Berlin, where, as Bill Shire reported this morning, the Nazis expressed hearty approval of it, despite reports, too, that Stalin has concentrated 200,000 Red troops in sections of western Poland near German-occupied territory and within easy moving distance of Romania. The Spanish press has intensified its campaign demanding the return of Gibraltar to Spain. The influential España has printed a warning to Britain that nothing will prevent Spain from helping to create a new order in Europe, which will give to each what he deserves and to each what is his. While this manifestly indicates pressure to force Franco to cast his lot with Germany and Italy and enter the war, authoritative quarters in London say that the Falangist leader has resolved to stay out of it despite the extension of the British blockade to include the Spanish and Portuguese coasts. Each passing day sees Japan growing more bumptious. Yesterday, you remember, the Kanoya government formally revealed that its domestic program called for totalitarianism at home and its foreign program total disregard for the rights of other nations in the Orient. It was announced that Japan was organizing a greater East Asia around Japan, China, and Manchukuo without consideration of the views and wishes of other governments. At Tokyo today, the Foreign Office spokesman admitted that this newly created Japanese sphere of influence would include the South Sea territories. But besides mentioning French Indochina and the Netherlands East Indies, the spokesman refused to elaborate beyond saying that the sphere of influence would include the South Seas generally. The South Seas generally would certainly include the Philippine Islands and the United States Naval Station at Guam, which is located amidst the Japanese Mandate Islands known as the Carolines in the Western Pacific. London is rather pessimistic over the Far Eastern outlook, particularly now that more British subjects have been arrested in Japan, as Larry Lesuer told us from London this morning. But Whitehall does not believe that Japan will overstep bounds which will bring her into a war with either the United States or Great Britain. Authoritative British spokesmen said Anglo-Japanese relations were expected to get worse before they got better, and that Britain would not surrender Hong Kong without a fight. In Washington, Secretary of State Hull and other high administration leaders declined to comment on Japan's proclaimed new policy. When pressed for a statement, Mr. Hull said simply that he has no comment to make for the present, which implies, of course, that the State Department will very likely have something to say later on the subject. The consensus of Washington opinion appears to be that Japanese foreign policy for domination of the entire Orient and South Seas will widen the breach between the United States and Japan. But no one believes that it will lead to a war, unless, of course, Japan should make aggressive moves against the Philippines, Guam, or American military forces in Shanghai, where Japanese-inspired terrorist activities are on the increase in the international settlement. The Japanese press is becoming increasingly bitter in its attacks on the United States. We are now termed an uncivilized, aggressive Western power which seeks to extract wealth from the Far East. The eyes of much of the world are focused on a 10,000-ton American passenger freighter named the Excalibur, which sailed from Lisbon yesterday, aboard which, incidentally, I returned from Europe as a refugee last October. On board the Excalibur today are the Duke and Duchess of Windsor en route to the Bahamas by way of Boston and New York. What the world is waiting to see is if the Nazis will take any action against this American ship and perhaps to remove the Duke as a hostage. Certainly, the Nazis will have every opportunity to do so. The Excalibur will follow its regular transatlantic course. It will be lighted up at night like a house afire, and as a consequence of Washington disapproval, it is not being convoyed by any British warship. The Duke and Duchess have paid their money and are taking their chances.
And with this analysis by Linton Wells from New York, Columbia concludes this morning's report of European developments. Earlier, we heard Larry Lesuer reporting from London, Edwin Hartridge reporting from Berlin. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, August 3rd. In Europe, the British have launched new air attacks on German objectives, and German planes again have ranged over the British Isles. British-Japanese relations are further strained with the arrest by Scotland Yard of two prominent Japanese in London. But now the news from Europe Direct. First, reports from London and Berlin. Afterwards, the latest news from our own national capital. First, for the report from the British capital by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. It was confirmed in London this morning, some hours after the first announcement last night from Tokyo, that two prominent Japanese businessmen have been arrested. They were detained by special branch officers from Scotland Yard under national defense regulations. Tokyo claims the arrests were pure retaliation for the jailing of British colony members over there. This was denied today in London. The first man arrested is Makahari, an importer and shipper, who has been here for 10 years. The other is a man named Tanadi. Scotland Yard men arrived at Makahari's house in Putney while he was on his way home from his office. The housekeeper allowed them in. They searched all the rooms and examined his papers. When he arrived, he was told to pack a bag and was taken to Scotland Yard. It's just been announced that Lord Halifax will see the Japanese ambassador today. German raiders are over last night as usual. They bombed areas in the north and northeast Scotland, the Midlands, the southeast, and the Bristol Channel. Most damage was done to a town near Bristol, and another town in Wales was hit. The exact number of casualties is not yet known. One church and one school are reported down. There's every indication that the Italian force at Solom, just inside Egypt, will soon attack. This morning, a War Office spokesman estimated Italian strength there at about 2 divisions. The British cabinet is being transformed, at least to a certain extent. For days, there's been talk of this, and late last night it was announced that the inner war cabinet now has a 6th member. He is Lord Beaverbrook, the Canadian-born newspaper tycoon, who since May has been Minister of Aircraft Production, where he's made a good record. He will not remain in the inner circle with Churchill, Chamberlain, Halifax, Attlee, and Greenwood as Aircraft Production Minister, however. In this super cabinet, not even the service ministries are included. He may replace Chamberlain. The former premier has not only come under great criticism, but he is a sick man. It's more than likely that Beaverbrook will take charge of British propaganda, with special emphasis on propaganda directed at foreign countries. He held that job at the end of the last war. He has permitted his newspapers in the last few days to join in the terrific attacks on Alfred Duff Cooper, the present Minister of Information, whose position as a result has become untenable. After Duff Cooper's verbal battle with the editors, it is impossible for him to remain as information minister. Foreign propaganda is now of intense importance. A battle has begun between the British and the Germans for the control of the minds and sentiments of the French, the Belgian, and the Dutch peoples. Starvation perhaps faces a continent. The British must convince these people that Germany is responsible, and the Germans are doing their best to blame it on the British blockade. Beaverbrook and others feel no time must be lost in striking the first heavy propaganda blows. From British correspondents on the Franco-Spanish frontier come reports that the so-called moral regeneration in France has already begun in minor ways. We're informed that sunbathing and two-piece bathing costumes are now banned on French beaches. Dance shows like the Folie Bergère and the Bal Tabarin are now forbidden. It's worth pointing out that exactly this type of rule was enforced as one of the first acts of the Franco people after their victory in Spain. All information reaching London points to a regime in France which will seek to uproot Freemason societies, Jews, and of course all political and social liberal thought. And what part the church will play in this new regime is not yet clear. The Queen of England will be 40 years old tomorrow, and she will spend her birthday, the 4th since the king came to the throne, with an informal family party. This time there will be none of the customary peacetime salutes and displays of flags. This is CBS in London, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
That was Eric Severide reporting from London. Here is the Press Association dispatch from Rome. The Italian High Command, in a communique issued today, declared that British airplanes have raided the airport on Italy's island of Sardinia. 1 death was caused, and there were said to be wounds to 3 persons and some material damage. It also was admitted that British raids on the Italian base at Bardia, North Africa, had caused some losses among troops. But the Italians announced that they had bombed and machine-gunned British troop concentrations near Buna in Kenya, East Africa. Now, we've heard from Eric Severide reporting from London. And now we take you to the German capital for the report of Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. In this quiet period before a widely publicized storm to come, that is the Blitzkrieg against England, there's no real news to be found in the German papers. This morning, most of the Berlin papers devote a large part of their front pages to editorial applause of Monsieur Molotov's speech of Thursday night. It is described as an attack on England and the English Empire. For instance, the Burschen Zeitung carries the big headline this morning, Molotov destroys England's illusion. The general editorial of the Berlin press is that this speech is an indication of the opposition between Russia and Great Britain. The point that he made, that Russian-German relations are based on a strict division of interests, is given splash notes in the papers here. Then there was an item, a brief one, in the Völkische Beobachter, that Germany and Yugoslavia had signed a trade agreement. This would seem to indicate that another Balkan country has been reorientated. Yugoslavia will now do business with Germany along lines planned for it in the new Europe that is slowly emerging from German conference rooms. The wartime action of the Australian government in taking over the mandated islands of New Guinea and Papua in the South Seas is regarded as a flagrant violation of international law by the Local Anzeiger this morning. This Berlin paper features the story on its front page. It states, as expected, that this action is another proof of the illegal attitude of the British Empire towards international law and its governments. Reports from New York that Al Williams, the famous American aviator, has written that Germany has a definite air superiority of 3-1 over Great Britain are seized upon by the German radio stations. The German shortwave news broadcast to England repeatedly state that Major Williams has declared that the German offensive against England will be the most surprising and most swift military action in the world's history. And speaking of the German radio, there was a new weekly program announced. It will be called, quote, France Says No to Life. According to reports, it will be a continuation of the campaign against politicians of the pre-armistice period of France. This campaign has been going on for some weeks. And in unoccupied France, new Supreme Court will open sessions in Lyon on Thursday. The judges are instructed by the Pétain government to investigate and fix the responsibility of the war and its loss. And among those who will be examined, as well as being placed on trial, will be former ministers, journalists, political party officials, trade unionists, and the like. But from what I have gathered both here and in Paris, will be a highly publicized and slanted job of muckraking. In France today, the average man seems to be occupied with but two problems, and he is still seeking their solutions. First, he wants to know what caused the swift and crushing military disaster, as well as those who were to blame. And secondly, what are the prospects of permanent employment in a country that has been jarred off its social, political, and economic foundations? Sir Lancelot Oliphant, who was the British ambassador in Brussels when the Blitzkrieg started, is now being held in Germany, technically a prisoner of war. And during a recent British air raid over northern Germany, Sir Lancelot was requested by his guards to go down into the air raid shelters. And he is reported to have replied, "I'm the British ambassador, and I bloody well will not go down when the British planes are overhead." Notwithstanding his attitude, he was taken down the shelter. However, he has continued his protests, so the question whether the British ambassador could stay above ground during British air raids was taken to Herr Hitler himself. According to this story, Herr Hitler has decided the British ambassador could do what he pleased during an air raid. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia, New York.
This is New York. Here's the Press Association dispatch from Moscow. The controlled press today says the persecution of Finnish workers favoring friendly relations with Russia is continuing. And in Vichy, France, it is reported that France's authoritarian government may move to the site of her absolute monarchy, the magnificent Palace of Versailles, where the Bourbon kings ruled from 1627 until 1789. Now the news from our own national capital, reported by John Charles Daly. We take you now to Washington.
This is Washington. President Roosevelt plans to leave the capital this afternoon to spend about a week at his Hyde Park home. The week of rest, however, will be broken by another inspection trip of the nation's military defenses, his second in as many weeks. Following last Monday's study of defense units in the Chesapeake Bay area, the primary bases of defense for the nation's capital, Mr. Roosevelt reportedly is to look over New York City defenses and upstate New York military units this coming week. Also on defense matters, the president has struck back at charges that our preparedness program is bogging down because of an alleged excess of red tape. Mr. Roosevelt branded as highly misleading reports which had been published in several papers that virtually no contracts for planes, tanks, or other military equipment had been signed, and that, as a result, no military supplies to speak of were being produced. The president delegated Robert Horton, information director of the Defense Advisory Commission, to answer the charges. Horton met reporters in the cabinet room at the White House following the president's conference. $80 million in aircraft contracts have been cleared, Horton said, and the planes are actually coming off the assembly lines, despite the fact that contracts have not been consummated. The aviation companies are holding the planes for delivery until the contracts are completed. Horton also said that despite the charges of red tape, the American Car and Foundry Company is producing from 2.5 to 3 medium tanks of new design a day on its order for 1,156 of them. This output would be doubled within 3 months, he maintained, in answer to stories which conveyed the impression that delays in production of armor plate was stalling the tank program. The defense program calls for 25,000 planes, 18,000 for the Army and 7,000 for the Navy by July 1st of 1942. These will be ready by that time, Horton declared, with defense authorities concentrating at first on the production of training planes. While President Roosevelt is wholeheartedly endorsing the principle of selective service, his former Secretary of War, Harry W. Woodring, in a letter to Senator Arthur Vandenberg, anti-conscription leader in the Senate, declares himself as opposed to selective service. Woodring said that the selective draft bill smacks of totalitarianism. He believes that the voluntary system should be given a fair trial first. It is reported in the Capitol this morning that Senator Vandenberg, Senator Wheeler, and other outspoken critics of conscription plan to offer an amendment to the Burke-Wadsworth bill, a provision for 1-year voluntary enlistment to take the place of the present amendment calling for the compulsory service of those in the 21 to 31 age group. This plan is supposed to have been fathered by former Secretary of War Woodring. The tax subcommittee of the House Ways and Means Committee have taken a weekend recess, but not without having made substantial progress toward the triple goal of an amortization plan to encourage plant expansion for national defense, a new excess profits levy, and the lifting of the limitations of the Vincent Tremel bill on airplane and warship contracts. This 3-point program was submitted to the full Ways and Means Committee of the House by Subcommittee Chairman Jerry Cooper yesterday, and it is hoped that the subcommittee will have a bill in shape by the middle of next week so that the full committee can start public hearings. The amortization plan, tentatively agreed upon by the subcommittee, proposes to exempt from taxation over a 5-year period all industrial income which is used to pay the cost of emergency industrial expansion. During that 5-year period, corporations will be granted a tax exemption each year on income equal to 20% of the cost of expansion. Firms seeking such exemption will have to obtain certificates from the War Department, Navy Department, or the President's Advisory Defense Commission, stating that the expansion was required by the defense contracts. Industry is expected to approve the plan. In fact, some aviation firms and armament manufacturers have gone ahead with their defense orders on the understanding that such a plan will be adopted. Congressional leaders have told the President that they hope for final passage of the bill within a month. On another defense front, the presidential discussions with the Defense Council on the housing problems that would be created by the defense program are bearing fruit. The United States Housing Authority announces that within 30 days, 6,300 homes will be built for enlisted personnel and civilian workers in 16 localities throughout the country. We return you now to New York.
And with these reports from our nation's capital, Columbia concludes another report of European developments, reported from London this morning by Eric Severide, and from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge, from Washington by John Charles Daly. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thursday, August 15th. The Germans say bad weather has forced them to slacken air activity against Great Britain today. And in Great Britain, troops and civilians continue to comb the countrysides for German parachute soldiers. None have been found, but Berlin quarters insist they have landed. In Africa, Italian and British armies are fighting an important battle, and the British fleet is reported to have left for an attack on Italian ports at Eritrea. Now for the report of Larry Lesuer in the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon on August 15th. August 15th, the day of Hitler's appointed entry into London. He reportedly named this day to his party leaders in Germany when Paris fell. But the German chancellor seems merely to have sent a few representatives over to this island. Yesterday, for the first time, church bells rang in warning of parachute troop landings, after 59 German parachutes had been found at various points in England and Scotland. Their German owners have not yet been found, and until they are, there is no concrete evidence that these large white silk parachutes actually landed German sabotage experts in Britain. No footprints were visible near the fallen parachutes. But of course, the lush greenness of England doesn't make for good tracking. During last night and early today, German planes were over this country in small numbers. One of them was shot down. The mass air attacks on England were decidedly slackened yesterday. 26 German planes were knocked down by the Royal Air Force, it's officially stated, while Britain lost only 4 of her fighters. Airfields in England were again attacked yesterday. In other German campaigns, these raids on aerodromes have always been a forerunner of an invasion. Responsible persons here believe that the next 10 days may be the turning point of the war. Preparations are being made here for heavier and heavier air attacks. As I walked to the studio this morning, after a few days' absence from London, I was really amazed by the number of brick air raid shelters which have been erected in the middle of some of the busiest streets here. The armed British merchant cruiser Transylvania, 16,900 tons, was sunk by a U-boat torpedo in the Atlantic. The loss of this ship was announced by the Admiralty in the early hours of this morning. Some 300 officers and men were landed at a West Coast port. The death roll is figured to be about 30 or 40. Transylvania was a well-known luxury liner before the war. She was built in 1925. A number of her lifeboats are still adrift in the rough Atlantic. Royal Air Force planes were active over Germany and her conquered territories last night. My colleagues who were staying at Dover on the southeast coast told me that the glow of a big fire could be seen across the channel in France all through the night. The red glow lit up the sky at a point between Calais and Le Havre. At the same time, heavy explosions could be heard for a whole hour this morning from across the channel, and bright flashes could be seen from the hotel windows at Dover. We are told today that the Royal Air Force planes in the Middle East have destroyed 170 planes, Italian ones, while the loss to the RAF has been only 18 machines, an advantage to Britain of 10 to 1. The Air Ministry in London is very pleased over this showing, and it is confident that if British fighter pilots can maintain an average of 4 to 1 against the German Air Force and the Italian, Britain will then be in command of the air. This sounds a rather hard task. However, considering yesterday's claimed score of 6 German planes to every British fighter shot down, the British pilots are not having much trouble in maintaining the hoped-for average. But it is to be remembered that much of this battle for Britain is now being fought in the factories and on the drawing boards of both Germany and Britain, where new air weapons are being prepared. Britain has not seen fit yet to use her much-vaunted Bolton-Paul Defiant fighters, even against Germany's newest fighter bomber, the Messerschmitt Jaguar, which has come over this country so frequently during the past week. David Lowe, the world-famous cartoonist of London's Evening Standard, today has pictured a triumphal arch in the midst of London. Above is a banner emblazoning the words, August 15th, welcome to our distinguished visitors. Beneath the arch are 4 tough-looking British soldiers. In the muzzles of their Tommy guns are sheaves of lilies. But Hitler has not arrived. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. And here is a dispatch from London we have just received. A great fire burning on the French coast reminded watchers on this side of the channel during the night that while Britons were talking imperturbably the punishment German aviators visited on them, their own Air Force was handing out punishment to the Germans in their own and occupied territories and to Italy. And now, from Berlin, we take you to Rome. We beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen. We take you now to Berlin for the report of Edwin Hartwich. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. There is no reference to be found in the German papers about stories emanating from London that parachutists are believed to have landed in several places in England. But there is an interesting item that was broadcast this morning in the German shortwave news programs directed towards Great Britain. The source of this news is said to be Stockholm. And the German radio reports that parachutists were observed at several points in the neighborhood of Birmingham on Tuesday night. I will quote the German news broadcast. Eyewitnesses were reported to have seen men come down by parachutes, and extensive searches are now being conducted. The equipment of a German parachute has been handed over to the police. This was found in a meadow near Brownridge Castle in the neighborhood of Birmingham. And continuing, this report told the English listeners, quote, "These observations are being hushed up because the authorities are hoping to capture the alleged parachutists before the incidents could become more widely known." Then the radio news broadcast also stated, quote, "Similar occurrences were reported from Manchester. A leather satchel was fished out of the Manchester ship canal. In it were tools, provisions, notes, and instructions for parachutists. The police are busy trying to locate the owner." End of quote. Well, that is the important part of this German news broadcast about parachutists, reported to have landed in England. It is interesting that this indirect report is broadcast on the English shortwave program directed towards Great Britain, and that this same report does not appear in the Berlin papers. I saw German parachutists in action when Holland was invaded, and these reports of parachutists over England, if such reports are true, do not exactly jibe with the tactics of the German parachutists as they went into action during the Dutch invasion. For their parachute troops dropped in groups from low-flying planes, and their job was to seize and hold important bridges, cut other lines of communications, and cause disruption behind the defending forces. But the reports of isolated parachutists dropping at various spots throughout England have a psychological value as regards the effect on civilian morale. Here in Berlin, there's little news of aerial or naval activity. Yesterday's score of the fights over England and the Channel were 22 British planes shot down while 5 German planes were lost, according to the statement issued by the High Command here. Berlin papers are giving a big play to the report of Colonel Knox, the United States Secretary of Navy, has said that it is possible that Great Britain cannot defend herself after another 2 months. Also the statement of Colonel Knox that America does not know the true figure of British aviation and shipping losses. The Boston Zeitung headlines this story with the sentence, quote, "Sensational declaration in the United States," unquote. Hermann Goering has his picture in all the papers this morning, dressed in his new uniform as Reichsmarshal of Germany. It is a new and resplendent addition to his already famous wardrobe of uniforms. As Reichsmarshal, Goering will now wear a light silver-gray uniform with a larger baton than he formerly carried as Marshal. And there is another interesting photo of a letter signed by Pierre Laval, now Vice President of the Council of Ministers of France. For his official stationery carries the new seal of the Pétain government of France, which is used only by Marshal Pétain and Pierre Laval. No longer is the government of France known as the French Republic, but merely as, quote, "the French state," unquote. Apparently, even the outward forms of the former republic have been scrapped in the transition from a democracy to a totalitarian state. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
That was Edwin Hartridge reporting from the German capital. And now, from Berlin, we take you to Rome, where Cecil Brown is ready to report. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The Italian High Command has just announced that bitter fighting is taking place in British Somaliland. The Italians are making continuous use of their air force to attack British columns and outposts resisting the advance. The fascists claim they have taken prisoners and captured some guns. That's the extent of the High Command's report on the operation. But it's apparent the attack now going on is the biggest offensive launched by the Italian forces since this country entered the war. And from France's communiques, it is meeting with the strongest resistance. The immediate object of the fascist forces is Berbera, and the fighting is going on in the scrub-covered mountain passes north of Ardagray. This town is about 60 miles southeast of Berbera. Another problem has been at Zega on the Red Sea, and its advance will be the easiest so far as the property is concerned. The road extends along the Gulf of Aden to Berbera. Zega is just across the frontier from Djibouti, a British possession which divides Italian Eritrea and British Somaliland. You may remember that under the Franco-Italian armistice terms, Italy has the right to use the port of Djibouti and the Addis Ababa-Djibouti Railway. The fascist press now directly accuses Greece of being in a plot, not only against Albania and Italy, but also against the Balkan Order. The press campaign against the Athens government is in full swing over the killing of Dat Hogia. He is described here as an Albanian patriot. The Greeks contend he was abandoned with a price on his head. So far as is known, Rome has, as yet, made no official demands on Greece. The papers, however, reproduce Balkan reports that Greece has two means of settling the controversy. One is for Athens to cede to Albania the province of Tiamuria. Such a move would pretty well wipe out the importance of Corfu. The Greek island of Corfu, you know, dominates one side of the Straits of Otranto, at the entrance to the Adriatic Sea. And the other method, suggested by the Balkan press, is for Greece to renounce the British guarantee of protection. According to reports coming here, Premier Metaxas of Greece conferred with the Italian and German ministers to Athens. The Greek minister to Ankara saw the Turkish prime minister. It said he wanted to find out if the Turkish-Greek pact was valid in the present circumstances. The Greek minister to Russia saw Foreign Affairs Commissar Molotov. It's reported he asked Russia to intervene with Bulgaria to prevent King Boris from also jumping at Greece to get an outlet on the Aegean Sea. Bulgaria for years has been agitating for a corridor through eastern Greece that would put her on the Mediterranean. Today is Fiercest in Italy, and for every Italian that means a day of rest and fun. Rome is deserted, sweltering in a burning sun. Almost everyone has gone to the beach of Ostia, 18 miles away, to swim in the Tyrrhenian Sea, or to the famous spas and watering places nearby. There are no holiday traffic problems on the highways here. Only a very small percentage of drivers have permits to use their cars. Even those with permits cannot drive them for pleasure, so the roads are deserted too. Ferragosto, like Easter and Christmas, is a day of gift-giving. Gifts go to the maid, the portiere at your apartment, the barber, messenger and delivery boys, and anyone who has served you in the past year, or at least since Easter. But Mussolini gave a present to the people too. He relaxed the rationing restrictions. And so today, meat is sold and we can have ice cream. The bombing of Milan and Turin early yesterday morning has forced a tightening up of anti-air raid precautions. The papers only say that the British planes came from Switzerland. The papers printed the text of the leaflets dropped over the cities. The manifesto said the Italians were the vassals of Hitler, and they were in the war to help only Germany and not themselves. The papers reported to this that fascism and Italy are one and the same, and that the Italians know why they are in the war. It is, the papers say, to break Britain's power. This is Cecil Brown in Rome, returning you to CBS in New York.
That was Cecil Brown speaking to you from Rome, and here is another dispatch we have just received from that same point. Italy accuses Greece of being a tool of Great Britain in a plot to disturb the peace of southeastern Europe, and the fascists promise a strong Italian answer in the event it is confirmed that British warships are based on Greek territory. And with these reports by Cecil Brown from Rome and our correspondents in London and Berlin, they have reported the latest European developments by transatlantic shortwave radio. Tony Marvin speaking. This is the Columbia.
Monday, August 5th. Today, British observers say the attempted Nazi invasion of the British Isles may come at any day. The tides in the English Channel now are right for any attempted invasion. And in Norway, new military activities are reported. And United Press says the German officials there have set aside the August 8th to 10th period as the so-called 0 hour. But now the news from Europe Direct, London, Berlin, and Rome. First, the news from the British capital reported by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London, and the Japanese situation is still boiling. It was announced here that 4 more Japanese businessmen have been arrested by British authorities at Singapore and Rangoon. At the same time, it was announced that 3 of the Britons held in Japan on spying charges had been released. In London, it is again emphasized that the British action, which began on Saturday with the arrest in London of 2 prominent Japanese businessmen, is in no sense a retaliation for the arrest of British subjects in Japan. In some London quarters last night, it was urged that Britain would be justified in taking further precautionary actions. While in Kobe, a special Chamber of Commerce meeting resolved that Britain should reconsider the arrests and urge that the Japanese ministers of war, the Navy, and Commerce take a firm stand. It is said here that the British deportation orders against 2 Japanese subjects, one of them a woman, were made 3 weeks ago before the Japanese began to arrest British subjects. These deportation orders are lodged against a member of the Bank of Formosa and the German-born wife of a Japanese. In the House of Commons today or tomorrow, a government statement is expected on the Japanese situation. There are conflicting reports in London today of more changes in the government. Some politicians believe that the appointment of Lord Beaverbrook, Minister for Aircraft Production and publisher of the London Daily Express, is only the first of several government changes which Mr. Churchill has in view. However, other sources state that a reconstruction of the government is unlikely for the present. The losses by the German Air Force, accomplished by the Royal Air Force or anti-aircraft guns since the war began, have been figured at 2,661 planes, whose crews amounted to 10,000 men, including pilots, observers, and gunners. Whether this number includes the 400 airmen shot down by the Royal Air Force during the invasion of France and released when France surrendered is not stated. Last night and early today, more scattered air raids took place over Britain. High explosive and fire bombs fell on a few isolated districts in the Midland and eastern England. Damage is said to be negligible, and the few casualties, only one was fatal. Corn and other crops were damaged by fire bombs, but whether these crops were the actual target of the bombers is not known. 3 German fighters were knocked down this morning. 1 British aircraft is missing. And I've just learned that the American Lockheed planes have completed their first 1,000,000 miles of flying for the Royal Air Force. Britain is getting accustomed to learning from neutral sources that new dates have been set by the Germans for the invasion. The latest whisper is said to come from German officials in Norway, to the effect that the offensive will start sometime between August 8th and August 10th. The succession of rumors regarding invasion is believed here to be part of the German propaganda war of nerves. On the other hand, in the German and Italian press, inspired stories have appeared, possibly designed for home consumption, that a sudden attack on England, such as had been delivered against France, is impossible. Military experts here say that they don't need to have a date fixed by neutral sources for the possible German invasion. They declare that they will know when it's going to start because of the big-scale German air offensives which will herald it. They think that the only explanation of the lightness of the German air effort in the past few weeks is the building up of reserves, such as fuel for aircraft and crews to man them. Because an invasion of England would have to be preceded by a heavy bombing preparation, repeated many times. Britain is taking no chances with her big bridges, over which the fast trains to run from England to Scotland. As a precaution against sabotage, no passengers in trains crossing the Great Firth of Forth Bridge and the one over the Tay will be allowed to carry anything larger than a small weekend bag. The rest of their luggage must be placed in the baggage car, where it can be examined by the guards. Last night's speech by General Pershing urging that the United States send Britain 50 of her obsolete destroyers was naturally well received over here. But only a few of the London newspapers devoted any space at all to Colonel Lindbergh's peace rally in Chicago. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. In Vichy, France, it is reported without confirmation today that the exiled Belgian government of Premier Perlot, which came to France after King Leopold's surrender, has proposed a joint resignation to Leopold. At the same time, a political amnesty is sought to permit some members to return to Belgium. Now the news reported from the German capital by William L. Schreier.
Is Berlin. The BZ am Mittag tells us this noon that the entire world press regards this week as a crucial one. Meaning, I take it, that the long-awaited attack on Britain may begin before the week is up. Well, it may be. And we all know by this time that Germany is pretty good at concealing its 0 hours for the big takeoffs. But I must say there is no evidence around Berlin that this is to be the crucial week. Before the Scandinavian campaign, before the big offensive in the West, there was tension in the air in Berlin. You don't feel that tension here just at the moment. An awful lot of people seem to be vacationing this week. Some people here think that the German Air Force has to do a great deal more work on Britain before there is any question of an attempt at invasion by a great land army. That is to say, British harbor works, oil stores, landing fields, anti-aircraft positions must first be well liquidated before an attack by the tanks and troops is feasible. Obviously, that as yet has not been accomplished in Britain. No one here pretends that it has. This strategy was outlined to us yesterday in an article in the Völkische Beobachter, the official party organ, signed by Arminius, which is Latin for Herman, a very well-known first name in these parts. The author developed the idea that the first job of an air force is to gain complete superiority in the air by destroying the other fellow's airfields, hangars, planes, oil stores, and anti-aircraft nests. That over, the second phase begins when the Air Force can devote most of its energies to supporting the land army. This strategy was followed in Poland and in the West. Presumably, it's a strategy to be used in Britain. The only question is this: why hasn't the German Luftwaffe attacked Britain on a bigger scale, since we know it's superior in numbers? The German press itself tells us that what Britain has experienced so far has only been a taste of what will come later when the war really gets serious. It's announced this morning in Berlin that Herr Hitler has named Herr Otto Abetz, until now a plenipotentiary of the German Foreign Office attached to the office of the military commander in France, as a full-fledged ambassador. Herr Abetz, it will be remembered, was expelled from Paris last summer, the French government accusing him of fifth column activities. He actually brought suit against the government and certain Paris editors for defamation, but the suit never came to trial. When I went to Paris recently on the heels of the German army, Herr Abetz was back in the French capital where he was in charge of the German embassy. What the nature of his new job is to be is not stated here. Herr Abetz had a wide circle of friends in Paris, both in political and literary circles. The Schwellvorblatt front pages of Washington Dispatch today to the effect that Senator Lundin is trying to start a third party which will fight the so-called interventionist policies of the two major American parties. The Dispatch is published without comment, but its position on the first page is interesting. Washington dispatches and the German newspapers also pay considerable attention to the opposition in the United States to conscription. It's a subject which interests a nation which has built up the world's best army by conscription. I notice the Berlin press this morning also makes a lot of the New York Dispatch, which tells us that in England, the German pamphlets containing Hitler's Reichstag speech are so sought after by the people that they're selling for 10 shillings now. The German Dispatch takes that as a sign of the real interest among the English to know the true situation. The British people, it says, have not been informed of this. French coal miners are working again. Apparently they were not destroyed, the coal mines, by the French as they were in 1914. A photograph in one of the morning papers shows French miners unloading coal at a pit. Watching over them is a steel-helmeted German soldier. This is William L. Shirer in Berlin, returning now to Colby in New York.
This is New York. Now we switch you to the Italian capital for the report of Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The biggest air battle since Italy entered the war 2 months ago was fought yesterday in the skies of Libya in North Africa. The Italian High Command has just announced 10 British planes were shot down in the violent engagement. According to the war communique, a strong formation of cluster fighters and Blenheim bombers attacked Italian native troops on the march along the border between Libya and Egypt. The indications are that the native troops were moving into position. A formation of fascist attack and fighter planes went up to meet the enemy. The fight is described by the High Command as fierce and extremely vigorous. The bulletin says 7 Gloucester machines and 3 Blenheim bombers were shot down. The communique claims that
Ladies and gentlemen, we regret that due to transmission difficulties, there has been an interruption in the program coming to you from Rome, the reports of the latest news by Cecil Brown. Until such time as we recontact Mr. Brown, we bring you the latest news from Rome, received at Columbia's newsroom in New York. The High Command communique asserted today that 10 British bomber and fighter planes were shot down by Italian aircraft while attempting to bomb Italian troops marching along the Libya-Egypt frontier. The conservative newspaper Corriere della Sera of Milan said today that Italy's main objective in the war is control of the Suez Canal, Great Britain's lifeline to her African colonies. Other newspapers recently emphasized Italy's important role in the German-Italian invasion of the British Isles and that she would give Spain important help in conquering Britain's Mediterranean fortress at Gibraltar. The Milan newspaper indicated that Italy's activities in North Africa are only beginning and that they had been curtailed because of the summer heat. The newspaper asserted that Italy was aiming her strongest blows at the British-controlled Suez Canal sector, adding that once cracked in the canal zone, the British power on the African continent will rapidly become weak, bringing about collapse in all other sectors. For the first time, Italy's claims in Palestine were disclosed by the newspaper Regime Fascista of Cremona. In Jerusalem next year, the newspaper headlined, adding that Rome will undertake liberation of the Holy Land. The newspaper said, "For Catholic Italians, the problem of the Holy Land is open and deeply felt. The war against Great Britain has served to reopen this question. The profane and ruthless exploitation of the Holy Land must cease. The Catholicism of the Italian people gives them a moral right. And this also is the historic right of the House of Savoy, which carries the title King of Jerusalem. It is not the first time that from the ardent faith of the Duce, Premier Benito Mussolini, that through the triumph of Italian arms, that hope has been raised for the promised liberation of the land of Jesus from the grip of Anglo-Jewish control." The newspaper Popolo di Roma commented on the arrest of Japanese subjects in Great Britain, saying that the British government is taking revenge against Japan by ordering the arrest of eminent Japanese subjects. Undoubtedly, the British government has only one object, that of having all the world against England. Did not her priceless Minister of Information, Alfred Duff Cooper, say that England never fought so well as when alone? We are sure that England will attain blissful solitude, but we are not equally sure that England will like it so much. Diplomatic sources believed that the arrest of Japanese subjects in Britain would serve to bring closer the ties of the Rome-Berlin-Tokyo axis. The New York correspondent for the Rome newspaper, Messaggero, reported today that the formation of a political party of true Americans in the United States by Colonel Charles A. Lindbergh. Commenting on the party, Guido praised Lindbergh's stand and lauded his initiative, saying it represented the logical and sane reaction of the best part of United States public opinion against the Democratic and Republican Party platforms. He added that it was a definite proof of the tendency in the United States toward isolationism. The formation of a new party organized by Lindbergh proves 3 points. Firstly, that a large part of the people of the United States are dissatisfied with the Democratic and Republican Party platforms. Secondly, that in view of the formation of a new Europe resulting directly from the present conflict, the United States will be forced to re-examine their position, and this cannot be done by the men presently in power, nor by those who desire to go. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tuesday, August 6th. Today in Europe, British newspapers are seeking to keep Britons keyed up to the danger of a German invasion. They report that Adolf Hitler is almost ready to send his armies toward British shores, and that the attack will begin with huge bombing raids. The usual British and German aerial warfare of recent weeks, meanwhile, continues. And now the news from Europe Direct, Berlin and London, afterwards a report from our own national capital. First, a report from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. All day yesterday, a series of important conferences were held at the Chancellery. These conferences have created much speculation among the correspondents here. The big story today in the Volkswagen Beobachter is the claim of a propaganda company reporter that an airplane factory at Norwich, which is on the west coast of England, has been destroyed in a recent raid. The reporter was in one of the bombing planes, acting as pilot. He claims that with the release of the first bomb, the eastern part of the factory was wiped out in one gigantic explosion. Then swinging about to avoid a battery of anti-aircraft guns, as he describes the maneuver, the rest of the bombs were dumped in the western half of the factory. Still remains of the plant, according to his story. Volkswagen Beobachter, in another front-page column, takes issue with the recent award of a Grand Cross of Legion of Honor to General Herring, the former military governor of Paris. According to this story, when the presentation was made at Vichy, the award was accompanied by the comment that it was a discreet greeting to Alsace, for General Herring is an Alsatian. The Volkswagen Beobachter writes, This greeting is not in its proper place. This symbolism does not correspond to the present situation in France, end of quote. And as far as foreign correspondents in Berlin are concerned, there's an end to the connection between France and Alsace-Lorraine. Around today, the Danish labor unions are to be diverted from political activity, according to a story in the Deutsches Allgemeine Zeitung. The trade unions, by government decree, will sever their connections with political parties, thus losing their representation in the now restricted Danish parliament. Some time ago, it was announced in the German press that the goal for the future would be a one-party system for Denmark. And yesterday, the new Danish labor minister, Gunnar Larsen, told workers in a factory speech, quote, "It will be necessary for labor to surrender a number of its rights which were self-evident in the past," end of quote. This seems to be another development of the new Europe that is being planned, provided that Germany succeeds in winning its war over the democracies. The prize for the most startling headline today goes to the Welfare Blatt. This midday paper carries a red streamer which announces 15,000 suicides accuse Winston Churchill. And from the story underneath, it appears that approximately 83% of the suicides in England can be blamed on the government. This paper writes that an unnamed London doctor has made a survey. His findings, according to this Welfare Blatt, show that 83% of these people who committed suicide could have been saved from their self-destruction, provided that the government had given them a little weekly support. Even a 10-shilling note for each would have cut down the suicide rate, the paper claims. The city of Krakow is to be made the true capital of the Governor-General of Poland. That is, the German part of what was once Poland. According to the story in the Warschauer Zeitung, about 65,000 Jews have received their orders to leave Krakow. This immigration is to take place in the next 2 weeks. They will be transported by the government to their new places of settlement. Krakow is a city of about 225,000 people, of which 29% are Jews. And this move is in line with the plan to Aryanize the new capital of the Governor-General of Poland. Last night, the German radio issued a warning to factories and plants not to hand over complete lists of field post numbers, that is, the addresses of German soldiers at the front. It was pointed out that such lists contain numbers of the various army units, and such information would be of value to the enemy. Only trustworthy persons are to be selected to collect the mail for the soldiers at the front, and they will give individual field post numbers to those who want to send mail or packages, but no further details. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York. Here's the Press Association dispatch from Montreal. Montreal's French-Canadian mayor, Camille Houde, was imprisoned in an internment camp this morning, probably for the duration of the war. Houde issued a public statement against conscription last Friday and advised Montreal citizens to resist it. Immediately, there were demands for his arrest, and the internment order followed. Now the news from the British capital, reported by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London. Britain will make a statement of policy regarding the Japanese situation in the House of Commons this evening. The statement is expected to deal with the situation in Japan as well as the detention of Japanese businessmen here, one of whom was released last night for lack of sufficient evidence. The anger of Japan toward Britain over the statements, over the arrest of Japanese subjects has calmed down, according to Japanese sources here. The news of big movements of Japanese warships has been denied, according to one news agency. But it is understood that other warships are preventing British ships from either entering or leaving French Indochinese ports. This follows a report that Japan is demanding that the French government should give them naval bases in French Indochina. The British Admiralty today states that although the Germans claim to have sunk 229,298 tons of merchant shipping during the week ending July 29th, the actual losses were only 72,691 tons of British and Allied shipping. No neutral ships were lost. The Admiralty further claims that up to August 4th, Germany and Italy have lost 1,172,000 tons of shipping. In addition, about 26,000 tons of shipping which was formerly neutral has been sunk by British action. German airplanes completed what they call their armed reconnaissances over this country last night, and bombs fell at scattered points. One German bomber was shot down in the sea this morning. The intelligence officers of the Royal Air Force now believe that the reorganization of the German Air Force is almost complete, and that the large-scale attacks will be launched before the fine weather ends. The Royal Air Force is preparing for a major attack on this country in the course of the next few days or within a fortnight, we are told. Observation flights over France and occupied territories have revealed that the Germans are hard at work repairing the damage which they wrought in the invasion of Belgium, Holland, and France. Railways which were cut off by hundreds of blown-up bridges are now beginning to run again. These British reconnaissance flights have revealed immense activity by the Germans in northern France. In the last 40 days, the Royal Air Force says it dropped some 33,400 bombs on German and occupied territories, while the Germans dropped only about 7,000 bombs on Britain. The Royal Air Force is convinced that the Germans have been flying over here almost solely to gain war experience and to reconnoiter the island. They believe that fleets of barges are being prepared in the seclusion of the Baltic, where the German invasion of Norway was prepared in secret. Furthermore, the stories we've heard that the Germans will employ gliders towed by transport planes are believed practical in British air circles. However, they think it's doubtful that the gliders would be used to carry troops. But loaded with food, ammunition, and guns, it's possible the gliders might be towed to a great height and released, with a single pilot left to glide them down on Britain. When the invasion day comes, the Royal Air Force believes that German night bombing may be abandoned, that the attack on Britain will be attempted in daylight by precision dive bombing. The Germans, it is said, believe night bombing to be inaccurate and unfair to civilians. The Royal Air Force claims its own night bombing is more accurate than the German efforts, because Britain has been at it for 10 months, beginning with the Leaflet raids at the start of the war. The employment problem in Britain is still a problem, despite the increase in men joining the Army and the speed up in armaments production. Between June 17th and July 13th, unemployment increased by some 60,000 in Britain. The slump has hit women and juveniles particularly. These employment figures reflect the government's discouragement of the manufacture of luxury goods. The workers thrown out of jobs in these industries have not yet been absorbed into others. The collapse of France, the entry of Italy into the war, have hit the coal business very severely here. The only industries which absorbed men during the month were the building trades, public works, and distribution. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London, and such is the news this morning from Europe. Today in Washington, the Senate is expected to give quick approval to the bill which gives President Roosevelt the authority to mobilize the National Guard and the Officers' Reserve Corps for extended training. Now here's the latest news direct from the National Capital, reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
The Senate goes to work again today and probably votes upon the bill authorizing the President to call the National Guard into active service for a year. The Senate will be spurred by a speech last night by General George Marshall, Chief of Staff. He warned that further delay of the National Guard measure and of general conscription legislation would seriously endanger national defense. Senate approval of the National Guard bill is indicated, but the fight rages more fiercely over the bill for drafting for military service the 12 million men between the ages of 21 and 31. That bill is next on the Senate schedule, probably for Thursday. The opposition will concentrate on an amendment providing for a test of a voluntary enlistment program. The House Military Affairs Committee considers the conscription bill today in private session. And today, the House Ways and Means Committee, acting in consultation with administration officials, may give indication of the form which the new taxation measure will take. That is the emergency tax bill, the parallel of military training measures, for it would draft and take over for the government excess profits. But it would also speed industrial cooperation in the defense program by allowing swifter amortization of investments made for plant expansion for defense purposes. Coming to the front in a growing public issue here at Washington is the idea of some kind of a trade, a swap, in order to smooth the way for making 50 American destroyers available to Great Britain. Those 50 destroyers, General Pershing said, may save the British fleet and save us from danger. Senator Pittman, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, makes one proposal of a trade. He suggests that American destroyers be exchanged for a few British battleships. It is a proposal that must bring a response in London before it will go much further than the confines of Mr. Pittman's office. What Britain would think of sacrificing a battleship, even for a handful of valuable destroyers, is not yet recorded. Senator Pittman's argument is that the battleships at present are just a liability to Britain. They hide far away, he says, from the narrow seas between Britain and the continent to escape the triple threat of airplanes, torpedo boats, and submarines. Pittman adds, apparently the battleships are not of practical use in the North Sea battles. They seem to be a liability. They are certainly a responsibility. They may be blown up at their moorings. These battleships would be safer, anchored in the St. Lawrence. Great Britain would then have a safe asset that would justify many sacrifices on the part of the United States. So speaks the senator, warning that the British fleet might have to be surrendered at some time to Hitler, along with the destroyers. Pittman argues that if a trade of battleships for American destroyers could be made, legal difficulties might also be overcome, and there might be no violation of international law. In all of this, there is implied, and suggested by others, another kind of swap. Those destroyers in return for a guarantee as to the disposal of the surviving remainder of the British fleet, either to Canada or to the United States in case of a British defeat. And from other senatorial quarters comes the proposal of a different kind of trade, such as was advanced when there was talk of writing off the World War debt in return for a British concession of strategic territory. The British island of Trinidad and the Bermuda Islands would be welcome additions to American defense, which might be cited as compensation for the transfer of 50 American destroyers. In back of the hesitation and coolness of many congressmen toward any proposal to give Britain destroyers is a belief that it would be equivalent to bringing on war, and also that it would weaken American defense. I remember one senator told me those 400 planes we sent to France, which are now being used against Britain. Maybe it's all academic. It will take time to transfer destroyers, and the period of grace before a German assault on Britain may be short. We return you now to New York.
Here's the latest news from the Far East. In Tokyo, Japanese Army authorities have announced the arrest of 7 executives of the Japanese Salvation Army. The charge is suspicion of sabotage. And with this news, we conclude this morning's report of national and international developments. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Larry Lesuer reported from London, and Albert Warner, whom you just heard, reporting from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Thursday, August 8th. Today in Europe and Africa, the war was intensified on all fronts. German bombing planes resumed large-scale attacks on the British Isles after a lull of several days. And British bombing planes continued their attacks on German objectives. One report from France says the British raids on the Ruhr Valley are so intense that civilians are being evacuated. The fighting in Africa, meanwhile, is concentrated in the British Somaliland. Now the news direct, Berlin, London, and Rome. First, a report from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge.
This is Berlin. The official German news agency carries an interesting item this morning. It is a report from Norway. The German labor battalions have completed the construction of a road from Narvik, above the Arctic Circle, to the southern coast of Norway. So while the port of Narvik, along the scene of bitter fighting between the Allies and the German troops, is still wrecked, another line of communications has been opened to the south. And it is possible, if this road is improved further, that the Germans will be able to transport Swedish iron ore from Kiruna overland to the south. There it can be transshipped to Germany. This traffic is expected to be in operation this winter. And speaking of Scandinavia, the Börsen-Zeitung this morning has another one of its attacks on what it describes as the unneutral conduct of some Swedes. This time, the Swedish radio is singled out as, quote, not understanding the signs of the times, unquote. As examples of its reported unneutral attitude, the Börsen-Zeitung cites the Swedish news broadcasts of July 30th. These included a summary of a British Admiralty report and a communique from the London headquarters of General de Gaulle. He, as you know, is chief of the new French Legion being formed in England. And according to the German papers this morning, the New York Times has published a story from its London bureau that English citizens are clamoring for the German pamphlets now being dropped on Great Britain. The Times correspondent is reported to have cabled that, quote, the only complaint that has been offered by the British population is that Hitler has not sent enough pamphlets over. End of quote. Usually, the anti-Hitler editorial policy of the New York Times has been enough to discredit or repudiate all its dispatches, at least in the eyes of the German government. There are unconfirmed reports here that a new trade agreement between Switzerland and Germany is to be signed today. We understand that by the terms of this agreement, Berlin will virtually become a clearinghouse for Swiss exports. For the English and French markets for Switzerland have been cut off by the war, and in return for a promised larger share in the Balkan markets, Switzerland is reported to have agreed to have its exports routed and controlled through Germany. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to talk to a young German soldier just back from the Western Front. His outfit had fought in the Ardennes forest in Belgium and then south in France behind the Maginot Line. And according to his story, the fiercest resistance that his group met with was put up by the Negro troops from French North Africa. These colonial troops were particularly hard to dislodge in certain forest sectors, he said. Even when their officers were missing, the colonials fought on. They have always had a record of fighting with enjoyment in their work. And because of their guerrilla tactics in the forests, the Germans had to counterattack with heavy artillery fire instead of sending in infantry troops. Incidentally, he told me that on the night before the Blitzkrieg began on May 10th, his particular unit received orders to prepare for a practice exercise on the following morning. And then, when all their equipment was packed and loaded on trucks and lorries, and when they had crossed the Moselle River into Luxembourg, only then did they realize that the war had started for them. Well, that was about all there is this morning. There's very little news. So this is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York. Here's the latest news from France. Today, at the ancient country town of Riom, the new French Supreme Court is in session. The court, set up by the authoritarian government of Marshal Pétain, will seek to determine the causes of the war and the responsibility of the men who led France to defeat. Incidentally, CBS correspondent William L. Shara is to give an eyewitness account of today's session in a broadcast from Vichy tonight at 6:45. We take you now back to Europe for the news reported from the British capital by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
Good morning. This is London. The Italian advance into British Somaliland continues. We've not been told how strong the British forces are in Somaliland, but the Italians, in their drive on the Gulf of Aden, are employing 3 columns, the center one containing probably 6,000 to 7,000 men. A mountain range such as the Italians crossed in their conquest of Abyssinia is probably the severest obstacle confronting them now. The smaller British forces will begin their harassing tactics in these mountains. But we are told that even if the Italians should occupy Berbera on the Gulf of Aden, which is under the command of British naval forces, their success would be barren of anything except prestige. But some observers in London think that this prestige is the very thing the Italians seek, since British Somaliland long has been considered the poorest of the British possessions. However, a striking victory here might have an effect on Egypt. We have no indications thus far whether Egypt will resist an invasion of its country by the Italians, although Egypt has a well-equipped army in fighting trim. There is speculation about Mussolini's first objectives in Egypt, since there is no confirmation in London that his advance across the Libyan frontier has begun. Egypt and Palestine will have exceptionally fine harvests this year, while Italy's is expected to be one of the worst in Europe. This grain would be a great prize, and much depends on whether the Egyptians will fight. A small convoy in the English Channel was raided by German dive bombers this morning, while leaflets and bombs fell on England again during the night. Most interesting of all, a white powder was found on the streets of a city in northwest England after a German raider had passed. Air raid wardens, accompanied by a chemist, gathered it up in bottles. The chemist tried several tests on this mysterious white powder, and it appears to be a sulfur compound. Apparently, the powder was small in quantity and heavy in weight because it did not scatter over a wide area. One source in London stated that the powder had been tested and found to be harmless. It may be contained in the packages of leaflets to explode or scatter them in midair. The leaflets themselves were similar to those dropped last week. They contained Hitler's latest speech. If Hitler hopes to split British public opinion in this country by his airborne propaganda, he apparently will be faced by a difficult task. This is indicated by a survey taken by the British Institute of Public Opinion. The question put to the public was, quote, "In general, do you approve or disapprove of Mr. Churchill as Prime Minister?" 88% of the persons questioned said they approved. 7% disapproved of Mr. Churchill, and 5% didn't know. But this survey gives Mr. Churchill a higher proportion of approval than has ever been shown in similar surveys on popular leaders, either in Britain or in America. And this includes surveys on President Roosevelt's popularity, too. There will be news of India today. A government white paper announcing new decisions on British policy regarding India will be issued this afternoon. We understand it will refer both to the general constitutional issue in India and to the immediate problem of India's war effort. The main proposals of Britain's new Indian policy are expected also to be outlined in Parliament this afternoon. News that the United States House of Representatives passed a bill to allow American ships to carry British children away from these islands was warmly welcomed here. It is expected that the government scheme to evacuate the poorer children will go faster now. This scheme was proceeding on a small scale because of the difficulty in getting naval escorts. It is hoped that the balance between the evacuation of rich and poor children will soon be equalized. 10,000 British subjects have been evacuated from Gibraltar and quartered in the vacant apartment houses of London. And today, a report from Madrid says that the Spanish fascist newspaper, Arriba, declares that, quote, "Spain was first neutral, then non-belligerent. Now she is physically on the verge of battle." The paper adds that despite the official Spanish government policy, the Spanish people themselves have adopted an attitude of moral belligerency against Britain. But we are told here that living conditions in war-torn Spain are still extremely difficult. Cigarettes, for instance, are unobtainable. This is Larry Lesuer, returning you to CBS in New York.
This is New York. Today's fighting in Africa appears to be concentrated in the British Somaliland. Here's the latest news from British sources in Cairo, Egypt. British troops are said to be withdrawing slowly before overwhelmingly superior Italian forces. The British reports say that their soldiers have orders to inflict as many casualties as possible on the advancing Italians without making a frontal stand. It is claimed the British losses so far have been small. Now the news from the Italian capital, reported by Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. Italian forces have captured the first British base in British Somalia. The fascist troops reached and occupied Zeva on the Gulf of Aden. This was announced by the Italian High Command in the war bulletin issued a year ago. The occupation was carried out by one of the three columns which have been moving for the past 3 days on British Somaliland. Zeva is on the sea near the border of French Somaliland and about 50 miles from the northeastern corner of Ethiopia. Zeva is also on the direct road to Berbera, the capital of the British colony. The war bulletin today also announces that fascist planes bombed the airport at Wajir in Kenya. 3 British ships on the ground were reported destroyed, and a number of fires started at airport buildings. A British plane was shot down in combat. The British raided Dir Dawa and Massawa in Italian East Africa, but the bulletin says only minor damage was caused. Italian planes attacked another British convoy in the eastern Mediterranean. The High Command announces that the convoy of 5 vessels escorted by naval units was bombed. 2 of the merchant vessels were reported hit and seriously damaged. This communique and those of the past few days show the Italians are on the offensive on virtually all fronts. Fascist troops are in British territory in Kenya, in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, and in Somalia. From all indications, too, Italian advance units have crossed into Egypt. The papers here today emphasize the damage inflicted on Haifa in Palestine as a result of the 3rd air raid. The Rome paper Messaggero points out that by bombing the oil deposits and refineries of Haifa, Italy strikes at the heart of the enemy fleet. The paper says that without this oil, the English fleet is paralyzed. Right now, the Italian invasion of British Somaliland appears to be the major offensive. That British possession, plus the base at Aden, which has been heavily bombed, guards the narrow straits of Bab el-Mandeb. These straits connect the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. If the Italians can gain control of the straits, they would control all northeast Africa, and only Egypt would stand in the way of complete domination of the northern half of the African continent. Today's war bulletin is number 60, and it marks the end of the first 2 months of Italy's participation in the war. In those 2 months, according to the High Command, 289 enemy airplanes have been destroyed, while the Italians have lost 45 machines. The Italians give the enemy naval losses as 1 heavy destroyer, 7 other destroyers, and 11 submarines sunk. 3 battleships, the Hood and 2 of the Warspite class, have been damaged. The Italians say they have also damaged 2 aircraft carriers, the Ark Royal and the Eagle, 8 heavy destroyers, 3 light destroyers, and 2 submarines. About 10 cargo ships and 4 oil tankers also have been sunk. The Italians give their naval losses through enemy action as 1 light destroyer, 3 other destroyers, 7 submarines, and 1 minesweeper. Virginio Gaida, writing in the Giornale d'Italia last night, replied to the statement of Secretary of State Cordell Hull. Gaida said Italy and Germany have had no intention and have no thought of threatening the American continent. Germany and Italy, he said, are in a war to settle vital European problems. Gaida said Hull's statement was prompted by an attempt to create a favorable atmosphere for American objectives. The fascist writer says the objectives of the United States are to create a North American imperialism, to bring all South America under the political, economic, and financial control of Washington. It was announced today that the Fascist Council of Ministers will meet on Saturday to discuss a number of important propositions. Mussolini will preside at the session.
And with this news from Rome, Columbia concludes this morning report of European developments, presented each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. This morning, you heard Edward Hartridge reporting from Berlin, Larry Lesuer reporting from London, and Cecil Brown reporting from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Then yesterday morning, a large squadron of German planes attacked another convoy. According to German reports, a total of 55,000 tons of enemy shipping went to the bottom of the English Channel. And in this particular battle, 5 British pursuit ships were shot down out of the sky, while 1 German plane is missing. All during yesterday, the air battles, or dogfights, continued over the Channel. Messerschmitts versus Spitfires and other British fighting planes. And when the day closed, 29 other British planes were put out of action, and only 2 German planes lost. That was the report that the German High Command put out last night. In any event, the day's fierce activity lifted it out of the ordinary routine of reconnaissance flights and isolated bombings by relatively small squadrons. And we may look for more of this intensified aerial and surface naval warfare in the near future. The question of food imports for the European countries, both neutral and the occupied nations, seems to be becoming more of a diplomatic battle between Germany and England. And Germany promptly lays the blame on the British blockade. Here's what the German shortwave news broadcast had to say this morning. Quote, Britain's intransigence in the question of passing through their blockade the food transports of the American Red Cross has created a most unfortunate impression in the United States. The painful effect of the British attitude has only been sharpened since the British propaganda argument that all such charity on the part of the United States could not help but be of use to Germany in the long run has been consistently refuted by the highest American authorities. End of quote. And last night, in both press and radio reports, the Germans make their viewpoint clear. They expect that Britain has the responsibility to see that her former allies, Belgium, Holland, France, and Norway, have food to last out the coming winter. And this means, for instance, that the British blockade must be lifted to allow imports of food from the United States and South America, according to the German attitude. As for the food situation here, well, the Burschen-Zeitung this morning reports on its financial page that quantities of corn, potatoes, fruits, and vegetables coming into Germany are larger now than they were in times of peace. For instance, in the Berlin paper this morning, there's a picture of tomatoes being loaded on a French ship at Gorcey on the English Channel Islands to be brought to Germany. And then the other day, my hotel porter handed me an envelope with some extra butter for this week. That is your increased rations, he told me. This is new visible evidence of the victory spoils to the average German citizen in this 11 months war. This extra butter either comes from Denmark, the Low Countries, or France. As for France itself, there is a statement in the Gorcey writing that there will be no starvation or a shortage in some food items, such as butter. It points out there are approximately 6 million refugees in the unoccupied part of France, and normally this area supports 14 million French people. The paper goes on to say, quote, the financial needs of France are very great. That is the problem that will have to be solved by the DC government, end of quote. This is Edwin Harpage, I'm returning now to Columbia, New York.
This is New York. Here's the bulletin from Berlin. The German High Command asserted today that the German Air Force sank or severely damaged a total of 28 British ships in attacks yesterday. Rome. A High Command communique said today that 16 Italian fighter planes had shot down 5 of a fleet of 27 British fighter planes with the loss of 2 of their own number in an air battle over the Libyan-Egyptian frontier. Now back to Europe for more news. News reported from the British capital by Columbia's correspondent. Go ahead, London. This is Columbia in New York, calling Columbia's correspondent in London. Go ahead, London. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we had hoped to report from London. Up to this moment, however, we have been unable to contact our correspondent there. Albert Warner, however, is standing by in our nation's capital to give you the latest news reports from that point. We take you now to Washington.
These events in Europe continue to bring their repercussions in the United States. The triumph of force abroad creates the need for protective force here. And so, historic debate opens in the Senate today on how to achieve that force. The conscription bill is up for action, a bill that would make peacetime history in the United States. Already a $10 billion spending program for armaments has been voted. Now comes the problem of manpower. The advocates of the bill, led by Senator Burke, insist that selective service is the fair democratic approach to getting the men. There is a question also whether voluntary enlistments will produce an army proportionate to the size of the orders for military machines and to the size of the task of defending the Western Hemisphere. But the opposition feels that conscription threatens traditional American freedom. Some are afraid the country is being swept by hysteria. Some think that voluntary enlistments will supply a big enough army. Now, right at the beginning of this debate, which may last for 2 weeks, many on both sides of the issue are taking it for granted that some kind of a conscription bill will be passed at the end. The principal issue will rise on amending the present measure. There, the chief voting issue will be the amendment proposed by a shrewd Democrat from Connecticut, Senator Maloney. Senator Maloney proposes that no one be drafted until it is seen whether a call for voluntary enlistments will yield 400,000 more men before January 1st. The draft setup would be established, but no one could be called during this test period. If there were enough enlistments, the draft would be postponed indefinitely. To encourage voluntary entry into the Army, the senator proposes to cut the enlistment term to 1 year and raise the basic pay of soldiers from $21 to $30 a month. There will be strong support for that amendment. Here the fight will center. Even if it should happen to be adopted, it still writes into law on an alternative basis the principle of universal service, ready for use when needed. There's been so much attention to military service that the proposed program of industrial defense training for young people has almost been lost from sight. I understand that a complete, definite program for expanding the training given in the CCC camps has been pending for at least 6 weeks, and no action has been taken on it one way or another by planners in the defense setup here. This program would turn out motor vehicle operators, cooks and bakers, first aid men, medical orderlies, airplane mechanics, welders, construction men for roads, bridges, and telephone lines, map makers, and radio communication men. The program, for example, would produce 10,000 motor vehicle maintenance men every 6 months, 3,000 skilled motor mechanics, and 90,000 motor vehicle operators. All that is needed is an increase in training personnel and more equipment at the CCC camps. The groundwork is already laid in training at these camps, and its value has been demonstrated. But still, the go-ahead signal has not been received. Some of those engaged in planning youth training say there are just too many coordinators. A new plan for conducting the Democratic political campaign may be announced today. According to word coming from the inner council of the party, the country is to be divided into zones and a district manager for each area appointed. The decentralization program was worked out by the new Democratic chairman, Edward Flynn of New York, in a private meeting here yesterday. He met with Social Security Administrator Paul McNutt of Indiana, Senator Burns of South Carolina, Senator O'Malley of Wyoming, Representative McCormick of Massachusetts, and Leo Crowley of Wisconsin. It is understood that each of these men may become a district campaign manager if he will take the job. This bombing of Britain, the renewed bombing, the waves of bombing, lead the Pan American Airways people to recall a cable they received recently from a London customer. Urgent, it said, have offer of 3 finest racing horses if I can remove immediately. Want space on next clipper from Lisbon. It was too much of a problem for the traffic managers of the airline. We return you now to New York.
That was Albert Warner bringing you the latest news from Washington. Here's the latest report from Tokyo. The Japan Rotary Club, with 47 affiliates in Japan and Manchukuo, has been under official surveillance since the arrest of numerous prominent Britons on suspicion of espionage. It was understood today. Usually well-informed quarters reported that the entire organization was likely to be drastically reorganized, if not dissolved, at its annual joint meeting August 14th. The newspaper Hoshi said that the Shizuoka branch of the club had voted its own dissolution yesterday in order to avoid suspicion that it was a hotbed of espionage. It includes some foreign businessmen of long residence in Japan. Hoshi said that Rotary headquarters here has been shocked by the club's dissolution. A man found loitering this morning in front of the residence of former Finance Minister Akita was arrested and found to be carrying a revolver. Akita, most influential in financial circles, is considered by right-wing elements to be pro-British. The right-wing East Asia Association presented resolutions to Prince Kanoi, Premier, Foreign Minister Yosuke Matsuoko, General Aiki Toho, War Minister, and Admiral Zengo Yoshida, Navy Minister, today, demanding an immediate declaration of war against Britain. The demand was based on the retaliatory arrests of Japanese subjects in the British Empire. Yakushiro Suma, chief Foreign Office spokesman, when asked by German correspondents at a press conference today when Japan would dispatch economic experts to the Netherlands, East Indies, and when Kuniaki Koiso, former overseas minister, would leave to be extraordinary envoy to them, said, "I have no intention at present to dispatch an economic mission. Koiso has not yet accepted the post offered him, so I am unaware of the date of his departure." Suma said there had been no developments in the dispute arising from the arrest in Japan of British subjects and the arrests in the British Empire of Japanese subjects, but said that Foreign Office dispatches from London indicated a marked improvement in the situation. He declined to comment on negotiations regarding Indochina, except to say that general negotiations were being conducted and that there was no time limit to Indochina's promise not to send goods to China. Japanese newspapers had reported that the promise expired Tuesday and that Japan had demanded its renewal. And from Cairo comes word that British fighter planes, outnumbered 2-1, have downed 15 Italian fighter planes in the biggest air battle of the Middle East. Royal Air Force Middle East headquarters asserted today. 2 British planes failed to return. Gloucester Gladiator fighters, single-seat multi-gun biplanes, met the Italians in the neighborhood of Sidi Omar over the Italian-Libyan desert, a communiqué said. According to official estimates, the British victory brought the total of Italian planes downed in the Near East to 135 definitely, with 65 probably shot down. The Gladiators are compact biplanes. Models now possibly outdated had an admitted speed of 250 miles an hour. 2 of their 4 machine guns are mounted in troughs in the sides of the fuselage, easily reached by the pilot, and 2 are mounted forward below the lower wing, 1 on either side of the fuselage and outside the propeller radius. On the other side of the battle in Rome, a high command communique said today that 16 Italian fighter planes had shot down 5 of a fleet of 27 British fighter planes, with a loss of 2 of their own number in an air battle over the Libyan-Egyptian frontier. And with these news reports, Columbia concludes another broadcast of worldwide developments. You heard Edward Hartridge reporting from Berlin, Albert Warner from Washington. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, August 10th. German planes today stepped up the tempo of their raids over the British Isles. Following the extensive attacks of last night, the Nazi raiders came back again this morning for a series of daring daytime attacks. There's also a new burst of activity in Africa. Italy claims to have bombed the airfield and port at Berbera, capital of British Somaliland. Britain claims to have set fire to Italian ships in a raid on Tobruk. But now the news direct, Berlin and London. First to the German capital.
This is Berlin. The French ships and French crews which are serving with the English Navy or the Merchant Marine will be treated as pirates and shown no mercy. That was an official statement handed out by the Foreign Office this morning at the press conference. The Foreign Office was referring to French ships and some French planes as well, which are now reported to be serving under General de Gaulle with the British forces. The German attitude is that these Frenchmen are violating the armistice and so do not have the status of legal combatants. They will not be treated as war prisoners, warned the German radio last night. And the implication being that, as they are now identified as pirates here, they may suffer the penalties of being shot when taken prisoner. And then we learned this morning that the Lithuanian and Latvian legations in Berlin are refusing to surrender to the Russians. The Russians, as you know, took over those Baltic countries several weeks ago. The Russian embassy in Berlin has attempted to take over the Baltic legations here, but the Lithuanian and Latvian ministers refuse to allow them entrance. The Estonian legation has already allowed itself to be annexed by the Soviet embassy in Berlin. The Foreign Office officials here said this morning that diplomatic siege might be concluded in a few days. The official German news agency carries a story from New York this morning that reports that a new type of gas would be used by Germany in its impending invasion of England. According to the story, with this gas, the Germans could occupy the British Isles without any resistance. As a short tale to this American report, the German news agency identifies the story as a part of British propaganda, and that it is a part of a British alibi for England's future methods of fighting off the invader. That is the editorial conclusion given out here. And there's another American angle to the German news this morning. According to the midday paper, the Zwölf Blatt, the London Times has hired an American, a Professor Goodhart, and according to Berlin, this professor is engaged in proving through the editorial columns of the London Times that Germany is to be responsible if anybody starves this winter in Europe. It is further reported that this Professor Goodhart argues that it is Hitler's duty to feed Europe. And he, the professor, that Germany possessed great food reserve. And of course, there is expected denial of this premise and its accompanying statements. Germany never intended to starve women and children, writes the Zwölf Blatt, though Great Britain has done so in South Africa, India, the Sudan, and during the World War. And then the Bursen Zeitung describes this Times article as another trick of Duff Cooper. Quote, Britain tried to blockade Germany, but now that this weapon has been turned against them, they discover their sympathies for starving women and children. End of quote. So you can see that with the exception of occasional big air and sea battles, such as occurred on Thursday in the English Channel, the war continues to be largely a journalistic campaign at this stage of the proceedings. That is, there is little hint of the preparations and the strategy for the invasion of England to be found in the press here. And so the newspapers have to furnish the public with an editorial campaign, an editorial blitzkrieg for the present. And then for the ladies. A new kind of stocking will be exhibited for the first time at the Leipzig Fair. These stockings are reported to be gnat-proof and waterproof. However, the advance notices do not indicate whether these stockings are protection against higher caliber insects, such as the German mosquito. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York. Here is a dispatch from Rome. Italian airplanes preparing for a direct attack by troops have bombed the port and airfield of Berbera, capital and chief port of British Somaliland, hitting one ship and setting fire to 2 grounded planes. A high command communique asserted today. Italian planes were said to have bombed effectively a railroad station and a concentration of British mechanized units. The communique quoted reliable information that Italian bombing planes hit the British battleship Resolution and damaged it seriously during a bombing action off the Balearics Island August 1st, and that they also damaged a destroyer. Resolution is a 15-inch gun battleship of 29,150 tons. It was reported that British forces were fortifying themselves for a stand at Berbera. Now, news from the British capital, reported by Edward R. Murrow. Go ahead, London.
This is London. German bombers last night launched what was probably the most widespread air attack against England since the war began. Bombs fell on a town in the northwest of England, destroying several houses and causing an unknown number of casualties. A number of places in the southeast, a few places in the northeast and southwest, and in Wales were bombed. Some property was set on fire by incendiary bombs. This morning's official communique makes no mention of damage to industrial plants. There are no reports of German planes shot down. 12 high explosive bombs were dropped by a lone German plane near a town in the southeast of England this morning. Buildings where men at work were machine gunned. There were some casualties. The windows of houses were blown in, and there was some material damage. The Germans have renewed their mine-laying operations around British harbors. This activity, coupled with their determined attacks against coastal shipping, are seen by some as a sign that the long-promised invasion is not imminent. The Overseas League has decided to give a tea party on August 15th, that date freely mentioned by the Germans when they were to end the war against Britain. The tea party is to be given for members of His Majesty's forces from overseas, who are cordially invited to celebrate the non-arrival of Hitler and Mussolini according to plan. In the days of peace, Britain had a number of distressed areas, regions that had been stripped by mining and industry and left as barren deserts where there was no work. Today, distressed areas are being created all around the coasts, particularly in those areas where German invasion threatens. People have left their homes, their shops and offices, and come inland. Shopkeepers have seen their customers depart, their businesses dwindle, but still they must pay rent and taxes. The government is being urged to provide some measure of relief for these new distressed areas, in order that the nation as a whole may share the sacrifices imposed upon those who live and work, or rather who did live and work, in the coastal areas. It's a problem which will tax the resources and the ingenuity of the government seriously during coming months. There's another problem which the winter will bring if there is no invasion, and that is how the morale and spirit of some 20 divisions of troops, many of them from overseas, is to be maintained during the wet, black winter of inactivity. We are assured by responsible officials that Britain will not go hungry during the winter, but it takes more than food to fight a war. Britain's immediate need is for munitions and machines, manpower in the factories rather than in the army. Mr. Bevan, the Minister of Labor, is now undertaking a survey, which many people have urged for months. He is conducting an inquiry into the working history of more than 1 million men. Every man who has been an engineer or a metal worker since 1929 must register and give the details of his experience. Failure to register may involve a fine of $400 or 3 months in jail. The Minister of Labor wants to put all the men who have had experience as engineers or metal workers back to work at their old trades, and he has the power to tell them where they will work and for what wage. After repeated questions in the House of Commons and criticism in the daily press, Prince Frederick of Prussia, 29-year-old grandson of the ex-Kaiser, has been interned. He has been in England since the beginning of the war and has spent most of his time as the house guest of various distinguished British subjects. London diplomatic circles believe the four-cornered diplomatic crisis over the rich province of French Indochina will soon be resolved. Japan demands military, naval, and air bases in this region. The government of Marshal Pétain has not yet agreed. Native Tonganese and Annamite troops are massing, and French submarines there have left their bases. While Germany is reported pressing the French to yield, China has answered by concentrating 2 or 3 armies at Yunnan to the north. They are believed ready to enter the French possession the moment the Japanese move. Facing some 50,000 Indo-Chinese soldiers are 2 divisions of Japan's mechanized troops. The bulk of the Japanese Navy is now reported lying between the island of Hainan and the coast of Indochina. If Marshal Pétain resists, There appears no doubt that that Indochina will become a battlefield. And the diplomatic correspondent of the Daily Herald this morning declares that the men of Vichy will not resist. Japan, it's believed here, will use the same technique that Russia used with the small Baltic states. She will take over the strategic points granted her, and moving out from them, will occupy the entire country. Altogether, the French can muster as many as 300,000 native troops in that area, nearly all riflemen. Around 300 American warplanes are believed stored in Indochina, planes which were bought by the Chinese Air Force, but pilots to fly them are lacking. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. Here in New York is Linton Wells to give you more news and his analysis of developments. Mr. Wells.
The Anglo-Italian situation in Africa continues to develop, with claims and counterclaims being made. In North Africa, the situation seems to be that the Italian drive eastward along the Mediterranean coast toward Alexandria, Cairo, and the Suez Canal is stymied, temporarily at least, with RAF planes hammering away at the Italian bases in Libya, particularly at Tobruk, where it was reported that a number of ships were set on fire. But in East Africa, there is considerable activity. The RAF claims that its planes bombed Italian concentrations on the Hargeisa-Tug-Argon Road in British Somaliland and made direct hits on anti-aircraft batteries and buildings at Massawa, the capital of Italian Eritrea, lying to the north along the Red Sea. At Maigadaga, near Gura in Ethiopia, they claim to have destroyed a field dump, and at Nageli, 2 grounded Caproni planes. Contrarily, Rome says that Italian planes have bombed the port and airfield of Berbera, the British Somaliland capital, and hit 1 ship and set fire to 2 grounded RAF planes. Elsewhere in British Somaliland, the Italians declare they are making progress, and as no British denials have been made, the fascist claims would certainly appear to be true. The Somaliland picture at the moment appears to be that Roman legions are moving eastward along the Gulf of Aden between Zela and Berbera. The port of Zela was occupied last Tuesday, you will recall. In the interior, an Italian column from Ethiopia has captured Bohatli Wells in the southeastern section of the Protectorate. Like most Somali towns, Bohatli Wells is little more than a collection of mud huts, important as a British Camel Corps base and a caravan watering point on the road from southern Ethiopia to Berbera. From Bohatli Wells, the Italians will undoubtedly move northwestward on Barao, if they're not doing it already, and endeavor to make contact with another column now driving eastward on Barao from Odwena. Barao is the headquarters of the British Camel Corps and has the largest airdrome in the Protectorate, and, like most points in Somaliland, is practically indefensible, particularly by the small forces and a few obsolete airplanes which must defend them against overwhelming Italian odds. In East Africa last September, I learned that the Somali Camel Corps, which was mechanized by the British about 10 years ago, had not then been increased beyond its normal strength of about 1,000 men, principally black Somalis officered by able British regulars, and that is probably the approximate size of it now. After Barao, the strategic points for the Italians to capture are Berbera and Sheikh. Then it will be all over but the shouting. Berbera is the capital on the flat, torrid seacoast, an easy prey to Italian warbirds. Symbolic of its defenses is an ancient muzzle-loading cannon, which rests in the center of its common. Sheikh is some 60 miles away in the high, cool hills and is the seat of the British Somaliland government. It is susceptible of good defense, but while RAF flyers from Aden are supporting their beleaguered comrades, the British seem to have no choice but to abandon the Protectorate to the Italians and withdraw to Aden, which lies 100 miles across the Gulf of Aden. This, it is hinted in London, will be done. Then Italy will be in possession of 1,200 miles of coastline along the Gulf of Aden and Red Sea, and in control of the southern approaches to the Red Sea, and therefore the Suez Canal, with excellent chances of ousting the British from their Gibraltar at Aden and on the nearby island of Perim without very great difficulty.
And with this analysis by Linton Wells from New York, Columbia concludes at this time another morning report of European developments. Earlier, we listened to Edwin Hartridge reporting from Berlin, Edward R. Murrow reported from London. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Monday, August 12th. More than 100 German and British planes are reported in a new air battle over the southeast coast of England. Earlier in the morning, heavy anti-aircraft fire was said to have driven off waves of heavy bombers over the northeast coast. Other points were also bombed, but the government reported little damage done. From Rome, there's a communique which says Italians have made contact with heavy British concentrations in Somaliland. And now for the report of Edwin Hartwich in the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. The figures of the great air battle over the English Channel yesterday have been revised upward in the High Command communique just released. It reports that 93 British planes were shot down during the day, while 21 German planes are reported to be missing. The total score put out by the High Command last night was 89 British planes shot down, while 17 German planes were missing. There are a few new details about the great air battle yesterday. The German communique reports that 2 merchant ships and 1 destroyer in Portland Harbor were directly hit by Stuka bombers. And then another merchant ship was sunk in the nearby harbor of Weymouth. During the attack on the British convoy off the mouth of the Thames River, the Germans report that 3 merchant vessels were sunk, while 2 destroyers and 4 other merchant ships were directly hit by Stukas and seriously damaged. There was heavy air fighting during this engagement. And last night, we are told, the German bombers heavily attacked aircraft factories at Filton, F-I-L-T-O-N, and True, T-W-T-R-E-E-E, and the harbor facilities at Cardiff and Bristol, and oil depots at Avonmouth. Anti-aircraft batteries were also bombed, and mines laid at the entrance of British harbors. This city is approximately 750 miles from the English Channel, where yesterday this great air battle took place. But if Berlin had had a ringside seat to the spectacle, the local papers couldn't be more enthusiastic about the official German results than they display this morning. Here are some of the headlines. The proudest victory of the German Air Force. Naval base at Portland destroyed. Annihilating blow of our fighting Air Force, and so on. The commentator of the Montag has this to say about the Channel air battles. Quote, "These German blows hit the British liars as well as its defense forces, and have proved German superiority in the air is uncontested, despite British claims to the contrary. This was an interesting demonstration of the German offensive methods, bit by bit, on the ground and in the air. The English convoys and their bases and their defenses will be smashed to bits." Unquote. This was the second big attack in 1 week on England. Correspondents here are of the opinion that the Germans will try to smash up the harbors, the naval bases, and their repair works, such as dry docks, and generally make marine traffic a hazardous venture in English waters. This would have the result of cutting down the imports of raw materials and foodstuffs for England. It is part of a softening up process. And if this strategy continues, one might compare it to the strategy of a boxer who spends the first few rounds repeatedly hitting his opponent in one spot. The opponent is weakened and then drops his guard, and the knockout blow flashes across to his chin. Well, before I return you to New York and to switch over to London to hear what the CBS correspondents have to say about the air battle from their English vantage point, here are a few news items. According to a story in one of the morning papers from Belgrade, the German language is to take precedence over the French in Yugoslavia as the #1 foreign language in the school curriculum. And the Foreign Office spokesman said here this morning that nothing has been decided as regards the French government moving from Vichy to Paris. However, there seems to be little indication that the Pétain administration will move back to Paris so long as it is occupied by German troops. Then the Volksher Beobachter has an editorial attack on a Swedish editor this morning, Mr. Hansen, head of the Stockholm Aftonbladet. He is accused of being an Anglophile and upsetting the peace in that part of the world. This is Edwin Hartwich. I return you now to Columbia, New York.
That was Edwin Hartwich reporting from Berlin. And here's a dispatch from Rome. An official communique said today that Italian forces in British Somaliland had established contact with heavy British concentrations, and it was believed that an important battle was being fought. Reports which reached Rome indicated that infantry, motorized units, and native forces were engaged in a decisive fight. And now for the report of Eric Severide from the British capital.
This is London. There is no pause in Germany's air attack on Britain. The great continuous battles of yesterday, when according to London reports 60 German planes were shot down and 26 British, has been followed up this morning by another mass attack. Only preliminary reports have reached London so far. However, it's believed here that about 100 aircraft were involved in a series of battles over the Channel and over the southeast coast this morning. One spectator reported seeing at least 5 planes falling in flames, and there was at least one attack on a balloon barrage. Meanwhile, remarkable stories of narrow escapes from yesterday's rain of bombs are still coming into London. Mrs. Mabb at Portland ran to her garage, and as she reached it, her entire house collapsed in a heap. One woman was blown right out of her bathtub and was not hurt. At a small Portland chapel, children's Sunday school was going on when the raid began. The superintendent took 40 children to the basement. He kept them singing their hymns as the bombs crashed outside. None were hurt, although every window in the chapel was broken. The press this morning, of course, refers to the German claims about yesterday as farcical. British papers claim another air victory for their side. But the total of 26 British fighters lost comes to most English readers, I think, as a bit of a shock. On Thursday, when they reported having shot down 60 also, Britain lost only 16 fighters. New pom-pom guns firing a sensitive, exploding 1-inch shell are reported to be having real success against the Nazi raiders, particularly the raiders who swooped down to destroy the barrage balloons. Balloons anchored to convoy ships are favorably commented on after their first tryout. The chief difficulty is that they slow down the ships and are hard to handle in the stiff channel and North Sea winds. These bases on the coast of France and Holland give German bombers these advantages. They can use fighter escorts, they can carry more bombs and less gas. Their fighters carry more ammunition and less gas. They can surprise British defenses since they come over water and can get in the first blow before defending fighters can get up. But they have disadvantages in these raids as well. Their fastest fighters still can't accompany bombers, and their long-range fighters are believed to be outclassed by the British. When shot down, a German pilot is definitely lost. He's either in the sea near British territory or on British soil. British pilots, on the other hand, are often rescued, and a damaged machine can often put back to its field. And fighting right over their own soil, British aircraft can fly to the last minute of their range, then land and refuel and go up again. In that great series of battles yesterday, another German white-painted plane marked with a red cross was destroyed by the British. We're told the Germans use them as reconnaissance and servicing machines for their bomber squadrons, and England has warned Berlin that these machines will be destroyed on sight. Dispatches from Cairo this morning indicate that the Italian drive into British Somaliland has begun again. The 2 columns at Hargeisa and Odwina are pushing toward the principal British defense positions in the hills, spots which must be held if Somaliland is not to go entirely. And from Rome this morning, reports say that contact with the main British body of troops has already been made. There is no late news of the Italian column which holds Zeila on the coast. The Italian bombs have fallen on the naval base of Aden, across from Zeila. A Daily Telegraph correspondent, however, has just sent a wire to London from Aden. He declares that in a 1,300-mile convoy trip through the Red Sea, not one Italian submarine or bomber was sighted. Mr. Hoover's Food Commission, London hears, is definitely seeking to supply food to Holland, Belgium, Poland, and Norway. The British position is clear and unchanged. They will not permit it, so long as it lies within the power of their blockade to stop such shipments. But there's one food plan of which you will probably hear more very soon. It's not yet official. This is for Britain and America to jointly buy up North and South American grain reserves and hold them in stock. The peoples of the invaded lands would then be told that this food would arrive immediately once peace comes back to Europe. Many British people think it's a fair method, and its propaganda advantages to this country are more than obvious. I return you to CBS, New York.
That was Eric Severide reporting from the British capital. And now, from London, we take you to this nation's capital for the report of Albert Warner. Go ahead, Washington.
These mighty air battles over England seem to tend toward a climax in the near future. Perhaps an attempted invasion is in the immediate offing. Yet the talk and, what is more, the money of the representatives of the British Empire are indicating to official Washington their belief in a long war. For example, the British purchasing mission has told officials here that it wants to buy 4,000 tanks. It is, of course, impossible to procure any such number in the United States in the next few months. But the National Defense Commission expects that in the immediate future, medium-sized tanks will be turned out at the rate of 20 a day, far beyond anything done hitherto in this country. There is speculation over that British talk of a desire for 4,000 tanks. It's a number which, added to British production, seems considerably more than the British requirement for home defense. Could it be that Britain is even thinking of an offensive war on the continent in the more distant future? The plight of the British Army with respect to tanks when its expeditionary force was fighting in Flanders is illustrated by this story brought to Washington by a British expert. A tank brigade took 5 days to cover 120 miles in Flanders, a rate of something like 3 miles an hour. At the end of the 5 days, the tanks were abandoned. The men thought they could do better on foot. It was assumed the Germans would have no use for those abandoned tanks. The machines which are being ordered in this country will have a speed in excess of that of the German craft which cut France in two in a few days. The battle over the conscription bill resumes in the Senate today. Resumes for a week, perhaps 2 weeks of oratory. Senator Edward Burke, co-author of the bill, says, "We turn over the floor today to the opponents of the bill. Let them state the grounds of their opposition. But the sentiment of the country is clear and definite," Burke adds. "Every poll shows a 2-to-1 vote in favor of universal service." A veteran of the Senate, Norris of Nebraska, one of the men who voted against American entry into the World War, leads off for the opposition. During the present war, he has been a firm supporter of administration policy. He voted for various measures giving aid to the European opponents of Hitler. On the matter of conscription in this country, however, he leaves the president. Senator Wheeler and Republican Senator Taft may carry on after Norris for the opposition. A group of Midwestern senators and House members carry to William Knudsen and other members of the Defense Commission today their protest against the administration of the defense program. They complain that defense industrial orders are going to the eastern seaboard and the Midwest and Southwest are getting nothing. This dissatisfaction may extend to blocking the new tax legislation and its amortization features. Without that concession to industry, involving tax reduction for new plants built for emergency defense production, the whole defense program would be slowed up. Knudsen already has promised the allocation of new plants to the Midwest, but speed has required that the bulk of the orders go to established Eastern industry. The Defense Commission is working on one policy change which will appease the Midwest. It's a program for negotiated contracts for the Army instead of the present procedure of competitive bids. The bidding system tends to concentrate orders in the East, which has the advantage of large established industry and also of proximity to the location of Army depots. The new system of negotiated contracts would send more orders to the Midwest. There's talk on Capitol Hill of a recess of Congress from early in September until after Election Day. After all, there is an election campaign, and some of these congressmen have fights on their hands. As it is, there is little they can do about primary campaigns, which are now underway. Take Senator Ashurst, who has been a senator ever since his state of Arizona joined the Union. "These are strange times," he says. "I have 4 opponents in the primary." But it couldn't be, you suggest to him, that a veteran like Ashurst would have any fears. "I wouldn't bet on anything these days," he says. "I wouldn't bet the Washington Monument is standing right now." This atmosphere of skepticism may require a congressional recess. We return you now to New York.
You have just heard the latest news as reported by Columbia correspondents in Berlin, London, and Washington. Edwin Hartwich reported from Berlin, Eric Severide from London, and Albert Warner from Washington. Tony Marvin speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tuesday, August 13th. German planes staged new aerial attacks on England, Scotland, and Wales today. Aerial warfare was believed to be the fiercest since the start of the war. The official German news agency said the Nazi Air Force has won control over Dover, the important southeast coastal port. In London, newspapers told people to prepare for the possibility of an imminent invasion by Germany. Their general attitude was that the Blitzkrieg has started. Now for the news from the British capital. Go ahead, London. This is Columbia in New York calling London. Go ahead, London. This is Columbia in New York calling London. We are sorry we are unable to contact London at this point. We have just found that our London correspondent is ready. Go ahead, London.
Reports during the night have revised the British figures upward to 62 for yesterday's terrific encounters,
when perhaps 1,000 German planes had all crossed the Channel and the North Sea.
The score of British losses for yesterday is put at 13.
And 55 of those German planes reported down were shot down by
fighters, the rest by
anti-aircraft fire. Well, something is bound to give way.
This cannot continue indefinitely. Either so many British ships, planes, and air bases are going to be smashed up that the Nazis can command the air over Britain and stage an invasion with real chance of success, or German plane losses will mount so high they will have to stop these raids. The battle for Britain is not only on, it is in its crucial phase. Whether Britain lives or goes down very probably depends on what's happening now in these August days. There appears one serious danger. The mass of British people who live far away from these coastal attacks believe that each day's events bring further victory to Britain as the Nazi planes go down.
Instead of the back-to-the-wall fighting attitude which ought to be developing at a time like this, the public in general tends to become more complacent.
If, as we are always told, the British can stand the truth, if adversity only makes them tougher, then some serious conception of the damage bound to be done by several hundred bombers a day ought to be given them. Those of us who saw what happened to public morale in France know the latent danger of picturing these raids as a danger chiefly to hen houses and schoolyards. At any rate, if British figures are correct, then the Nazis have lost no small item. 127 airplanes in 2 days. In 1 week, according to London estimates, they have lost 191 aircraft over this island. Thus, since the beginning of the war, the British themselves would have accounted for 3,100 German planes, most of them, of course, over northern France. British losses since war began are put at a few more than 700. Since the attacks began on June 18, Germany is said to have lost 450 planes. This does not include the 982 which the French destroyed, as they announced from Vichy yesterday. All in all, an Allied estimate of around 4,000. There is no confirmation in London this morning that long-range shells from German batteries have landed on this island. The British press this morning is again full of Mr. Hoover's proposals to send food to the peoples of invaded European states. The only hint of any kind of agreement that the blockade be thus broken is contained in a Daily Telegraph editorial this morning. And this paper points out that food shipments could never be permitted unless the distribution system was absolutely cast iron. The British are at the greatest crisis in their long history. They are themselves being blockaded. They are in no mood to allow anybody, even their American friends, to assist Hitler in cleaning up the mess he has made in Allied countries. This is Eric Severide in London. I return you to Columbia, New York.
That was Eric Severide reporting from the British capital, London. Now, for the news of the German capital, we are to take you to Berlin. In the meantime, here is a late dispatch. Berlin, an official news agency communique asserting today that 89 British planes had been shot down yesterday with a German loss of only 24, added, since the early morning hours, German bombers are again en route to England. And now for the news of the German capital, we take you to Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we had hoped to call in the German capital with our report of our CBS correspondent at that point. Apparently, we are unable to make contact directly. However, we shall monitor that point if they should come in during the remainder of this program. In the meantime, here are some late dispatches from Berlin. 86 British planes were certainly shot down in battles over England and the English Channel, it was asserted by the German High Command, and 3 British bombers were shot down by anti-aircraft guns over Germany. Furthermore, 7 British fighters were hors de combat and dived down with smoke pouring from them, so said the communique. They may be considered lost. In German losses, it was said, they included fighter and bomber planes. It was asserted that German planes had bombed Portsmouth, Dover, Manston, and Margate in the English coastal area yesterday, and had bombed aerodromes at Canterbury, Lemp, and Hawkins in Kent County. At least 48 British planes were shot down in fighting over Portsmouth, so the authorized Nazi sources said. And they also said that 12 balloons had been shot down at Dover. Stuka dive bombers attacking a strongly protected ship convoy off the mouth of the Thames sank 2 merchant ships and set another afire, the official agency reported. It said that a British and a German plane were lost in these attacks. In 4 big attacks on England yesterday, centered at naval bases and aerodromes, the German Air Force struck on a scale which well-informed Nazis had long intimated would be an indispensable preliminary to any attempted invasion. Nazis said that the really big attacks were still to come, but observers suggested that a well-prepared plan to soften British defenses by aerial assaults had now been put into operation. The 4 biggest attacks were on Portsmouth, the British Fleet Center, Manston, the pursuit plane base, which is important to frontline air defenses of Britain, Dover, the balloon barrage center, and a ship convoy. Dover, Portland, and Portsmouth, all naval centers, had now been bombed in turn, and it was expected that an attack on Plymouth and Davenport, the naval bases on the southwest coast, would soon come. And here is a dispatch from Rome. A fierce battle was reported raging on the sun-scorched sands of British Somaliland, 40 miles south of the capital of Berbera, in the Italian dispatches which were sent here today. The British were said to have massed tens of thousands of natives and crack contingents of newly arrived Indian troops behind desert ramparts toward which the Italians were driving from 3 directions. Dispatches from Addis Ababa said Italian regulars as well as native camel corps and motorized units have succeeded in fighting their way through the mountains to the lowlands 40 miles southwest of Berbera. At that point, the British have a semicircular line of fortifications which are composed of trenches and hastily thrown-up machine gun emplacements and pillboxes. Bomber and fighter planes were reported assisting the Italian push, while Royal Air Force planes from the British base at Aden, as well as British warships in the Red Sea, were said to have arrived along the coast to bolster the British stand. According to the Addis Ababa dispatches, the British had intended to make a stand in the mountains some 60 miles from Berbera, but were forced to fall back when an Italian column pushing along the Gulf of Aden coast reached Zela last week and threatened to cut the capital off from behind. The Italians said the British then withdrew and set up a line of defense running from Bulhar on the coast west of Berbera to the plains at the foot of the mountain ranges on the south and thence to the coast on the east. The British also were said to be completing a second line of defense more solid than the present front lines. It was described as a sort of Somaliland Maginot Line with underground caverns to be used during the air raids. Thousands of railroad ties had been embedded in the sand to further impede the advance of motorized units. Many of the trenches have been reinforced with concrete re-emplacements. Italian planes have made several raids on Berbera, dropping bombs in the vicinity of the European quarter called the Shab. Most of the government departments are quartered in Berbera, but the governor lives inland at Sheikh. And here is a dispatch from Shanghai. Admiral Thomas C. Hart, United States Navy Commander and Chief of the Far East, is due here tomorrow. It was announced officially in one of a fleet of 6 American submarines. He is coming to start a proposal, bitterly opposed by the Japanese, that United States Marines take over vitally important defense sectors of the international settlement now held by the withdrawing British garrison, and so this report came in reliable quarters. And now for the news of the Italian capital as reported by our CBS correspondent at that point. We take you now to Rome.
This is Rome. Italian and English forces are fighting today in British Somaliland. Fierce engagements have been going on in the sector of Abdicates. The bulletin of the Italian High Command issued an hour ago reports that fascist troops and the main body of enemy forces started their first engagement on Sunday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All through yesterday, the bulletin says, a series of sharp fights took place. The town of Abdicates, on the road to Berbera, has been occupied by the Italians. Air fights also are going on during the Italian advance. The High Command announces a British Blenheim bomber was shot down. The pilot was found dead in the wreckage. During the fighting, an Italian machine was lost. Formations of Italian bombers raided Malta. We are told that direct hits were scored on oil depots and that big fires were seen to break out. One Rome paper says this morning the British pirates in the Somaliland invasion refused to accept engagements yesterday, fled, and were pursued by the Italians to the Gulf of Aden. Stephanie, the semi-official Italian news agency, says the English factories have increased their production of extremely modern machines, but they are given to inexpert pirates. The guns on some English planes, Stephanie says, are superior to those on some types of German and Italian machines. Many of the British pilots are mediocre, says Stephanie, and others absolutely unprepared. For weeks, the Italian press has pounded away on the argument that the British are opposed to the Churchill government. Today, in the Rome newspaper, Popolo di Roma, they say there is a new angle to this argument. It is that King George himself no longer has confidence in Churchill. The Popolo di Roma believes it's significant and strange that Churchill and the Archbishop of Canterbury are not making speeches. The Archbishop says the paper is authorized by tradition to interpret the thought of the British Crown. His silence, claims the paper, shows that the King disapproves of the objectives of the government and the Ministry of Information's distortion of the truth. The Popolo di Roma says Churchill has not been received by the King for 3 weeks. The King, adds the paper, evidently prefers to get his information from a more reliable source. The Fascist Confederation of Industrialists today announced it had started to investigate damages from the Franco-British contraband control. The Confederation is going to determine just what losses were incurred to Italian importing and exporting firms from the Allied maritime restrictions. That means, if Italy wins this war, France and England are going to be presented with a bill on behalf of those concerned. The main topic of conversation among diplomats and journalists today is Italian and Greek relations. You remember, Sunday night, the Stephanie agency reported an Albanian patriot living in Greece had been killed. And Stephanie said the murder had been committed by Greek emissaries. There are about 50,000 Albanians in the strip of Greek territory along the Ionian Sea and adjacent to the strategic island of Corfu. Well, the history of the past 2 years shows that minorities can cause a dynamite situation. The Rome newspaper Messaggero reports from Athens this morning that 250 army officials there have expressed themselves against the, quote, pro-English policy of the Metaxas government, unquote. The paper reports them as saying that Greece should join with the Axis before the victory and not afterwards. This, says the Messaggero, puts the Metaxas government in a difficult position. The fascist press today advises the United States to start getting down to a working economic agreement with Europe, that is, with the Axis powers. I have in front of me 2 Rome newspapers, the Popolo di Roma and the Messaggero. They both carry a story about the United States. One story is Dateline Washington, and the other Bern Switzerland. They are the same story, however, and they affirm that America is not menaced, that the Axis has never given a sign of conquest in America after the European victory. According to the articles, the interests of the North Americans should counsel them, and I'll quote this, should counsel them to stabilize an atmosphere of understanding with the New York and to initiate regular currents of traffic.
And with this report of Cecil Brown from Rome, we bring to a close our News of Europe. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wednesday, August 14th. There was little air activity over Britain today in comparison to the fighting of the last 3 days. In the early morning hours, German bombers attacked the Midlands and Wales, and London reported some damage was caused. In Berlin, there was an air raid alarm shortly after midnight, and then it was reported that German anti-aircraft batteries had turned back RAF planes 10 miles away from Berlin. And now for the news in the German capital, as reported by Edwin Hotridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. So far this morning, there have been no new bulletins issued by the German High Command indicating that heavy air attacks on Great Britain are continuing into the 4th day, that we may have news of the activities of the German Air Force later in the day. But if the aviators have been given a temporary rest, there's no let-up on the war being waged by the Ministry of Propaganda against the British Ministry of Information and the Churchill government. The bone of contention is the discrepancy in the losses reported by the Germans and by the British, or I should say, the conflict about which Air Force shot down the greatest number of enemy planes. The German papers this morning are emphatic as regards to one statement. They accuse the British of falsifying their plane losses and exaggerating their victories. London is not willing to admit that the Germans have gained superiority in the air, writes one paper. Then the Beizer Mittag claims that the English counties on the Channel coast have been placed under martial law so as to prevent the British people from discovering the extent of the destruction done to Portsmouth, Portland, and other harbors. And the Berlin papers are printing front-page stories about the worldwide interest and reactions to the German air raids on England. Here are some of the headlines to give you an idea of their content. Tremendous interest in the United States. The whole world dazzled by German successes. On the German radio this morning, in discussing the attacks, announced, quote, in fact, the American papers already speak of German air domination over the Channel, end quote. This morning, the German news agency has issued a revised list of losses suffered by the British in yesterday's air fights. According to the new account, the British Air Force lost a total of 132 pursuit planes and bombers yesterday. And here is the breakdown of this new report. The Germans claim that 74 planes of the Royal Air Force were shot down over the Channel and England yesterday. Then, a complete flight of 16 Bristol Blenheim bombers was shot down when they attempted to attack the Aalborg airport in Denmark. The 100% destruction of this flight marks the one perfect bullseye in the German reports. Another 42 planes were destroyed on the ground at England yesterday or shot down while flying over Germany. Then some fresh details about yesterday's engagements are also released this morning from official quarters. German bombers attacked harbors, factories, ships, balloon barrages, and anti-aircraft batteries in England yesterday. The docks and quays of Wallsend, Hartlepool, Plymouth, and Bournemouth, a south coast resort town, were also bombed. Incidentally, when I visited Bournemouth 3 years ago, the only quay sticking out from the sandy beach was an amusement pier stretching about 1,000 feet into the English Channel. The High Command reports this morning that armament factories at Bristol and Exeter were bombed yesterday, and a large oil depot at North Billingham. Airports at Eastchurch, Belting, Farnborough, and Odiham, O-D-I-H-A-M, were also bombed. The Germans claim the 30 British planes were destroyed on the ground at these fields, as well as hangars, gasoline dumps, and buildings. Then a balloon barrage at Folkestone on the south coast was attacked, and 12 of the balloons were shot down. And with this revised report issued this morning, the total number of British planes of the German state they have shot down is boosted to 281 for 3 days, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And in that period of intensified aerial activity, the Germans say that they lost only 69 planes. Incidentally, their losses of 13 planes yesterday is now increased to 24 ships. At the Foreign Office this morning, it was stated that Germany will accept the Italian version regarding the conflicting reports of the Greek-Albanian dispute. And then this morning, there's an item that Norwegian copper, sulfur, and iron mines are being reopened under German supervision. Some of these mines have not been worked since 1789. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
That was Edwin Hartridge reporting from the German capital. And here is a dispatch we have just received. Rome. British planes this morning bombed Milan, Turin, Alessandria, and Tortonia in northern Italy. An Italian communique says 12 persons were killed and 44 wounded in Milan. And it claims 1 was killed and 8 wounded at Turin and 9 killed at Alessandria. Now, for the report of Larry Lesuer, we take you to the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The score of yesterday's mass German raids on Britain is announced as a new record this morning. 78 German planes are claimed to have been shot down. 13 British fighter planes were destroyed, but 10 of the pilots will live to fight another day. Some 500 planes were reported over England yesterday, probably the greatest number of destructive air weapons this war has yet known. Responsible quarters here are of the opinion that the past week's raids on Britain are being carried out to test Britain's resistance in the air. This test is believed a preliminary to an invasion. In smaller numbers, the German planes continued during the night and early today the attack on Britain. Points in England, Wales, and Scotland were bombed. Unconfirmed reports reached London yesterday that the southeast coast, that is, the coast nearest France, had been shelled by long-range German artillery. So I hurried down to the coast to attempt to confirm this new phase of the Battle of Britain. Darkness had fallen by the time I reached there, but the district was undergoing its 5th air raid alarm in 24 hours. Next morning, shortly after the sun came up, over German-conquered France across the channel, the air raid sirens sounded again. I stood out on the balcony of my hotel, the very place which reports to America claimed was splattered by machine gun fire the day before. I saw no evidence of machine gun bullets on or around the hotel. When I questioned my colleagues about this, they merely smiled knowingly. I could see nothing except the wave-tossed channel and the silver-painted barrage balloons riding high overhead. But an airplane was droning, out of sight in the clouds. Then came the nervous, angry stutter of a machine gun. The big elephant-like balloon, about a quarter mile from the hotel, began to collapse. A great puff of yellow flame and black smoke mushroomed out of it. It sank slowly out of control. The long cable holding it to the truck whipped off and lashed into the sea. The engine drone in the clouds continued. Again that angry chatter. Another fat, benign-looking balloon sagged like a stricken elephant and fell slowly, gushing smoke and flame. Then the droning in the clouds ceased, and the all-clear signal sounded. I learned where the reported shells had fallen the day before and walked over to the area. I saw a large yellow stucco house with its roof completely ripped off. Soldiers were examining shell fragments which lay nearby. They assured me that nothing but a cannon-fired shell could have caused that damage, that the pieces they picked up were certainly shell fragments. They said the house had been blown up 10 minutes after the all clear had sounded, when there were no enemy planes overhead. I examined another point where a reported shell had fallen. It was in the side of a road. There was a very small crater. Apparently the missile had exploded on impact. There were many smaller holes in the earth nearby, undoubtedly shrapnel. There were 3 other reported shell craters in the vicinity. None of them were as conclusively the result of artillery fire as the first 2. I was told by the soldiers that the shell fragments denoted a relatively small caliber missile, about 8 or 9 inches in diameter. This fits with the evidence of Big Bertha, which fired on Paris from about 70 miles away in the last war. A small shell lobbed high into the stratosphere with a huge powder charge behind it. Ordnance experts explained to me that the German guns were probably more distant than the 22 miles separating France from England. Probably about 10 miles inside the French coast, well camouflaged to conceal them from cameras of the Royal Air Force spotting planes. We have just had a hint here of what Britain's answer may be to offers to send food to German-conquered territories. A motion is expected in the House of Lords today. In effect, it will call attention to the danger of famine threatening friendly people under Nazi domination and ask whether Britain will allow food to go to these parts of Europe if the German forces are withdrawn. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer speaking to you from the British capital. And here in New York, Linton Wells is standing by with more news and his analysis of the news. Mr. Wells.
The sudden lull in German air raids on the British Isles this morning, as our correspondents Edward Hartridge and Larry Lesueur just reported from Berlin and London, probably indicates that the Nazis, having felt out the enemy, so to speak, are now marshaling their might for an even more vigorous onslaught. For 3 days, the Germans have blasted away intensively at British factories, airports, communications, and civilian centers. Now, quite likely, they are studying the effects of incendiary and high-explosive bombs and are preparing to strike at what they now believe to be the most strategic points. Their hope, in fact, their salvation, is to win quick superiority in the air and thereby make an invasion possible. Recently, the Nazis undoubtedly have suffered far greater aircraft and personnel losses than they admit. But as those losses are likely less than the British claim, they have made little more than a dent in the tremendous force which Goering has been able to build up in Germany. So during the coming days, we may well expect to hear about air attacks on an even greater scale, with wave after wave of bombers roaring over the English, Scottish, and Welsh countrysides, seeking to destroy all life, manufacturing establishments, sources of supply, and above all, morale. If I know anything about the British and about the effects of bombing raids, the Nazis must shoot the works on a truly horrible scale during the next 50 days. Otherwise, the future will be even more doubtful than it is now. The next week or so should reveal if the Germans have the capacity to do just that. The Swiss had air raid scares last night as British planes roared across Switzerland, headed for effective bombings of industrial centers in northern Italy. But this morning, the Swiss have more reason to turn fearful eyes toward Italy and Germany than toward the skies. Today, the Italian newspaper Regime Fascista of Cremona began an attack against Switzerland, which looks like another build-up for action against a neutral. Sneering at Swiss neutrality, the regime fascista accused Swiss newspapers of insulting Germany and Italy and advised Italians living in Switzerland to defend themselves. The Italian papers said that Italy cannot remain indifferent when fascism and its men are offended and when false news is published with the aim of discrediting Italy. Then it concluded with this warning: all great events arise from small episodes, and great oaks from little acorns grow. Coincidentally with this new press attack against Switzerland, the Italian newspapers are intensifying their campaign against Greece. Yesterday, Premier Metaxas of Greece firmly rejected official Italian suggestions that Greece formally renounce British guarantees of her independence and territorial integrity and place herself under the protection of the Rome-Berlin axis. Consequently, the Italian press is now charging that the Metaxas government, with supreme arrogance, as it terms it, has designs on Albanian territory which must be destroyed by quick and decisive action. So it is not improbable that soon we shall be hearing about Italian punitive action against Greece. In such an eventuality, observers are pondering over what action Turkey will take. The Turks are treaty bound to enter the war with England if there is any change in the status quo in the eastern Mediterranean. Well, there was a change in the status quo when Italy declared war 2 months ago, but nothing happened vis-a-vis Turkey. So treaties being what they are these days, it may well be that nothing will happen so far as Turkey is concerned should Italy invade Greece. But if Italy should manage to gain a good foothold in Greece, she will be in a better position to hamper British fleet operations in the eastern Mediterranean and also to attack Palestine and sources of British oil supply in the Near East. There doesn't seem to be much change in the Anglo-Italian situation in British Somaliland. The British say that their Somali forces have been fighting the Italians since Sunday at Jugargan Pass, 43 miles south of Berbera in the vicinity of Adadle, and have broken up several general attacks. The Italians say they have occupied Adadle. The real significance of this news is that the Italians apparently abandoned any attempt by its main Hargeisa column to reach Berbera on the main road leading there from Odwena through the mountains by way of Burao and Sheikh, and struck off on what is little more than a trail. If they have occupied Adadle, they can now move into the coastal lowlands, connect with their forces struggling eastward over the hot sands along the Gulf of Aden from Zela, and make a more large-scale attack against Berbera. Although there is no word regarding it, the likelihood is that the Italian column which occupied Bohatli Wells in southeastern Somaliland last week is now moving northwestward toward Burao, whence it will attempt to storm the mountain pass leading down to Berbera by way of Sheikh, the seat of the British government.
With this report and analysis of the news by Linton Wells, CBS correspondents have reported on the latest developments in the European situation. Tony Marvin speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Friday, August the 16th. With the great air raids of yesterday and last night only a few hours past, it is reported this morning that German bombers and fighting planes are again over southeast British coastal towns. Berlin says a renewal of the attacks awaits only clearing of mists over the Channel. In Rome, the Italian High Command says British planes raided North Italy again last night, but there are no details. But now the News Direct, as reported by Columbia's correspondents in London and Berlin, following which there will be an analysis of the news by Linton Wells. First, the report of Larry Lesuer from the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. I am speaking from a crowded air raid shelter, 2 floors underground. This morning, large forces of German bombers are continuing their unprecedented attempt to bomb England. We do not know yet how many more planes the Royal Air Force have added to their record score of yesterday, when the Air Ministry announced that the RAF had destroyed 144 out of a German armada of 1,000 planes, with a loss of only 27 British fighters. During last night, the Midlands area of England was heavily bombed. One raid lasted 3 hours. Naturally, there were casualties, as yet undetermined. 2 nurses were seriously hurt when the sanatorium in the Midlands was hit, but the 330 patients were taken safely to air raid shelters. Yesterday, the German Air Force launched 11 attacks along a 500-mile front. When the sirens sounded in London, I watched all traffic stop for a moment. Buses unloaded their passengers at air raid shelters. But before the all-clear signal sounded, the buses were running again, and people stood in little knots on street corners, watching the skies. Like almost every large city, London's airport was erected far out in the suburbs as a sort of afterthought. It takes a taxi about 20 minutes to get to Croydon from the center of London. Unlike airports in America, Croydon Field is a great expanse of lush green grass. It has no asphalt runway. I made the familiar trip to Croydon this morning, where in peacetime, big transport planes skimmed off the gently rolling turf to Paris, about an hour away. But this morning, the grass of Croydon was colored a dirty greenish white, dust thrown up by German bombs dumped there last evening. A number of the buildings that surround the vast field were in ruins. An army of tin-helmeted air raid wardens were digging and searching. They had been working all night by the light of flares, probably the first lights that have appeared at night in London since last September 1st. The number of air raid wardens was matched only by the number of little boys who had made the long trip out to the bombed airport on their bicycles. Like small boys the world over, these little English fellows were busy picking up bits of rubble as souvenirs. I was astonished by the number of people who walked around wearing a neat white bandage on their heads like a skull cap. The reason was apparent. Croydon Airfield is surrounded by small, neat suburban houses. The ones nearest the field had their shingled roofs holed by falling bricks. I learned that most of these injuries were slight, but they served to give London's air raid ambulance girls the opportunity to use some of the skill they have acquired in 11 months of assiduous practice. Most of this morning's onlookers were in almost holiday mood, eager and curious. But the persons who lived in the little houses near the bombed field were obviously shaken by their experience. They were just recovering from that stunned expression you can see on the faces of people who have been in an auto crash. The results of the German raid were obviously not important so far as military objectives are concerned. It was more in the nature of a spectacular feat, probably intended to demonstrate that the air defenses of London can be penetrated at will. If this were the German object, they obviously succeeded. But if they figured to break the morale of the London populace, they have just as obviously failed. For even those people wearing the skull caps, the white bandages, managed to grin very often. Yesterday, they were obscure suburbanites. Today, they are heroes in the eyes of their neighbors. This is Larry Lesuer returning you to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. And here are some late dispatches we have just received. Rome. The government denied today that the unidentified submarine which torpedoed the Greek mine layer Hela yesterday afternoon was Italian. Another dispatch from Rome. British planes, for the second time this week, early today roared over northern Italy, and the General Headquarters communique admitted that 2 persons were killed and 5 wounded in raids on Marate and Ogliate in the northern rural section of Italy. The communique, which said the British planes had crossed Switzerland en route to their Italian objectives, claimed that Italian anti-aircraft guns in the Turian area had shot down 1 British plane near Cresola de Alba. The crew was said to have consisted of 5 men, some of whom were killed while the remainder were captured. And now, for news of the German capital and the report of Edwin Hartrich, we take you to Berlin.
This is Berlin. The official German news agency reports that the weather conditions along the English Channel are bad this morning. So operations of the German Air Force today may be reduced in consequence. Last night, we are told that bombing raids of the Germans continued. This time, the objectives were the industrial centers in the Midlands and northeastern England. But at this moment, we have no further details. The roundup of yesterday's daylight operations has been given out by the German High Command. In the large-scale fighting, virtually over all of England, the Germans claim they shot down 98 British planes and destroyed 8 others on the ground. At the same time, the Germans say they lost only 29 planes. Also, the Germans say that 5 more balloons were knocked down in their attacks on the barrage at Dover yesterday. Then we are also presented with a summary for the last week, up to 8 p.m. last night. In that period, the German High Command states that 505 British planes were destroyed, while 129 German planes are considered lost. That is the accounting from the Berlin side of the fight. No doubt Mr. Murrow has something to tell you about the British accounts for the same period. However, as regards the British reports, the Volksher Beobachter sums up the official feelings here in its front page headline today as follows: "So they lie, so they will continue to lie." The German press and the High Command has given no indication that the air attacks on Britain and the results are not going according to schedule. For instance, The Bateshead Mittag writes this morning, quote, "Our planes have conquered the superiority of the air over England. The British coastal fortifications have been crushed within a few days," end of quote. Then the paper accuses Winston Churchill of having multiplied the German losses by 40. And then, by adding up the resulting British figures, the German airplane losses would amount to 11,000 planes, this paper claims. Well, that's a little problem to try out in the adding machine these days while waiting for more concrete news. This morning, the Berlin papers do not report that German planes bombed Croydon Airport outside of London. They report that London had its fifth air raid alarm since the start of the war when German planes passed overhead, but no bombs were dropped, although the London anti-aircraft batteries went into action, we read. But the Berlin radio picks up and broadcasts an Associated Press story about the attack on Croydon, and that large columns of smoke were seen over the London airport. Incidentally, the official news agency this morning denies the English reports that the Germans used over 1,000 planes in the attacks on Britain yesterday. The Deutsches Nachrichtenbüro writes this morning that only 200 bombers and about 320 Messerschmitt fighter planes took part in the day-long air battle over Great Britain. Well, that is all we have to report on air activity this morning. The Deutsche Zeitung, the German paper for occupied Holland, reports that Joseph Simon, who is a German civil administrator for the tiny Duchy of Luxembourg, has decreed that there is to be no longer, quote, a Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, unquote. The Constitution of Luxembourg is no longer valid, he states in his decree, because the government has fled. The oath of public officials to the former government is canceled out, and they are ordered to pledge their loyalty to the new German administration. Britain is watching with interest the Finnish crisis, which has developed with the resignation of Mr. Tanner, the Foreign Affairs Minister, the Wilhelmstrasse said this morning. However, Germany is taking no action, nor any official attitude in the Finnish affair, the Foreign Office spokesman added. There is a story of a propaganda company reporter in one paper this morning that 6 unidentified Americans were picked up by a German naval vessel when a 9,700-ton Dutch ship was captured in the Atlantic Ocean while en route from Panama to England. The 6 Americans, including a missionary and his wife, were unloaded in France and taken to the French-Spanish border, where they were turned over to American consular officials, we are told. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
That was Edwin Hartridge speaking to you from Berlin. Here in New York, Linton Wells is standing by with more news and his analysis of the news. Mr. Wells.
From the looks of things, the British have demonstrated that not only can they take it on the chin, they can also dish it out. Although Edwin Hartridge said from Berlin that most German planes were grounded by mist today, our correspondent Larry Lesuer told us from a British air raid shelter this morning that the Nazi Air Force is continuing yesterday's 16-hour attacks, while Britain remains undisturbed over the fact. More than 1,000 German warbirds strafed England, Scotland, and Wales for 16 continuous hours yesterday and are at it again now, according to Mr. Lesueur. While English fighter planes and anti-aircraft were, and are, taking their toll of Nazi war machines, the RAF was doing some blitzkrieging on its own account against German and Italian bases, showing that two can play at the same game. Most experts are still of the opinion that a fortnight's continuance of Nazi air operations will prove, one way or another, if Hitler's forces are capable of bringing Britain to her knees. As British planes reportedly continue their night raids on northern Italy, Rome grows more incensed at Switzerland. Although the Swiss are lodging a vigorous protest with Whitehall against RAF planes flying over the Alps on their way to Italy, the fascists are threatening drastic action against Switzerland on the grounds that the Swiss are in reality cooperating with the British. Coming on the heels of the Italian press campaign charging Switzerland with insulting Italy and Germany and urging Italian residents of Switzerland to defend themselves, it is not beyond the bounds of probability that the fascists are preparing for some sort of punitive action against Helvetia, as they are apparently against Greece. There has been no explanation so far of yesterday's mysterious submarining of a Greek mine layer off the island of Tinos and the subsequent torpedoing of a quay with considerable loss of life. But there are reports from Athens that Italian planes have attacked the Greek steamer Frinton off the island of Crete. Rome professes ignorance about these attacks, but the Italian press continues to charge that Greece is a tool of Great Britain in a plot to upset the peace of southeastern Europe and is promising a strong Italian answer. This would seem to be leading up to an Italian demand for Greek territory, which will probably be granted, thus complicating Britain's position in the eastern Mediterranean. Yesterday, you will recall, the United States Marines managed to obtain control of the most important sector of the former British section of Shanghai, an area which includes the downtown business, banking, and hotel district and the Huangpu River waterfront. This left the United States the sole Occidental nation in a position to uphold the rights of the open-door policy in China. The Japanese made no effort to conceal their disgruntlement over the failure of their efforts to gain complete control of Shanghai's international settlement, and it was prophesied freely that Tokyo would reject the plan. This morning, it is reported from Shanghai that an official Japanese spokesman has made a summary demand upon American officials to turn over the newly allotted British sector to the Nipponese. To submit to these demands would be tantamount to complete surrender of all American and all Occidental rights in China, while Secretary of State Hull has said on more than one occasion must be respected and maintained. So the probability is that the Nipponese demands will be summarily rejected by Washington. But the Japanese are not people who understand the meaning of the word no. So the probability is that the American Marines in Shanghai are in for a warm time of it during the weeks to come. How far the Japanese militarists will go remains to be seen. But heretofore, they have shown little respect for any foreign power's rights except those of the United States to a mild degree. Now that they are in a position for a real showdown with America, it is too much to expect that caution will characterize their dealing with the situation. If simple pinpricking and vocal protests were likely to be the extent of Japanese pressure, there would be no cause for concern. But the Nipponese are extremists in all things, and apparently they have gone too far to back down. So it would be wise to keep one vigilant eye on Shanghai and the other on Washington and Tokyo. And in Siam, judging by reports from Tokyo, the Japanese are fostering a Siamese move to obtain restoration of territory from French Indochina. 5 Siamese divisions were said to be concentrating along the French Indochina border and threatening invasion.
With this report and analysis of the news by Linton Wells, CBS correspondents in London, Berlin, and New York have brought you the latest reports on the current European situation. Tony Marvin speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, August 17th. There are reports this morning that German raiders are believed flying inland from the southeast coast of Britain for new mass air raids. London newspapers are calling for RAF reprisal attacks on industrial populations in Germany following the Nazi bombing of suburbs in London. RAF planes are believed to have flown across Switzerland during the night for attacks on Germany. In Rome, a communique claims that Italian forces in Somaliland are forcing British troops to flee on all fronts. Now for the report of Eric Severide in the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. This morning, the Air Ministry says air raids during the night were not on a heavy scale. Early this morning, one bomber at least was shot down in the Channel, and more raids will most probably develop during the day. The city is quiet so far today, and traffic moves normally. Loss of life yesterday from the many raids does not appear to be very great. Several airfields were hit, and at one of them the buildings were badly damaged. The score of German planes destroyed still stands at 71 for the day. Suburban trains are now running again in the bombed districts where one station was smashed up and some commuters killed. It was not, however, a very important junction. The British official announcement for the first time accuses the Germans of deliberately bombing a purely residential town. This is Eastbourne, filled with women and children from more dangerous areas. Britain claims to have destroyed now some 540 planes in the last 9 days, losing 130 of her own. All the bombers which hit Croydon Airfield were caught before they escaped back to Germany, so we're informed. This morning, air experts here are saying that these great daylight raids can, theoretically, continue until the fogs of November. They are expected to become more intense in the next few days. They are trying to put fighter airfields out of action to give German dive bombers a chance for real, continuous, systematic operations necessary for any invasion. The number of fighter fields is limited because they must be large fields. The planes are too fast to use small and makeshift drones. Now, we can't speculate on the damage to Britain's airfields and military factories, but if anybody in America has received the impression that civil or industrial life is disrupted in this country, or that people are terrorized, he's got quite the wrong idea. Recently, I got off a bus in a southern England town just as the sirens wailed. We went into a hotel and the gates were locked behind us. Everybody sat down to lunch with one ear cocked for the sound of bombs. The woman proprietor, a little mite of a Scotswoman, came in beaming with pride. Nobody working in the kitchen, the dining room, or anywhere in the hotel wanted to quit work and take shelter. She apologized for one chambermaid who did, but she had a baby. In mid-afternoon, I was standing on a hillock watching tanks of General de Gaulle's French Legion roaring over the crest of the field and cutting into the scrub pine forest. There were tanks and tank drivers who had been in Norway, then re-embarked for France. The captain told me he had set foot on French soil for just 24 hours when the German divisions cut in behind him. He and his men sailed again and landed in England. De Gaulle is building in miniature what he long demanded in France for the French army itself, mechanized divisions of specialists. Foreign legionnaires with French helmets crept behind the tanks in a place I never thought I would ever see these men, deep in the purple field of English heather. 8 German bombers came drumming over us, flying low. The tanks instantly backed into the brush out of sight. They flew eastward, and we saw the tiny dots of bombs dropping away from the plains, and watched a thin column of smoke rising from the forest. 8 bombers had gone over. We saw no fighters beneath the gray wall of clouds, but when they came back, only 5 bombers were there. The exploits of Britain's airmen has seized the imagination of this traditionally phlegmatic people in a way that's hard to describe. In a cafe, the owner was complaining. His manager had just resigned to become a second-class aircraftsman. 4 members of the 5-man orchestra were leaving this week to become airmen. You find this going on in every business office and store and restaurant. Here's the way the Daily Express puts the matter this morning. The nation's most honored title today is not Earl or Marquis or Lord or Knight, but Pilot. Last night, the German radio said Big Ben had struck 13 times at midnight and intimated life in London had gone completely haywire as a result of bombing. That brought forth a statement this morning. We're told it's a physical impossibility for Big Ben to strike 13 times, even if Big Ben should try. This is Eric Severide in London. I return you now to Columbia, New York.
That was Eric Severide, our CBS correspondent in the British capital, reporting to you the developments from that point. And here is a dispatch from Athens. The Greek government, embroiled in ever-increasing difficulties with Italy, announced today that additional reserve officers and men in the category of specialists would be called up August 20th for participation in large-scale maneuvers. And a late dispatch from Rome says a high command communique said today that British troops were fleeing along all fronts before the Italian drive through British Somaliland. The announcement said that the climax of the Somaliland battle had been reached yesterday. And now for a report by Edwin Hartwich from the German capital, we take you to Berlin.
This is Berlin. We are still trying to connect up the story of the bombing raids over England and the port of London yesterday. This morning, we have a new score on the number of planes shot down. The Deutsches Nachrichten Bureau, the official news agency, reports that the British lost 89 aircraft and 22 barrage balloons yesterday, while 27 German planes were shot down. This report is broken down as follows. 59 British planes shot down in the air, 33 on the ground, and 7 by anti-aircraft fire. However, the situation has been confused by the day-in-day reports. For last night, about 12 midnight, the agency reported that 65 British planes were shot down and 15 German planes lost. Then all the morning papers today reverted to an earlier score sent out about 9 p.m. last night. That figure was 40 British planes lost, while 15 German ships were knocked out of the skies. However, the new figure of 89 planes lost by the Royal Air Force may be considered as the final report here of the news agency. For it is confirmed by the High Command report just released. Also, another angle has not been clarified as yet, and that is, did the Germans send over a greater number of bombers and pursuit planes yesterday than were used in previous attacks on England or not? For early yesterday morning, evening, the day-in-day announced briefly that, quote, due to bad weather, air activity has been restricted, end of quote. But the Bild am Mittag this noon reports in a front-page story, quote, some papers like the London Times say that one must reckon with the appearance of 1,000 planes at once. But the events of the last 24 hours have exceeded all the English prophecies, which sounded very rash, but which have now been put on the shelf, end of quote. However, these details to the side, the German press this morning, and the radio as well, are reporting that yesterday's raids on England and the port of London were a great success. The news agency adds one funny item in its stories as to what happened in London during the raids. We are told that great excitement was caused among the expected crowds of people gathered in the center of London at midnight after the air raid on Croydon by Big Ben striking 13 instead of 12 o'clock. superstitious minds are inclined to see a bad omen in this, the German report adds. But most matter-of-fact Britons put it down to the shock caused by the clockwork mechanism by explosions in Croydon. Recapitulating the reports of the London raids, we are told here this morning that a special squadron of German bombers, escorted by Messerschmitts, was given orders to break through the Bloom Barrage that protects the British capital and attack the port of London, as well as airfields in the immediate vicinity. And according to reports here, they claimed to have succeeded. The main damage was apparently done to Purfleet and Barking in the Docks districts, and large explosions were observed from these two industrial sections, according to the reports brought back by German reconnaissance planes. The Germans were apparently aiming at the food supply of Greater London, for in the reports of the bombing yesterday, arsenals, storehouses, and cold storage warehouses are named as specific objectives for the German raid efforts. However, German planes visited and raided other parts of England, according to the DNB. For Birmingham and Hull, armament works received direct hits, say the reports here. The Chatham shipyards were also attacked, as were airports at Rochester, Maidstone, Leon-Solent, and Gosport. While at Enfield, a large power plant was damaged, we are told. 10 barrage balloons outside the London barrage group were also shot down. Well, that is a rough summary put out here this morning, and tied up with the final figures of destroyed planes, will give you an idea of the operations as we see it from the official news. The trade grandstands erected in Frieserplatz here for the homecoming victory parade of Berlin's troops after the French campaign are now being dismantled. As we told you before, these stands were recently repainted and generally improved instead of being dismantled after the victory celebrations, all of which has caused us to wonder whether another and final victory parade was being arranged. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning you now to Columbia and New York.
That was Edwin Hartridge reporting to you from Berlin. And now to our own nation's capital for the report of Elmer Davis. Go ahead, Washington.
The story about Big Ben striking 13 times seems to have been just a little addition to the German version of yesterday's fighting, which, as it doesn't stack up itself, casts a little discredit on some of the other details. The British, of course, have made a great deal of fun of some of these German stories about the extensive action yesterday, and they insist that some of them sound as if they were written beforehand and didn't correspond with the facts. Now, of course, there was unquestionably a very serious and violent air action, probably as bad as the day before, possibly even more destructive. But the German papers, when they talked as if there were more than 1,000 planes at once, and the British Air Ministry reports that about the largest number which ever attacked at one time in one wave was 150, there seems to be a certain discrepancy here. And when the Germans come on with this story of Big Ben striking 13 times and throwing terror into the populace, and the British maintain that the thing couldn't strike more than 12 times under any circumstances, you begin to wonder just how much truth there may be in this whole version of the attack as given out by DNB. It was, of course, a serious matter enough, but the Germans appear to have embellished it very greatly, although it must be noted that in their report of the points attacked, if you break it down and separate it from the verbiage and literary decoration that surrounded it, they do seem to claim only that they attacked chiefly the port of London and some of the southwestern suburbs, which were the points they actually did hit. Nevertheless, these stories are all more or less put out for their effect on the home public, of course, and the Germans are apparently writing chiefly for their public without caring particularly whether anybody else believes the details or not. After all, as long as they keep their people convinced that everything is going well, the generals and the high commanders know exactly what did happen, and the damage is unquestionably considerable, and they're not particularly careful as to whether they check up with the accurate details of what really did occur. The report that the Greeks have called up more specialists in their army. Yesterday, the specialists that were reported to have been called to the colors were anti-aircraft gunners, whom they would obviously need, would indicate that Greece is rather gallantly and almost pathetically hoping to put up some sort of defense against Italy without necessarily being able or willing to defend itself completely. There has been a report that if the Italian army goes through to Saloniki as Italy is supposed to have demanded a right-of-way, although that rumor is entirely unconfirmed, that the Greeks will not endeavor to resist. Whether they will or not is known probably only to General Metaxas, the dictator, and to his cabinet. But they're obviously tired of this sort of thing, of having bombs dropped on their ships heterogeneously around in various Greek waters, and of having torpedoes launched at their cruisers when they're in Greek ports and so on, and they're trying to put up as much of a sort of undeclared defense against an undeclared war as they can. Now, the Italians, of course, say that Greek cruiser was sunk by a British submarine, which was merely trying to embitter the relations between Italy and Greece. Since those relations had already been very greatly embittered by the attacks of the Italian press based on several grounds, it seems hardly likely that the British would have felt it necessary to embitter them still further. And considering the activities of what were politely known as pirate submarines during the Spanish Revolution, which eventually turned out to have been Italian submarines attacking Spanish ships while Italy was nominally at peace with Spain, the inference has grown in many places that the Italians were responsible for that sinking, too, of the Greek cruiser. And now several Greek ships appear to have been bombed by planes that they identify as Italian. So they're calling up the anti-aircraft gunners and evidently going to try to fight off attacks like these if they come again. Whether Greece will be able to resist a full-fledged attack is still uncertain. We return you now to New York.
And with this report from our own nation's capital by Elmer Davis and the reports of Eric Severide from London and Edwin Hartridge from Berlin, CBS correspondents have brought you the news of the latest moves in the European situation. Tony Marvin speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
At this time, Columbia calls in its correspondents in the belligerent capitals of Europe for latest news on the diplomatic, economic, and battle fronts. Italy is claiming big victories in British Somaliland. German warplanes are reportedly continuing their raids over Britain today after the lull of yesterday. And in Berlin, the German government has warned the United States against letting the Army transport American Legion pass through the waters near the British Isles. Germany said she would not be responsible for what happened if the vessel did not change its course. The American Legion, you know, is carrying 897 war refugees from Petsamo, Finland, to New York. But despite the German warning, the State Department in Washington announced that the ship will not change its course. And now, news direct from Europe. But first, the report of Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. At a Foreign Office press conference this morning, the tentative limits of the total blockade against Great Britain were outlined. A line has been drawn on the maps, starting from the mouth of the Loire River in France and encircling the British Isles and ending at a point on the Belgian coast. Whether or not the Irish Free State is to be blockaded is a matter yet to be decided. At the Foreign Office this morning, it was announced that negotiations are now in progress between the representatives of the German and the Irish Free State governments regarding the future limits and operations of the blockade against England. Berlin is waiting for a proposal from the Irish about the blockade. When the spokesman added that the German government would permit, if requested, Irish ships flying Irish Free State flags to enter certain pre-designated harbors in the Free State by certain lanes and at certain times. In less than 24 hours since the total blockade was announced, 3 nuclear ships have been sunk. They were the 2,300-ton Swedish steamer, the Hedron, and 2 Greek freighters, the 4,000-ton Thetis, and the 3,500-ton Naphthalos. The High Command communique has just been released, and here are some of its high points. The mining of British waters continued yesterday, along with reconnaissance and attacking flights. We are told that German planes bombed motor factories at Filton, F-I-L-T-O-N, in Wales, airplane factories at Birmingham, and industrial plants at Reading. In Swansea, Avonmouth, and Bournemouth were also bombed during the day. Also, the Germans claim that airports in South and Central England were attacked by German raiders. We were told that Brussels was bombed yesterday by the British, but we have no details. The Polish Governor General, Dr. Frank, made a speech the other day about the Aryanization of the city of Krakow. This is to be the new captain of the Governor General, and in consequence, Dr. Frank announced that it will be completely freed of Jews. any Jews remaining on will be forced to compulsory labor, he said in his speech. And speaking of Krakow, he declared, quote, it would be an impossible situation if a representative of Greater Germany of Adolf Hitler should be established in a town so overcrowded by Jews that a decent man would rather walk in the streets. And it is clear that herewith a serious warning must be given. The Jews must vanish from the face of Europe. End of quote. And then discussing the work of the Germans in Poland, he pointed out that their task was very difficult because there are 10 million people who are not members of the National Socialist Party. But he said that these 10 million Poles are waiting for German leadership. When the Germans conquered France, they also won another victory. We read in the Textile Zeitung. The Dr. Otto Jung writes that henceforth, Germany will be the fashion capital of New Europe and not Paris. Dr. Jung doesn't like the general impression throughout the world that for centuries Paris was the fashion capital, and he scoffs at the idea. He writes, quote, the victory of Greater Germany will be at the same time the realization of the right to lead in the cultural development of fashion. The German taste will lead, end of quote. Dr. Jung, however, was writing about fashion in general, and he did not indicate who would be the Schiaparellis, the Molinos of the New Europe. We learned here this week that one of the famous castles in Thuringia, the Schwarzburg, is to be given to Herr Hitler as a present to the people of the province when the great victory is won over England. The castle at the present time is being completely renovated. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning out of Columbia in New York.
And now for the report of Edward Murrow in Britain's capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. German bombers are over this country as I speak. The air raid siren sounded in London early this afternoon. It is now about 2 o'clock in London. No official announcement has yet been made. The German raiders were seen to cross the southeast coast and disappear inland with Royal Air Force fighters in hot pursuit. Since Friday, German raids on this country have been on a restricted scale. But last night, districts in England and Wales were bombed. There were a few civilian casualties. 2 flights of German planes penetrated the air defenses of the southeast coast before dawn this morning, each flight consisting of 9 to 12 planes. They dropped 9 whistling bombs and then retreated back across the channel when patrolling British fighters spotted them. Those German planes, which are now flying over England, came across the coast at a very high altitude, apparently because the skies overhead lacked sufficient clouds to cover their advance toward their objectives. The press of London plays the acceptance speech of Wendell Willkie very guardedly this morning and almost without comment. There is no doubt that they are not displeased with Mr. Willkie's attitude of aid for Britain, but they have found nothing in his speech to cheer in large print. Generally, they have depended on very objective American agency reports of his speech yesterday. This morning, Londoners were surprised to read in their papers that the German radio reported a dark pall of smoke over the British capital. From a high point in the center of London, no such pall of smoke could be seen in any direction. The London area bombed represents only a tiny fraction of this sprawling mass of streets and houses. 9/10 of the inhabitants saw no more and heard no more of the air raids on South and East London than you did in America. They had to tune in their radios or go out and buy a paper to discover what had happened. When masses of planes bombed Belgium and northern France, whole towns were deserted and refugees packed the roads. Masses of planes have bombed England, but nothing like that has happened. For one thing, there's no place to flee to, where bombers won't come. For another, there's no immediate fear of German tanks following the bombers a few miles back. That's why the countryside and towns of England after heavy bombing bear no resemblance to the scenes in Belgium and in France. In the days following the collapse of France, correspondents were able to go down to the coasts of Britain and come back to write stories headed from the front. That's no longer possible. There's only one front now, and that's wherever the bombs happen to fall. For the past 2 days, there haven't been many bombs. In 6 days of attacks increasing in volume and in area covered, the German Air Force lost, according to British figures, 492 airplanes and 1,240 men. In the same engagements, that is over Britain, the Royal Air Force reports loss of only 115 aircraft and 69 men. To this figure must be added the loss of 31 British bombers and about 130 men in raids against Germany. British losses on the ground as a result of the bombing of airfields must be included, but these are claimed to be small. It is apparent that the determined German bombing of the British airfields near the coast has two purposes. First, to kill Air Force personnel on the ground. Second, to pock the fields with bomb craters so that the British fighters have difficulty in taking off. They need a long run to get off the ground. If these forward aerodromes can be immobilized, then the British fighters will have to work from inland aerodromes, thus limiting the length of time they can remain in the air. Their high-speed cruising limit is only a little over 1 hour. If the British fighters have to fly 50 or 100 miles from inland England to meet the German planes over the coast, flying from aerodromes only 25 or 30 miles away in France, the British pilots will soon be worn out from the necessity of repeated landings in order to refuel. Various explanations are being advanced for yesterday's lull in area warfare over this island. The Germans may be reorganizing and reforming their squadrons, perhaps waiting for full reports on the extent of the damage done during last week's raid. Or they may be hoping that a day or two's inactivity will create more apprehension and nervousness in this country by causing people to ponder and speculate on the heavier raids to come. The German reputation for invincibility is at stake, and the effect upon neutral opinion, if they were to suspend or greatly reduce their attacks, would be considerable. So we may expect to hear more of German bombers before long. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And now for the report of Cecil Brown in Italy's capital. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The 3rd Italian column operating in British Somaliland is on the move toward Berbera. A bulletin of the Italian High Command issued 2 hours ago reveals that a column from Zara has occupied the town of Bulhar. 2 other columns are pushing northward from Berbera. The communique says that Mandera, a large detachment of Indian troops, ran away after sighting fascist scouting detachments. Italian planes have been raiding Berbera, and the communique reports one of them has not returned to its base. British ships in the Mediterranean heavily bombarded the Italian base of Bardi on the coast of Libya. More than 300 shells of large and medium caliber were fired against Bardia and the hinterland. However, the Italians say only 1 soldier was killed and 11 injured during the action. Italian fighter planes immediately went up to attack the British ships and the planes supporting them. The communique says 7 Gloucester fighters were shot down for certain, and 2 others probably destroyed. 3 Italian planes are missing. The High Command revealed today that Italian submarines are operating on the ocean side of Gibraltar. The communique says a 9,000-ton British tanker has been torpedoed in the Atlantic. The heaviest ground action is the offensive against the second line of enemy defenses in British Somaliland. It's indicated here that the Italians are pounding away on the northern side of the Yarato Pass for the final attack in their drive to Berbera. Yarato Pass was conquered yesterday. As the news comes in here, strong units of fascists are pushing from the Yarato Pass toward Hamas. Another column is to the east of Hamas and said to be fighting its way toward that point. Hamas is 25 miles from Berbera. The indications are the 2 columns which came up from Ethiopia are to converge at Hamas and, with the column advancing from Zaire, attack Berbera from 2 sides. The Italian High Command last night broke precedent and issued 2 war bulletins in 1 day. The second communique announced that the English had been beaten at the Yarato Pass and had fled to their second fortified position. The Italians believe if they crush this resistance, it will be a virtual march through to Berbera. The capital of Berbera would give the Italians complete control of about 1/4 of British Somaliland. But the area already taken is considered the best defended part. If Berbera falls, it is thought here that the British will pull all their forces out of the colony and take to their transport ships. The battle for the Yarato Pass was the biggest Anglo-Italian ground engagement in Africa since the war started. The Italian victory convinces the Rome papers this morning that the British cannot hold their second fortification. In fact, the Popolo di Roma goes so far as to announce that British Somaliland no longer exists. A slice of the British Empire, says the paper, has passed to Italy. It was revealed here today that French officers and pilots, as well as airplanes from Prince Somaliland, right next door, are helping the British defenders. Governor Gentilot of the French colony went over to the British, it said, soon after the Franco-Italian armistice. He was joined by the commander of the French forces at Djibouti, as well as other staff officers. The papers here foresee great success for the announced German blockade of the British Isles. Virginio Guida in the Voce d'Italia says the total blockade must signify the complete isolation of Britain. Guide also points out that there is no doubt the coming days will see Germany using greater force and even stronger means against Britain. Stephanie, the Italian news agency, reports that it is to the interest of 4/5 of the world to break English hegemony. Only Britain, Stephanie says, is in the way of world peace. If England is crushed, Stephanie explains, it is therefore in the interest of the whole world. Wendell Willkie's speech of acceptance didn't create much of a stir in the fascist press today. The papers here report that Willkie expressed sympathy for England and deplored the provocative policy of President Roosevelt against foreign powers. The fascist press quoted Willkie as saying Roosevelt had imperiled the good international relations of the United States. And that's the extent of the report here on Willkie's speech. This is Cecil Brown in Rome, returning you to CBS in New York.
And that's the latest news, as reported by Columbia's correspondents in the belligerent capitals of Europe. This morning, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Edward Murrow from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome. George Bryan speaking.
Monday, August 19th. All of England is now a defense area. A lone German plane bombed a southeast coastal town early today. Some damage was reported. Other than that, there was general quietness in the air, according to Press Association reports. From Berlin came word that planes are heading towards Great Britain to observe the damage caused in yesterday's mass air raids against England. And of this raid, England says she administered to Germany the greatest aerial defeat of the war. In Africa, the Italians claim to have broken British defenses around Berbera, the capital of Somaliland. From Cairo, the British report that RAF planes bombed the Italian aerodrome at Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And now for the report of Edward R. Murrow in the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. Britain today claimed the greatest proportionate defeat of the German Air Force yet scored in the war. An Air Ministry communique was issued early this morning. It contained only 11 words. It said, "It is now known that 140 enemy aircraft were destroyed yesterday. The Royal Air Force lost only 16 of its fighter planes, but the pilots of 8 are safe," says the Air Ministry. It is reported that planes are over a southeast coastal town this morning. Today's RAF communique from Cairo says that their bombers raided Addis Ababa and bombed the military aerodrome at that city in Abyssinia. Direct hits were registered on 4 hangars, and a gasoline fire was started as a result of the bombing. More than 600 German bombers and fighters crossed the coast of England yesterday in 3 mass attacks. According to several London newspapers, all the German planes were on their way to attack London. But according to official sources, the German raiders were seeking military objectives on London's outskirts. In the last raid of the day, 70 German bombers turned back when greeted by a shrapnel barrage over the Thames estuary. During last night and early today, the German Air Force confined itself to sending over airplanes one at a time. A few bombs were dropped in the darkness on the southeast coast. The Ministry of Home Security issued a new order this morning. The 12 regional commissioners of Britain, appointed some time ago, are now given complete authority to issue any orders or directions required for the defense of their respective areas. This means, in effect, that these 12 men are dictators, and if communication should be broken by a German landing, they will be able to act on their own authority. This new order is a precautionary measure and places no immediate fresh restrictions on public freedom. The London press this morning is unanimous in its welcome for the creation of the American-Canadian Joint Defense Board. There is not a great deal of speculation concerning the implications of this move, but the general impression given to British readers is that it is the first step towards a complete military alliance between Canada and the United States. The opinion is current in London that the United States will secure, probably by lease, military bases in British possessions to help guard the approaches to North America. Official quarters still refuse to link these conversations concerning military bases with a possible deal involving the transfer of those 50 American destroyers to Britain. London is watching with keen interest the progress of the American Army transport ship American Legion, homeward bound from Patsamo. The German warning and request that the American Legion should change course is promptly displayed in today's papers, as is the State Department's reply that the ship will proceed on her original course. Reports from Washington failed to make clear the exact grounds on which the American government decided to send this vessel through admittedly dangerous waters. Wireless communication with submarines at sea is difficult. This fact was demonstrated when a British submarine torpedoed a French heavy cruiser several days after the order had been issued that no further French ships were to be attacked. The British submarine had failed to receive the order. The British censors are again under fire. The Daily Telegraph reports exasperation in America over the Germans' 9-hour lead in air raid news to the United States. American press messages, paying tribute to the high morale and calm conduct of the Londoners, were held up for many hours. The Daily Express says, "How long is this gagging to go on? Last week we fought and won a great battle, but all the Americans heard of it was a daily gobbled version." On Thursday and Friday and again in the Sunday papers, our good friends had to take Germany's word that London was in ruin. The editors ruefully printed these stories in big type because there was little else to fill their columns, says the Express. Most American correspondents in London share the sentiments voiced by the Daily Telegraph and the Daily Express. Exasperation is a pale and inadequate word to describe a reporter's feelings when he has a good story which does not reveal military secrets and is unable to get it out. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Columbia's report from London by Edward R. Murrow. Here's a dispatch from Basel, Switzerland. British airplanes early today bombed an aluminum works across the border in Germany from Rheinfelden, Switzerland. Now the news from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead.
This is Berlin. Last night, German planes attacked oil depots in the London area, ammunition factories at Norwich and Essex, and the harbors of Milford Haven, Avonmouth, Bournemouth, and Weymouth, according to the High Command communique just released. Airfields in South England and those near Liverpool were also bombed, it is claimed here. The Germans state that yesterday and last night, a total of 147 British planes were shot down, of which 23 were destroyed on the ground or by anti-aircraft fire. Also, the British Defense Forces are reported to have lost 23 barrage balloons, while for the day and night operations, the Germans say they lost only 36 planes. The German government has sent the British government a note through the Swiss diplomatic service regarding parachute troops and their operations. This is in answer to a British note sent the same way on May 13th. At that time, the British government told Berlin that if parachute troops were dressed in a recognized uniform, they would be treated in accordance with international rules covering enemy soldiers. But if German parachutists were disguised, they would be treated accordingly as spies are disposed of. The Foreign Office here this morning, in disclosing this diplomatic exchange, gave the details of Berlin's answer. The German government pointed out that parachute troops wear a recognizable uniform that was displayed at parades as far back as 1936. They are legal combatants according to all international laws, it was stated. And then the German government warned the British that if parachute troops suffered any illegal treatment, that reprisals would be taken on British aviators now in German prison camps. If adhering to its course, the United States Army transport, the American Legion, entered the danger zone at 5 a.m. this morning, while en route from Petsamo, Finland to New York. This danger zone was so identified by the German government in a warning sent to the American embassy last week. This area lies to the northwest of Scotland. The transport American Legion is scheduled to pass through a channel between Cape Wrath at the northwest corner of Scotland and a small island formation of Rona. The ship will clear this danger zone by tonight, we understand here, provided that it encounters no difficulties. As you will remember, on Saturday, the Germans announced that they could assume no responsibility for anything that might happen to the American Legion. The official news agency stated here that the American embassy had asked for a guarantee of safe conduct for the vessel, but this was not granted. The German press this morning is mainly interested in the foreign policy statements made by Wendell Willkie in his acceptance speech at Elwood, Indiana on Saturday night. All published stories this morning report that Mr. Willkie severely criticized President Roosevelt's foreign policies as bringing the United States to the brink of war without consideration of the wishes of American citizens. But there is little in the press this morning about another American development, that of the announcement of the formation of a joint defense council for the Canadian and United States governments. This was disclosed by President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Mackenzie King the other day. However, some hint of Berlin's reaction can be found in what the German radio had to say this morning. Quote, "This decision of the United States President and the Canadian Prime Minister constitutes the incorporation of Canada into the political system of the United States. In Canada, like the Philippine Islands, is placed under the military guardianship of the United States government. Then there's one other American item in the news this morning. The propaganda ministry has placed a ban on all Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer films in the Greater Reich, effective August 15th. MGM's Roaring Lion is accused by one paper of being a first cousin to the British Lion. This paper states, quote, that he tried to equal his British relative in propagandistic agitation against Germany, end of quote. We're turning you now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York. Columbia now switches you back across the ocean to the Italian capital for the latest news reported by Cecil Brown from Rome. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. Italian troops have broken through the second line of British defenses in British Somaliland. The High Command has just announced that the British forces are in full retreat toward their transport ships at Barbara. These ships are being heavily attacked by Italian bombers. One British plane has been shot down by Italian fighters. The town of La Farouk, about 40 miles from Barbara, has been captured. The fascists appear to be moving on Hamas, about 25 miles from the capital of the British colony. It's expected that a secondary column of the Italian forces will converge with the main column at Hamas for the final push on Barbara. At the same time, a third column is advancing from Zaire along the Gulf of Aden toward Barbara for a pincer movement. Fascist circles consider the British retreat as the collapse of all British resistance in Somaliland. The British took the initiative in the air in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. They raided their former post of Kosovo, now the advanced Italian position in the Sudan. The Italian High Command says there was neither damage nor victims. Kosovo is 18 miles from the Ethiopian frontier. The British also attacked Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, causing the death of 2 persons and injuring 5. The communique reports the bombs hit some sheds containing old equipment. The Italians raided Sidi Barrani, the British base in Egypt near the Libyan frontier. The communique reports an attack also was made on Salem, hitting encampments and motorized units. Salem is an important British concentration also near the Libyan border. All the Italian planes were reported safe after their attacks on Sidi Barrani and Salem. 3 cities in northern Italy were raided by the British again last night. At Milan, the High Command reports 3 bombs struck a dwelling and others fell in open country. Bombs were dropped on Cuneo and Turin, both near the French frontier. Only minor damage was caused, said the High Command, and there were no victims. The British also dropped leaflets telling the Italians they were forced into the war to fight on behalf of Hitler and against Italian interests. It's indicated here that Italian submarines may participate in what is called the total blockade of Britain. Yesterday, it was announced that a fascist submarine had torpedoed a 9,000-ton British tanker in the Atlantic. This was the first word that the Italians had forced Gibraltar, even under the sea. There's no way of telling, of course, how many fascist submarines are on the other side of Gibraltar. One newspaper points out this morning that the British control of Gibraltar cannot impede Italian submarines from freely negotiating the strait. Mussolini's own newspaper, the Popolo d'Italia, considers the Nazi blockade of England as the first measure in a new program to crush Britain. Here's how the Duce's paper expresses it. The revolution must save Europe and civilization at any cost. If, to save it, the paper adds, England must be destroyed, it will be destroyed. The Popolo di Roma says that in all the world's newspapers, not a single voice was spoken in favor of England and against Germany for the blockade. This shows, claims the paper, that Britain is politically and morally isolated. The fascist press claims a great victory in repulsing the British naval and air attack on Port Bardi in Libya yesterday. Bardi is near the Libyan-Egyptian frontier. We're told here this morning that in the British Armada, there were 4 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and an aircraft carrier. British fighter planes shot off the carrier's decks and were engaged by Italian planes. At the same time, the ships offshore poured 300 shells into Bardia and the surrounding area. 7 British fighter planes were shot down, the High Command said, and 3 Italian planes failed to return. It's reported today, however, 2 other British fighters were destroyed, bringing the total to 9. Some of the British ships were said to have been hit by bombs. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Here in New York is a dispatch from Shanghai. There are indications that the negotiations between American and Japanese military leaders in Shanghai are hopelessly deadlocked. The two are at odds over control of the British defense sectors of the international settlement. And this morning, Rear Admiral Thomas Hart, who commands the United States Asiatic Fleet, announces that the dispute now is the subject of negotiations between Washington and Tokyo. And with this news, Columbia concludes this morning report of European developments. Edward R. Murrow reported from London, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, and Cecil Brown from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tuesday, August 20th. German planes swarmed over England today to stage fresh attacks. RAF planes throughout Monday launched offensives against German bases on the French Channel coastline. Italian troops have entered the Somaliland capital, Berbera, but the British minimized the occupation as of no strategic importance. In London, Prime Minister Churchill goes before the House of Commons to review war moves. CBS correspondents now report from abroad, Berlin and London. William L. Schara now reports from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. We had an air raid alarm last night, but nothing untoward happened so far as I know. Actually, it took place during my broadcast last night. Afterward, I went out to watch the excitement, but there wasn't any. A few anti-aircraft guns roared in the distance, some searchlights went into action, but that was about all. Later, it was explained that two British bombers came over and cruised over a suburb without dropping any bombs. Later, say the Germans, one of the planes was picked up by the searchlights at Brunswick and shot down in flames. Air raid alarms have been so infrequent in Berlin that they still cause some excitement. But my experience in this war is that the more you have, the less excited you are about them. Last week in Belgium and France, I went through several hours of them every night. Usually, no one bothers to sound the sirens. The signal is given by the thunder of the anti-aircraft guns. Nobody pays much attention to the whole affair, except that it's safe to keep out of the streets because the falling shrapnel can be unpleasant. The chief complaint of people about them is that they keep you from getting your sleep. So far today, it's just 2 p.m. here in Berlin, we have no word about air activities over Britain. Yesterday was also a quiet day in the air war, the Germans reporting that they limited their activities to reconnaissance flights and that there were few air battles. The Germans say they shot down 5 British planes yesterday and lost 2 themselves. The period of clear weather over the Channel and Britain is drawing to a close, but the weather experts tell me that you can count on probably at least 2 or 3 more weeks of good weather before the fall mists and fog set in. Whether the Germans think that is enough for their Air Force to settle accounts with the British, I don't know. One Messerschmitt pilot told me after the raid on London last Thursday that he thought they could finish the British Air Force in about 2 weeks of good weather, but he was only speaking in his private capacity. The German press continues to cite American newspapers to prove the great damage which the German air raids on Britain are making. The New York Times is quoted in the Swell Vorblatt today as saying that the suburbs of London and the airfield at Croydon were hit badly by the German bombs. As you might expect, the German press this morning is full of irony over what the papers call the victorious British withdrawal from Somaliland. They call it the 4th victorious withdrawal of the British in this war, the others being at Andelsnes, Namsos, and Dunkirk. Upon receipt of the news of the British withdrawal from Somaliland, Herr Hitler immediately sent a telegram of congratulations to Mussolini. The German papers this morning laud the exploits of the Italians in driving the British out of the African colony. Whatever the facts may be about what happened there or why, the Italian victory has served to raise still higher the prestige of the Axis powers in Europe and the confidence of the people here in a quick and final victory. Incidentally, I stopped off at Dunkirk a few days ago when I was up at the Channel, and it's remarkable how much of the debris has been cleared up. The town was terribly smashed, but most of the streets have now been cleared. I was surprised to see how many French people are still living there. These civilians in the destroyed cities are certainly a courageous lot. I talked to a French waitress in Calais, and she was not downhearted by any means. She said she felt thankful to have escaped with her life and thankful that she had a job again. I noticed, too, in northern France and Belgium that the harvests are being taken in. This will help the food situation there. This is William L. Sharon, Berlin, returning it out of Columbia, New York.
This is New York, and we switch you now to the British capital for the report of the latest news by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The air battle over Britain, which slackened off yesterday, has not restarted either last night or early this morning, although a few German raiders were reported over this country a little while ago. Single German planes in small formations flew over various parts of England last night, dropped a few bombs, and caused a few deaths. But the only new feature during this lull in the air war was the dropping of parachute flares over many parts of this country. These are powerful magnesium flares which drop slowly to the ground and illuminate a large area. They are generally used to illuminate targets preparatory to night bombing. None were dropped over London. In fact, apparently the only plane over London during the night was a Royal Air Force fighter, which hit a barrage balloon cable and crashed on a bakery store. The pilot parachuted out safely and came down on a roof near the bakery, where he watched his blazing machine set the building afire. He had been on patrol for the enemy bombers which never came. But the dropping by the Germans of parachute flares sounds an ominous note for British civilians. It may be a prelude to large-scale night bombardments. The great toll taken of German bombing machines on their daylight raids over this country may have convinced the German Air Command that too great a sacrifice is entailed in daylight raids. 5 German planes were destroyed yesterday out of the small number sent over. Like Britain, the Germans may be forced to send their heavy bombers to bomb at night. It is reported here that the citizens of Berlin spent 100 sleepless minutes after midnight last night when British bombers paid a visit to the German capital. The Royal Air Force was also busy over German-occupied France during the night. Vivid flashes lit up the clouds between Calais and Boulogne. Apparently a heavy raid was in progress. A glare of white light could be seen over Boulogne for almost half an hour. We have heard more reports of shelling on the southeast coast by German long-range guns. Apparently the shell holes I saw there a week or so ago were the efforts of the Germans to get their guns into battery by firing a few test rounds. But it is learned from reliable sources here that there is no immediate evidence indicating that a German invasion is imminent. There are no signs of any further concentrations of German troops on the French coast. For the first time, British people are told how many men were casualties in the aircraft carrier Glorious, lost off Norway in June. Today we learned that 1,204 men went down when the big aircraft carrier was sunk. But as yet we do not know what enemy action was responsible for its loss. Princess Margaret, younger daughter of the King and Queen, will be 10 tomorrow. She'll spend the day in the country with her sister, Princess Elizabeth, and if possible, the King and Queen. By the King's wish, though, only token gifts will be given to his daughter, and she'll not have her usual iced birthday cake. You see, owing to food restrictions this year, the birthday cake will be plain sponge with a little chocolate on top. Complaints by American correspondents against the censorship restrictions on air raids over this country has led to a relaxation of the censorship blue pencil on air reports. Yesterday, the Director General of the Ministry of Information is understood to have told his censors that delays in releasing news from London on air raids must not occur again. Mr. Duff Cooper, Minister of Information, will be further questioned on the subject in Commons today. The Prime Minister will appear in Commons also to review the war situation in a speech likely to take an hour. He may talk about Britain's attitude toward the sending of American food ships to Europe. The Admiralty reports this morning that 9 British ships were sunk during the week ending August the 12th. The total tonnage loss was 32,257. This compares favorably with a loss of some 60,000 tons the previous week, when 13 British ships were lost. 2 neutral ships were also sunk during the last week. They displaced 6,700 tons. It's hard to describe in words what the sound of an air raid siren is like. But the other day during a raid over London, I saw a black cat, which seemed to have found the right definition. When the sirens began to wail, this cat left off its search of a London garbage pail, arched its back and fluffed out its tail, then bolted into a cellar. To the cat, it must have seemed as though 10,000 great tomcats were challenging its right to existence. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer speaking from London, and such is the news this morning from Europe. We now listen to the news of latest developments reported from our nation's capital by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
A survey of opinion in the Senate gives these broad indications today. That the President has the support of a large majority in establishing with Canada a board to plan mutual defense of the North American continent. The President, you know, is urging speed on those plans and creation of the board by Thursday. But on the matter of transferring 50 American destroyers to Britain, a very strong opposition is still mustered, despite talk of British concessions of naval bases to the United States and offshore islands, despite defense conversations with Canada, despite the plea of Ambassador Bullitt added to those of General Pershing and Admiral Stanley. The opposition to the destroyer transfer seems enough to make congressional action highly doubtful. All the developments just mentioned are taken in Washington to indicate that a proposal as to the destroyers is coming soon from the White House or the administration. Some wise legislators think the conscription bill is holding it back. The injection of the destroyer issue might complicate the legislative situation for the draft bill. Representative Sal Bloom, chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, comes out for the transfer of the destroyers, telling me that his mail, running up into several thousand letters and telegrams, is 90-1 in favor of giving this aid to Britain. If the Attorney General says there is no domestic law in the way, and if the Navy Department says the ships can be spared, I'd like to see it done, said Bloom. If we are going to do it, we ought to do it now. The more we fool around, the worse the situation gets, the congressman added. But presumably, the President and certainly the Naval Chief of Operations, Admiral Stark, would want to have affirmative sanction by Congress before transferring the destroyers or trading them for the British island bases. The Admiral, according to his friends, doesn't want to take responsibility for signing a certificate that the destroyers are not essential to American defense. Isolationists like Senator Danaher of Connecticut and Worth Clark of Idaho tell me they are willing to see defense planning with Canada, even though Canada is a belligerent, provided the military plans are limited to Western Hemisphere defense and do not relate to the conduct of the present war in Europe. But on the transfer of destroyers, both Danaher and Clark are strongly opposed. So are all the isolationists. So are many middle-of-the-roaders. Senator Hatch of New Mexico, for example. I don't think a bill to transfer the destroyers could be passed, Senator Hatch said. It is too much like a declaration of war. One thing could make trouble in Congress for the Canadian talks. It would be the use of them to cover an indirect transfer of the destroyers. When there was a report from Canada last night suggesting the possibility of such a link, suspicious congressmen were all ears, and trouble was brewing. The principal oppositionist amendment to the conscription bill may be reached in the Senate today. Democratic Senator Maloney of Connecticut is calling up his proposal. It would postpone the draft until January 1st at the earliest, pending a trial of a voluntary enlistment program to see if it would yield 400,000 additional men for the Army. It's disclosed today in that connection that General Marshall, Chief of Staff, told a Senate Appropriations Subcommittee in private hearings that 1,200,000 men are the minimum force necessary to protect the United States. An army of 3 to 4 million may be needed, he said, for hemisphere defense. The American Army transport ship American Legion is plowing homeward from Finland past the northern tip of Scotland, still unharmed this morning, although it proceeds in the face of another warning from Germany. The German embassy here told us last night that those waters were mined by German airplanes as well as British warships. Berlin gave no safe conduct. In fact, it issued a warning to the American vessel, but Washington took the position that no other safe and practical course was available, probably because of British mines to the north. Authorities here are not likely to breathe easily until a few more hours have passed. We return you now to New York.
And with this news from the nation's capital, we conclude this morning's report of national and international developments. William L. Shirer reported from Berlin, Larry Lesuer reported from London, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wednesday, August 21st. German planes carried out new raids against England today, attacking the Midlands and southeastern sections. Until the new raids, England had experienced a decided lull in German air activity. In Berlin, radio stations went off the air. No reason was given for the action, but this usually happens when British planes are in the neighborhood. German newspapers said poor weather had slowed down their campaign against England. That's the news reported by the press associations. Now Columbia's correspondents report direct from abroad, London and Berlin. First, the report of Edward R. Murrow from the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. Londoners slept well last night. There were no air raid warnings, and the Ministry of Home Security reports a rather quiet night over all of Britain. German air activity is described as negligible. The Germans made dive bombing attacks on a southwest town where some people were killed and many injured. Some fatal casualties were also caused in Essex and a South Wales town. Bombs fell near a railway station in southwest England where a number of people were killed. Several bombs were dropped in the Midlands this morning. There is no information as to casualties, but the bombs dropped in a thickly populated district. It is believed that German aircraft made widespread attacks in southeastern England this morning. There is considerable speculation this morning concerning the crash of the German mystery plane in County Kerry, only about 50 miles from Foynes, the home base of the British flying boat Clare. The Irish have been questioning the surviving German crew members most of the night. 3 unofficial explanations are advanced for the presence of the German plane. The first is that the bomber was on reconnaissance, charting information for the possible invasion of Era. The second, that the Germans' navigation instruments had failed and the aircraft was lost. And the third, that the German bomber was hoping to give a dramatic demonstration of Germany's total blockade by shooting down the big British transatlantic flying boat as it neared its home base. In the opinion of most air experts, the Clare would have been a sitting duck had the big, fast German bomber been able to make contact. Newspaper headlines this morning say that Mr. Churchill's speech in the House of Commons yesterday rang the bell in America. London editors emphasize his statement that Britain now leads Germany in warplane production, the refusal to permit food to pass through the blockade to German-occupied territory, and the announcement that bases in Newfoundland and the West Indies will be leased to the United States. The Daily Herald feels that Mr. Churchill should have been a little more specific on the matter of war aims. It is now generally agreed that German shells from long-range guns have fallen on the southeast coast. Apparently, they were few in number and caused little damage. We are told that it would be possible for those German guns across the Channel to lob shells into London, but no one seems particularly worried at the prospect. The experts say fire at such range would be inaccurate, and the guns wouldn't stand up for very long under the heavy charges that would be necessary to propel a shell such a long distance. It is believed that the Germans will use those guns to bombard shipping in the Channel and perhaps to throw shells into places like Dover and Folkestone. According to the Daily Herald, people in widely scattered parts of Britain are demanding a more satisfactory system of air raid warnings. Several times, the first warning of danger has been the explosion of bombs. The sirens have sounded some minutes later. At Croydon last Thursday, the first warning came 15 minutes after the first bombs fell. Sir John Anderson, in explaining this state of affairs yesterday, said that it had appeared that the threatened attack on London would not materialize. But later, part of a German formation broke away, changed direction suddenly, and launched their attack against Croydon. Fighter Command is responsible for giving the order to sound the sirens, and it is faced with a difficult problem. Fast bombers can change direction and be over their targets in very little time. On the other hand, if the air raid warnings are sounded over a wide area, the stoppage of factories engaged in war work involves a serious loss of production. London parents are bringing their children home. They're returning at the rate of over 2,000 a week. German bombs dropped in areas to which the children have been evacuated seem to have convinced parents that their children would be safer back in London under the protection of the balloon barrage. Down in Surrey, men of the Home Guard found a platform in a tree. They thought maybe a German spy was using it for signaling to German aircraft. An armed guard was mounted, and the men of the Home Guard waited for developments. Nothing happened. Then it was discovered that the platform had been erected by the British Broadcasting Corporation for the purpose of broadcasting the Song of the Nightingale.
I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Rome. An intensification of the war against British colonies was predicted today, following Italy's warning to neutral countries that ships approaching within 30 miles of the coast of the Mediterranean, Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, Egypt, and British African colonies were in danger of destruction by mines or other means of war. We take you now to the German capital for the report of Edwin Hartridge.
This is Berlin. Mr. Churchill's statement to the House of Commons yesterday comes in for its expected criticism in this part of the world. Berlin papers agree that Winston Churchill did not say very much, and what he did have to say did not explain away the military difficulties which are facing Great Britain today. The Burschen Zeitung sums up the reactions here with this comment, quote, "If it is an art to change black into white, to defeats into victories, then Winston Churchill's statement of yesterday may be considered a masterpiece." His announcement that the British government is to lease naval and air bases in the Western Hemisphere is labeled by the same paper as the sale of an empire. And the Lokalanzeiger makes this comment about the leasing of these bases. Quote, "It is evident to the whole world that England has taken this step because she does not see any other way out of her present distress." End of quote. Then, as regards the English Prime Minister's prophecy that the war will go on, possibly lasting for 2 or 3 more years, this paper comments, quote, "It is not Churchill who will determine the duration of this war, but German weapons." End of quote. Also, the British withdrawal from Somaliland is a source of great editorial jubilation here. The ready comparison has been made with previous British withdrawals from Andalsnes and Namsos in Norway, Dunkirk, and now Somaliland. The German editors have ironically identified the last operation as, quote, "another British victory," unquote. As for military news, there seems to be little this morning. The day-and-day reports that flying weather is bad along the Channel coast and aerial activity is limited to reconnaissance flights. So it looks like another quiet day. At 6 p.m. last night, the German government handed the American embassy here a note, further explaining the German stand regarding the question of the safe conduct of the United States Army transport, the American Legion. The Foreign Office explained this morning that due to erroneous reports, it was thought necessary to further clarify this matter. And in this note, the Foreign Office pointed out that the American ships were always safe in their encounters with German naval vessels, but that the change of the course of the American Legion had caused some worry here in government circles. But the idea that the American Legion had changed its course because of a food shortage on board was considered amusing here, the Foreign Office spokesman said, because the new course was considerably longer. And questioned about the reaction of the Joint Defense Council to be set up by the United States and Canada, the spokesman said that comment would be reserved regarding that matter. There are 2 interesting items from the Low Countries this morning. One is the report in the Deutsche Zeitung for Netherlands that the crew of a British plane which landed in Holland on Saturday has thus far succeeded in escaping the German military authorities, and the population is warned to be on the lookout for the British. This paper reports that the plane carried 12 men who left their uniforms behind. These 12 Englishmen may have landed in Holland to do some sabotage work, the paper adds. Then there's a decree by the German military authorities published in the Brussels Zeitung that all gold coins and alloys containing gold in northern France and Belgium must be reported to the authorities. This gold must be offered either to the Mission Bank in Brussels or to the Reichskreditkasse in Luxembourg, according to this decree. In preparation for what may be a hard winter, we learned that the city of Budapest has obtained a 25 million pengo credit with which to set up a food reserve. This fund, approximately $5 million, will be used to purchase potatoes, flour, fats, and eggs should there be a food shortage this winter. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
And here in New York is Elmer Davis to give you his analysis of the day's news. Mr. Davis.
In spite of this further exchange of notes with regard to the Transport American Legion, which is bringing back 900 refugees, mostly Americans from Northern Europe, it looks as if everything will end smoothly in that case because Washington officials believe this morning that the transport has got safely through the mined zone. The State Department said it had had no word from the American Legion, and the War and Navy departments had nothing to say, which is somewhat different. It's believed in Washington they may be in communication. But at any rate, it was said day before yesterday afternoon at the German embassy that the ship would be in danger for 12 hours, and since it's now something like 38 hours, it looks as if she ought to be out of the danger zone. And since this is probably the case, it might be remarked that some people seem to have been looking at this thing from the wrong slant. Senator Bone yesterday made a speech in the Senate and said that the United States might be plunged into war by the stubbornness of whoever told the American Legion not to change its course, but to go through an area which the Germans said was mined. Now, there's certainly no likelihood that the United States could have been plunged into war by any misadventure happening to the American Legion, because there was obviously not the slightest reason for the Germans to make any attack on her, and if anything had befallen her, it would have been pretty clear that it could have been only from a mine, and as the Germans said, they cannot control a mine. But now that she's safe, it may be speculated that the real issue was something else. I advance a theory suggested to me by one of my colleagues, which seems pretty sound. The British minefields, which they announced they had laid 3 or 4 weeks ago, extend through the waters around Greenland and between Greenland and Iceland, according to their story, and also south of Iceland to the small Isle of Rona to the northwest of Scotland. Now, just how many mines the British have laid in this area is, of course, open to question. The various powers have announced at earlier times in the war that they have mined extensive areas of the ocean, and occasionally they wouldn't have had time to do anything but scatter a few mines here and there. That was notably the case with regard to the British announcement that they had mined a large area in the Baltic last April during the war in Scandinavia. And just how many mines the British have actually planted up in those waters is open to some doubt, but nevertheless, they said they did it 3 weeks ago, and they also have those waters to some extent under patrol. That left the comparatively narrow passage, a matter of 100 miles or so, perhaps, but at least a small area of the ocean between the island of Rona and the northern part of Scotland. And the Germans, last weekend, announcing their total blockade of the British Isles, said they had laid minefields around there, and it is believed that the story was that they had laid mines in that area out of planes. Now, to what extent you can successfully mine an area with planes is also open to some doubt, obviously depending on how many planes you use and the extent of the ocean which you try to cover with your mines. But at any rate, the United States government, by insisting that the American Legion should take this course between Rona and the north of Scotland, that is to say, through the German minefield rather than through the British minefield, indicated that they took the British minefield more seriously than that of the Germans. That is, they thought the British had probably laid more mines than the Germans, and that the area that the British had announced as unsafe was really more unsafe than that which the Germans had so declared. And it was perhaps this feeling that the United States was not taking the German minefield seriously, and that if the American Legion passed through without injury, it would indicate that the German minefield was not to be taken so seriously. This may have been the real emotional issue which was at stake. Of course, it wouldn't prove anything if a single ship did get through an area which was said to have been mined. You can't cover 100 miles of sea completely. But at any rate, it's quite possible that that was the whole difficulty, that the United States government didn't believe the German minefield should be taken so seriously as that of the British. Well, there seems to be comparatively little action this morning, and again, the Germans blame the bad weather. Although when they speak of armed reconnaissance, if the weather is very bad, you wouldn't think they could do very much reconnoitering. The report from London that it's been positively identified that German shells have fallen on the British coast doesn't seem to worry them. It is admitted, however, that these guns planted near Calais or thereabouts could possibly hit London. They couldn't aim at anything particular in London, but London is a big target which they could hardly miss. But as the shelling of Paris proved in the last war, that sort of random bombardment doesn't do much damage.
And with the news thus analyzed from New York by Alma Davis, Columbia concludes this morning report of European developments. Edward R. Murrow reported from London. Edward Hartridge was heard reporting from Berlin. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Thursday, August 22nd. Very little aerial activity is reported against England today. An air raid in the southeastern section of the country caused slight damage. There were unconfirmed reports in London that a cabinet reorganization would take place, retiring such members as Chamberlain, Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax, and the Minister of Information, Alfred Duff Cooper. In Rome, it was predicted that the next Italian offensive would be made against British troops in Egypt. Now the news direct from the German capital.
This is Berlin. Yesterday, Congress sent to the White House the resolution permitting American ships to evacuate children under 16 from the war zones, provided that these ships are guaranteed safe conduct by all the belligerents. And this morning, we find Germany's reaction. The official news agency has put out a statement which may be summed up as follows. No guarantee of safe conduct could be given to American ships for two reasons. First, the waters surrounding the British Isles are mine-infested, it is stated here, so that there can be no such a thing as a guarantee of safe voyage through these waters. And secondly, the news agency points out that no exception can be made to the total blockade announced against England, and no responsibility accepted here should anything happen to the ships. Explaining that the American resolution stipulates that guarantees of safe conduct must be first given by the belligerents, the news agency adds, quote, it must be pointed out that no belligerent is in the position to give such a guarantee where sailings in mine-infested waters are concerned. Then this statement says further, quote, the British government itself has not taken responsibility for the evacuation of children across these perilous waters, leaving it to the discretion of the rich parents to evacuate their children at their own risk. Under these circumstances, it is impossible to regard the American law, the humanitarian purpose of which is of course beyond doubt, as a workable proposition in actual practice, end of quote. Then the semi-official statement adds that humanitarian considerations make it impossible for any country to guarantee the safety of voyages in mine-infested waters. Quote, Germany cannot be instrumental in exposing children to additional dangers in war zones. She continues to regard the American neutrality law, which has removed the possibility of incidents by preventing American ships from sailing in the war zones, as a very suitable course for the purpose of avoiding incidents which might be an element of friction between the two countries, end of quote. So it would seem that the German government will not give the required guarantees of safe passage. But this day-and-day statement may be amplified by an official pronouncement from some governmental official later. The German Army communique reports that during yesterday, 3 merchant ships coming from the United States on their way to Liverpool were damaged by German bombing attacks far out in the Atlantic off the north and west coasts of Ireland. 2 of these ships were spotted approximately 150 miles west of Ireland, while the third was picked up about 120 miles to the northwest of the Tory Islands, according to the communique. The Germans say that these ships were carrying food cargoes to England, and that the German planes which bombed them came from the new air bases established along the west coast of France. So far, this morning we have had no news of aerial activity over the Channel. Maybe this is another day of bad flying weather. For the last few days, the air attacks on England have been restricted because of the weather, we've been told here by the German news agency. In Berlin, we continue to hear rumors about a crisis in Finland regarding its future as a Baltic state. So far, we have no confirmation or detailed information as to what is going on in Helsinki. However, Deutsches Allgemeine Zeitung this morning carries a small item. It reports that the Finnish government has issued a decree to punish all those who spread alarmist stories, either of their own creation or picked up from foreign radio stations. Approximately 150 million pounds of foodstuffs and vegetables were sent from Holland into Germany from May 15th to July 31st. This statement is made in an interview in the Deutsche Zeitung given by Count Grote, the new farmers' leader in Holland. In discussing the future agricultural program of the Netherlands, he stated that tulip growing will have to be restricted so that more vegetables and more important foodstuffs can be produced. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning you now to Columbia and New York.
This is New York. Here's a dispatch from Shanghai. The commander of American troops of the Shanghai Volunteer Corps has appealed for more American volunteers to help in defending the international settlement. It is understood that United States Marine authorities intend to inaugurate special intensified training courses for Americans. We switch you now to the British capital for the news of latest developments reported by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London. England got some good news from Egypt this morning. The Egyptian premier has declared that Egypt will fight if invaded. One Egyptian division has already taken up war position. All radio stations in Germany and our conquered territories went off the air about 10 o'clock last night, leading to the conclusion that British heavy bombers were conducting their usual nightly raids. But Germany again failed to retaliate last night or this morning. Only single bombers or small formations crossed the coast. A British convoy off the northeast coast was attacked by 3 planes this morning. Yesterday, 13 German planes were shot down. The RAF says they lost 1 fighter. Everyone is wondering why the Germans have curtailed their mass raids on this country. Some Royal Air Force pilots yesterday gave me their theory. They say that when the skies are cloaked with an endless blanket of clouds, the German planes can come over only singly. This, say the British pilots, is because the Germans are using inexperienced pilots who would get separated from their formations in heavy clouds. So, under conditions of low weather visibility, the Germans send only their best men over, alone. In other quarters, the theory is that the Germans have found they cannot risk daylight raids, and they are preparing for mass night raids like the British, for which special training and parachute flares are necessary. News pictures in today's newspapers support the theory that the German Air Force cannot stand up under many more mass daylight raids on England. The pictures are of a great junk heap, broken, burnt, and twisted Nazi planes piled atop one another, ready to make scrap metal for England. The junk pile resembles an elephant's graveyard, huge gaunt ribs and broken backbones. We wonder what happened to all the airplanes Germany captured in her conquered territories. British pilots tell me that in the last fortnight, after the collapse of France, they encountered American Curtisses, French Douatines, and Hurricanes which had been sold to Belgium. Piloted by Germans, these planes retained their former Allied colors. The confusion was incredible. But apparently the Germans couldn't fathom it either. They must have been shooting down their own pilots, for in the past month, the RAF has not seen any of the captured planes in action. Never before has so much been owed by so many to so few. Winston Churchill was referring to the Royal Air Force fighter pilots. Yesterday, I paid a visit to one of Britain's crack squadrons, the boys who are called the Dover Patrol of the Air. They do most of the patrols over that hot spot on the English Channel. These cheerful young fellows told me they thought they had one of the best records in the fighter command. 130 German aircraft down with a loss of only 1 man to the squadron. Leslie Howard, the movie actor, was with me on this visit. He's a reporter now, does broadcast to America for the British Broadcasting. But this day, his position was reversed. Alongside these handsome, strapping fellows of the Royal Air Force, it was they who looked the part of Hollywood heroes. Nor did the fighter pilots trail after Mr. Howard for autographs. Like any other Britisher today, he looked up at them admiringly as they told how they could turn inside the German machines and shoot them down. And the movie star grinned when he read their fan letters. The star of Gone with the Wind laughed when one of the pilots asked why Vivian Lee didn't become a reporter. They'd give her plenty of stories. Then Mr. Howard and I went to a movie. Inside a small camouflage shack on the airfield, we saw more exciting movies than Hollywood has ever produced. They were the sort of movies only fighter pilots can take. Filmed with camera guns in actual battle 2 or 3 miles above the earth. The films were short and jerky. The camera registers only when the guns are fired, and they fire in 2 or 3 second bursts, but long enough to send hundreds of rounds spitting from the 8 machine guns. The title of these films was very simple, like prize fight cards. Flying Officer John Smith versus a Messerschmitt 110. There was no sound, only the gasps from us reporters. Tracer bullets whizzed like flaming golf balls at the German planes. Men were being killed before our eyes. We didn't talk for a few minutes when the strange movies ended. Not even movie star Leslie Howard. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. Now, at this time, Cecil Brown is standing by in the Italian capital. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. Waves of Italian bombers attacked the formation of British cruisers and destroyers. High Command has just announced that the attack was carried out in the eastern Mediterranean. We are told the British flotilla consisted of 2 10,000-ton cruisers, 4 cruisers of 5,000 tons, and 2 destroyers. The High Command says 2 of the cruisers were hit repeatedly by bombs, and that all the Italian planes returned safely to their bases. The Italians claim 2 other naval victories today. The War Bulletin reports in the Eastern Mediterranean, a fascist torpedo chaser has sunk a submarine, and a fascist submarine has torpedoed a British destroyer. For the 3rd time, Gibraltar was attacked by Italian planes. A formation of bombers, the High Command says, bombed military objectives at the British base guarding the western end of the Mediterranean. 1 Italian plane failed to return. In East Africa, a British plane was shot down by native Dubat troops at a place named Kokatcha in Kenya. According to this communique, the Italians had the better of it today by sinking a submarine, torpedoing a destroyer, and bombing 2 cruisers. Each side lost 1 airplane. There have been heavy and frequent air attacks on the island of Malta. These seem to have the double purpose of removing the island as a threat to the Italian peninsula and also as a threat to the next fascist drive in Africa. Nothing is being said here about the Egyptian situation. Italy's official position toward Egypt was fixed by Mussolini at the outbreak of the war. And that was, if Egypt did not attack, she would not be attacked. It's hard to say how long that sort of situation can continue now that British Somaliland has been conquered. Stories printed here claim that the British have disarmed the Egyptian army. Stephanie, the Italian news agency, carries a story today from San Sebastian, Spain, that Mexico and Guatemala are opposed to the United States creating naval bases in British Honduras. According to Stephanie, many of the South American republics think the United States is trying to use the Axis threat as an excuse to transform the entire Caribbean Sea into a great naval base for the American fleet. Stephanie attributes to South American circles the idea that when Washington has realized this program, the independence of Colombia and Venezuela will be greatly restricted. Those 2 republics would be forced to gravitate toward the United States. And Stephanie says that prospect is not very pleasing to Brazil. The Rome newspaper, Popolo di Roma, carries a 1-paragraph story under a Belgrade dateline today. If the story is true, there can be great repercussions in the Balkans and Eastern Mediterranean. The story says that Russia has sent to Turkey a request for the passage through the Dardanelles of Russian ships of war. If such a request was made, it appears to mean that Russia wants either at once or in the near future the right of her fleet to enter the Mediterranean. The Principality of Monaco, tucked away at the Riviera frontier between Italy and France, is famous for the gaming tables of Monte Carlo. Monaco is in the news here today for a different reason. A number of Italians stopped in Monaco for a religious ceremony. They were on their way back from a French concentration camp. For some reason, the Italians were attacked by a group of residents. The Italians resisted and drove off their attackers. Well, it was revealed today that the Italian consul at Monaco has obtained the dismissal of the Director General of Public Security and other officials responsible for the attack. And everyone in Monaco was ordered to give up their guns within 24 hours. This is Cecil Brown in Rome, returning you to CBS in New York.
This is New York, and here is a brief dispatch from Tokyo. Foreign Minister Matsoko said today that Japan must be fully prepared to meet difficulties rising from relations of the United States and European powers with the South Seas region. And with this news, we conclude this morning's report of European developments, which is presented by Columbia each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Larry Lesuer reported from London, and Cecil Brown just reported from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Friday, August 23rd. London suffered its first night air raid in the aerial Blitzkrieg from small elements of high-flying Nazi raiders who dropped bombs in 3 sections of the suburbs last night before being driven off. The British retaliate in kind to the German long-range firing across the English Channel. Rome reports raids by air on Alexandria as English and Italian naval fleets mass near Crete in anticipation of some Italian move toward Greece. Now the news from the German capital.
This is Berlin. This morning we have a brief report from the DNB, the official news agency, that the German Air Force continued its attacks with unabated vigor over England yesterday and last night. But that is all we have from this side as regards the reports from Britain that London was bombed last night by German planes. And this same report says that off Dover, a British convoy was dispersed and serious damage was done to a number of ships. This attack on the convoy may have been done with German long-range guns on the French coast. But there's no direct confirmation of that, or of the reports that England was shelled yesterday by these artillery batteries. At the Foreign Office press conference this morning, it was stated that the use of the long-range guns would be the last phase of the English tragedy. However, we may have more detailed reports later in the day when the official arming communique is released. The official news here this morning also tells us that several harbors in Scotland were bombed, while other raiding attacks were directed against industrial plants in central England and aircraft factories and airfields in southern England. The Germans claim that 11 British planes were shot down yesterday, while the home team lost only 3. Today is the first anniversary of the signing of the historic Russian-German non-aggression pact that preceded this war. This pact cut deep across ideological barricades. Well, the Volkscher Beobachter in the front page editorial this morning fittingly remarks that the history of Europe will give a special place to this day in its pages. The anniversary comments here state that the pact is a great success for Germany and Russia. This paper points out that because of the pact, quote, the danger of the largest extension of the war on the continent of Europe has been disposed of, and the two countries have placed their relations on a basis which was most in line with their traditions and their economic and political possibilities. For previous conflicts between the two countries had always proved to be, to say the least, unprofitable for both of them, end of quote. This editorial continues, stating that Russia and Germany have no cause for conflict as to their living space, and that they don't disturb each other economically, and that in numerous fields they are completely and independently themselves. And then the Volkscher Beobachter concludes by stating that no attempts or intrigues, particularly by the British, have succeeded in disrupting the relations between Russia and Germany. In the last few weeks, there has been a noticeable tightening up of the air raid defense system in Berlin. Automobiles are required to use a special new type of non-reflecting road light. Air raid wardens have been given refresher courses about their duties during an air raid, and the police are handing out penalties instead of warnings for those who violate the blackout regulations. And now this morning, Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering has issued a new announcement to Berliners about air raids, containing a new concession. Henceforth, if the air raid siren sounds, people will not have to go down to the shelters. They will only have to take shelter if they hear the bark of anti-aircraft guns or see searchlights playing in the sky. And the Reichsmarshal adds that anyone who then does not go down to the shelters does so at his own risk. But in any case, it is forbidden to remain out in the streets during an air raid. This new announcement points out that several times recently, enemy planes have visited Berlin at night, and that the new regulations are only for Berlin itself. The Rhineland cities have avowed their own regulations about air raids, for their problems are different in view of the fact that the British concentrate on that area. The desired formula is to provide a maximum of safety with a minimum of disturbance to the ordinary daily routine of the people living in those areas. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York. Here's a dispatch from Cairo. A Royal Air Force communique asserted today that British airplanes had sunk 2 Italian submarines, a destroyer, and a submarine depot ship. Now a dispatch from Rome. Authoritative quarters denied categorically today that Italy had served an ultimatum on Greece, giving her 24 hours to renounce her British guarantees. Now the news direct from the British capital, reported by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London, a sleepy, eye-rubbing London, for the war came home to Piccadilly last night. Just before dawn, the deep rumble of exploding bombs could be heard in the center of this, the world's largest city. Even before the sirens sent millions of Londoners in their pajamas and dressing gowns into the cellars of their apartment houses, the noise and flashes of anti-aircraft guns burst in the star-studded sky. Reporters for the morning newspapers wrote their stories about London's first night bombing without moving from their newspaper plants in Fleet Street. They merely looked out the window to see German bombers picked out by the pale fingers of London's searchlights. This morning we learned that the bombs dropped on a London suburb had damaged 2 moving picture houses, a bank, a saloon, a big dance hall, and a number of private houses. Casualties, though, are reported to be very few. Only 1 death is announced. Not many bombs were dropped. There were very few people in the streets when I walked out after being awakened by the rattling of my windows. The anti-aircraft fire was intense, though, long before the air raid siren sounded.
High overhead, the drone of the twin-engine German planes filled the night sky. Many people were already in the shelters before the alarm was given, and a number of them wisely stayed there until sometime after the all clear was sounded. The Air Ministry communique this morning says that German aircraft were over this country, operating singly or in small numbers. Besides the bombs dropped on the London suburbs, areas in England, South Wales, and a town in northeast Scotland were hit. Apparently, the German bombers are not so accurate in their attacks on military targets as the British claim theirs to be in their night raids over enemy territory. The German guns mounted on the French coast continued their shelling of the Dover area for nearly an hour last night. It was the first systematic shelling of Britain by land guns. After the shelling of a convoy in the Straits ended late yesterday afternoon, when the ships steamed out of range, the German big guns let loose again shortly after 9 o'clock. It was nearly 10 o'clock before these little Berthas ceased fire. By that time, Royal Air Force bombers were heading for the French coast. From the cliffs at Dover, observers heard the crump of British bombs, apparently aimed at the German gun emplacements. Great flashes could be seen across the 22 miles of channel. But about a half hour later, the German guns roared into life again. This morning, a British communique states that the German shells caused damage to buildings in the Dover area, and there were a number of casualties. One of the German shells went through the stained glass window of a Dover church and exploded inside. Another shell fell behind a crowded movie house and rocked it violently, but the show went on. A telephone call to an observer at Dover this morning reveals that the German guns have not been in action today, and the damage to buildings there is not very great. There's news from the Balkans this morning, as yet unconfirmed. The Daily Telegraph correspondent in Belgrade reports that reliable sources have told him that Italy has given Greece 24 hours in which to renounce the British guarantee of aid in the event of an attack. Hostilities would follow if she refused. In the small hours of this morning, Greek defense ministers conferred with General Metaxas, the Greek prime minister, in Athens. But the Greek Foreign Office denies that Italy has demanded that Greece renounce the British guarantee. Reliable reports from Athens state, however, that the extraordinary session of the Greek leaders discussed reported concentration of Italian troops on the Albanian frontier. Great Britain has a reply for the new types of German planes which the Germans are using in the Battle of Britain. Although the Heinkel 113 fighter has not been used in large numbers against the Royal Air Force, it is regarded by the British pilots as a tough customer. But Britain is countering with a new fighter which they claim will be the fastest in the world. And against the German Dornier 215, which is a variation on the old flying pencil, and has come over this island in large numbers in the past month, Britain is introducing her own long-range, high-altitude bomber. Although the German news agency this morning reports that British guns shelled France from across the Channel, sources in London today refuse to deny or confirm that Britain either possesses long-range guns or that they were in action yesterday. We're returning now to CBS in New York.
And that was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. Here in New York is Linton Wells with more news and an analysis of the latest news reports. Mr. Wells.
The 0 hour draws nearer when Hitler must let loose everything he has on Britain's civilian centers as well as military concentrations, manufactures, and communications. And this morning's Nazi air raids on London's residential sections, about which Larry Lesuer told us from the British capital this morning, is but a slight taste of what the British Isles will be asked to eat in large mouthsful, if and when weather and other considerations indicate to Hitler and company that the time is propitious. But the incontrovertible fact remains. German efforts to beat the British Isles into submission must be carried out during the next 40 days. Otherwise, in the view of many observers, Hitler is due for a tough time of it this winter. In fact, it is not improbable that the RAF will soon give Berlin a taste of Nazi bombing medicine in reprisal for this morning's raid on London and other non-military objectives. The RAF has demonstrated repeatedly that it can lay eggs on Berlin. Now we may hear about them doing it. Mars is focusing his spotlight a little more clearly today upon Greece. The Metaxas cabinet of Greece and King George held a special cabinet meeting soon after midnight. And after a discussion of reported new Italian troop concentrations on the Albanian frontier of Greece, began the drafting of so-called emergency measures to deal with the situation. These measures will probably include the mobilization of Greek manpower and other preparations designed for the defense of the state. As Larry Lesuer reported from London, it has been stated in Greek official circles that Italy has not yet made any formal demands for the surrender of Greek territory. But the Italian press has grown more violent in its demands that the Italo-Greek quarrel be settled by the immediate satisfaction of Albanian claims to Chiamuria, a corner of the ancient Greek province of Epirus, which was taken from Albania by Greece in 1914. There also are indications that Italy will demand Greece's cession of the island of Corfu and perhaps her entire Dalmatian coast. While increased Italo-Albanian forces are reportedly being rushed to the Greek frontier, Athens hears that British and Italian war fleets are cruising off the island of Crete in anticipation of an Italian move against Greece, and that Italian planes have attacked the British naval units. Yesterday, Great Britain let it be known that she would come to the rescue of Greece with all of her military force in the event of an Italian invasion, which most observers believe Greece cannot and probably will not attempt to resist. That the British promise is not encouraging as it may sound at first hearing. The British are too fully occupied in North Africa and the extreme eastern Mediterranean to give Greece full support without being backed up by Turkey. An Anglo-Turkish treaty promises Britain full military support in the event the status quo in the eastern Mediterranean is threatened, and provided, too, that Turkey does not have to wage war against Russia. Certainly, the status quo in the eastern Mediterranean has been threatened and disturbed since Italy entered the war last June, but Turkey remains non-belligerent. However, now that the Italians are threatening to invade Greece and pitch camp on Turkey's front doorstep in eastern Macedonia, perhaps the Turks will throw in their lot with Britain and fulfill treaty obligations, even though they will be coming to the rescue of a detested hereditary enemy, the Greeks. Hitler's attitude in this Italo-Greek situation has not been clarified. He has exerted every effort to prevent the Balkan powder magazine from exploding. Now Mussolini, his Axis partner, has lighted another fuse to it, but Berlin apparently has not attempted to stamp it out. In fact, Athens hears unconfirmed rumors that Hitler has given Mussolini a green light in his present military adventure, which, if it succeeds, will certainly make Britain's position in the eastern Mediterranean less secure. On the other hand, the British position in Egypt appears to be improving, much to the disappointment of Rome. The fascists have been hoping to keep Egyptian troops neutralized during the impending Italian drive eastward from Libya toward the Suez Canal. But last night, the Egyptian Minister of War announced that Egyptian troops have now taken up positions alongside their English allies and will fulfill the government's promise of yesterday to fight in the event the Italians invade Egypt. British pressure on Egypt apparently has finally produced satisfactory results, although these should have been produced long ago, considering Italy's repeated air raids on Egyptian cities, including one on Alexandria this morning.
And with this analysis by Linton Wells from New York, we conclude this morning report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at this time. Edwin Hartridge reported earlier from Berlin. Larry Lesuer reported from London. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. News of Europe. Saturday, August 24th, and Columbia brings you the latest developments direct from the belligerent European capitals and a summary of the latest news by Albert Warner from Washington. This morning, although it is high noon over there, William L. Shirer reports from Berlin, and Eric Severide will give the latest developments from the capital of Great Britain and a telephone report from Edward R. Murrow. Now the news direct from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. These days remind me very much of last winter. It's cold and dreary, and the war seems to be at a standstill. It may well be that it's the calm before the storm. If it is, we shall soon see. In the meantime, the German papers, having no new victories to report, warm up the old ones. Journals like the BZ and Noon paper tell us today again of the terrible effectiveness of the German bombings in Britain. According to this paper, the residents of the English towns on the south coast are leaving their homes and going north to escape the bombings. They cannot stand the strain, we are told here, of the continuous German attacks and the hardships of spending day and night in the air raid cellars. That's the picture the German papers give their readers. They also report that 10,000 people are leaving Dover for safer parts as a result of the Stuka bombings. No mention is made that the German long-range guns might have something to do with the desire of a resident of Dover to move. In fact, the London reports of the cross-channel bombardments by the big guns on both sides have not yet been publicly confirmed here. The papers make no mention of them. As further proof of the effectiveness of Germany's air attack on Britain, the papers in Berlin this morning published photographs of some of the bombed airfields. I'm afraid I'm an amateur at reading aerial photographs, and I don't see in them what the experts see. However, I find these pictures interesting. One on the front page of the Völkische Beobachter shows the airfield at Maidstone in England. From one corner of the field, you can see smoke issuing from some buildings. The German caption explains it is a result of direct hits. Another photograph shows a railway gun position near St. Margaret's, which has been bombed. A third shows smoke issuing from some buildings on the edge of an airfield, which the German caption says is southeast of London. Croydon is southeast of London. The caption explains that a Stuka bombing has just taken place. 2 buildings are on fire. Incidentally, this unusual August weather we've been having over here for the last 3 weeks not only hampers air activity, it affects the crops. No figures are available yet on the damage, but there seems little doubt that not only the grain, so badly needed in Europe this winter, but also other crops like potatoes in some parts are going to be adversely affected by the cold, damp weather. The German papers today pay some attention to Albania. They quote an Albanian journal, Tomori, to the effect that another one of these Albanian patriots has been murdered. Now it develops that the murder took place last May, and it is not specifically stated that the Greeks did it. However, the Greeks are taken to task for practically closing the border between Albania and Greece. This is said to cause hardship to Albanians. Question about the state of relations between Italy and Greece today, the Greenland Strasse advised that the situation was not critical. No ultimatums had been sent, they pointed out. German women, as you know, are not permitted to have anything to do with Polish prisoners. Today I noticed in the papers that 2 German women have been sentenced to 3 years in the penitentiary because they did. And here's an item from the official journal of German lawn tennis. It jibes at Germans who still use English expressions when playing the racket game. Germans should no longer say, for example, that the score is 15-30. They should use the German words for figures. Nor should they say deuce or game with set point. So the journal gives a German equivalent for about 30 English tennis terms. For lob, they say Hochball, literally a high ball. For smash, Schmetterball. Rückhand for backhand, and so on. For a little time, I suppose some people will get a little mixed up in their tennis. This is William L. Schauer in Berlin, returning out of CBS in New York.
This is New York, and before taking you to London, here's a dispatch from Bucharest. Numerous Romanian army units have been shifted from the Bulgarian frontier to the Hungarian frontier. It was understood today, as diplomatic quarters forecast, that Romanian-Hungarian territorial negotiations would end tonight or tomorrow in deadlock. Some troops have been sent to the eastern frontier opposite Russian-seized territory. Reports that there had been a new mobilization order were denied. Officials said in explanation that every officer and soldier who could be spared from civilian duties had been under arms for months. Now to the British capital for the news reported by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. Edward Murrow just phoned me from Dover about 15 minutes ago to say that German coastal batteries have again this morning shelled the Dover area. He reports at least 7 shells landing. The damage he has seen personally so far is one house half blown away. Germans bombed one small ship just off the coastal cliffs without success, he reported. There were long, drawn-out dogfights overhead, but nobody at Dover could follow the battle because the planes were at such a great height. One plane did go down in the sea, and at least one more back inland. It's just reported here in London that British guns have retaliated this morning and shelled the coast of France once more. Last night, the RAF bombed around Boulogne and that coastal area. The Air Ministry reports officially at least 3 raiders shot down so far today. Since a strong force of German bombers and fighters came over, the casualty figures will certainly mount as the day wears on. This morning, there was an alarm in London at 8:20, just when the city was going to work. It was our first daylight alarm since Sunday. I climbed up on my roof, which is in the center of London, and saw nothing but barrage balloons with the sun shining on them. I heard nothing but an occasional taxi in the street and a forgotten alarm clock going off in a bedroom down below. No anti-aircraft firing and no sound of planes or bombs. Later this morning, they told us the planes did no bombing at all in the London area. Some bombs did drop in East Anglia. There's no confirmation of last night's reports that parachutes have been found in the Midlands, but no details. The London press today maintains that the German Air Force has definitely altered its tactics in the last week, going from mass raids on military objectives to scattered raids on anything at all. I suppose it's a serious allegation to make to say that the Germans are bombing and machine gunning indiscriminately, but after several days of traveling around southern and eastern England, I'm convinced it's true. And other American correspondents I've talked to feel the same way. There was some military point in terrorizing Belgian and French civilians, but why they try it here, I can't imagine. There are no refugees packing the roads to panic. The war in southeastern Europe seemed a bit closer this morning. According to London reports, Romania has canceled army leave and ordered air raid shelters to be ready for civilians by September 15. Conversations between Hungary and Romania are said to be almost broken down. Greece has canceled all steamer services in her islands, and 500,000 Italian troops are reported on the Greek-Albanian border. London diplomatic observers this morning believe that Mussolini's method of handling this Greece affair may reveal Hitler's intentions in his fight with Britain. They maintain that Hitler's efforts in the Balkans have been directed toward peace as a condition for German-directed economic organization. If he permits Mussolini to force open warfare, which may involve Turkey and Russia as well, then it would appear he has given up hope of smashing Britain in these islands and is obliged to strike at her in the east. Paradoxically, this morning it's announced that war risk insurance rates for voyages through the Mediterranean have gone down instead of up. The rate for the eastern Mediterranean, including Greece and Turkey, is down 5%. For Alexandria, Port Said, and Suez, it's down 8%. Following General de Gaulle's announcement that the Vichy government is making Germany a gift of 800 airplanes from French Africa, it's now reported in London that Italians are about to get the remnants of the French Navy at Toulon. Most of these are small vessels. The only capital ship is a battle cruiser Strasbourg, damaged at Oran by the British. Mussolini may get some French warships, but he just lost the British Order of the Bath. It was granted him in 1923 by George V. George VI took it away last night. And King Victor Emmanuel, Senior Knight of the Order of the Garter, has just lost that title, too. This is London. We return you to CBS, New York.
And now back in America, and before taking you to Washington, here's a dispatch from Rome. Italian planes in a night bombing raid on the airport of Khartoum, capital of the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, caused great destruction of hangars and a great fire, a high command communique reported today. Now the news from our own national capital, reported by Albert Warner. We take you to Washington.
Behind the president's plea yesterday for no delay on the conscription bill, and behind the War Department's program, which builds toward a peak in manpower and a considerable store of equipment by next spring, may lie a certain report on Hitler's timetable. The reported schedule calls for a threat to the United States by next April. Now, of course, there have been misrepresentations of the Hitler timetable. Any attack on the United States presupposes the prior defeat of Great Britain and the capture of a good part of the British fleet. That's a rather big order. There are also experts who will minimize the power of any attempted attack across the Atlantic in the near future, even if Britain should be conquered. There remains the further question as to whether Hitler would have either the desire or incentive to risk such a venture. But the fact remains that in certain quarters of the War Department, the report on Hitler's timetable persists and is credited with being an accurate reflection of the plannings of the German Chancellor. This report is used to bolster the plea of the American Army Command for strength by spring. This is Saturday, but it's no weekend holiday for the Senate. It meets to continue the debate on conscription. On top of the Saturday meeting, there will be night sessions every day next week until a vote is taken. A new instrument of defense begins functioning today. The American members of the Joint American-Canadian Defense Board, including Mayor LaGuardia of New York, will meet here this morning. Here is one half of a unique planning board, a board which relates Canada to the rest of the Western Hemisphere and provides the United States with new opportunities for its own defense. Air and naval bases, new highways, and the disposition of naval and land forces in an emergency may be discussed. But most of all, bases for the United States on British islands and in Newfoundland. There are many in Congress who are not sure how effectively American defense preparation is proceeding. Thus comes the resolution of Senator Walsh asking a secret session of the Senate and a confidential report from Secretary of War Stimson. Senator Byrd also supports the general idea of an investigation. The Navy Department tells him, he says, that since the beginning of May, only 236 combat planes have been contracted for. Byrd said the Army combat planes put under contract since May numbered only 33 a few days ago, as Stimson testified. A War Department spokesman tells us the figure now is actually over 500. But Byrd says the program is going too slowly. He adds, whether it is the fault of industry or existing tax legislation or of the administrators in Washington, I don't know, but I intend to find out. There may be word from the White House today as to the future plans of Harry Hopkins, Secretary of Commerce and intimate friend of the President. The rumors I mentioned 2 weeks ago that he would resign have now reached a height which is requiring White House attention. It's a depressing sight in the Senate reception room. They will be there again today, some 30 matrons in heavy mourning seated around the room. They call it a demonstration of what passage of the conscription bill would mean to the mothers of America. Senators are conspicuous by the way they avoid the reception room, perhaps because the women hang Senator Pepper in effigy on the Capitol lawn. The women claim he represents forces steering us into the war. Mrs. Rose Farber of Detroit, vice president of the group, is a trifle vague as to just what these forces are. One thing, she said she was sure that Bernard Baruch is #1 bad man in the United States. The group is also opposed to Roosevelt and critical of Wilkie. The group's been here before. It opposed lifting the arms embargo. There was excitement yesterday. 2 members of the Green Guards, an organization of militant-minded Washington ladies, were there. But there was no fight. We return you now to New York.
And with this news from Washington, Columbia concludes this regular report of national and international developments. William L. Shire reported from Berlin, Eric Severide from London, and Albert Warner from Washington. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Monday, August 26th. In Europe, as the war enters the last week of its first year, Berlin experienced its first real air raid. British planes roared over the city for 3 hours. London, meanwhile, received 2 more German raids, bringing to 5 the Nazi air attacks on the British capital in 48 hours. Now the news from Europe direct, Berlin, London, and Rome. First, a report from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. Last night, Berlin had its biggest and most spectacular air raid in a year of war. When I say spectacular, I mean at least as far as the display of anti-aircraft batteries, those big and little guns that lit up the dark sky over Berlin. A few hours ago, the official news agency gave us this brief statement about the air raid. We were told that several British planes entered the sky over the metropolitan area of Berlin, and according to this official statement, several incendiary bombs were dropped in 2 suburbs of Berlin, as yet unidentified. A small hut in a garden section was reported damaged by the bombs. The brief communique concludes with a statement that one of the British planes was shot down on its return flight. Well, apparently that is all we will have from official quarters about the air raid for the moment. The alarm started at 12:20 last night, just as thousands of Berliners were ditching buses and streetcars to go home after a Sunday of recreation. The air raid lasted 3 hours and 2 minutes. Shortly after the sirens sounded, after midnight, we heard the first rumble of heavy anti-aircraft fire, apparently coming from the outskirts of Berlin. The German air raid defense was letting go of its biggest guns, which from a distance sound very much like bombs exploding. Incidentally, the ceiling of the clouds was rather low, which must have obstructed the firing, I would think. For some of the Germans, it must have been like trying to shoot through a giant ball of cotton. Some planes, whether British or not, I don't know, could be heard quite clearly. When they came close, the smaller gun batteries, consisting of machine guns, began to fire. And it was a fascinating sight to stand on my hotel balcony and to see the long lines of fiery tracer bullets disappearing high up into the cloud formation. The British planes spent several hours at the Berlin area, and numerous times we could hear their motors. When the firing of the defense forces was at its heaviest, the whole sky was illuminated by flashes of light and explosions and by the thousands of tracer bullets, thus the long, thin beams of the searchlights trying to break through the clouds. And the air was filled with the sharp metallic barking of the smaller guns and the muffled, booming explosions of the biggest guns. And then in the quiet, after the various salvos, they heard a tinkle of metal as hundreds of tiny bits of shell shrapnel fell back to the earth on the streets or on the roofs, and a swishing sound as it fell to the leaves of the trees. This morning, hundreds of people and children collected these tiny bits of shrapnel as souvenirs of the first big and very noisy air raid over Berlin. Well, that's about all I can give you on the air raid. Certain details of the interesting evening cannot be mentioned, as such information falls into the category of military secrets and of value to the enemy. This morning, we can find nothing in the papers about reports from London that German planes bombed the British capital. So it is up to you on the other side of the Atlantic to fit the Berlin air raid into the general picture of events for the last few days. According to a last-minute news report, there was concentrated German bombing attacks on important military objectives in Birmingham last night. Birmingham is an important center of the English armament industry, we are told here. The large airplane factories there is some of the German objectives, it is said. Berlin papers this morning continue to play up the reports of the German aerial successes over southwest England yesterday. We are told the second and third air fleets made surprise attacks, and during the day, 51 British fighter planes were shot down, while the Germans lost only 12 planes. There are two other items of interest from the papers this morning. We learn that General Vigon, the chief of staff of the Spanish army, is now visiting the battlefields of France. He will then come to Berlin to confer a high decoration on Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering. From Luxembourg, we learn that all political parties, except the German People's Party, have to be disbanded. This is Edwin Hypridge, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and here's the latest news from the Balkans. In Budapest, it is announced that the Hungarian-Romanian territorial discussions are to be resumed. Hungarian Foreign Minister Count Chakti told newsmen this morning that a Romanian delegation is to meet with Hungarian representatives Wednesday. Immediately, Budapest dispatches said that there is a lessening of tension between the two countries. Now the news from the British capital, reported by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. London suburbs got some more screaming bombs last night, but this afternoon Londoners are far more interested in details of the RAF bombing raid on Berlin. Most of the papers this morning contained articles urging retaliation, written before it was known the RAF was on its way. In the second London raid last night, 2 policemen were killed and a gas main was cut. No bombing raids are yet reported today. But this morning over a southwest English town, 2 planes appeared very high and formed a gigantic question mark with smoke. They did some more writing after that, but even German grammar experts on the ground couldn't make it out. The Air Ministry had just announced that 54 German planes were down during Sunday, 6 of them by anti-aircraft. That makes the weekend total for Saturday and Sunday 104. Yesterday, 13 British fighters were lost, but 3 of the pilots are safe. The bombs on London caused some small fires, we're told, but the casualty total is low. From my rooftop last night, I could see an occasional flash from a bomb in the distance and the white light of a parachute flare. Without flares, the bombing pilots certainly could see nothing at all. Pitch black storm clouds were hanging very low. You could hardly make out the rooftop across the street. It was so dark. From the flashes in the sky, many people thought a vast raid was going on, but most of the flashes were lightning. It was revealed this morning that the big raid Saturday night, which fired a garment factory in the heart of London, killed no one at all, which does seem a miracle. Only one of the raids yesterday could be described as a mass raid, and we're told that attempt cost the Germans 34 planes. Kent is about the most dangerous part of England these days, but yesterday special trains left London for Kent, taking whole families of hop pickers. The season begins today and the crop must be harvested in a hurry. In the fields between rows of hops, air raid trenches have been dug, and the pickers are getting higher pay because they are taking what are called frontline risks. Last night, German guns threw over a few more shells in the Dover area, but British bombers are believed to have retaliated immediately around Calais and Boulogne. Observers down at Dover saw a massive plume of smoke spreading upwards from the French Cape opposite. From inspection of German bombers shot down in England these last few days, it's become obvious that Germans are fitting armor plating to protect pilots and rear gunners from Hurricane and Spitfire machine gun bullets. The Germans are also experimenting with increased firepower for their own fighter machines. Ambassador Kennedy has been out to look at the bomb crater 300 yards from his summer home near London. American ambassadors in Europe are leading charmed lives. In Poland, Ambassador Biddle's place near Warsaw was missed by just a few yards and his house badly damaged. On June 3rd in Paris, a bomb landed 6 feet from Ambassador Bullitt, who was standing in the Air Ministry. It didn't explode. American reporters over here have been remarkably lucky so far, but they've all got their fingers crossed. A dozen of them have been missed by just a few feet or a few seconds, and not one has yet been seriously hurt. London today has a new daily paper. It's written by French refugee journalists. It came out this morning in 4 pages of tabloid size. Its title is simply France, with a Republican slogan below the nameplate, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. Today it contains articles by Duff Cooper, the Minister of Information, and Ev Curie, and of course General de Gaulle. There are 100,000 French and Belgian refugees in these islands who read French. And French journalists here also want to publish a weekly, which they would distribute over French cities by airplane each week. From Greece, it's reported this morning that 14 classes of reservists in the region bordering southern Albania are summoned for frontier service. British and Greek warships are cruising in Greek waters, watching for Italian ships, and mines have been laid around the Greek coast. This is London. We return you now to CBS, New York.
This is New York, and now from the Italian capital comes the report of the latest news by Cecil Brown. We take you now to Rome.
This is Rome. Italian submarines are again operating in the Atlantic Ocean. The bulletin of the Italian High Command just issued reports that a large enemy oil tanker was torpedoed and seriously damaged. The general area of the attack is not given, but this is the second time that the Italians say they have attacked a ship on the ocean side of Gibraltar. Successive waves of fascist bombers raided the British base at Alexandria. The war bulletin doesn't give the results of the raid, but the Italians are hammering away constantly at the Egyptian port. All the Italian planes returned from last night's raid. A British plane was forced down on the sea near the island of Lampedusa. This island is in the Straits of Sicily, halfway between Malta and the coast of Tunis. The crew consisted of the pilot and 2 non-commissioned officers. They were saved and taken prisoner. The British raided 3 points in Italian East Africa. At Mogadiscio, in Italian Somaliland, 4 persons were wounded. At Dalabat, a village in the Sudan, captured by the Italians, the British raid caused the death of 8 colonials and the wounding of 40. 15 native soldiers were wounded and a child killed in another raid on Konbukio. The High Command said the damage was not considerable. A report from Bern says that British planes were over Switzerland again last night, apparently on their way to northern Italy. However, the communique today makes no mention of British bombers over this country. The British have raided northern Italy 4 times in the past 2 weeks. The Italians consistently claim that there has been no damage to military objectives. Correspondents have not been to the bombed areas since these frequent raids started. So I can only report the information of the High Command that there has been only very slight material damage. The fascist press admitted today that not all the German bombs hit military objectives in England. The headlines here today point out that there were fires in London following an air bombardment of military objectives. The feature of the stories, however, here is that the bombs fell near the Bank of England and the Rothschild Bank. The Popolo di Roma says the raids came as a great surprise and increased the demoralization of the British people. The headline of one paper today reads, "Tempest of Steel and Fire on Besieged Britain." The fascist press and radio are heavily sarcastic toward the British for their refusal to admit the importance of British Somaliland. The papers here today are filled with stories about the great strategic value of that section of East Africa. The main argument is that from Berber and Zara, Italian bombers can not only destroy Aden, but stop all shipping through the Suez, the Red Sea, and to India. In fact, the papers say that the road to India is now barricaded. Just 2 months ago, hostilities between France and Italy ended. We don't hear much about the operation of the Franco-Italian Armistice Commission or how the armistice terms are being worked out. So far as we can determine, the dismantling of the French naval bases at Bizerte and Toulon are proceeding. Italy, you remember, was given the right to use the port of Djibouti in French Somaliland. But whether she is doing so is part of the mystery that has been wrapped around the operation of the armistice terms. The Italians are occupying a narrow strip of French soil at the Alpine frontier. In fact, they've practically absorbed the first bit of French territory. It's very small, however, and consists of the town of Menton, directly across the frontier from Ventimiglia. Now agitation has been renewed for the island of Corsica and part of the French Riviera coast that includes Nice. Italy has conquered British Somaliland, and there's no question Mussolini intends to make it a part of his East African empire. British Somaliland, however, is far away, a desert country, hot and dry, and Italy has a good deal of country of that kind. So it would please many Italians if the Duce took some territory moored to their liking. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you to CBS in New York.
This is New York. And here from our own shores comes this news from Washington. Today at noon begins the 12th day of debate on the Burke-Wadsworth conscription bill in the Senate. Senate advocates of the measure claim 51 votes for the measure, 2 more than is needed for the passage. Senate Majority Leader Barkley reports, however, that it will be Wednesday or Thursday before a final vote is taken. And with this news, we bring to a close this morning report of European development. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Eric Severide reported from London, and Cecil Brown reported from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tuesday, August 27th. Great Britain has had the heaviest raids by German planes since the start of the war. Areas along a 500-mile coastal front were attacked. Singled out for the main raids was the industrial center, the Midlands. Southwestern England reported the worst raids it has yet experienced. London was bombed, but only the outskirts. People were kept up all night. In Berlin, official sources said British planes were foiled in an intended raid because of anti-aircraft guns and searchlights. And a Rome communique reports a British raid on northern Italy. Now the report of Eric Severide reporting direct from the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. Thousands of sleepy London families were sitting in their shelters last night at the same time that thousands of sleepy Berlin families were sitting in theirs. In both cases, the population of the two great capitals was driven underground by just a few dozen young men circling around among the clouds. The alarm here in London lasted 6 long hours. Some of the twin-engine bombers apparently flew over London on their way to the Midlands, where they started some fires in industrial establishments. Others circled around over London, reappearing over the center of town several times, and dropped a few bombs on the outskirts of central London. 3 of these planes are reported to have been destroyed. Incidentally, they tell us the German flyers who dropped the bomb right in the heart of London on Saturday night were knocked down, and that may explain why Berlin never reported that particular bombing. Up to the present time, the figure of German plane casualties for yesterday is 46. With 15 British planes lost. Air Ministry experts last night repeated that Hitler is trying to destroy the RAF in its bases as a prelude to mass attack. They declared that his air attacks will get tougher instead of easier, and that these night raids will certainly increase. But the air authorities here said that at the same time, British plane output now equals that of Germany, excluding the imports from abroad. And despite the bombing of airplane factories, Lord Beaverbrook announced last night that last week more fighters and bombers were turned out than in any previous week. The alarm in London sounded right in the middle of the theater and movie hour. Thousands of people remained in the theaters for hours. At the Victoria Palace, the waiting spectators took turns at the Lambeth Walk on the stage and then did some community singing. In other theaters, they played phonograph records. At the London Hippodrome, the performers put on an extra 2.5 hours' work, singing and dancing for the air raid crowd. Ambassador Kennedy was listening to the Wagner concert in Queen's Hall across the street. Some of the audience left, but he stayed through to the end. Many buses stopped along the street where people took shelter. A few minutes after the all clear was sounded, the subways were running normally again. Janet Murrow and I were watching The Boys from Syracuse on the screen at the Leicester Square Theater. Charles Butterworth was sitting on his throne, downhearted about the lack of pinochle players, when they drew a thin curtain across the screen to announce the air raid alarm. The lights went up and some of the audience began to leave. Those downstairs were moved back to the seats under the balcony for safety. A sailor in the front row was very embarrassed and disgusted when his girlfriend insisted that they go to the shelter. We ventured out and stumbled along in the darkness to Piccadilly. Just then, one bomber droned directly overhead with 20 or 30 searchlight beams trying to find him. We decided to go into a public shelter, an unused subsoil restaurant that found about 50 people falling asleep in their chairs. These people seem to take shelter for about an hour on the average and then grow tired of it and take their chances in the streets in order to get home. We walked up Regent Street and saw a few taxis still moving and a bus going here and there. There were always people standing uncertainly in doorways watching the skies. When we reached the broadcasting studios, a knot of policemen and soldiers were standing there watching the fireworks far to the west. A vast sheaf of searchlight beams was moving back and forth. Suddenly they concentrated their light on one spot under the clouds. They had caught the raider. While faint flashes of exploding bombs could be seen on the horizon, there was a constant sparkle of anti-aircraft shells high up, but they were so far away nothing could be heard. After midnight, there were still a few flights by single planes over the center of London. It was not until shortly before dawn this morning that the all clear was sounded. Before that time, I think most of those who had taken shelter were back in bed. I return you to CBS, New York.
This is New York. That was Eric Severide reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Rome. Foreign Minister Ciano's newspaper says that the only solution of the Egyptian situation is through arms. And before the statement was published, some well-informed persons believed Italy ready to declare war against Egypt unless the Egyptians gave evidence that they were discontinuing help to the British. Now the news direct from the German capital, reported by Edwin Hartridge.
This is Berlin. As Bill Shire already told you last night, Berlin had another air raid alarm, and it was interesting to watch the reactions of people to this second consecutive alarm. For after the big show of Sunday night, they were taking no chances last night, and few stayed in bed. However, those expecting any fireworks were disappointed or relieved, depending on one's viewpoint. A few searchlights could be seen chasing around in the sky, but that was all. And the alarm ended after 3/4 of an hour. This morning, we were told by official quarters that during the air raids over England yesterday, the Germans shot down 67 British planes, and 7 others were discovered on the ground. And during the day, the home team says it lost 18 planes. It was a big day, and it would appear, even from this distance, the German Air Force is extending itself in its raids over all of Britain. And from these developments, there is a temptation to draw a conclusion that as long as the weather is suitable for raids on England, the Germans will continue to launch them, for the air offensive is now in high gear. And here is an eyewitness report of a propaganda company reporter of what he saw during an air raid on London. It is published in the Gateshead Mittag this morning. And apparently, this propaganda company reporter says that he was with a flight of 9 Dornier bombers of the 9th Air Squadron. Their objective was an airfield on the outskirts of London. He believed that during the attack, the Dorniers flew so low that at times they were only 6 feet off the ground, and some of the planes cut leaves off neighboring trees. This squadron was attacked by 30 British air fighters, according to this reporter. And the Dorniers, or their unnamed fighter escorts, managed to shoot down 5 of the enemy ships and get away. The leader of the squadron was killed in action, but that was the only casualty the Dornier flight suffered. And the propaganda company reporter says in his article that a gasoline depot, an armament factory, and a switchyard were badly damaged in this raid. Well, that is a part of the German reportage on this widespread air war over Britain. Another Berlin paper discloses this morning to its readers that German planes dropped bombs on the outskirts of London and state that these attacks were aimed at military objectives of great importance. Then in the same story, it accuses the British Air Force of having bombed places of historic importance in Germany, such as Bismarck's mausoleum and Goethe's garden house in Weimar, and having dropped incendiary bombs on the residential quarters of Berlin. And this type of bombing is aimed at non-protected civilian population and not the soldiers, writes this paper. But the Roman war criminals, it writes, may be sure that each attack on the life and property of the German people will be revenged. End of quote. The German government has sent London a diplomatic warning via Switzerland, accusing the British of attacking German Red Cross planes. It states that if these attacks continue, then reprisals will be taken. The proposal of the Governor General of Bermuda and of Winston Churchill to lease America a naval base on this island is interpreted by the local anzeiger this morning as, quote, England must abandon the Bermuda Islands, unquote. Bermuda is described as one of the most important and valuable naval bases of Britain, and that now the British lack the necessary power to maintain or make use of these bases. However, the local anzeiger fails to point out that under this British proposal, the United States will only get the Great Sound Harbor on a long-term lease, and that the sovereignty of the islands remains with British authorities. The Foreign Office disclosed this morning that the Irish Free State Minister to Berlin has presented some suggestions whereby Irish ships will be given the opportunity to sail through the German blockade of Britain. We understand here that the opening of a window in the blockade for the Irish would be subject to German control. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
And such is the news reported direct this morning from London and Berlin. Now at this moment, Albert Warner is standing by in our own nation's capital to give you the latest news from Washington. We take you now to Washington.
With these air raids over London, it's natural that there should be anxiety and controversy here over the effectiveness of American preparation in the air. Wendell Willkie, Republican presidential candidate, charges the defense program as being bungled. He wants William Knudsen made head of the headless National Defense Commission, which at present, however, does report directly to the president. And Senator Harry Byrd, Democrat of Virginia, sponsors a resolution to create a special Senate committee to speed up the defense program. It's his way of returning to the attack, for the Defense Commission has reported to the White House a very different, more optimistic picture of progress toward American air strength than Senator Byrd has been painting. The Defense Commission says that 2,046 planes for the Army and Navy have been ordered since June 2nd. This figure is set against Senator Byrd's warning that only 343 combat planes had been ordered in the last 100 days. As a matter of fact, the figures of the Defense Commission are not very far different from those of Byrd for combat planes. The difference is largely accounted for by the number of training planes recently placed under contract. And Byrd fortifies his position, gives out the letters of Stimson and Knox, Secretaries of War and Navy, from which he had drawn his figures. But the Defense Commission experts say the first problem is to train pilots, and therefore training planes are right now vitally important. Then, to expand its more optimistic picture, the Defense Commission recounts the whole number of planes under order, including those ordered a considerable time ago, but not yet delivered, and including also training planes. The total number of planes thus under order comes to the very respectable figure of 6,747. Senator Byrd still insists that preparations are lagging. The American people want airplanes not on order for delivery a year or so hence, he said, but for delivery with promptness. Now, most people connected with the defense program will admit there have been delays. Here are some of the factors in that situation acknowledged on all sides. First, congressional legislation limiting and even further reducing to 8% the profits allowed to manufacturers. Well, maybe the resulting delay is the fault of Congress, maybe of the greed of industry, but contracts had to be rewritten and were slowed up. Second, the long postponement of action to permit swift amortization and fair tax treatment of plants and machinery built new for emergency defense purpose. Well, maybe this is the fault of Congress, or maybe of the administration, for insisting that it be linked with the complicated problem of taxing excess profits. Third, there is the failure of swift congressional action on the $5 billion defense appropriation, which includes the bulk of the aircraft program. Fourth, as far as airplanes are concerned, there is the fact that a great part of current combat production is going to Britain. That's nobody's fault except Hitler's, unless you believe that the policy of selling to Britain is wrong. These are some of the delay factors generally admitted, and there are others which are in controversy. So while warplanes drone over London, the struggle of rival claims in Washington at least bears testimony to the universal recognition of the need of air defense. Swifter goes the debate over conscription. The Senate might even reach a vote by tonight. Otherwise, the decision probably comes tomorrow. You could count 70 senators on the floor last night, and in place of the old-fashioned debate wandering from one end of the compass to the other, they were sticking closely to the subject at hand. Senator Wheeler caused the Senate stir yesterday, accusing Sir George Payish, British economist, of saying he helped to get the United States into the last war and intended to get it into this war. Sir George overnight declares that he merely said he wanted to present the facts to the people here and let them decide if they should get into war. A British embassy spokesman is credited with saying disgustedly, "We wish someone would drop Sir George over Germany as a pamphlet." We return you now to New York.
There's a dispatch from Rome. An official Italian communique admits that British airplanes bombed northern Italy during the night. And with this news, Columbia concludes this regular morning report of European developments. Eric Severide reported from London, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wednesday, August 28th. German planes are reported to have resumed mass daylight attacks on England. In Berlin, the official news agency claims German planes raided industrial points in England last night. And in Rome, Italian raiders are said to have bombed oil and railroad stations at Haifa, in Palestine. The British raided Lombardy and Piedmont areas in Italy. And in Vienna, a meeting among German, Italian, Hungarian, and Romanian foreign ministers takes place tonight to discuss the Balkan crisis. Now the news direct from the German capital.
This is Berlin. The German Foreign Affairs Minister, Herr von Ribbentrop, acting with Count Ciano, his Italian counterpart, has invited the Hungarian and Romanian foreign ministers to a special conference to be held in Vienna. These conversations will open tomorrow. Count Ciano and Herr von Ribbentrop are meeting in Vienna tonight at 6 p.m. The Foreign Office press conference this morning shed some further light on this visit. First, the Axis foreign ministers will meet this evening and discuss the whole situation. Then the Romanian and Hungarian ministers will be called in. At the Foreign Office this morning, the spokesman emphasized one point. He said that Germany did not want to be placed in the position of an arbiter. Well, the Vienna conferences are supposed to finish by Friday, and on that day, Hungarian and Romanian foreign ministers will return to their respective capitals, and with a good idea of just how the Axis powers will now dominate Europe, and about the Balkan question. And the question of Transylvania may be finally settled. The official news agency has just put out an advance report on the operations of the German Air Force over England last night. According to this source, German planes bombed automobile works at Derby, motor works and airplane factories at Birmingham. The same report claims that the Spitfire factory at Birmingham was hit. As you know, the Spitfire is the #1 British pursuit ship. And the German planes also attacked the ports of Southampton and Chatham last night. And the Day on Bay tells us that the naval docks at Chatham were set on fire. This morning, here in Berlin, we had a pint-sized air raid alarm about 9 a.m., but it only lasted 3 minutes, which is hardly time for some people to get out of bed and get dressed. During the 3 minutes, there was no evidence of British air activity over the city. Incidentally, in some big factories, posters have been put up announcing that the work will continue through air raid alarms. Or, it is pointed out, the necessary wartime protection must continue. And the Association of National Socialist Women in Berlin has issued an appeal for voluntary women workers for the factories. The organization explains that volunteers are needed for 6-week periods so as to provide some vacation for the regular workers. The question of the Nordic race, or the Aryan race theory of National Socialism, is a confusing one for outsiders. And this situation isn't helped much by an explanation of what a wartime Nordic is supposed to be. This explanation is published in the last issue of Der Schwarzkorb, the weekly newspaper of the Schutzstaffel, or the SS men. Its main theme is this. It is a mistake to try to identify the real Nordics by the fact that they wage war against Germany. And per se, the Dutch, British, Norwegians, and Belgians are not Nordics because they wage war against Germany and were the allies of the Jewish race. On the other hand, writes this paper, the Italians, who are not Nordics, have proved to be more Nordic in their attitude than the other nations mentioned. The decisive point is the method that determines the Nordics, says this paper. So the paper claims that the problem of races cannot be solved by mere theories, for the important thing is what, in this paper's viewpoint, is the voice of blood, end of quote. The Winter Relief Campaign will open on September 1st this year. A month earlier, the newsroom. This is the collection for the German poor is an annual affair in Germany. There's a report here in the papers that all German soldiers who were taken prisoner in France have now been returned to Germany. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
And from New York, we switch you to the British capital for the latest news reported by Eric Sefferite. Go ahead, London.
This is London. London has a new word for the isolated night flights of German planes which keep the people awake. They now call them jitter raids. And they tell us this morning that last night's jitter raids on London did no military damage at all. A number of houses were flattened out, gas mains and sewage works were damaged, and one garage smashed in. These single raiders were over 100 different areas during the night. There were no mass attacks anywhere, and most of the bombs fell from a very great height. In the northeast, however, a passenger train is reported to have been machine gunned. The train went on slowly until it could stop for protection in a tunnel, and no one was hurt. This morning, raiders are reported over the southwest and Wales, and later 23 heavy German bombers were over a southeast town flying very high and escorted by a large number of fighters. They bombed objectives a short distance inland and then flew back. A hurricane shot down one of these Messerschmitts. The pilot bailed out and the plane crashed into an orchard. The German was captured. The Germans are now said to be dropping a new type of incendiary bomb. It's of cheap manufacture, and they are using them by thousands. It is oblong in shape, made of thin metal, and contains paraffin and pitch. Obviously, some changes must be made in the system of taking cover in London at night. Nobody, despite the danger, will long be willing to spend hours every night underground. They will do as they did in Barcelona and Paris, simply stay in bed. The Ministry of Home Security will make a statement in a day or two with new suggestions. Today, an official at the ministry answered a few questions. He said the government is not yet ready to advise people to stay in bed just because they don't hear gunfire or explosions. 2 or 3 nights' experience with these new raids is not enough. Factory workers will get some sort of special warning. Watchers on factory roofs will be organized, and they will wait until a plane seems close and danger appears imminent. Only then would they give the signal to leave tools and take cover. This official said people cannot be compelled to take cover, nor can they be prevented from leaving public shelters whenever they wish. But he asked that people not set bad examples by continually popping in and out of shelters just to see what's going on. The wardens in shelters are urged to keep plenty of drinking water on hand. The official urges Londoners to carry iron rations, such as chocolate or a package of nuts and fruit. These, it's suggested, could be carried in gas mask cases. Smoking is still to be forbidden in shelters, no matter how long the wait. The air in underground rooms is usually poor as it is. He advises mothers to take a half-hour nap after lunch. They are told they should not waken sleeping children while the sirens are still sounding. They sound only for 2 minutes, during which time the mothers should gather up gas masks and clothes. They ought to waken their children only during the silent period after the alarm. The British submarine Spearfish is now given up as lost. It is long overdue. The Spearfish men won fame early this year when they attacked the Nazi pocket battleship Admiral Scheer. They came to the surface to find the Scheer a short distance away in a dead calm. They torpedoed the boat and later reported that she could not possibly have reached home. Commander Forbes of the Spearfish was awarded the DSO for this attack. General de Gaulle said the other night that the Pétain government is handing over 800 French warplanes in Africa to the Axis powers. This morning, the London Times reports that this allegation is confirmed from reliable people in Tangier. Originally, there were 1,200 modern French warplanes in North Africa. Only a few score are left. The others are now being flown in small formations to east, near Marseille, and they're handed over to Italians and Germans. A communique from Cairo this noon announces an air raid over Alexandria and Port Said. This took place early this morning. We are told there were no casualties and no considerable damage. This is the first report of an air raid over Port Said since the war began. This is CBS in London. We return you now to Columbia, New York.
And here in New York is Linton Wells to give you more news and his analysis of the latest developments. Mr. Wells.
As Edwin Hartridge told us from Berlin this morning, Hitler and Mussolini are moving swiftly to prevent the Balkan powder magazine from blowing up. Yesterday, word leaked out that for 3 days there had been serious border fighting between Romanian and Russian troops in northern Moldavia, and that the disturbances had spread westward to Transylvania, resulting in clashes between Romanian and Hungarian forces. The reasons for the Russo-Romanian border incidents are rather obscure, although the Romanians accuse the Reds of having violated their territory again, indicating a Soviet intention to grab off additional areas besides Bessarabia. Latest reports say that the Reds and Romanians have stopped fighting temporarily. The Romanian-Hungarian flare-up follows last week's breakdown of diplomatic negotiations instigated by Hitler, the aim of which was to force Romania to cede a large slice of Transylvania to Hungary. The Hungarians charged that a Romanian plane shot down one of their bombing planes over Hungarian territory, which led to border fighting by land forces. Whatever the present causes, age-old Balkan hatreds are responsible, and they are not easily quieted in these days of tension. Nevertheless, Hitler and Mussolini have set the machinery in motion to keep the Balkans at least relatively quiet, and thereby avoid a situation which may imperil their warfare against Britain. While pressure reportedly is being brought to bear upon Russia, Romania and Hungary, through diplomatic channels leading from Berlin and Rome to Moscow, Bucharest, and Budapest, the Nazi and fascist foreign ministers have rushed to Vienna for a command conference with Romanian and Hungarian high officials tonight. Foreign Minister Ribbentrop will preside at this meeting, which will be held in Vienna's ancient Belvedere Castle tonight. And there are indications that if his and Count Ciano's settlement efforts fail, Romania will be summarily ordered to capitulate to Hungary's territorial demands under threat of immediate invasion by the Nazi forces. This, of course, is really the move Hitler and Mussolini want to avoid more than anything else. It might conceivably lead to a nationwide rebellion in Romania, spread throughout southeastern Europe and the Near East, and possibly disturb Russo-German relations. But this much is certain. Every diplomatic effort will be exerted to ensure peace in the Balkans by negotiation, supported, however, by a clearly indicated Rome-Berlin intention to fight to maintain that peace if necessary. As Eric Severide reported from London a few minutes ago, Britain has made a formal charge that the German Air Force has embarked on an indiscriminate terroristic bombing campaign to destroy civilian morale as well as military objectives. This charge would seem to have considerable foundation in fact, judging by the widespread night activities, jitter raids, as Eric Severide terms them, of the Nazi Air Force, and as our Berlin correspondent has freely reported from time to time. The German flyers appear to be trying to make as great nuisances of themselves as possible by dropping bombs indiscriminately over the countryside in an effort to disturb the sleep of the inhabitants of the British Isles and thereby impair their working efficiency. This British accusation, incidentally, has been backed up by a high English Army officer with whom I've been talking. He left England just a fortnight ago and has been acquainting me with the situation there. And I know him so well that I can place considerable credence in what he tells me. He says that the morale of the British public is higher than he has ever seen it at any time in his life. That from Land's End to the Moray Firth, in North Scotland, the people collectively have no shadow of a doubt over the outcome of the present war, which they think will be a British victory. That, of course, is natural. He says that while the German Air Force has done considerable damage and will continue to do so, it has in no wise interfered with British production of essential war supplies. In fact, he insists that British aircraft production will equal that of Germany by the end of this month and that the English planes are infinitely superior. My English military friend declared that 4 out of every 5 German planes shot down over the British Isles carry no instruments at all. This bears out the recent statements that Nazi air squadrons are playing the game of following the leader, whose plane is equipped with a set of instruments but no radio, and frequently this proves disastrous for the Germans.
He also said that the efficiency of the German flying personnel is not what it was because youngsters are being sent out in high-speed planes with just a few hours of training, which makes them easier prey for the RAF. But his most interesting statement was that the RAF has discontinued the training of pilots because it has 25,000 in reserve and considers that they will be ample to achieve a victory over Germany. And as for an invasion of the British Isles, my friend said that the south and east of England, for a distance of 20 miles back from the coast, contains the greatest mobilization of fortifications and well-armed men the world has ever seen.
And with this analysis by Linton Wells from New York, Columbia concludes this morning report of European developments. We listen to Edwin Hartridge reporting from Berlin, Eric Seferide reporting from London. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Thursday, August 29th. And today brought another exchange of bombings by the British and Germans. Berlin had its first real taste of death from the skies. There were casualties and some damage. And London had another of its nightly raids, this one lasting more than 7 hours. The bombing of the city and of England and Wales generally was the most ferocious thus far in the war. But now the news direct. London and Berlin, afterwards a report from Rome. First the news from the British capital, reported by Eric Seferide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. When the all-clear finally sounded around dawn this morning, London had had its longest air raid of the war. It lasted for 7 hours and 6 minutes. Single planes were constantly touring over the capital. One would circle over the center of town while another dropped explosives and firebombs in the suburbs. This morning, they tell us the damage was not very great, particularly to military objectives, because the planes were flying too high for accuracy. Among the places reported destroyed are one church and a Woolworth store. Hundreds of firebombs were dropped on towns and villages over southern England. It's impossible, of course, to get a very accurate check of the damage inflicted. In one southeast town, wardens had to put out 65 firebombs. From last night's raids, there are no reports of machine gunning. I think there were fewer tired and red eyes this morning in London than earlier this week. More people are sleeping through the raids, but still they are wearisome. The newspaper salesman outside St. Martin in the Fields scrawled out this greeting on his homemade poster: "Good yawning, everybody." Some observers here believe these night raids over the capital are purely designed for their nuisance value. Others emphatically dissent. The latter don't believe the Germans would waste time and gas on any such objective as keeping people awake. These observers point out that this kind of raid is not new to England in this war. The same kind of long, drawn-out night flights occurred time and again over South Wales, for example, and prior to mass daylight attacks. If the comparison is correct, the German aims in these single flights over London are to bomb objectives, to make reconnaissance, and to train squadron leaders in night flights over strange ground. So far, the total of German planes reported destroyed yesterday still stands at 24, with a loss of half that many for the RAF. Considering the number of German planes which came over during the day, that figure is not big. It's asserted this morning, however, that this does not mean the RAF defense is weakened. They point out that air victories are not measured solely by the number of opponents shot out of the sky. Yesterday, we're told, many formations of German bombers which came over to attack airfields were broken up by fighters before the fields were reached. That in itself is regarded as victory. Among the fighter aces reported killed this morning is a Belgian, Lieutenant Philippard, who died in action off the southeast coast. He had brought down at least 5 Germans and probably 2 more. The British Secret Service and Scotland Yard have begun a citywide hunt for fifth columnists reported showing lights from London rooftops to guide enemy bombers. Scotland Yard has been flooded with telephone calls from flat dwellers who believe they've spotted German agents. Most of these, of course, are cases of accidental lighting. The police are also out to stop rooftop parties. More than one supper party in London's West End adjourns to the rooftop, and flashlights and matches constitute a possible danger. Italians have admitted the British bombing of the Fiat works at Turin. A columnist who knows Italy well points out this morning that this admission is an invitation to continue bombing this point. The reason is that this factory has only been producing commercial motors and is being dismantled anyway. Vital Italian arms production has been transferred to Montcaleri. some miles from Turin and is underground. On the other hand, a Caproni works at Milan and the Savoy factory at Sesto Calenda are important objectives and have been hit. This, we're informed, has really alarmed the fascists. On Monday, British housewives will be able to buy only 4 ounces of pure butter for the week, a cut of 2 ounces. They can still buy a combined butter-margarine total of 6 ounces. One little news item that had to come had just appeared in the press. The first shelter baby has been born in London. It's a boy born in an Anderson iron shelter during a night raid over the city. Mother and child are doing well. I return you to CBS New York.
That was Eric Severide reporting from London. Here is a Press Association dispatch from Athens. The Greek War Ministry says that 3 additional categories of specialists and reservists have been called to the colors. At the same time, 3 categories of trained artillery reserves have been released. Now the news reported direct from the German capital by William L. Scherer. Go ahead, Berlin. This is Columbia in New York, calling William L. Scherer in Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin. This is Columbia, New York, calling William L. Scherer in Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin. We regret, ladies and gentlemen, that we are unable this morning to contact our correspondent who was supposed to report from Berlin this morning. We've just been informed, however, that William L. Scherer is now ready to report from Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
Important military objectives continually attacked. And most of the first page is given over to the report of German air attacks on Britain. On page 5 of the Bayzet, there is a 1-paragraph account of last night's air raid alarm. It reads as follows, quote, "Last night between 12:24 and 3:17 a.m., there was an air raid alarm in Berlin. Some British planes appeared at short intervals over the metropolitan district of Greater Berlin and dropped incendiary and high-explosive bombs on residential districts and suburbs. Military objectives were not attacked," unquote. The paragraph continues, quote, "The damage done is insignificant. At several places in the center of the city, roof fires were caused, but were quickly extinguished by the ARP service. 10 persons were killed and 28 were wounded. None of the killed and injured had taken refuge in the air raid cellars," end of quote. Well, that's the official communique on the air raid we had here last night. About an hour after the raid, the propaganda ministry conducted a foreign correspondence around the city to observe the damage. In the Kotbusser Strasse, about 1,000 yards from the railroad station in the southeast part of Berlin, 2 110-pound bombs had landed in the street, torn off the leg of an air raid warden standing at the entrance to his house, and killed 4 men and 2 women who, unwisely, were standing in the doorway. The propaganda ministry also conducted the journalists to the airfield at Tempelhof, the Klingenberg Electrical Works, and to the Siemens factory which makes armaments, where nothing untoward was observed. Most of last night's activity appeared to be to the west and northwest of the city. According to a bulletin just issued here, German planes last night heavily bombed Liverpool, especially the docks there and at Birkenhead across the Mersey River. Other German bombs were thrown on Millsborough, Thameshaven, and Chatham. The conferences at Vienna between the German and Italian foreign ministers with the foreign ministers of Hungary and Romania over the future status of Transylvania began this morning. Herr von Ribbentrop and Count Czarno first conferred with Count Schaki, the Hungarian foreign minister, and later in the morning they received Mr. Manolescu, the Romanian foreign minister. Probably this afternoon there will be a combined meeting of the foreign ministers when the sort of agreement that Berlin and Rome thinks fair will be announced. 4 Turks, including a Turkish newspaper man, were arrested here today as reprisal for the arrest of a German bookstore owner in Istanbul. They were shackled and taken to police headquarters. The Germans charged that the German in Istanbul who was arrested was led shackled through the streets to jail. This is William L. Shirer in Berlin, returning out of Columbia, New York.
And here's a dispatch from Cairo. A Royal Air Force communique reports that on Tuesday, British planes bombed shipping in the harbor of Derna, Libya, setting afire 2 ships. The British claim also to have raided Nokra Island in the Red Sea and to have attacked the Harar and Dessie military headquarters in Ethiopia. Cecil Brown is now standing by in the Italian capital to give you the latest news from there. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. For the first time in the war, Italian bombers attacked the Suez Canal. The High Command has just announced that fascist raiders dropped bombs on the British naval base at Alexandria, then went on to raid Suez. The war communique reports bombs were dropped on the northern entrance of the canal. Other bombs were directed against the ferry service at Alcantara. By means of this ferry, the railway crosses the canal from Egypt to Palestine. Bitter fighting took place in East Africa as well. The Italians say that bands of Dubats, native fascist troops, have occupied the British fort of Tirignac. This fort is in the region of Lake Rudolph, which divides southwestern Ethiopia and Kenya. In Kenya itself, the Italian bombers raided the airports of Wajir and Garissa. Bitter fighting took place at the boundary between the Sudan and Italian Eritrea. According to the Italians, a British contingent, supported by armored cars, attempted a raid into Italian territory. The battle site was near the wells of Adardé. There, a group of native Oscaries, reinforced by native police troops, faced the British. Followed, and the communique says the British were repulsed. The British carried away numerous wounded on their armored cars. But the communique adds that about 10 Australians were found dead on the ground. The Italians say their losses were slight and report the capture of some machine guns and rifles. In the eastern Sudan, strong British patrols launched an attack against the Italian post of Galabat. The communique says the Italian troops holding the fort easily repulsed the British. Galabat is directly across the frontier from Ethiopia and was captured by the Italians early in July. The press here today believes that a solution will be found at Vienna to the differences between Romania and Hungary. Neutral circles here have the same impression. It's said the agreement probably will result in Romania giving up more than the 4 departments of Transylvania she has suggested, and Hungary accepting less than the 14 departments she has demanded. In other words, Count-John Herr von Ribbentrop may effect a compromise so that a good portion of Transylvania goes to Hungary. As we see it here, King Carol is confident that the Axis will not allow a Balkan war. Knowing that, he can put up a show of force that might induce the Axis powers to shave down the Hungarian demand. 24,000 fascist youth of pre-military age are on the march in Italy today. They are finishing up a period of training. These are boys of 18 and 19 years old, and soon they will be in the regular army. This present crop of boys was born into fascism, and they represent the last word in fascist training. When they go into the army, they go in as trained soldiers, ready for the front lines in a few weeks. At their age, many of us were Boy Scouts back home, taking hikes and working on merit badges to become Eagle Scouts. These boys are different. They are expert on guns. Some of them are on the way to being pilots, machine gunners. Since the age of 6, these boys have been carrying a gun, marching and training, learning discipline. Their watchword has been libretto e moschetto. In other words, book and rifle. They believe implicitly in Mussolini's other great order to the people: believe, obey, fight. Since they were 6 years old, their bodies, minds, hearts, and spirits have been directed to the destiny they are about to serve. I've watched thousands of these boys marching, those of 6 and 7 years old, and those of 18 and 19. I've talked to them, too. There's no mental confusion about them. They have been told the destiny of their country and the goodness of their cause, and they believe in it. 5 million boys between 6 and 20 wear a uniform and carry a rifle in this country. Those boys who are marching over the hills of Italy today, with 60 pounds on their back, husky, stocky, tan boys, are the new generation of Italian soldiers. Born when Mussolini and his black shirt legions already had marched on Rome.
And with these news reports from Rome, reported by Cecil Brown, Columbia concludes another of these morning reports of European developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Eric Severide reported from London, William L. Schara reported from Berlin, and Cecil Brown from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Friday, August 30th. Unconfirmed reports from Vienna and Bucharest say that Romania has accepted terms by Italy and Germany for a settlement of the territorial dispute with Hungary. So far, there is no official statement. German bombings of British areas continue. London had a 40-minute air raid alarm this morning. It is reported that bombs fell on the outskirts of the city. Berlin reports the bombings of docks at Liverpool and Birkenhead. Rome says Italian planes raided a British military base in North Africa. Now the news direct from London and Berlin. Afterwards, an analysis from New York by Linton Wells. First, the report from the British capital by Edward R. Murrow. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We had an air raid alarm about noon today. It didn't last very long, only about 50 minutes. You know as much about what happened as I do. The streets appeared almost normal while the warning lasted. Watching from a rooftop, I could see no signs of planes and no anti-aircraft fire, although it is reported that the guns were in action in one London district. It is stated that a big fight over the southeast coast is now taking place at a high altitude. Last night, the 8.25 million people of Greater London got their first full night's rest in nearly a week. The sirens were not sounded for the small number of German planes which buzzed overhead just before dawn. A few bombs fell on the outskirts of the London area and in adjoining districts, damaging some suburban houses and injuring a number of people. Apparently, the London authorities didn't think it worthwhile to break the rest of London's tired citizens, nor to halt production of war supplies in the metropolitan area. Outside London, in the northeast and the Midlands, many fire bombs and some high explosive projectiles were dropped. But the Air Ministry reports little damage and says most of the bombs fell in fields. However, in Wales, private houses were damaged and one southeast coast town had 3 raids. An entertainment hall on the seafront was set afire. It was the northeast coastal district that received the brunt of last night's raids. Anti-aircraft guns were in action for hours against waves of German planes which toured wide areas in relays. 3 roads were badly pocked with bomb craters, and England's convivial folk were deprived of 2 more public houses by high explosive bombs. About 30 incendiary bombs hit a hospital in this region. All but one patient had gone to the shelters. A convalescent sailor remained with a man who was too ill to be moved. When a firebomb fell into their room, the sailor picked it up with blankets and tossed it out the window. Dr. Goebbels appears to have taken over from Marshal Goering last night. The German radio had promised Londoners their longest and heaviest raid of the war for last night. Some people expected it to happen. They listened for the sirens, and sometimes imagined they heard them. Perhaps that's one reason the Germans didn't come. During the last 5 days, the people of London had been undercover 7 times for a total of 21.5 hours, and they were undercover for a little less than an hour again today. These raids on London have caused very few casualties, but the disruption of production and transportation facilities has been considerable. The nights are growing longer, and the time may come when the raids will last 14 or 15 hours. There is considerable discussion in the press of the necessity for a revised policy in connection with the air raid warnings. Several papers advocate some kind of graduated scale, something like a few short blasts on the siren to indicate that just a few raiders are over, telling people who haven't anything better to do that they should take, but not stopping factories and transport. This morning's press continues to devote its headlines to Wednesday night's raid on Berlin. The claims and counterclaims in this air war sound like echoes. Berlin says the British raiders hit nothing but private dwellings and killed only a few civilians. The Wilhelmstrasse says the purpose was to terrorize the public. London says pretty much the same thing about the German raids on this country. I've heard no case of London's man in the shelter complaining about the civilians who were killed in the Berlin raid. An insurance in London is quoting a death or personal injury to civilians during air raids. This insurance scheme operates on a coupon basis, each coupon being good for 1 month. For example, if you were working in a British factory, you could buy a coupon for $1, insuring you for the month of September. If you were killed by a bomb, your heirs would get $1,000. This insurance is available to everybody except members of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the auxiliary services. On the basis of experience so far, the individual's chances of escaping death by bombs are considerably better than 1,000 to 1.
It sounds like a profitable scheme for the insurance company. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Moscow. Soviet Russia has sent a strong protest and warning to Romania against provocations by Romanian troops along the new Romanian-Soviet frontier, the official TASS agency announced early today. Now dispatch from Rome. Flying in successive waves over the British North African base at Marset Matruh, Egypt, Italian air formations yesterday dropped hundreds of bombs, striking military sheds, warehouses, and railroad yards. Now the news direct from the German capital.
This is Berlin. Berlin is tightening up its air raid precautions against the possibility of further British attacks on the capital. The police are now checking the names of all people in the shelters during an air raid, and by this method, they expect to find those persons who should have come down into the shelter instead of staying in their apartments or in bed. The air raid wardens have now been given police powers, and the public is instructed that they must be obeyed in... Last night, when I arrived home from the studio, I found a special warning from the hotel management in my room. It asked all the guests to go down to the basement shelter when the next alarm comes, and they may not stay in their rooms or in the lobby or the bar. And the notice pointed out that this concerned the personal safety of all. And the papers this morning accused some Berliners of using their flash, lighting cigarettes indiscriminately during the last alarm. The guarded against, they add. Here's the gist of the High Command communique just issued regarding the activities of last night and yesterday. The German Air Force has reported to have attacked airfields in the counties of Lincoln and Suffolk, while industrial plants at Felixstowe, Weybridge, and in Wales were also raided. The High Command reports here that the harbors of Dundee, Rife, Hartlepool, and Liverpool were also bombed, and large fires were observed at Liverpool, it is further claimed. And during all the operations, the British lost 2 planes over the Ruhr district and 19 in air battles elsewhere, for a total of 21, plus 6 barrage balloons, while the Germans lost 7 planes, according to the communique here. A U-boat is reported to have sunk 21,000 tons of enemy shipping. The Foreign Office has just reported that the discussions in Vienna have come to a successful conclusion, and a more detailed communique regarding just what has been settled will be issued later in the day. As you know, since 9 o'clock this morning, Herr von Ribbentrop and Count Ciano, the Axis foreign ministers, have been in conversation with the Hungarian Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, and also the Romanian Foreign Minister. They have been meeting in Vienna to settle, if possible, some of the boundary problems between Hungary and Romania. The first anniversary of the Polish War is to be celebrated by the Germans and German authorities in Poland tomorrow and Sunday. In all the important towns and cities of the German part of Poland, the main squares will all be rechristened Adolf Hitler Platz as part of the ceremonies. All Germans are ordered to hoist swastika flags, and band concerts will be given. And Germans in Warsaw will reap some small dividends for being citizens of the conquering country. According to a decree published in the Warsaw Zeitung, Germans will be charged a lower fare than Poles when traveling in Warsaw streetcars. Henceforth, Germans will pay only 15 groschen for one trip, while the Poles pay full price of 25 groschen. And we have some news from occupied Holland. Henceforth, by order of the German military authorities, no private automobile traffic will be allowed from 10 in the evening until 4 in the morning. Another decree forbids any promenading on the Netherlands coast from sunset until dawn. Herr Hitler has ordered that a state funeral is to be held in Berlin today for Dr. Paul Nipkow, prominent German scientist and the inventor of a device that made possible television. He was 80 years old and is reported to have invented this device when just a young man. This is Edwin Harpich. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
And here in New York is Linton Wells with more news and an analysis of late developments. Mr. Wells.
From the Germans this morning, according to the United Press, there is a hint of unsportsmanlike conduct on the part of the British. This news agency says that German Air Force officials have charged the English with the perfidious practice of painting their RAF planes with a secret type of varnish, which makes them invisible in the light of searchlights. It is asserted that, after a British plane had been shot down recently, the Germans held it in the ray of an automobile headlight, and it immediately became invisible. The Nazis intimate that this sort of thing isn't cricket, any more than the British bombings of Berlin are, which all inspired German papers denounce as unjustified slaughter of innocent civilians. The United Press quotes British spokesman as characterizing the Nazi invisible paint story as a lot of nonsense, adding that it sounds like an excuse for the German searchlights failing to pick up RAF machines. And as for the unjustified slaughter of innocent civilians during RAF attacks on Berlin, the British wonder a bit about reconciling it to Nazi aerial attacks on civilian centers throughout the British Isles. The mapmakers should be pleased by reported new developments in the Balkans. At Vienna, the foreign ministers of Germany and Italy, Ribbentrop and Ciano, have been laying down Nazi fascist law to the foreign ministers of Romania and Hungary, Manolescu and Kazaki. And as a consequence, as Edwin Hartridge told us from Berlin a few minutes ago, it appears that a so-called satisfactory formula for settlement of the Romanian-Hungarian territorial dispute has been reached. The formula undoubtedly is satisfactory to all parties except Romania, which has no choice in the matter. It is understood that Germany and Italy have arbitrarily awarded Hungary 15,000 of Transylvania's 22,000 square miles, besides the so-called Zekler area, which extends from 60 to 90 miles into Romania and has some 500,000 Hungarian residents, which means that Romania will probably be just a shadow of her former self after the boys get through carving her up. But there are developments in another direction which threaten the entire existence of King Carol's domain. It was announced in Moscow today that the Kremlin had formally demanded that Romania provide an early and satisfactory answer to Russian protests against alleged recent and current Romanian army provocations on the Bessarabian frontier. The Kremlin said bluntly that Romania will be held responsible for consequences if Russian casualties cause the situation to take a grave turn. Some observers say this reminds them of a situation wherein a massive thug has not only robbed and beaten a Lilliputian victim, then is threatening to murder him, simultaneously justifying his act to onlookers by charges of unprovoked attack. In any event, this would appear to be a prelude to a Russian move into Moldavia, which would bring the Red Army to the border of Transylvania, and if the Italo-German cession plan goes into effect, on the backdoor steps of Hungary. It would also put the Russians into Galatz, a strategic point of the Danube, dominating the Dobruja, which Romania is being forced to cede to Bulgaria. If this is done, there will be little left of Romania except the southern province of Wallachia, and Yugoslavia wants some of that. These are the developments which may have caused King Carol to hold an urgent all-night cabinet and crown council session. But it is more likely that it was held chiefly to ratify the Italo-German settlement of Hungaria's territorial claims, pursuant to demands from Berlin and Rome for quick action, because the longer the Balkan pot simmers, the more chances there are of it boiling over, which would prove extremely upsetting to German and Italian plans vis-a-vis Britain. While the fate of Romania appears to be sealed, Germany and Italy cannot help but be disturbed by Russia's uncompromising attitude. There are apparently reliable reports that Hitler has sent an emissary to Stalin to inform him that southeastern Europe, as it will stand after the Hungarian and Bulgarian settlements, is an Italo-German sphere, particularly German, and that the Russians must not extend their present Balkan frontiers. Just what Hitler and Mussolini propose to do if Stalin rejects this Nazi viewpoint and orders the Red Army into Moldavia is not clear. But however much the British may hope for it, a rupture of Russo-German relations does not appear to be on the calendar, not at least until Germany has emerged from this war as victor or loser. Then the fireworks between Germany and Russia will start. In the meantime, Hitler will probably reconcile himself to continued Russian penetration into areas which will improve the position of the USSR, even though Soviet occupation of Moldavia will be a continued threat to his supplies from southeastern Europe and enable the Russians, by occupying Galatz, to control the mouth and lower reaches of the Danube. That the acute situation between Italy and Greece is no less serious is indicated by official advices from Athens, announcing the calling of further reservists to the colors. Turkey continues to be the X of the Eastern Mediterranean equation, but Ankara is keeping a vigilant eye on the situation and maneuvering its large mobilized forces in anticipation of an Italian move into Greece.
And with this analysis by Linton Wells from New York, Columbia concludes another regular morning report of European developments. Edward R. Murrow reported from London. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, August 31st, the last day in the first year of the war. And this morning in both London and Berlin, air raid alarms sounded one warning after another. In the Balkans, Romania has become just half the country it has been in post-World War days. North Transylvania has gone to Hungary, and southern Dobruja is expected to be turned over to Bulgaria, a settlement of Romania's territorial question marks dictated by Germany and Italy. Now the news from Europe Direct, London and Berlin, afterwards a report from our own national capital. First, a report from the British capital by Larry Lesuer.
Good morning. This is London. Most of the people of this world's largest city spent almost half of the last 24 hours underground in air raid shelters. There were 3 daylight warnings yesterday and 1 at nightfall, which lasted between 6 and 7 hours until almost dawn. Londoners trooped wearily upstairs to their beds when the all clear sounded, only to hear the wail of the sirens drowning out the noise of their alarm clocks, waking them for work this morning. Just about an hour ago, that hair-raising wail sent them to the shelters again. They'd only just emerged. All through the night, we could see anti-aircraft shells burst in the sky and heard the deeper crump of bombs dropping at many points in Greater London. Planes buzzed overhead, and the long fingers of searchlights lapped the skies all night. Several times I saw planes caught in their beams, and the yellow flash of anti-aircraft starring the night sky. It was a display of pyrotechnics such as London never before witnessed. Many residents are calling the present phase of the war not the battle for Britain, but the battle for London, that is, between their sleepy yawns. Latest Air Ministry figures report 62 enemy aircraft brought down in the attack by 600 planes on this country yesterday. 10 of them actually crashed in London itself. One of them fell within sight of people going home in the subway. The Air Ministry adds that 19 British fighters were lost, but at least 10 of the pilots of these were saved. 13 different towns in southeast England were hit by high explosives yesterday. We don't know yet what the civilian casualties are. Bombs fell in at least 7 areas of London, and the anti-aircraft guns of London were in action. The British press regards the German proposal that 64 vessels be used for rescuing Nazi pilots brought down on the sea, be provided with Red Cross markings to give them immunity from attack, as an indication that Germany is losing more airmen than she can afford. The proposal was made to the Swiss government, and it's been rejected by Britain. The official British announcement says that His Majesty's government is surprised by the request, because the German government has repeatedly attacked British hospital ships in circumstances which admitted no possible mistake as to their identity. It would appear that the Germans are greatly concerned over the loss of so many of their pilots. In their life jackets, the German pilots are known to be carrying a large amount of dye. This leaves a bright green patch on the water surrounding the floating man. Now, British pilots use the same color dye in their life preservers, so that when a pilot is shot down in the channel, rescue ships of both nations do their utmost to pick up the drowning man, not knowing his nationality. Londoners are pleased this morning about one thing at least, that the residents of Berlin also spent some sleepless hours. The raid on the German capital was said to be the most intense of the war. It was the 3rd time in 5 nights that Berlin citizens were forced to race for the air raid shelters. The German radio says that civilians were severely injured, but no military objectives were hit. The sirens are just beginning to sound now, if you hear them. Ed Moore has just telephoned from Dover. He said that 4 German fighter planes roused the town at dawn this morning by shooting down barrage balloons. New balloons, however, are already mounting into the sky. One of the Dover war correspondents was struck by a machine gun bullet this morning. However, it merely bounced off his tin hat, doing him no injury. In the German raids this morning, 13 are already claimed to have been shot down. About 200 bombers and fighters came over the southeast coast and then fanned out. There's an air raid on in London at the moment. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Rome. A high command communique said today that Italian planes had bombed and hit a British cruiser in the Red Sea and had bombed British mechanized units in the Dar el-Ember zone in Egypt. Now we've heard from London. In just a moment, we take you back across the ocean for the latest news reported from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin.
Last night we had another British air raid over Berlin. It came as something of a surprise. For in the previous raids, the British always arrived about 12:30. So when 1 o'clock came last night, most of us figured we would have a quiet night. But somewhat later, the sirens sounded, accompanied by the fire of anti-aircraft guns. The raid lasted over 2 hours. And here is some information that American reporters who went to the scenes of the bombing have to report. German officials in Berlin told them that the damage inflicted was greater than that of Thursday night's raid. Incidentally, last night, like Thursday, was a very clear and starry night. But the Berlin police chief told the Americans that the damage done to Berlin by British bombing attacks is so far insignificant, considering the possibilities of modern aerial warfare. In the southeast section of Berlin, which has been raided before by the British, the Americans saw 8 buildings that were hit. And one of these included the main Berlin fire station. One of the bombs dug a 10-foot crater in the street outside the firehouse. In the northwest section of Berlin, where the great Siemens work is located, minor damage was inflicted. It was reported here. And about a half a mile south of the Unter den Linden, which is the heart of Berlin, 4 houses were hit by incendiary bombs. A nearby church and hospital were hit by bomb fragments, but no damage was done, according to these eyewitness reports. One Berliner told the Americans, and this seems to be confirmed from other sources, that the British planes seemed to come in 3 waves. This eyewitness reports that he saw one British plane flying as low as 1,200 feet. It was clearly visible, and from this low altitude it discharged its cargo. British planes apparently do not carry large explosive bombs, probably not over 200 pounds each, plus their cargoes of incendiary bombs. This is due to the long flight that they have to make from England to Berlin and back again. The official communique this morning reports that several British planes flew over the Berlin area and dropped explosive and incendiary bombs in different places. The bombs started fires and damaged buildings, mostly civilian buildings, the official report states. 3 people were seriously injured in the raid, while 3 others suffered minor injuries, according to the last checkup. Some of the foreign correspondents went out on an inspection trip after the raid with propaganda ministry officials. And this is commented upon in the Beitzet Mittag this noon. This paper writes, quote, "The foreign correspondents will prove that the British are directing their attacks exclusively against non-military objectives in the city of Berlin," end of quote. This morning, we have a day-and-day report which seems to indicate that the Germans are having another big air offensive against England today. The official news agency says the German bombers and pursuit ships took off in the early hours of this morning in mass formation. The Germans state that their planes raided military objectives in Hertfordshire. Other mass formations of German planes reported that they have succeeded in breaking through the balloon barrage and have only been partially hindered in their flights over London itself. Other planes claim to have successfully attacked airfields north of London and destroyed hangars and other buildings. So far, the Germans report that they have shot down 25 British planes, while this morning, 6 German planes are lost. Heavy air fights are reported. This morning, we have pictures of the proposed new order in the Balkans resulting from the Vienna Conference. Incidentally, in the new agreement, sponsored by Germany and Italy, there is a clause which gives the Reich the guarantee that German minorities in both Hungary and what's left of Romania will be protected. This is Edwin Harkrich. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and such is the news this morning from Europe. Now we'll hear the latest reports from our own national capital by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
A night of German planes over London, night of bombs, and you could hear the air raid warning again as Larry Lesuer spoke. Now, what the damage may be from those raids of last night and yesterday, no one here could safely estimate. But until yesterday, the judgment of several American officials in key places for the receipt of private information was that no overwhelming damage had been done to British industry. One official who was in touch with British and Canadian diplomats and with the reports from American Army and military attachés abroad puts the German airplane losses at a ratio of 3 against the British 1. If that information is correct, it is not so far away from the official British figure. But it is absolutely contrary to the figures consistently made public in Berlin. Thus, in a sense, this judgment in American official circles
tends to support the confidence of the British ambassador, Lord Lothian. I saw him when he came out of Secretary Hull's office last evening. Then he said, happily, we have won the Battle of Britain for this autumn. The French ambassador has been another visitor at the State Department. He was not a happy visitor yesterday. When he first came to Washington, his country was a power. Its army was described by experts as the best in Europe, but they had overlooked some of the fundamentals of a modern army. Now the ambassador is saying goodbye to officials here. He is returning to consult with the peace government of what is left of his country. Then he is to be transferred to Brazil. One of the fundamentals most of the experts overlooked was strength in the air. Both the administration defense program and its critics here have been emphasizing the common desire to build up American power in the air. Condemned by Senator Byrd of Virginia for the scarcity of combat planes ordered in the last 100 days, the Army has placed a contract to double its force of long-range bombers. Contracts have been placed for 687 big bombers and interceptor planes designed to fight enemy bombers. Orders for more than $300 million have been placed in the last 24 hours for combat planes and engines. Agreement was reached for the production of 20,000 high-speed airplane motors and 14,000 propellers yesterday. The attention of the State Department has been turning again to the Far East. Despite all the denunciation of Russian policy in the recent past, and despite the rape of Finland, the seizure of territory from Poland and Romania, and the total absorption of 3 small nations on the Baltic, there are very plain indications that the State Department is now trying to be polite to Soviet Russia. Conversations as to general problems have been privately conducted with the Soviet ambassador here. A trade pact with Russia was recently signed. The export of tool machinery hitherto held up was facilitated. The chartering of American ships to carry goods to Russia had been discouraged. Recently, the impediment was removed. In State Department circles, the explanation is that we are simply trying to see if there is room to settle some differences. But it is quite obvious that no such approach is being made to Japan. Here again, the explanation is that we have tried to be polite and moderate in the case of Japan, but that in return we have been only slapped. Among observers, this deduction is being made. The State Department is exploring the possibility of a counterweight to Japan in the Far East through an improvement of relations with Russia. Well, other nations have tried that game with Soviet Russia. They have not succeeded, unless they had a few small nations and other spoils to throw to the Soviets. This is the last day in the federal government for James A. Frawley, Postmaster General, better known to thousands and thousands as Jim. His successor will probably be Frank Walker, businessman, friend of the president, former treasurer of the Democratic National Committee, and former chief of the National Emergency Council. Jim shook hands yesterday with 1,100 employees of his post office department. Many other people will wish him well today. We return you now to New York.
This is New York, and here is a dispatch from Budapest. The Hungarians' joy over getting back northern Transylvania from Romania is heightened today by rumors that they may get some more territory from Yugoslavia. It is reported that Yugoslavia may be ready to cede some of the Banat district, a 3,000 square mile region along the Danube. This once was part of Austria-Hungary. And with this news, Columbia concludes this regular morning report of national and international developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Larry Lesuer reported this morning from London, Edwin Hartridge from Berlin, Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Monday, September 2nd. A holiday in the United States, but in Europe, just another day of the war. London had another air raid alarm this morning after a 17-hour lull, but German planes raided many other English cities during the night. And British planes attacked Berlin and Munich and Sardinia, Italy's big airplane base between Italy and Spain, and the Varese industrial district of northwest Italy. Now the news direct from Europe, Berlin, London, and Rome. First, a report from the German capital by Edwin Hartridge.
This is Berlin. Last night we had another air raid, or an air raid alarm for Berlin. Because apparently no bombs were dropped in the city or in the suburbs, and little anti-aircraft fire was heard. The German news agency this morning reports
that British planes attempted to raid the German capital, but were driven back by anti-aircraft fire. No bombs dropped on the city. The raid lasted about 45 minutes. This morning on my way to the studio, I passed two mementos of Saturday night's air raid. Several bombs fell in the pier garden, and they failed to explode. Now the bombs are covered up with earth, sandbags, and straw mattresses. For there is the fear that there might be delayed fuel bombs, which sometimes go off hours or even days after they have landed. The area in the vicinity of the bombs is roped off so that no pedestrians can get near them. The delicate job of handling dead bombs has created new jobs for prisoners in concentration camps. For those prisoners who volunteer for this work, there are special rewards. They apply to join the special bomb squads, and provided they are not killed in the work, they are then released from the concentration camps. This morning, there is news that the German Air Force is continuing its attacks against England. The official agency reports that in the early hours of this morning, German bombers took off from military targets in southeast England. There have been fierce air battles reported between the British planes and the raiders, but at this moment, no further details are available in Berlin from the aerial battlefield. Also, we have no information at this end whether London is one of the objectives in the day's operations. News about the air raids seems to be the dominant thing both in conversations and in the press. And along this line, I might report that the blackout seems to be getting blacker this last week. Whether this is due to a change in the weather or what, I don't know. However, the police have created special patrols to spend their time at night checking on all quarters of the city for violations of the blackout regulations. And the punishment for each offense is something unique. Every time a household or an individual is found guilty, the electricity is shut off for a period of 8 days. This seems to be a very practical punishment for demonstrating that a blackout should be just that. Dr. Goebbels made a speech at Katowice yesterday evening, marking the first anniversary of the Polish campaign. His main point was to assure his listeners that the long talk of planning offensive against England would start, and I quote, at the decisive hour to be determined by the Fuhrer. Dr. Goebbels then went on to say that German people were more united than ever before, that they had the best and most gallant army in the field, which piled up one victory after another, and that Germany was now immune against the British blockade and against starvation. The propaganda minister added that Germany was also immune against the poison of British lies. He said, quote, everywhere in the world, the clear, the most objective and true reports of German news have proved to be successful against British lies. England is alone. England cherishes the vain hope that it can conceal itself by hiding in the autumn mist. But the Fuhrer will attack when the right hour has come. End of quote. The magazine Neue Volk, published by the Racial Political Office of the National Socialist Party, lays down some principles so that the German or Nordic Aryan race may be kept pure. German people are advised that the birth rate must increase, so that in another 20 years, Germany will not have to call on foreign labor. Secondly, labor must be recruited only from Germanic people, so that the elements of the East will be eliminated. And thirdly, as long as Germany must be, quote, obliged to resort to the people of other races, especially the Slavs, every German man and woman has the duty to avoid association with them. The same principles must be applied to the foreigners of other races. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York. Here's a dispatch from Vichy, France. Reports described as authoritative say that British planes today dropped 12 bombs on the center of Chartres, an important German air base in occupied France. The bombs are said to have missed the famous Chartres Cathedral by 400 feet. It also is said that the port and railroad station at Boulogne and the port and airfield at Cherbourg were damaged by British bombers. Now the latest news reported from the British capital by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. London was just going back to work this morning when the air raid sirens went off again, around 8 o'clock. This alarm lasted something less than an hour. When it was over, news messages reported that a formation of bombers had tried to reach London from the southeast, but were broken up. They ran into a heavy anti-aircraft barrage, and 3 were reported knocked down. British fighters then attacked the main formation of Germans and destroyed 2 more. Where the bombs were dropped, we don't yet know. That was the 20th air raid alarm London has had since a week ago yesterday. They have lasted a total of 33 hours. At that rate, if one dutifully stayed in his shelter, he would lose more than 1 day a week just taking cover. Among this morning's raiders were 2 very large 4-engine German planes. The first of these new planes were sighted yesterday. We have no details of last night's RAF raid on Berlin except a brief agency message. It was the 6th raid over the German capital in 8 days. There were alarms in Switzerland and planes were reported traveling south. And the Italian communique that's just come to London says British bombers are over northern Italy again. Out on the Isle of Man in the Irish Sea, hundreds of German nationals are interned in camps. They have now had their first air raid alarm. A German bomber approached the island, and the prisoners went to cover, but a Spitfire is believed to have shot down the raider. Prime Minister Churchill believes Britain is winning the war in the air. He said so in a message of congratulations sent to the bomber squadrons of the RAF. He said, I quote, "Command of the air is being gradually and painfully, but nonetheless remorselessly, wrested from the Nazi criminals who hope by this means to terrorize and dominate European civilization," unquote. He compared British bombing crews who bring back their bombs from Berlin when they can't see their targets with what he called the wanton cruelty of German flyers. They, he said, have wrecked nearly 1,000 homes and shops in the resort town of Ramsgate. Another British town received heavy damage in one of yesterday's raids. This was a town in the Thames estuary. 30 to 40 heavy bombs are reported to have fallen right across the heart of the city. The planes apparently were after the docks, but they dropped their loads before they could reach them because of fighter interception. By tonight, or tomorrow morning, all the 320 British children from the torpedoed liner, which was taking them to Canada, will be back home with their families. They were 2 nights at sea after the torpedoing, without heavy clothes, but most of them, they tell us, want to make another start for Canada. The London press this morning prints the whole story, but there is a noticeable lack of editorial indignation about the affair. I think most British people were not greatly surprised. They've had a feeling that something like this was bound to happen sooner or later. And the story doesn't even make the front pages of the afternoon papers at all. British civilians are developing the same state of mind about German flyers that we saw among the French and Belgians. In northern France, when a man came down in the parachute, the gendarmes had to race the farmers and village women to the victim in order to protect his life. Yesterday, a British crowd in an unpleasant mood closed in on a flyer who had just bailed out. He was saved by a bus driver, and very fortunately, because he turned out to be English. War correspondents of London papers in Egypt report this morning that the British and Italian armies on the western desert border are poised for action. They still expect Mussolini to ring up the curtain for a general attack from Libya when the weather turns cool. Intelligence reports of new Italian transport parks and camouflage supply dumps and masked men and guns in remote ravines are coming into the British command every day. And while more areas of French Central Africa are coming over to General de Gaulle, we're getting reports of additional French flyers joining the British. They come from the French Moroccan Air Force. Spanish reports say 19 French warplanes have flown into Gibraltar from North Africa in the last month. 4 French bombers and a fighter landed yesterday at the Rock, and 2 seaplanes the day before. This is London. I return you to CBS, New York.
This is New York, and here's the latest news from the Balkans. Bucharest reports say the police have been ordered to take stern measures against street demonstrators after a warning by Germany and Italy that the angry demonstrations protesting the transfer of Transylvanian territory from Romania to Hungary must be stopped. Now the latest news from the Italian capital, reported by Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. British planes last night raided northern Italy and the island of Sardinia. The Italian High Command announced that the raiders dropped numerous bombs at random in the country areas of Sardinia. The communique reports that 3 of these British bombers were shot down by anti-aircraft fire. There were no casualties, says the bulletin, and no material damage. Other British bombers coming from the direction of Switzerland raided Piedmont and Lombardy. The High Command says they were met with the prompt intervention of anti-aircraft batteries and crisis fighter planes. The bulletin says the British found it impossible to reach their intended objectives, so they dropped 4 bombs on a village in the Boresi district. There were no casualties and no appreciable damage to buildings. 2 Italian reconnaissance planes have not returned to their bases. The communique reports that in a British raid over Tobruk in Libya, which we announced yesterday, a field hospital was hit by British bombs. One of the patients was seriously wounded. Anti-aircraft guns of the Royal Italian Navy brought down one of the British raiders over Tobruk. Royal Air Force planes also struck at Italian bases in East Africa. In an attack on the island of Harmil in the Red Sea and 80 miles from Massawa, one of the British planes was shot down. Its crew of 3 was taken prisoner. And still another British plane was reported shot down during a raid on Assad in Eritrea. The communique adds that there was slight material damage and 8 wounded, including Italians and natives. The only Italian offensive action reported today took place in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. The High Command says that Italian planes have successfully attacked an enemy troop encampment with shrapnel bombs and machine gun fire. The encampment is south of Murrow, beyond Kosovo. Kosovo, you recall, is now an Italian outpost 18 miles from the border of Ethiopia. And you may recall a few days ago, the Italians repulsed a British attack on Eritrea at the wells of Adar. At the time, they reported 10 Australians left dead on the field. Well, today, this figure was placed at 22 dead. In addition, an armored car was captured. The box score in the operations today shows 6 British planes shot down, 2 Italian machines. We have disturbances in Romania against giving up Transylvania. The Rome newspaper Messaggero gives a hint that there may have been some trouble. The paper quotes the Romanian minister of Interior now forbidden. On the other hand, the newspapers are quoted here as saying that the force of circumstances was stronger than the Romanian wishes about Transylvania. The impression here in Rome is that whatever the attitude of the Romanian people may be at the moment, the arbitration is an accomplished fact. In other words, Romania has been partitioned and she will remain partitioned. The Popolo di Roma reports today that the whereabouts of King George is a mystery. It carries a story from Bern, Switzerland to that effect. The Messaggero prints exactly the same story, word for word, but its story comes under a dateline of San Sebastian, Spain. The Messaggero headline puts it this way: the British capital is too dangerous for the nerves of King George. Mussolini's newspaper, the Popolo d'Italia, is renewing its campaign to keep jazz out of Italy. The paper says it is absolutely extraneous to the spirit and good taste of fascism. Moreover, it's pointed out that jazz is imported from the United States and Great Britain. The paper indicates that should be reason enough to bar such music. Let there be no more imitation of jazz, the paper adds. Let Italians dance to traditional Italian music. So if the Duce's paper has any influence with the authorities, then in this country, swing and jazz will soon be just another victim of the war. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And here's the news from Washington briefly. Official Washington is quiet today as the nation's leaders take a brief holiday rest. Labor rallies are to be held at various points, but only in the War Department is there a notable spurt of activity. Experts of this division are preparing to mobilize 60,500 National Guardsmen from 26 states into the Army of September 16th. The men are to be mustered for a year of military training. And with this news, Columbia concludes this regular morning report of European developments. Edwin Hartridge spoke from Berlin, Eric Severide reported from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wednesday, September 4th. London and Berlin had air raid warnings today. British planes scattered a German squadron on its way to London. And in Berlin, Nazis said heavy cannon fire drove off RAF planes. The British was said to have appeared over Berlin's outskirts, but did not drop any bombs. In Romania, the government searched for members of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard. Now Columbia's correspondents report direct from Berlin and London. First, Edwin Hartridge reporting from Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
The German press this morning continues to ignore the news from Washington and London that 50 overage American destroyers are to be traded for English naval bases. Some officials that we have contacted so far have told us that they have received no instructions as to what can be said about the trade with all its delicate diplomatic angles. Then some military officers have told us privately their views of the trade and its possible results. They claim that the destroyers are old and shall have to be reconditioned, which will take some time. Secondly, they have yet to arrive in England, where English crews must be trained to handle them. Then there is the finisher. The 50 Stukas could effectively dispose of the 50 American destroyers once the ships get within range of these dive bombers. At the Foreign Office press conference this morning, The spokesman made a brief but ironic comment on the destroyer naval base deal. He pointed out that Secretary of State Cordell Hull had accepted the British offer of naval bases in the New World with a great deal of pleasure. And the spokesman here added ironically that considering the unselfish relations between the two democracies, that this deal was to be expected. The spokesman also commented, somewhat caustically, on the failure of the Swiss to prevent foreign planes from flying over its territories while in bombing raids. This was a reference to the British raids on northern industrial centers in Italy. Last night, the British were again over Berlin. It was a nice clear night and the first anniversary of the entrance of England into the war. So we had expected something might happen. According to the official communique this morning, British planes flew over singly at great altitude. They dropped some flares, but no bombs. I saw and heard heavy anti-aircraft fire in the play of searchlights, but because of the distance, I could get no idea of what was really going on. Last night, German bombers and fighters continue their raids on England, we are told, but so far we have no details of the night's operations. Robert Wagner, the district leader for Alsace, in an interview in the Frankfurter Zeitung, has stated that the National Socialists will not repeat the unpardonable mistakes that the old German Empire made in Alsace. It is necessary to undertake a, quote, purification, unquote, of this German country, he writes. That was not done in 1871. We will eliminate certain groups which are strangers to the country, he writes, and which endeavor to create certain national conflicts in Alsace, unquote. Herr Wagner, on the National Socialist idea, is to thoroughly, quote, re-Germanize, unquote, these provinces of Alsace and Lorraine. He has decreed that the official language henceforth will be German. For instance, Christian names must only be used in their Germanic form, so that the French Henri becomes the German Heinrich. Business firms must change their French names into German equivalents. And in the future, all inscriptions on tombstones must be in German and not in French. And the National Socialists are enrolling the German boys from the ages of 10 to 17 into the Hitler Youth, while the girls between 10 and 20 are being enrolled in the bund of German maidens. Herr Wagner has pointed out that he expects the population of Alsace to help eliminate all French influence, their language and culture. For a few hours last night, telephonic communications between Berlin and Bucharest were cut off during the street demonstrations in the Romanian capital. But there is little news in the Berlin press this morning of what is taking place in Romania. According to a day-and-day report this morning, Finland is reorganizing its defense forces. A new law has been passed, placing the Civic Guard, which corresponds to the American National Guard, under the control of the War Ministry, and the Ministry of Defense will, in large part, be henceforth directed by the Army General Staff. This is Edwin Hartridge, and returning now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and here is a dispatch from Rome. Italy and Germany intend to give serious consideration to the British-American trade of naval bases for destroyers, responsible Italian informants said today. The informants declined to say what action might be taken. Here's a dispatch from Moscow. Russia has just called up for regular service its Army class of 1920. This includes men of the first 8 months of the class of 1921, grammar school graduates of the class of 1921, and some men of older classes who have been released. Reliable sources in Shanghai said that General Nishihara has advised the Indochina colonial government that Japanese troops will enter Indochina on Friday. The general is chief of the Japanese mission to the colony. This reported decision of the Japanese command is understood to be the result of a rejection by the French government at Vichy of a Japanese ultimatum. Now the news reported direct from London by Larry Lesuer.
This is London. Great Britain enters the second year of the war with the press hailing what amounts to her first diplomatic victory. A naval treaty with America. The trade of air and naval bases in American waters for 50 destroyers. London's influential press recognizes the deal first as a reinforcement of the Royal Navy. A reinforcement which far more than balances the loss of Navy strength due to the surrender of France. The transfer of the 50 American destroyers as the equivalent to the Royal Navy of more than 25% of Britain's pre-war destroyer strength, on which the main brunt of the war has fallen so far. Britain is now able to increase protection of her convoys and at the same time tighten up the blockade on a tremendously extended coastline. which the Royal Navy has to watch since the fall of France. It is believed here that the United States, too, should have every reason to feel satisfied over the bargain. The British press says that America received as a gift, unconnected with the destroyer transaction, the lease of bases in Newfoundland and Bermuda. The British public is told that this will relieve America's anxiety regarding her position on the Atlantic front, and thus contribute indirectly to the defense of the West Coast, since America will be able to maintain a larger proportion of the United States Navy in the Pacific. So far as the British are concerned, they believe that the leasing of these naval and air bases to Americans gives them not the slightest ground for misgiving, so long as there is no question of a transfer of sovereignty. Best of all, says the British press, in furthering the security of the United States and that of Britain at one stroke, the seal of a mutual friendship has been put on a contract between England and the United States, which both countries regard as permanent and indissoluble. We understand that in the very near future, the first 8 of the transferred destroyers will sail to a certain unnamed British port. There they will become British destroyers, without names. Mr. A.B. Alexander, First Lord of the Admiralty, had this to say last night about the agreement. I quote, "They come at a time when the strain upon our destroyer fleet has been very great, and they will be of inestimable value to us, not only for escorting convoys, but also for protecting our coast from a threat of invasion. Apart from the immediate advantage to both our naval defense and that of the USA, this event will strengthen the feeling of goodwill and friendship between our two great peoples," unquote. The only words aimed to temper British rejoicing this morning was the warning by Mr. Anthony Eden, War Minister. He pointed out that it would be most foolish to suppose that because the autumn approaches, the threat of invasion is past. However, the British newspapers have virtually hidden this statement on their back pages. Incidentally, the actual information regarding the Anglo-American Naval Treaty has been known in London for several days. It seems obvious to many Britishers that the announcement was delayed in order that it might commemorate the first anniversary of the war, possibly for its moral effect, both on the British public and on Britain's enemies. The news of German raids on England and London itself are receiving less and less prominence here, although we had 3 air raid warnings yesterday and another for breakfast today. One enemy plane has been brought down after a large force of bombers and their fighter escorts approached the southeast coast from several directions. And during last night, German aircraft were over at least 20 towns, but the damage they caused is reported to be very slight. Londoners who have been taken to shelter so often, but have actually seen very little damage caused by the bombers, are annoyed because the sirens disturb their work. A prominent labor man speaking at the National Trades Union Club declared that the sirens were a curse, and as a result of them, many useful hours of work have been lost. Factories, public services, and other large buildings have installed watchers on their roofs. The workers don't go to the shelters when the sirens sound, but wait until the roof watchers warn them of approaching aircraft. And there's a new issue in London this morning, whether the double-decker buses should keep running when the sirens sound. But after all, these air raids are the most extraordinary experience anyone has ever lived through here. So even the bus drivers can't be blamed. We're returning now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting the latest news from London. Now here in New York is Linton Wells to give you more news and his analysis of late developments. Mr. Wells.
The turbulent Balkans continue to occupy the European spotlight. Shortly before midnight, the Romanian pro-Nazi Iron Guard made an unsuccessful attempt to overthrow King Carol's government and depose the king himself. Revolutionary outbreaks occurred simultaneously in Bucharest, Brasov, and Constanza. They were curbed so quickly as to indicate that the Romanian government was pre-warned. In Bucharest, 15 Iron Guard members wearing military uniforms attempted to seize the radio station and telephone system, but were arrested before they could carry out their plans. Simultaneously, shots were fired at King Carol's palace, and the city was flooded with printed manifestos which demanded that Carol abdicate and appealed to the Army, Navy, and Air Force to join the uprising. The manifestos were signed by Horia Sima, leader of the Iron Guard, for whom the police are scouring the country. Sima accused Carol of looking around for support outside the Axis powers, meaning, of course, Germany and Italy. He promised continuation of the dynasty with Prince Michael on the throne if Carol would abdicate and leave the country.
The Romanian Iron Guard is an anti-Semitic pro-Nazi faction which has proved troublesome to Romania for several years. It has been blamed for a long series of assassinations and governmental crises, and while he felt he could rely upon Britain and France for support, Carroll persecuted its members energetically. For some months since entering the Rome-Berlin orbit, the King has permitted the Iron Guard to play an increasingly important role in Romanian affairs. And now that Romania has been stripped of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina by Russia, and is in the process of losing Transylvania to Hungary and the Dobruja to Bulgaria, little remains of the country but a memory. Germany has guaranteed Romania's new restricted frontiers and reportedly is preparing to move troops into the country on September 15 to back up these guarantees. In the light of all this, last night's uprising holds the interesting possibility that the Nazis attempted a coup d'etat in order to circumvent further Soviet penetration into the Moldavian province of Romania. This has been threatened and would certainly strain Russo-German relations at a time when Hitler doesn't want them strained. Certainly any further persecution of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard and continued internal unrest over the Transylvania and Dobruja surrenders will give Hitler an excuse to place Romania under so-called protective custody and thereby checkmate the Kremlin's manifest desires to move further into southeastern Europe. As you noted from our Berlin correspondent Edward Hartridge this morning, the Germans are not talking about current Romanian developments, with good reason, because certainly they're not encouraging. From Shanghai comes the interesting announcement that the Japanese will probably begin their long-expected occupation of French Indochina next Friday. General Nishihara, who is chief of the Japanese mission to French Indochina, is said to have told the colonial government of France's Far East possessions to submit peacefully or suffer the consequences of resistance. For some time now, the Japanese have been bringing pressure to bear upon the Pétain government to permit the movement of Nipponese troops across Indochina. While the Vichy government reportedly was willing to grant Japan certain military privileges, it balked at what would amount to complete surrender of the colony. Recently, the Japanese are said to have delivered an ultimatum which the Japan government rejected. Now comes the Japanese decision to march, which will upset the status quo in the Far East, which Secretary of State Hull has proclaimed frequently must be maintained. However, Washington is not expected to do more than protest the impending Japanese aggression, even though it will place the Nipponese in a better position from which to attack Britain's great naval base at Singapore when the time is right, the Dutch East Indies when the time is right for that, and eventually the Philippines a few years from now. The Japanese will gain control of an elaborate new naval and air base at Turan, upon which the French have been working furiously for several years, and that will prove invaluable to them and justify this impending act of aggression.
And with the news thus analyzed from New York by Linton Wells, we conclude this regular morning report of European developments. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin. Larry Lesuer reported from London. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Thursday, September 5th. In Europe, Romania's King Carol has yielded to a dictator, General Antonescu, an army favorite known as the Red Dog. Antonescu has been friendly with leaders of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard. And German planes, following up Hitler's threat to erase British cities, carried out furious attacks during the night. The British answer was to raid Berlin and other German cities. Now the news direct from Europe, London, Berlin, and Rome. First, the report from the British capital by Edward R. Murrow. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've already had our after-breakfast air raid warning. The doorman at my house remarked, "Them strangers is over again." The warning lasted about an hour. Eric Severide, who took a room down in the Thames estuary last night, says that he shouldn't have been charged for the bed because he spent most of the night in the air raid shelter. He adds that this morning's raid seemed to be confined to the mouth of the river, and it was not nearly so intense as last night's. It appears that the daylight raids on London are now of shorter duration, with the German emphasis being placed on their night visits. The Air Ministry says the raids last night were scattered, but lasted almost all night. Bombs fell at many points. A large number of fires were started, which were brought quickly under control. Houses were damaged in many areas, and a number of casualties caused. In the London area itself, damage is declared small and casualties very slight. The music critic of the London Times reports that air raid sirens in B-flat added an obligato to the nocturne of Borodin's string quartet at the National Gallery last night. He says, The extraneous disharmony sent the audience to the place prepared below. Both the press and radio consistently devote much more space to the RAF activity over Germany than to the German bombing of Britain. This morning, great prominence is given to the bombing of the Black Forest, a low, wide mountain range in southwest Germany about 100 miles long and 10 to 15 miles wide, some of the loveliest country on the continent, and well known to many Englishmen who have walked and bicycled through it. The fires were also started in the Grunewald Forest near Berlin and on the richly wooded slopes of the Harz Mountains. It is stated that the object of the bombing was to set fire to arms factories hidden beneath the trees. Herr Hitler's speech last night is fully reported in today's papers. The general opinion of London editors seemed to be that he was raging over his failures and screaming threats to erase British cities. The Daily Express points out that he talks of no more blitzes and of a long war. The Daily Herald believes the German leader was attempting to reassure his raid-harassed people. The routine of living and working is gradually changing. Beds are being moved to basements or lower floors, and many office buildings and factories maintain their own watchers on the roof and send their workmen underground only when planes or gunfire are reported in the immediate vicinity. When there's a lunchtime raid, some restaurants close their doors, but others carry on as usual. Some revision of the whole system of air raid warning will probably be announced soon. Originally, the siren was supposed to be an instruction for everyone, wherever he was and whatever he was doing, to take cover. In future, it will probably be considered more in the nature of an alert signal, warning people to be ready to dive for cover when the guns or planes are heard. A few London shops invite their customers down to the basement shelters, where they display such things as books, games, knitting needles, and wool. Business down there in the basement is said to be rather good. Government offices have established rooftop watchers and generally evacuate only one or two of the top floors when the sirens sound. In some areas, where the Germans have been accustomed to pay nightly visits, people don't wait for the sirens. They just take their blankets or mattresses and go to the shelters to sleep. A few drugstores are beginning to display special ear pads and a little rubber gadget that's supposed to be placed between the teeth when the bombs are falling. This wartime accessory resembles a baby's pacifier. One of the best-known fashion experts in London is predicting that women will soon be wearing blue or green or yellow woolen stockings to match the colors of their autumn suits. Women's clothes are supposed to be, quote, practical and gay, unquote. There is to be a Macintosh cape that can be blown up to form a mattress and a pillow combined. Velvet collars and cuffs are to take the place of fur. And bright imitation jewelry will replace the family jewels which are in the bank vaults. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. Here's the latest news from the Balkans. King Carol of Romania, as we reported at the beginning of this broadcast, has yielded most of his dictatorial powers to General Ion Antonescu, an army favorite known as the Red Dog, friendly with the leaders of the pro-Nazi Iron Guard. Antonescu took the oath as premier several hours ago, after he and Carol had issued a joint decree suspending the Constitution, dissolving Parliament, limiting the King's powers, and conferring all of the authority on Antonescu. Now the latest news from Berlin.
British bombers again visited Berlin last night and received a roaring welcome from the German flak, or anti-aircraft batteries. The raid started shortly after midnight, almost to the minute that we are now accustomed to hear the sirens sound their warnings. The attacks seem to have three peaks, judging from the crescendo of AA fire, and the papers this morning give us this report. Quote, shortly after midnight, a strong anti-aircraft fire shot down one British plane before it reached Berlin. Only a few planes succeeded in penetrating the interior of the municipal area of Berlin. At two places in this area, explosive bombs were dropped. One bomb that fell into the Tier Garden killed a policeman. The second bomb hit an ordnance depot of the Army in a northwest suburb, without causing serious damage. In a southwest suburb, one house was damaged by falling pieces of shrapnel of an anti-aircraft shell. End of quote. The British raid added a dramatic touch to an interesting day. Late in the afternoon, the correspondents were taken to the Sports Palast to hear Herr Hitler open the winter relief campaign. And in his speech, Herr Hitler made a specific reference to the English night raids on Germany. But now, he warned, the German Air Force will answer the British night by night. And when the British drop 2 to 3 tons of bombs, the German flyers will answer with 50, 100, 200, 1,000 tons of bombs on Britain. And he added that if the British say
if they are going to attack the German cities on a large scale, then the cities of England will be razed to the ground. As regards these night raids, there's a day-and-day report this morning that German bombers attacked numerous harbors on the east and west coast of England last night. At several points, great fires were observed, according to this report. The British fighters were unable to drive off the German planes, it is said, and all but one of the attacking force returned to their bases safely. Also, the agency says the British bombers raided the well-known German health resort of Bad Kissington last night, but hit no military objectives. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung carries a story about 6 Americans who were taken off a ship in the Atlantic, captured by a German naval vessel. The 6 Americans were en route to South Africa. Their names, as given in this paper, are Mr. and Mrs. Roy O. Yoder, Y-O-D-E-R, F.A. Schmallenberger, Jesse M. Nicholson, Frank J. Kunstner, and Zola C. Kunstner. We have no details as to where they are from in the States. The Americans were first taken to a French port and then given transportation by the Germans to Irun on the Spanish border. They have written a letter, published in the paper, to the German authorities thanking them for the kind treatment which they received. Another American angle to the news, or the lack of it, I should say, is to be found in the editorial comments on the trade of 50 overage American destroyers for English naval bases in the Western Hemisphere. For at the present, British Berlin papers and the radio jibe at the British for having to surrender their empire piece by piece. But there is no attendant criticism for the United States' assistance in releasing the naval vessels. It is curious, for one might have expected that this deal, which may enable the British to fight off the German invasion, if and when it comes, should arouse some official public criticism of the American government. But if the present is any indication of the immediate future, the German government and press will probably take no action calculated to influence the presidential election. The Germans don't like Mr. Roosevelt, so they will probably refrain from any action that will affect his chances of re-election. At least, that is the feeling we American correspondents get here in Berlin. Switzerland is given another editorial rap over the knuckles for its reported failure to stop foreign warplanes from flying over its frontiers by the papers this morning. And the Burschen Zeitung writes, quote, in the long run, the German and Italian governments will not comply with such an inactive attitude of the Swiss government. Neither a single lame protest to London or the firing of anti-aircraft guns can be convincing that a nation is determined to defend its neutrality with all possible means. End of quote. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now.
New York, and now Cecil Brown is standing by to report the latest news from the Italian capital. We take you now to Rome.
This is Rome. The heaviest action of the war between British ships and Italian planes has been going on in the eastern and western Mediterranean. The Italian High Command, in the bulletin just issued, announced that a British naval attack on the Dodecanese bases aimed a number of British ships were hit and reported the destruction of 17 British planes. On Tuesday, in the Aegean, a large British convoy escorted by followed by Italian reconnoitering units. The war bulletin said the British planned on protecting the convoy from their attack on the Italian bases in the Aegean. The offensive started at dawn yesterday. 2 British air formations roared over the fascist airfields of Cadore and Maritza. These are on one of the islands of the Dodecanese, nearest to the Greek island of Crete. 2 Italian planes were hit on the ground. And meanwhile, the British naval units began shelling Scarpanto, another base on the same island. The bulletin says this shelling caused slight damage to houses and wounded some civilians. Italian fighter planes immediately went up, and the ground defensive blazed away. The communique says 7 British planes were brought down. The crews of 3 of them, totaling 8 flyers, were taken prisoner. The High Command said that once the British had been repaired, the Italian counteroffensive was started. From 7 o'clock in the morning until 5:30 yesterday afternoon, fascist air formations carried out 5 mass attacks against the British convoy. The communique says that in spite of the reaction of British fighter planes and anti-aircraft defenses, 4 British vessels were hit and seriously damaged. The report adds that 5 British fighter planes also were shot down. And in this attack, 2 Italian planes are reported missing. At the same time, the High Command says Italian fast motor torpedo boats attacked the British ships. Their fire was successful, says the bulletin, and it was directed against a British cruiser and 2 destroyers. The action of these torpedo boats took place in the channel of Casso, near the Greek island of Crete. 1 Italian motor torpedo boat failed to return. British ships were also attacked in the eastern Mediterranean. The communique says that 3 British cruisers and 2 destroyers, which were cruising off the coast of Algeria, were bombed heavily by Italian planes. The High Command says 2 cruisers were hit by large-sized bombs. On the deck of one of them, a sheet of flame was observed. In North Africa, intense activity is reported on both the Italian and British Air Forces. Raids by the British, the communique says, caused only minor damage, 1 death and 11 wounded. 4 RAF planes were reported shot down. All the Italian planes are reported safe. In East Africa, during a British raid on the field of Iabello, a British Hampton plane was shot down and another one probably destroyed. The bulletin reports an Italian bomber formation has seriously damaged a British vessel in the Red Sea. Well, according to the Italian version, the British lost 17 planes and 6 of their ships were hit. The Italians give their losses as 4 planes and 1 torpedo boat. The Italian papers today continue their discussion of the Anglo-American naval and air base deal. The Rome newspaper, Messaggero, for example, says it appears that the agreement is the prelude to much greater exchanges. And one of these, the paper says, is the cession of Canada to the United States. As the Messaggero sees it, Britain has come to see in Canada and the Antilles the platform for an eventual a threat against Argentina and Chile by making England cede the bases on the Falkland Islands. For this, the Rome paper adds, England would get another batch of old destroyers and second-hand airplanes. The Messaggero claims that a first exchange of views regarding the Falkland Islands already has taken place between London and Washington.
And with this news from Rome, Columbia concludes this morning report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at 6:45, or rather each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Edward R. Murrow reported from London, Edward Hartridge from Berlin, and Cecil Brown from Rome. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Friday, September 6th. King Carol abdicated today. The new King of Romania is his 18-year-old son, Michael. The government, however, is in the hands of the Premier, General Antonescu. He was sworn in yesterday by Carol. Diplomats in Bucharest said Carol was forced to abdicate because of the loss of Transylvania and the humiliation of his army, which apparently wanted to resist Hungary. There were unconfirmed reports that Carol had been arrested. Other reports said Iron Guard members had asked that Carol be allowed to escape by private plane. Now the news direct from London and Berlin. Afterwards, an analysis by Linton Wells from New York. First, Larry Lesuer reporting from London. Go ahead, London.
This is London. A tired London after the longest night alarm of the war. They're reading here about King Carol's resignation in favor of his 18-year-old son, Michael. It doesn't seem to make much difference to them, though, because from shortly after 9 o'clock last night until a little before 5 this morning, most London residents were underground on hard wooden benches. Overhead throughout the night, they heard the buzzing of German planes like so many angry mosquitoes. For the first time, the raiders were believed to have dropped the so-called Molotov breadbasket, containers holding hundreds of incendiary bombs which scatter in midair, throwing the firebombs over a wide area. The all clear sounded in London just as dawn began to brighten the east. But no sooner had the citizens of this world's largest city turned over for their first night's rest than the siren sounded again, only 25 minutes after the previous all clear. And then later this morning, as sleepy Londoners piled on the buses and subway to go to the city, the sirens again stalled traffic and sent them to cover instead of to work. The official statement regarding last night's raids tells us that enemy aircraft operating singly or in small formations attacked this country during most of last night. In the London area, high explosive and incendiary bombs were dropped, doing some damage and causing a number of casualties. A large London public shelter, a hospital in Kent, and a railway station in an eastern suburb were among the objects hit last night, we're told. Many of you must be wondering what it's like to live under the threat of so many air raid alarms. It's pretty wearing on all of us. I'll give you an idea of what it was like yesterday for me. An average day. The air raid sirens got me up for breakfast yesterday, and I ate some oatmeal, drank a pot of tea with some toast, gas, and all I wanted. Meal cost 5 cents. The elevator man in my house advised me to follow his method of upping tears often at night to keep out the sound of sirens and anti-aircraft bursts. By the time I reached the office, Edward Murrow, Columbia's European chief, was busy preparing yesterday morning's broadcast. He looked up at me tiredly and asked how I slept. Then the siren sounded again. Many of the people in this office building went downstairs to the shelter, but just about as many continued their work. However, the doors of the building were shut to prevent anyone from wandering into the open offices and filching something in the absence of the people underground. I walked to the post office to buy some stamps, but found the post office closed, everyone taking cover. It was about midday. I decided to eat lunch, but restaurant after restaurant had closed their doors. They wouldn't serve any more food to the customers inside, and they declined to let any more people in for fear of overcrowding their own shelters. I went to Broadcasting House, passed through a wire enclosure after showing my pass, walked past a number of soldiers with rifles and bayonets, and then down 2 flights of stairs, opening and closing the gas-proof doors behind me. I was pretty hungry by the time the all clear sounded, but the restaurants were opened, and I lunched on a steak and kidney pie, bread and butter, and salad, 60 cents. During the afternoon, I showed my pass, a different one each time, and visited the British Air Ministry and the Ministry of Information. Incidentally, we have to carry around so many passes here that a member of the press or broadcasting is immediately recognizable in London by the large bulge over his right side, that extra big wallet containing his passes. Eric Severin, spending a night in an air raid shelter on the Thames estuary, had dinner with me. He ate a large steak. I dined on a mixed grill, kidneys, sausage, mushrooms, and tomatoes. It cost us about $1 a piece. We had coffee, good coffee, but we had to ask the waiter for sugar. He got a bowl out of a cupboard. We each took one piece, and he carefully put the bowl back in the cupboard, awaiting the next diner. We took a taxi to the broadcasting studio, and after the broadcast, we walked through the blacked-out streets to the home of Edward R. Murrow. As soon as we got there, the booming of anti-aircraft guns began. So we put on our tin hats and went up to the roof. It was about 1 in the morning. All through the night, we slept fitfully. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. Here's a dispatch from Rome. An Italian High Command communique says that British airplanes raided Turin during the night. It says some damage was caused and the freight cars in the railroad yards were set afire. Now the news direct from Berlin.
This is Berlin. We have a news bulletin from the day and day this morning about the aerial activities of German bombers and fighter planes. We are told the German planes started off the day with attacks on military objectives in the south of England this morning. The Germans state that they encountered British fighter planes, but were able to penetrate the defense forces and accomplish their missions. However, at this moment, we have no further details. You have the interesting news from Romania. The King Carol has again abdicated his throne in favor of his son Michael. Outstanding Michael will be 19 in October. The former king is reported here to be leaving for exile in Switzerland. And there are a few follow-up items. For instance, the new premier, Mr. Antonescu, is now officially titled the leader of the Romanian state, or what is left of it. Hungarian troops, according to reports reaching in Berlin, are now starting to occupy parts of Transylvania, ceded by Romania to Hungary in Vienna last week. The leader of the Romanian youth organization, Monsieur Sidrovici, arrived in Berlin yesterday. He is here as a guest of his German colleagues, according to the day and day reports this morning. And another item about the Balkans. There's a story here that important conferences were held yesterday at Craiova between the Bulgarian and Romanian delegates. The last Romanian proposals were studied, and the Bulgarians have now forwarded them to their government. It is expected that the final agreement will be signed today. And if this goes according to schedule, then Romania may surrender another slice of territory, this time the Dobruja, a province which lies along the Black Sea in the southeast corner of Romania. But in Berlin, we do not have as yet a clear picture of the future geography of the Balkans. Last night, we had another air raid alarm in Berlin. In comparison to previous British air raids, this one wasn't much. There was little anti-aircraft firing while it lasted. The Germans say this morning that their anti-aircraft fire was able to drive off the invading planes. However, The raid provided me with a few interesting sidelights. For instance, I discovered that we can get an advance tip-off that a raid is coming by watching the fire department flux. Some minutes before the siren sound, they can be seen racing through the streets. They carry the air raid wardens to their respective posts. Then they get ready for action themselves. And last night during the raid, I was in the Berlin nightclub when the siren sounded. Incidentally, there's not a great deal of nightlife in Berlin these days. The place is closed at 1 o'clock, and there's no dancing permitted. When the alarm sounded, the waiters informed the guests of the fact. One couldn't hear the siren itself. And he also told them that if they cared, they could order another drink. So business went on as usual, and the band continued to play. A few of the guests left their tables for the air raid shelter in the basement. There was no compulsion on the part of the management. The basement shelter proved to be just another underground section of the nightclub itself. And both on the first floor and in the basement, the parties continued their play. That seems to be the rule here, that if one is caught in a nightclub or cafe when the alarm sounds, why, he just stays there. The places can continue to serve food or drinks for the period of the alarm. And then when it is over, there's a grand rush for taxis and buses. Everybody wants to get home as soon as possible. There are a few items of news from Holland. The German authorities have broken up the Freemasonry organizations in the Netherlands. All the lodges have been disbanded. Then there is a military decree ordering a complete blackout for all of Holland. And in enforcing this decree, the German authorities have arrested 190 violators in The Hague alone, according to a report in the Deutsche Zeitung in the Netherlands. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning out of Columbia in New York.
And here in New York is Linton Wells with more news and his analysis of recent developments. Mr. Wells. As Larry Lesuer and Edwin Hartridge, our London and Berlin correspondents, told us a few minutes ago, another king has been toppled from his throne. This time it is Carol, hereditary ruler of that turbulent Grostarchian country known as Romania. And the son, Prince Michael, whom he deposed 10 years ago, has been sworn in to succeed him. It was less than 5 hours ago. The last Hohenzollern on a European throne, Carol, playboy, dictator, and pawn, during one of the worst eras of Balkan intrigue, fell a victim to power politics and signed his abdication papers just 9 hours ago, as our correspondent Spencer Williams reported from Bucharest last night, after a day of serious rioting in the Romanian capital. Carol's farewell message to his people said he was making this sacrifice for the salvation of Romania, or what is left of it, which is precious little. Actually, Carol's abdication will probably result in Romania's disappearance from the map of Europe as a government entity and transform its remains into a Nazi vassal state with 18-year-old King Michael as a mere figurehead. Moreover, it can only be interpreted as a Nazi-inspired move to circumvent further penetration by Soviet Russia into Romania, following Hitler's and Mussolini's dictated restoration of Transylvania to Hungary. Incidentally, the Hungarians began to occupy Transylvania a few hours ago, with German troops hovering in the background to back them up in the event of further opposition by the angry Transylvanians. Hitler's instrument in forcing Carol off the throne was General Ion Antonescu, a tough pro-Nazi army man known as the Red Dog, whom Carol placed under technical arrest 2 months ago for opposing the forced cession of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina to Russia. General Antonescu was released last Saturday, and as unrest increased throughout Romania over the territorial surrender of Transylvania and another threatened Russian invasion, Carol surrendered his dictatorial powers to Antonescu yesterday. Still, the anti-Semitic pro-Nazi Iron Guard was not content. So after long hours of conferences yesterday and last night, Carol was forced to abdicate. There are rumors that the former king is under arrest, and contrarily that he is free and will be permitted to find exile in Switzerland. None of these is confirmed. Probably he will be exiled if he isn't assassinated. However, Carol's red-haired Jewish mistress, Madame Lupescu, for whom he renounced the throne on January 1st, 1926, apparently has fled to safety. Young King Michael will, of course, become nothing more than a symbol of the Hohenzollern dynasty, with General Antonescu and the Iron Guard ruling under Berlin's direction. In this respect, his position will be little different from what it was during his 3 years as king under a regency, from July 1927 to June 8, 1930, when his father returned from exile and after a coup d'etat forced his son's abdication. The young king is in his 19th year and a nice youngster, with, I think, considerable ability.
When he was a boy king, I went to Romania at the invitation of his late grandmother, Queen Marie, and spent a week with him at Sinaia Palace outside Bucharest. As a present, I took with me an electric railway, the first he'd ever seen, and I never saw a youngster enjoy anything more. We spent hours together on our stomachs in a palace ballroom, operating and occasionally wrecking express, local, and freight trains. And the young king was so pleased that he ordered his regents to award me a handsome decoration when I was leaving. Several years later, after he was dethroned, I saw Michael and his mother, the former Princess Helen of Greece, who incidentally is reported to be returning to Bucharest. That was in London, and he told me that he still had the railway and enjoyed operating it. Perhaps when the world returns to sanity and the map of Europe is rearranged again, Michael will be able to rule his people and probably do a pretty good job. In the meantime, uneasy will lie the head that wears the Romanian crown. According to information from Cairo, the British Navy and Air Force are engaged in an intensive drive against the Italians on an 1,100-mile Mediterranean front, the biggest of the Italo-British War. Italian airplane bases in Sardinia, which lie between Italy and Spain, and aerodromes all along the coast of Italian Libya have been and are being bombed by British aircraft, while the Air Force and Navy are hammering away at Italy's Dodecanese Islands in the eastern Mediterranean, and submarines have successfully attacked Italian warships. Japanese official circles continue to maintain discreet silence regarding Secretary of State Hull's blunt warning of Wednesday, insisting that the Nipponese respect the territorial integrity of French Indochina. Moreover, nothing official is known concerning future Japanese action with respect to the French colony. However, from Hong Kong comes a report that a Franco-Japanese agreement has been reached by the Vichy and Tokyo governments, permitting restricted Nipponese use of the French possessions for a drive against the Chinese province of Yunnan.
And such is this morning's news of European developments, just analyzed by Linton Wells from New York, reported earlier from London by Larry Lesuer, and from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, September 7th. So far today, there are no reports of aerial activity over England and Germany. But during the night, both capitals and other points underwent heavy attacks. Berlin had a 3-hour air raid, one of the most severe it has yet experienced. But Nazis claimed that German planes had bombed many important points throughout England. In London, officials were taking stock of the damage resulting from yesterday's 24-hour raids. Bombs fell in many London sections, within a radius of 15 miles from the heart of the city. Tenements were destroyed. Now the news direct from London and Berlin, then to our own nation's capital, for the report of Albert Warner. We take you first to the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London, a refreshed London because after midnight last night, relative quiet prevailed, in central London at least, a marked contrast to our previous night of extended alarm. But parts of London caught a packet, as they say over here, just before midnight. In fact, many of the now homeless people declare that the German bombs beat the air raid sirens by at least 10 minutes. The raid on a thickly populated district in eastern London came about 11:30 last night, just between the all-clear signal of a previous German visit and the quavering howl of the alarm which signaled the arrival of the new batch of German planes. Following the bombing in the southern London area, traffic had to be diverted for a small distance. The trolley cars in that section are still not running this morning. There's a big tragedy near the subway station. Air raid wardens are still digging in the ruined houses in 2 streets. And in another district, in East London, about 30 other workmen's families are homeless. The official statement this morning tells us that high explosives and firebombs fell on London, mainly in these eastern and southern districts. Industrial buildings and private houses were damaged, and a number of fires started, which have now been extinguished or brought under control. The German raiders seem to be dropping a great number of firebombs these nights. But London has built up what is probably the world's greatest firefighting system to defeat the incendiary bomb. And so far, the firefighters are beating the bombs. The German raiders are providing London with a magnificent spectacle these nights in the form of parachute flares. Those slowly burning, slowly sinking magnesia torches which light up the entire square miles when they descend. These flares are used to illuminate targets. But in only one case last night did bombs follow the parachute flares. This has led some people here to the conclusion that the flares are being dropped to cause alarm. The only comment I've heard about them has been that they made driving at night easier. Some people insist they can read newspapers in the streets by their weird light, too. In the blackout at night, you know, people here often shout at persons lighting cigarettes to put out that light. Last night I heard some humorists shouting the same thing in the German parachute flare. People here are asking why British night fighting planes are not equipped with searchlights to pick out the German night bombers. It's been reported that a German machine, by means of a strong searchlight, was able to hold a British machine in the light and fire at it with telling effect. It's no secret that experiments are being carried on in this country. One of the advantages of a searchlight on a night fighter is that the beam could be used to dazzle the enemy pilot. The disadvantage is that the enemy machine gunner can fire right along the searchlight beam at the fighter plane. We've just been permitted to disclose the name of one crowded London area which was bombed last night. It's on the south side of the river, and the subway station there bears the strange name of Elephant and Castle, so called because of an old pub nearby which has borne that name down the centuries. It contains row after row of little yellow brick houses, and it's right next to Lambeth, the working class district where they invented the famous Lambeth Walk. Today, just when people were getting used to what seemed to be a new phase of the air war with continuous raids on London, the Germans seem to have slackened off. We haven't had our breakfast alarm this morning, nor the usual one for lunch. But beauty parlors here report a great rush of trade in the last few days. Women are coming in to have those tired lines around the mouth and eyes massaged away. And some of the beauty specialists are advertising air raid treatments aimed at relaxing the nerves and muscles most affected by strain and lack of sleep. Incidentally, official records just compiled here show that from June 17th to September 6th, 1,688 German planes have been brought down. These planes, they think, must have contained about 4,000 German airmen. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. At this time, we had expected to take you direct to Berlin for the latest news reports from the German capital. But up to this time, we've been unable to contact our Berlin correspondent. We take you now to the nation's capital for the report of Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Sometime today, sometime before midnight, the administration leaders hope the conscription bill will come to a vote in the House. There are still amendments to be dealt with. House members may not talk as long as senators, but they like their 2 or 3 minutes in the spotlight, and there are 435 of them. One highly important amendment remains for action, along with a good many lesser proposals. The important proposition deals with industrial conscription, an issue brought to the front by Wendell Willkie, Republican presidential candidate. The administration amendment advanced by the Military Affairs Committee proposes penalties for industrialists who decline to cooperate with the government in its defense program. The amendment would let the government operate a recalcitrant plant on a rental basis, but the ownership title would remain with the private owners. The Senate adopted perhaps a sterner amendment, allowing the government to condemn and take complete possession of facilities whose managers, in the opinion of the government, are not cooperating. Mr. Willkie complained of the arbitrary threat to industry, later explained he was not opposed to penalties for non-cooperators if applied by orderly regulation and the rule of law, and not by the fiat of one man. Once all the amendments are disposed of, the House, which has been sitting in committee of the whole, comes out of committee and greets itself as the House again. At this point, the administration may ask for a roll call on any amendment adopted in committee of the whole, which it doesn't like. There, the Fish Amendment rises for a second vote and by roll call. Supporters of the draft bill hope to overturn and reverse the Fish provision. As it stands, it would postpone the draft for 60 days while the president issues a call for volunteers and waits to see if 400,000 men flock to the colors. But whether the Fish Amendment stays in or out, the bill is slated for passage, and the principle of peacetime conscription seems about to be written into law. Already, the Congress has finished its work on the $5 billion record appropriation bill for national defense. The Senate completed action yesterday, and today, or in the next 2 or 3 days, the President will sign the bill. A total of $10 billion have been appropriated this year for defense, not counting additional billions in authorizations for expenditure later on. Despite a drastic tax bill to raise $1 billion additional revenue already enacted, and an excess profits tax bill underway, which may produce $500 million more. A deficit of over $5 billion for the current fiscal year is foreseen. In this country, as in all other large nations, the deficit grows. Whether in the war or out of it, the whole world is going deeper and deeper into the red. The Defense Advisory Commission is reported studying a possible embargo on steel scrap export. The commission may recommend such action to President Roosevelt. At present, a large part of the United States scrap exports go to Japan. After the draft bill, the only remaining big measure before Congress is the excess profits tax bill. The Senate Finance Committee seems to be in sympathy with the charge that no one can understand it in the shape it came from the House. The committee is rewriting the measure. Chairman Pat Harrison has called the group into an extra Saturday meeting in an attempt to get the bill before the Senate early next week. Administration leaders hope to begin debate on it Tuesday. It has been given precedence over all other legislation. Senate Majority Leader Barkley says he thinks that the upper house can get the tax bill out of the way in 3 days. When these bills, conscription and excess profits, are out of the way, either adjournment or recess is now definitely indicated. Republican congressmen who opposed adjournment early in the summer now want to get away just as badly as do the Democrats. And Senate isolationists, who once thought that Congress would be a check on the president, are now despondent. After the destroyer deal, in which the president ignored Congress, some of these isolationists said, we might just as well be at home. As adjournment or recess approaches, Representative Joseph Martin, Republican leader of the House, and his party's national chairman, predicts a minimum gain of 60 House members for the Republicans in the next election. His prediction is that there will be a gain of between 60 and 75. The Republicans need a gain of only 48 to organize the House and elect Mr. Martin Speaker. Well, the present Democratic Speaker of the House, William Bankhead, declines to be worried over the outlook. I don't hear that they are going to make any substantial gain, he tells me. In fact, the Republicans may lose some seats. But this talk of winning or losing seats makes members of the House nervous. Political fences back home are calling them. It won't be long now. We return you now to New York.
That was Albert Warner speaking from Washington. And still, we are unable to contact our Berlin correspondent. However, we do bring you at this time the latest news from Berlin, received at Columbia's newsroom in New York. Sweeping over Berlin at altitudes of only 3,000 feet and lighting their targets with parachute flares, British bombing planes raided Berlin for 2 3/4 hours in the early hours of this morning, dropping high explosive and incendiary bombs. Fires were started at various points in the city, including a huge warehouse and a stable a few blocks north of Unter den Linden, municipal buildings in the Wiesenstay suburb in northeastern Berlin, the old criminal courts building in the center of the city, a storehouse and police station in the diplomatic quarters a few blocks southwest of Unter den Linden, and a radio factory and dwellings in the wedding district in North Berlin. A tour of the city arranged under the auspices of the propaganda ministry after the raid showed that bombs had struck in the districts to which correspondents were taken near legitimate military objectives at most points. Across the street from the criminal courts building is a great military barracks. A bomb struck the Tegel railroad station in northern Berlin, not far from the Borsig arms factory. 1 was killed and 10 were wounded when a bomb struck near an automobile chassis plant. It was admitted that 1 searchlight of a battery had been destroyed at Brandenburg, 55 miles west or southwest of Berlin. The raid was the noisiest and most dramatic yet. The air raid alarm sounded at 12:15 a.m. Heavy anti-aircraft gunfire started immediately. Flashes of heavy batteries lighted the sky to the west, north, and east. About 15 minutes later, the hum of airplane motors was distinctly audible. British planes had begun to cruise over the city. The planes dropped dozens of parachute flares. 1 dropped direct over the United Press building in Unter den Linden, the center of the city. The Wilhelmstrasse and Adolf Hitler's ornate chancellery, situated on it, must have been visible to the flyers in the blue-white glare. It was evident that the planes were flying back and forth across the city on the same paths. Daringly, the planes came down to about 3,000 feet, but not once were they picked up by searchlights. The British planes seemed to be disregarding entirely the heavy fire from the ground. One plane dropped a string of parachute flares across the center of the city from west to east, circled, and dropped another series farther south from east to west. As soon as a flare dropped, guns blazed into furious action, trying to shoot them down. Pom-pom and machine guns joined in the fire unavailingly. Several times it was observed from the United Press building, as soon as a flare would go out, a British plane would return to the spot and drop another at almost exactly the same point, despite deafening ground fire. After an hour and a half, reddish glows began to appear in the northern and northeastern sky. 2 fires, it could be seen, were put out quickly. A third burned for 2 hours. Windows rattled and buildings trembled in the din of gunfire. It was noted that, though this part of the dispatch emphasized the number of parachute flares, the daring of the British flyers, and the fury of gunfire, it did not mention bombing. Under German propaganda ministry rules, foreign correspondents may send nothing on an air raid until after the all-clear signal had been sounded, and then their dispatches must conform to official versions. English bombers flew to Berlin in several waves. 2 waves were repulsed before they reached the city by anti-aircraft fire and night fighters. Several planes of a 3rd wave flew over the anti-air cordon and dropped bombs on various points of the city, particularly in the workers' quarter of Wedding in the north, where several fires were ignited and there was appreciable damage to buildings. And thus we conclude this morning's report of European developments. Larry Lesuer reported from London, Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Monday, September 9th. London has gone through the worst air raid of the war. Fires and great property damages reported. The air raid lasted for 9.5 hours until early this morning. But in the later hours of the day, activity has fallen off. The government is taking stock of the damage caused and admits that considerable damage has been caused. There is no official statement on the number of casualties, but it was believed they were less than the 400 persons killed and 1,400 others injured Saturday. Meanwhile, in Berlin, newspapers said the British had bombed the great port of Hamburg. There was no mention of the amount of damage caused. Now the news reported direct from the British capital by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London, a London to which the howl of the all-clear came this morning like a benediction. It was the most cheering sound 8.25 million people had ever heard. Because for almost 10 hours last night, the heart of London shook with the thunder of high-explosive bombs. It was the longest and by far the most severe air raid that London has yet known. All night long, beginning at blackout time, that's the time when you're supposed to draw the blackout curtains, that swastika shuttle service was at work. 4 or 5 at a time, the German planes came over in relays from nearby France, dumping their high explosives from one end of London to the other. It was not until dawn this morning that the sky was clear of German planes, those slow, heavy-type German bombers, which would be helpless in the light of day against fast British fighters. Virtually everyone was underground last night, as bombs of the heaviest caliber made the landmarks of old London tremble. 2 London hospitals were hit, as were 2 famous museums, one of them a private museum, which has fascinated many an American tourist. Many new fires were started, especially near the blackened ruins on the east end, where yesterday's fire scars still smoldered. Observers are sure that this second night of Hitler's air Blitzkrieg was more intense than that of the previous night, in which more than 400 persons died. But it is hoped that casualties were not so high last night. 5 nurses are still missing this morning after the bombing of a famous hospital in central London. A bomb fell close to a famous newspaper building. The heaviest effect of the raid did not take place until after 3 o'clock this morning, when a number of the German planes began dive bombing, and the whistling of their bombs could be heard long before the rolling thunder of the explosions. Everything possible is being done this morning to get people to work, despite the bomb damage to transport services. Many people are still standing around famous London railway stations awaiting their trains, which have been held up by bomb damage along the line. The German planes used the great red glow of the fire in Dockland as their starting point in what seemed an effort to set all London afire. To many, it seemed as though they were making their bombing runs up and down systematically, like men plowing a field. England's first refugees trudged the city streets before dawn this morning, a ragged, sleepless army of East End workers whose homes had been smashed. They pushed before them the inevitable cheap baby carriage, often loaded with belongings and 1 or 2 children. Many of them carried the best part of their homes on their backs, those little homes for which they paid a rent about $2 a week. They'd spent all night in crowded shelters, They'd come up at daylight, and many of them saw the roofs of their homes turn to the sky. The East End workers of London were meeting near Dunkirk. Trucks and buses are carrying the homeless away, and they're finding new homes at the town hall and police station. Some parts of London are being evacuated now. All the subways are running this morning, with the exception of one line, where there is no service on 3 of its spurs. But road transportation in East and Central London is now beginning to untangle itself through the blocked-off streets. We are told this morning that losses of foodstuffs in the bombed Dockland area are much less than might have been expected. A sugar warehouse and a flour mill were damaged. Quantities of bacon and cheese were affected, and smaller stocks of coffee and cocoa were involved. But Lord Woolton, Minister of Food, has said that the loss of these foods will not affect the rationing allowance. Last night, the Royal Air Force announced that it had made great attacks on the so-called invasion zone in France and Hamburg. Big armaments works in Germany were also bombed. And this morning, my landlady, after being awake all night and reading that the people were doing the same thing in Germany, said to me, "I wonder why the Germans don't bomb Berlin themselves and the RAF bomb London. It would save a lot of petrol." This is Larry Lesuer returning you now to CBS in New York.
This is New York. Here's a dispatch from Budapest. Hungarian troops have completed their occupation of 1/4 of the territory ceded by Romania. The Hungarians took over Karaljago Pass in the Sub-Carpathians and the Metz Mountains in the foothills of the Carpathians. An official announcement said the occupation proceeded without incident. Another dispatch from Bucharest. A public trial of ex-King Carol on charges of mishandling public funds was considered likely in well-informed quarters today, following Dictator General Ion Antonescu's order sequestering all Carol's stocks and bonds. Switzerland. Carol, abdicated King of Romania, began his exile here today. But in 30 days, he must find refuge in another country. South America, the United States, and Canada have all been mentioned. Carol arrived at 5:39 p.m. yesterday on a special 10-coach train accompanied by Magda Lupescu, his Jewish mistress, Ernest Iranandu, his Lord Chamberlain, other members of the palace household, and 4 dogs. Carol smiled at the small knot of people who had gathered at the station, saluted smartly, and climbed into a waiting automobile, which took him to his hotel. He wore a soft brown hat and a light brown suit. We've heard from London, and now in a moment we'll take you to the German capital for the latest report by William L. Shirer. Go ahead, Berlin. Columbia in New York, calling William L. Shirer in Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin. Columbia, New York, calling William L. Shirer in Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin. Ladies and gentlemen, due to transmission difficulties, as yet we've been unable to contact our Berlin correspondent. In the interim, we bring you the latest news from Berlin, received at Columbia's newsroom in New York. German airplane fleets returned to the attack on London today, a Nazi spokesman said, after a night in which they had rained thousands of bombs on the city without interruption in what Field Marshal Hermann Goering, Air Force Chief, proclaimed the historic hour in which, for the first time, the German Luftwaffe strikes at the heart of the enemy. The Türkische Beobachter, Nazi Party official newspaper organ, headlined, "Terrible Blow Against England." It was asserted by the official news agency that in their newest bombings, German planes had damaged harbor works and factories and other military goals, striking especially at the East End industrial district. Though the German planes did great damage, Nazi spokesman said, their attack during the night did not equal in scale that of the night before, which was called the greatest air attack of the entire war. It was explained that the raid of Saturday night and Sunday morning was truly mass attack, involving formations of 100 and more planes each, but that raids of the Saturday night and this morning were made by isolated members or small formations. Nazi planes were aiming now at prolonging the period of air raid alarms and polishing off the damage done earlier, a spokesman said. It was asserted that German plane losses were negligible because British defenses had been seriously lamed by previous attacks. The balloon barrage, it was said, seemed to have missed fire completely as a means of defense. Goering, the Air Force chief, revealed at a headquarters in northern France last night that he had assumed personal command of the attack on Britain. I want to take this opportunity to say a few words at the historic moment when, after all the British provocatory attacks on Berlin, the Führer has decided to order reprisal blows on the British capital, he said during a radio newscast. I have personally assumed command of these victorious German flyers who for the first time are attacking London in broad daylight. Accompanied by brave fighter comrades, they will continue to carry orders to full execution. After a morning raid on London yesterday, a jubilant Nazi had said, after our Air Force yesterday and this morning demonstrated the ability to drop any number of bombs of all calibers on precisely chosen objectives without material interference by the British Air Force, it has become obvious that we have won mastery of the air over the capital of the British Empire. In last night's raids, it was said the German bombing planes found targets easy to find because of the fires still smoldering from previous raids. These fires, it was said, were enlarged. German planes flew low and attacked and destroyed numerous British anti-aircraft gun emplacements, spokesman said, as well as searchlight batteries. Woolwich Arsenal was attacked and appreciably damaged, it was asserted, and a powder magazine, railroad station, and some factories destroyed. Some German planes flew over London at great height to take photographs. Now Columbia takes you back across the ocean to the Italian capital for the report of Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The Italian Air Force struck again during the day at the oil refineries at Haifa and Palestine. And by night, the fascist bombers raided the British naval base at Alexandria. These two air raids were announced by the Italian High Command an hour ago. The bulletin reports the British were surprised by the raid on Haifa, and the ground defenses had no time to go into action. We're told a refinery was hit squarely and vast fires broke out. At Alexandria, the High Command says, ships in the harbor and dockyard facilities were bombed. For the second time in 3 days, the Italians bombed the railway between Marsa Matruh and Alexandria. All the Italian planes were reported safe. The High Command announces the bombing of Burma in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. A railway station and oil dumps were bombed at Port Sudan on the Red Sea. British bombers raided Mogadiscio in Italian Somaliland, Massawa in Eritrea, and Berber in the former colony of British Somaliland. The communique says only minor damage was caused. We're told that one British plane, which tried to attack the Italian airfield at Mojo, was shot down in flames by a fascist fighter. 3 members of the crew were killed, but an observer was taken prisoner. Just as the Germans, the Italians are depending on their air force for their major military activity. The most striking example of this is the campaign against Malta. That island is only 80 miles from the Italian coast and has been raided from the air no fewer than 80 times. Wave after wave of fascist bombers have dropped tons and tons of explosive and incendiary bombs. And this is the only form of attack thus far used against Malta. Despite the number of British civilians who have been killed in the past 2 days, the Italian papers say today that the Nazis are attacking military objectives. The Popolo di Roma, for example, says that people have been killed because they live near these military objectives. The fascist press emphasizes that Marshal Goering is in direct charge of the greatest air operation in history. And the papers point out that this attack will be carried through to the end. But the Roman press gives no indication whether this air attack is the artillery barrage that precedes an actual attempt at invasion. According to the Rome newspaper Messaggero, ex-King Carl is going to Canada to make his future home. Today he is at Lugano, Switzerland, and his permission to stay there expires within 15 days. This same report from Bern adds that before going to Canada, Carlo will spend some time on the French Riviera, in the house he used during his former exile. Queen Mother Helena, whose son now sits on the Romanian throne, will leave her villa at Florence in a few days to return to Bucharest. It's reported here Carol's brother, Prince Nicholas, is now at Venice, but he will go back to Bucharest with King Michael's mother. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
This is New York, and here is a dispatch from Tokyo. A Foreign Office spokesman said today that he hoped an announcement could be made within a few days concerning details of Japan's negotiations with French Indochina. I believe two main points already have been worked out, he said, when asked about the negotiations at Hanoi, where the Japanese are seeking military and economic advantages. The newspaper Asahi today interpreted dispatches from Washington, D.C., concerning possibility of a total United States ban on scrap iron and gasoline exports as a possible first and immediate measure of trade pressure on Japan resulting from the United States military alliance with Britain in regards to Europe, the Pacific, and China. The newspaper said that the United States' recent, less disguised concern over Indochina presages such action, and the Japanese government is carefully watching the final United States attitude in this connection. And with this news from Tokyo, Columbia concludes another regular morning report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. This morning we heard the latest reports from London by Larry Lesuer, from Berlin by William L. Schara, and from Rome by Cecil Brown. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Saturday, September 14th. At this time each morning and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents for reports of the diplomatic, economic, and battle fronts. This morning, we are to hear from Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, Larry Lesuer in London, and a report on the national situation by Albert Warner in Washington. Now, while we're waiting for the report of Mr. Hartridge over transatlantic shortwave radio, here's news from other points. A communique from Rome says that in North Africa there is further intense activity by exploring parties on the desert and frontier between Libya and Egypt. In the last few days, there have been unconfirmed reports that Italy is preparing a major offensive against the British forces in Egypt. According to these unconfirmed reports, the Italians would stage a campaign aimed to capture the all-important Suez Canal. The Rome communique claims a convoy of steamers escorted in the eastern Mediterranean by warships was bombed. British land bases were also said to have been attacked. And Romania's new dictator, General Antonescu, decreed the supervision of commerce and industry in that country by state commissioners who must be of pure Romanian stock. Observers said he apparently was seeking to make good on his announced determination to run the country without interference from any political group, somewhat of a problem since he took charge without organized backing. Now the news direct from Europe. First, the report of Edwin Hartridge from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. German planes are again on the way to London this morning and other places in South England. But at this moment, we have no further details of what is actually happening. Big news here this morning is furnished by the CBS Bureau in London. The German press today is giving a big play to the CBS story of Thursday, in which it was reported that plans are now being made for the evacuation of the government from London. So the Volksschubierbacher headlines the story like this: "The flight of the plutocrats beginning." Then the Bild am Mittag also picks up the story, headlining it, quote, "The plutocratic hi-hats follow their horses," end of quote. And the Bild informs its readers that all upper-class English people are leaving for their country homes to avoid the German raids on London. The paper adds they have sent their horses and their children to the United States and Canada, and many are making plans to follow them. However, the Bild states that the government is not leaving London for the present. And other papers carry the headline, "Plutocrats flying from burning London," end of quote. And it was added, quote, "The working class stays behind to pay the bill," end of quote. In the same line, the Germans are rather scornful of reports from London that the English have so strengthened their anti-aircraft defenses around the British capital that German planes are finding it much harder to break through. A radio commentator remarks this morning that in any event, quote, "The alleged improvements will pass a severe test during the course of the next few days." The statement made by the British Broadcasting Corporation looks very much like an item concocted for the purpose of cheering up the population of London, end of quote. And another paper in Berlin adds that if the London defenses have been strengthened, then the defenses in the other parts of the country have been weakened as a result. The bombing of Buckingham Palace is another big story here. The Berlin papers give all the details available that have been broadcast or published so far. However, German shortwave English news broadcast treats the story in a different manner. It continues to use the story put out last night that, quote, "Several bombers of the DO-17 type bombed a large oil depot situated in the vicinity of Buckingham Palace yesterday afternoon," end of quote. and that is all. No mention is made that their bombs actually hit the royal residence. And the Berlin papers make no mention of the reported attack on the oil depot in the vicinity of Buckingham Palace. It apparently turned out to be an attack on the palace itself, as the reports in the foreign press stated. I've been listening to an interesting propaganda playlet broadcast in English by the German shortwave radio. It is beamed for the British Isles. The radio play concerns the English upper classes and their alleged war ideas. The principal characters are Lady Violet Potluck and the Marchioness of Dudley. It seems that Lord Reginald Potluck is a little bit too patriotic for his wife and passes up all the opportunities to make money by getting into the armaments industry. However, at a tea party, Lady Violet sees her opportunity. There is a Mr. Miller, an American who's engaged in selling second-hand airplanes. And the Marquis of Dudley, whose line as the radio play progresses, has been mined from Mr. Miller's stock and reselling them to the British government. Finally, Lady Violet asks her husband to do the same. He replies that buying second-hand rickety planes is not patriotic. Lady Violet overcomes his objections. What if the German anti-aircraft does shoot them down, she asks. That would happen anyhow. When this radio playlet reaches the clincher, Lady Violet points out that buying these planes and reselling them to the British government, our money will be safe from the Roman tax collectors as it will be banked in the United States. Well, let me give you an idea of what the Germans think of, quote, English plutocrats, unquote, and what the Germans think of their patriotism in war efforts. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning out of Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and here's a dispatch from Sofia, Bulgaria. The Bulgarian Communist Party has issued another manifesto, the third in 10 days, violently attacking Germany and Italy and demanding that Bulgaria sign a mutual assistance pact with Russia. The latest was labeled an appeal to the Bulgarian people, and it denounced the present government of Bulgaria. Now we hear the latest news from the British capital, reported by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London. And the time bombs near our office haven't gone off yet. London has had 2 more short raids since daylight this morning, but there's none on now. All last night at spaced out intervals, about 10 minutes apart, German raiders swept over this city. It was a clear night with brilliant moonlight, silhouetting all of London's prominent buildings. But the weather helped both defenders and attackers alike. The guns of London raised a storm of shrapnel with a regularity timed by the raiders' visits. There were moments last night, between the periods of silence, when the air actually seemed to churn with the fury of London's defense guns. Possibly, as a result of this, most of last night's raiding was confined to the outskirts of the city. There were more German planes over London than on previous nights. But though they came over relays, they came over singly for the most part, an obvious tribute to the effectiveness of London's defense guns. Throughout the all-night raid, from about 9 o'clock until 5:30, the duel between the guns and the bombers was fought. And taking into account all the stories we have heard about the strength of the German Air Force, it would seem that if the number of planes which came over last night constitutes the main strength of the German night bombers, then the London guns are victorious. But I'm crossing my fingers as I say that. I watched the duel from a high roof last night for a short time, and certainly most of the stuff coming down was British, clinking shrapnel from the anti-aircraft bursts. At one time, a big German raider dropped what seemed to be bags of incendiary bombs. An entire square residential block leaped into flames. Within a few minutes, London's fire brigades were tearing down the streets in that direction. Then to the west, we saw what was apparently an oil bomb explode. These are large cylinders filled with crude oil and high explosives. When it hit, it enveloped a large building in yellow flame, topped by a great black smoke cloud, just like a kerosene lamp explosion. Many of London's night workers are becoming volunteer firefighters on short notice. When the German attack was at its height last night, firebombs fell on the southwest London square. Bus drivers and conductors left their vehicles and helped to put it out. And these are the busmen who nightly maintain their routes through the most heavily bombed London areas. And if you don't think that takes nerve, well, everyone in London thinks it does. We've had a number of incidents here of persons being trapped for days by the debris of falling buildings. One girl was rescued this morning after being imprisoned in her wrecked home for 4 days and 4 nights. For several hours last night, observers on the English coast saw the German anti-aircraft guns in action and bomb flashes near Cape Grisnez. Apparently, the RAF were bombing German gun positions again on the French coast. And we're told that last night, the RAF again bombarded the French channel ports. Bomb flashes could be seen intermittently from dusk until dawn. The English coast itself felt the crumples of bombs across the channel. It seemed to be the most prolonged bombardment of the invasion force thus far. The official communique regarding last night's raid tells us this morning, and I quote, that the enemy air attacks were mainly concentrated on the London area and on a town in South Wales. Although many bombs were dropped all over the British capital, the eastern, southern, and southwestern districts caught the brunt of the raid. Many fires were started. All are now under control. Details of the casualties in South Wales are not yet available, unquote. Neither are last night's London casualties. Incidentally, one of Buckingham Palace's time bombs has just exploded. It was in the roadway outside the palace. It tore off a big stone pillar and part of the metal railing in front of the famous building. In daylight raids yesterday on London, the German planes seemed to be trying to make news by bombing Buckingham Palace and other prominent London buildings. It was a kind of propaganda air raid. And to me, it clearly demonstrated how total war has become a compound of the military and the psychological. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reported from London. Now we hear the latest news from our own national capital, reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
From a well-informed official source with access to private information from Europe comes this piece of information. Germany now has, within the strategic occupied portion of France, 3 million men. According to this report, right across the narrow channel from England is a tremendous force of waiting soldiers and German labor battalions. The latter are building new airports in France. They are trying to expand the transportation system. And in Norway, according to a report from the same source, there are now 300,000 Germans. Perhaps it was these German concentrations which led British Prime Minister Churchill to warn his people that attempted hostile invasion was imminent. There along the Channel and the North Sea, there along the coast of Norway, these potential invaders wait while German airplanes try to destroy British production and communication and morale, wait while German planes try to take command of the air. Democratic Senator Chandler of Kentucky expresses approval of William Allen White's proposal to give Britain 50 flying fortresses and 22 torpedo boats. It was Mr. White's committee which sponsored the transfer of destroyers. However, the Kentucky senator suggested that in exchange the United States ought to receive the direct ownership of the bases which it acquired in the destroyer trade. Chairman Saul Bloom of the House Foreign Affairs Committee said he thought we were better off with a lease. Any businessman, he said, would rather have a long-term lease than direct ownership of real estate, and that applies to Caribbean islands. Mr. Bloom said that any such proposal as that made by Mr. White would have to be investigated and judged by the Army and Navy and the Attorney General. But many Army officers possessing relatively few of the latest fighting planes are already crying out against a transfer of flying fortresses. Now it seems that today may come the final legislative action on the conscription bill. Apparently, the bill was all set for dispatch to the White House yesterday. Then came a last-minute flurry in the Senate and another day of delay. To be sure, it was also Friday the 13th yesterday, and there are superstitious backers of conscription who were not displeased at the postponement. Again, the Senate will consider the draft bill in slightly altered form today. The conferees between Senate and House will send the measure back with the one change which a majority of the Senate demanded last night. That one change involves the provision for conscription of industry. The House formula for taking over recalcitrant factories is restored. The Senate voted to instruct its conferees to accept the House provision. That's been done. Now swift action in the Senate is expected and then approval by the House. As the bill seems likely to be passed, therefore, businessmen who refuse to cooperate in the defense program will be faced with a heavy club behind the door for the government to use. Manufacturers who refuse to accept defense orders or decline to give them priority face the seizure and operation of their plants by the government. In addition, a recalcitrant manufacturer may be imprisoned. In a sense, this House provision is milder than the original Senate provision, which allowed the government to take permanent title to non-cooperative facilities of any kind. But the conference committee, in its own version, had stricken out the jail penalties and otherwise whittled down the club behind the door. Now the club is there again, a hefty bludgeon. We return you now to New York.
And with these reports from Washington, Columbia concludes this regular morning report of national and international developments. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Larry Lesuer reported from London, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
At this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for the reports of the latest developments on the diplomatic, economic, and battle fronts. This morning we are to hear from Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, Edward R. Murrow in London, and Cecil Brown in Rome. And now, while awaiting the report of Mr. Hartridge in Berlin over transatlantic shortwave radio, here is the news from other points. In Washington today, funeral services will be held in the chamber of the House of Representatives for Speaker William B. Bankhead. He died early Sunday morning. After the services are held, a delegation of representatives and senators will accompany the body to Speaker Bankhead's home in Jasper, Alabama. President Roosevelt will travel to Alabama for the services. Meanwhile, Sam Rabin of Texas, the Democratic Majority Leader of the House, is certain to be chosen as Bankhead's successor. On conscription, President Roosevelt may sign the bill if he gets it before leaving for Alabama this afternoon. Otherwise, the President will sign it Wednesday when he returns. 60,000 National Guardsmen in 26 states are starting the first day of their mobilization for a year's training. And the Government Weather Bureau warned the New England coast, especially Cape Cod and Nantucket, to prepare for gales and high tides accompanying a tropical storm. And now for the report of Edwin Hartridge, we take you to Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. At dawn this morning, German bombers again roared off from their disguised airfields in France, Holland, and Belgium, and headed for the capital of the British Empire. And since this morning, there have been air battles over London and South England. But we have no further details at this moment. So whether today is going to be like yesterday, another great air attack, an air battle over London, we can't say at this moment. We have some further details about yesterday's air fighting. During an attack on the airfield at Lincoln, direct hits were scored on barracks, hangars, runways, says the latest day-on-day report. Then the news agency adds that when a series of fierce aerial combats took place between the raiders and the defending planes, quote, it became obvious that the British Air Force had concentrated most of their fighters in the London area in order to frustrate the German bombing attacks, unquote. Then the story continues that this concentration was confirmed by German bombers, which attacked Liverpool yesterday and met with little enemy fighter activity. However, this concentration of British fighter planes in the London area came as a surprise to the German High Command, admits the day and bay. But the agency continues that it didn't halt the Germans from dropping their bombs on London. In 4 waves, they attacked the Albert and India docks, causing fires there. As for this side of the picture, last night before midnight, we had an air raid here. The Germans announced that British bombers were driven off by anti-aircraft fire before reaching Berlin, so all the raiders returned for home. And sometime after midnight, we had our second alarm, which lasted about 45 minutes. I was driving home, and when the sirens started, I was forced to go into a shelter. Our air raid warden told us they heard some sounds of anti-aircraft fire. It was the first time that we have had 2 air raid alarms in one night in Berlin. And those people I encountered in the air raid shelter didn't like getting out of bed and getting dressed to go down into the basement twice in one night. The papers announced this morning that for the first time, German bombs were dropped in Belfast, Ireland on Friday. The reports give no details except to state that objectives of military importance in Belfast and nearby coastal towns were bombed on Friday. The German press also gives us some new reasons, or amplifies old ones, why Buckingham Palace was bombed several days ago. On the back page of the Warsaw Zeitung of yesterday, there's a layout of pictures of the royal residence in London. And over the pictures is the blunt headlines, quote, bombs on Buckingham Palace in retaliation for bombs on the German national monuments, unquote. In another paper, Der Montag,
has an editorial claiming that Buckingham Palace is situated in the midst of other military objectives in the heart of London. It reiterates the claim that, quote, some 100 meters from Buckingham Palace, there's a large oil depot serving both private and military cars, unquote. Then this paper says that the Victoria Station, which it describes as an important military transport station, is close to Buckingham Palace, while the new Air Ministry, the War Ministry, and other objectives of military significance are located nearby. The implication here is the German bombs were not aimed for the palace. There were other military targets in the area. Herr Hitler has sent President Cardenas of Mexico a telegram of congratulations on the occasion of the Mexican Independence Day. Then it was officially announced in Prague that the customs border between Germany and the Protectorate, or what was once Czechoslovakia, has now ceased to exist. Serrano Suñé, brother-in-law of General Franco and Minister of Interior of the Spanish government, arrived in Berlin this morning. He will meet Herr Hitler tomorrow. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning now to Columbia in New York.
And that was Edwin Hartridge in Berlin. Back in New York, here's a dispatch from Vichy, France. Leon Blum, leader of the French Socialists, founder of the Popular Front and twice premier, joined two other former premiers today in guarded Chateau Chauseron today. Edouard Daladier and Paul Reynaud were already there, as were former Generalissimo Maurice Gemelin and Georges Mandel, former Minister of Colonies. And now, for the report of Edward R. Murrow in the British capital, we take you to London.
This is London. A little before 6 o'clock this morning, Londoners came out of their shelters. The alarm had lasted all night. The sky was clouding over after a clear moonlit night. It began to rain, and many thought the mist and low-hanging clouds would silence the sirens and give London a day of rest and perhaps a little sleep. But there was an air raid alarm at 9:30, lasting less than half an hour, and another at about 10:30, which lasted roughly 1 hour. Visibility was bad. Peacetime transport planes wouldn't have taken off in such weather. Perhaps the Germans are trying to convince Londoners that they can hit the city in any weather and that winter will bring little relief. The official total of yesterday's air battles is now given as 185 German planes down. 5 British fighters, previously reported missing, have now returned to their bases. So the RAF losses for yesterday is now put at 25 fighters. During yesterday's daylight raids, hundreds of business premises, banks, insurance offices, movies, and private dwellings were damaged. Most of the damage was done in the first attack. No details of casualties have been issued. During last night's raids, the anti-aircraft barrage reached its usual intensity. From the London rooftop, I had the impression that the German bombers were not using the regular flyway or bus route up the Thames. They seemed to be coming in from all directions, and the number of Germans engaged appeared to be somewhat larger than on previous nights. I had the impression that more delayed action bombs were dropped, but one can't be sure about that sort of thing. The Air Ministry communique, dealing with last night's raids, says that a succession of small groups of bombers operated mainly against the London area and surrounding districts. But a smaller number of raids were also made against other parts of the country. In London, the attacks were spread over a wide area. Damage was done to houses, commercial premises, and other buildings. 3 hospitals were damaged. Bombs also fell in many rural districts, but with little result. In the northwest and southeast of England, in South Wales, and in some other districts, including one town in the south of England, some damage was caused. 1 German bomber was shot down during the night. Our third alarm, since dawn this morning, ended a few minutes ago. It is believed that the first raid today was attempted by about 30 bombers escorted by 40 fighters and was directed against London. The second formation came over practically the same route, but was forced to change course by heavy anti-aircraft fire, and there was fighting out over the channel. We don't know what's happened in this latest attack, but there was very little activity over the center of London. Imperial Airways says this morning that they're not at all worried about the British flying boat Clare. They say that at the time she was reported down in the Atlantic, she had not yet taken off from Foynes, and they expect to hear of her arrival in America today. London afternoon papers emphasize Berlin comment on the surprise at the heavy fighter concentrations encountered over London yesterday, and the admission from Berlin that their bomber escorts had a hard struggle. Certainly there were more British fighters over London yesterday than I've ever seen before, and there's good reason to believe that the RAF can put up considerably larger numbers of fighters in the air than they did yesterday. There are unofficial reports that Italian planes were seen over London during yesterday's daylight raids. Some eyewitnesses claim to have seen Italian markings on the wings.
but there is no official confirmation that Italian planes have been over London. The German bombers appear to be devoting considerable time to the bombing of royalty. The Queen of the Netherlands lived for some time in the part of London which has been pretty heavily bombed. Last week, she moved to a little house on the outskirts. For 2 nights, bombs fell in the immediate vicinity of her new residence, and Queen Wilhelmina has now moved back to London, to a place where there is a good, deep air raid shelter. There is no fresh news about the invasion, aside from the Stockholm story that a vast military zone has been created on the southwest coast of Norway. German guns on the French coast began a sporadic shelling of Dover about 2 hours ago. As you know, we no longer have weather reports or forecasts in Britain, but 1 or 2 papers today front page yesterday's Dover weather. One paper captions its weather report as a notice to Channel passengers. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And that was London. Back in New York, here is a dispatch from Bombay. In a 100-minute speech to the All-Indian Congress today, Mahatma Gandhi reiterated his determination not to embarrass Great Britain in her hour of trial, but added that this restraint was not to result in the extinction of Indian aspirations for freedom. And next, Cecil Brown is ready to report the developments in the Italian capital. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The Italians are pushing forward in their advance into Egypt. Troops and tanks, supported by strong aviation units, are driving ahead on the coast road along the Mediterranean. The Italian High Command announced an hour ago that fascist vanguards have occupied Sogum and pushed on beyond it. Sogum is 11 miles inside Egyptian territory. The war communique says that approximately 50 British armored cars and tanks have been destroyed. We are told that retreating British units have set fire to numerous supply deposits. Italian bombers and fighter planes appear to be raiding the British incessantly. The communique tells us that the British have suffered heavy losses from fascist air attacks. The Italians also report a naval success today. The communique says in the eastern Mediterranean, fascist motor torpedo boats have sunk a British submarine. An Italian air formation attacked a British cruiser. It's reported that the cruiser was hit squarely by a medium-sized bomb. An Italian air formation carried out air-bombing attacks against an airport in Malta. The communique says direct hits were scored on anti-aircraft batteries, sheds, and other equipment. It's reported a big fire was observed. The High Command says that the British fighters over Malta refused to engage the Italian fighter planes. Instead, the British attacked the Italian bombers. The communique says the dive bombers counterattacked, shot down 1 British fighter and severely damaged another. All the Italian planes were reported safe. In East Africa, the communique says Italian planes bombed enemy sheds in the zones of Gaz Regeb in the Sudan. The British raided Assab, Massawa, Debaroa, Asmar, and Gura. All these towns are in Eritrea. The communique gives the results as 4 wounded, slight material damage. There is no further clarification today on relations between Italy and Egypt as a result of the invasion. An authorized source said today that Italy only has the sincerest friendship for the Egyptian people. But it was pointed out the British used Egypt as a base to threaten Libya and Ethiopia. A more sober tone than usually marks the fascist press appeared today in the Rome newspaper Il Piccolo. The words came from General Angelo Borgatti, and he suggested calling a halt to the frequent use of the idea that the present Axis operations are a decisive phase. That, he said, is more of a desire than a reality. The German command, he said, knows very well that the destruction of British industries doesn't end the war, nor does the eventual departure of the royal family from London. General Borgatti said the fight will still be very hard and fierce because the British have offered no indication of giving up. Unquestionably, the general added, the Italian fight against the British Empire will be especially severe. A symbolic ceremony took place in the hometown of Marshal Rodolfo Graziani. A group of fascist women there presented to Marchesa Graziani a new battle flag which is to be sent on to the Marshal. The banner is to be used by Graziani when he conquers new territory in Africa. My personal guess is that this flag is the one to be raised over Alexandria. That is, if and when the Italians capture the British stronghold in Egypt. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Once again, Columbia has brought you direct reports by transatlantic shortwave radio from our correspondents abroad. Today, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Edwin R. Murrow from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tuesday, September 17th. Again, London has been bombed. 2 morning attacks followed the furious all-night German assault on the British capital. Sources in Vichy, France, say that British planes have heavily attacked German shipping along the English Channel. And in Washington, America's conscription machinery goes into action to be ready for the October 16th registration date set by President Roosevelt. This morning, the Columbia Broadcasting System again calls in its foreign correspondents for latest reports from world capitals. Eric Severide will report from London, Edwin Hartridge from Berlin, and Albert Warner from our own nation's capital. While we are waiting for the report of Mr. Severide from London, here is more news about the report from Vichy. The attacks by Royal Air Force planes on German shipping in the Channel were said to have been made at Le Havre, Boulogne, Calais, Dunkirk, and Ostend, and the attackers were said to have been almost continuous for 24 hours. The Vichy statement was that British bombers had dived on the German vessels until they seemed almost to touch the tops of their masts. A United Press report from Vichy also says that German Reich Marshal Goering has established his headquarters in the Seine Valley of Normandy. Goering is directing the German raids on Britain. Here is the latest news from Rome, where an official communique now claims that Italian troops invading Egypt have met stiff British resistance amid desert sandstorms in the vicinity of Sidi Barrani, 60 miles inside Egyptian territory. And now, the news from the British capital, as reported by Mr. Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've had 2 raid warnings so far today, and it's now 1 in the afternoon. The raids were on virtually all night long again. The first alarm after daybreak came at 8 o'clock when a single spotter plane approached the capital. Except for 1 or 2 time bombs from last night, I've heard no explosions yet this morning in central London. The raid last night was very heavy, particularly in West London. The attack was continual, and so was the anti-aircraft barrage, which sounded like the heaviest of any night so far. Bombs seem to be dropping everywhere in London, and this morning's communique more or less confirms this. Once more a hospital was hit, but we're informed there were no casualties this time. The communique this morning says casualties in London as a whole were not very large. Just before midnight, when the raid was at its height, 1 German bomber ran into the cable of a barrage balloon and was destroyed. 1 popular shopping center was hit last night, a fashionable residential quarter, and 1 big London square. I was sitting last night in the lobby of a big hotel when there was a muffled crash, and glass in the next room began raining down on the carpet, and water from burst pipes in the upper bedrooms poured down on top of the glass. The heavy chandelier swung violently back and forth. There were about 100 people in the lobby, and everyone jumped from his chair and milled around for a couple of minutes before it occurred to them to run down into the shelter. The bomb had taken a corner off the hotel at the 4th floor, and in a moment there was a parade of pajama-clad guests carrying their pillows coming down the stairway. Within about 3 minutes, everybody was calm once more. They showed far more annoyance when they were all sent out of the hotel because a time bomb had been discovered nearby. And not far away, there was a fire. The firemen had been working on it for only a few minutes when the raider came back again and killed several of these men. Hitler's plans for invading this country have to take into account not only the nightly RAF bombing of his ports, but the well-known foul weather of the British Isles. Yesterday down in the Channel, there was heavy mist and big waves. And this morning, the report from Dover is about the same, only worse. All through the night, the wind was increasing in the straits, and around dawn today, a small gale was blowing rain along the coast. Some weather experts this morning predicted a full gale with heavy seas before the day is over. Despite the RAF attacks, Hitler's concentration of shipping for the expected attempt is still going on. We're told that reconnaissance by British flying observers now indicates that the Germans are working overtime repairing the boats in the docks, which had been smashed in the last few nights. Here in London, the search for a solution to the shelter problem is still going on. More and more people from the worst hit areas are migrating westward. The Minister of Home Security, Sir John Anderson, is still opposed to building deep public shelters because he maintains they would take many months to construct and would use up too much building material needed elsewhere. He contends that the surface shelters made of brick and concrete are just as safe and intends to go on building them. Except in a sudden daylight raid now, very few Londoners will use these shelters. They are scarcely fit for spending a whole night. They are unheated so far, and most people do believe they are unsafe. Anderson is also opposed to people crowding all night in the subway stations. He is now taking photographs of the surface shelters, which will be published in an effort to demonstrate that they are quite safe.
The East Enders, of course, have suffered most, but with these night raids now covering great areas of central and west London, they aren't the only class of people suddenly made homeless. 3 members of the cabinet so far have had narrow escapes and for a time have no homes. The Admiralty announces this morning that for the week ending September 9th, 16 ships totaling 54,547 tons were sunk. This is somewhat above the average for the previous 52 weeks. I return you now to CBS, New York.
Back in our New York studios, here is a Press Association dispatch from Ottawa. Dominion members of the Canadian United States Joint Defense Board leave by plane in a few hours for a detailed inspection of Pacific coast defenses. The survey will include the northwestern United States, British Columbia, and Alaska. But now, the news from the German capital, as reported by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. German planes have resumed their reconnaissance flights this morning, according to a late announcement by the DNB. These operations are described as armed reconnaissance flights, and whether this means any attendant bombing or just survey work, we can't exactly say. So far, the Germans state that the operations today have been most successful so far. The fires have been observed in the London area, where war industries and other centers necessary for the maintenance of life in London are located. Serrano Suñé, the number 2 man in the Franco government of Spain, was received by Herr Hitler this morning. The conference lasted about an hour. Senor Suñé, who is the brother-in-law of General Franco and Minister of Interior in his cabinet, no doubt carries diplomatic power of attorney with him to speak for Franco Spain and to make any commitments he sees fit to do so. This visit of the Spanish minister to Berlin is important. For one thing, the future position of Spain as regards this war will no doubt be clarified. We correspondents know General Franco has been clamoring for the return of Gibraltar from the British, as well as making frequent reference to, quote, a colonial empire of Spain, end of quote. And the Germans are also eager to dislodge the British from their powerful naval base at Gibraltar. So we believe that Senor Suñé and Herr von Ribbentrop at least see eye to eye on that problem. A Foreign Office spokesman explained this morning that the Spanish minister is not here to discuss internal affairs, but, quote, matters of greater importance, unquote. And the spokesman added that this visit should not be underestimated. There's one concrete result of the visit made known so far. Direct telephone communications between Spain and Germany, which have been broken off for 4 years since the start of the Spanish Civil War, have just been resumed. Another important visitor arrived in Berlin last night. General Teruzzi, the Italian Minister of Colonies, who has come to confer with German authorities. However, just what is on the agenda for the conference is not known publicly. As you know, we were told that on Sunday evening, Reichsmarshal Goering, the Commander-in-Chief of the German Air Force, made a secret and surprise flight over London in the Junkers 88 bomber, accompanied by an escort of 2 destroyer planes. The Reichsmarshal is reported to have wisecracked on his return, quote, now Winston Churchill can make a flying visit to Berlin, end of quote. However, there's one interesting aftermath. This morning, the German or Berlin papers make no mention of this story. Apparently the news was only released to the foreign correspondents last night. And speaking of the bombing of London, there are unconfirmed reports that shortly the Germans are to use a new bomb of great weight. The largest bomb now used is 1,800 kilos, or almost 4,000 pounds each, from what information we have here. And as one German news commentator remarked the other day, we are not dropping bombs loaded with whipped cream. Incidentally, bombs weighing 1,800 kilos were first tried out in Spain. The bombardment of Barcelona in the closing stages of the Spanish Civil War was one of the experiments. And in 3 days, over 3,500 people were killed. However, not all of those deaths were attributed to these big bombs, but their use came as a great shock to the defense forces of the Catalan capital. This morning, thousands of Berlin households found a leaflet in their mailboxes. It was issued by the Bund for Germans Abroad and was both a warning and a notice regarding the relationship between Germans and conquered Poles. The leaflet explained that the Greater Reich has of necessity to include many foreign elements. And after explaining that the Poles are now working in Germany on the farms and as industrial laborers, the leaflet warns about, quote, the dangers arising from living side by side with a foreign people, end of quote. It adds, the servility of the Poles to the German farmers is cunning. His friendly behavior is deceitful. Caution must prevail not to further the unification of the Poles and to prevent their spying. Above all, there is no community of interest whatsoever between the Germans and Poles, end of quote. And the leaflet closes with the warning, Germans, the Pole can never be your comrade. He is inferior to each German, whether on the farm or in the plant. Be just as Germans are, but never forget you are a member of a master people. End of quote. Incidentally, Polish workers in Germany must wear a special identification mark on their left breast. It is a square turned on its edge with a violet edge and a yellow center in which is described a capital P. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning out of Columbia in New York.
And now the news from our own nation's capital as reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Congress is not in session today, but quietly a four-man contest is underway for the Democratic floor leadership of the House. Representative John McCormick of Massachusetts has considerable opposition from at least three other Democratic members of the House. The contest arises as a result of the elevation of Representative Sam Rabin of Texas to be Speaker of the House to succeed the late Speaker William B. Bankhead. A great many of the House leaders have gone by train with the President to the funeral services of Mr. Bankhead at Jasper, Alabama today. On their return trip to Washington, it may be that the floor leadership will be determined. Besides Mr. McCormick, the principal candidates are Jerry Cooper of Tennessee, Clifton Woodrum of Virginia, and Patrick Boland of Pennsylvania. If Mr. McCormick should be chosen, it would take the Democratic floor leadership away from the South for the first time in a considerable period. Except for Speaker Henry Rainey, the House in recent years has had Southerners at its head. Jack Garner, Joseph Burns, Mr. Bankhead, and Mr. Rabin, all of whom were floor leaders before they became speakers. Mr. McCormick represents a low-income district in South Boston. He's a lawyer, a Catholic, a supporter of labor legislation, and almost always a supporter of the New Deal. But he voted for the Fish Amendment to the draft bill. And he also led a successful move to get rid of the undivided corporate profits tax when the administration was reluctant to move. There's talk of postponing a decision. Some seekers of party harmony think McCormick might be beaten and Northern Democrats irritated. One proposal is to make an acting House leader out of Lindsey Warren of North Carolina, who is slated to become Comptroller General at the end of the year. That would put off permanent choice until January. The tempo of defense preparation increases in this country, even as the tempo of war attains a higher beat in Europe. This is the situation today as a result of developments which extended into last night. 35,000 additional National Guardsmen are called out for active service on October 16th. With those who began their duty yesterday, almost 100,000 Guardsmen are beginning a year's service. The new group comes from 5 states, New York, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Mississippi. The Guardsmen in the strategic islands of Puerto Rico in the Caribbean and Hawaii in the Pacific are also among those just called out. Then on October 16th comes Registration Day under the conscription bill. Around November 15th, the first contingent of almost 100,000 men will report to camps. By the month of January, 400,000 will be in service. Then also the program of recruiting the regular army up to 375,000 men will proceed. In other words, in January, a total of more than 1 million men will be in army camps in the program of national defense. In the realm of materiel, the War Department announces that 6,800 airplanes have been ordered under the July 1 appropriation and the new $5 billion defense fund. So we build machines and manpower. But one old war machine is still in use, the horse. The War Department hasn't given up horse cavalry. It wants to buy 20,000 horses, most of which will be turned over to the Guard. And they say Hitler's army hasn't given up the horse, though you don't hear much about it. Poland, by the way, had a good horse cavalry. We return you now to New York.
With these reports from London by Eric Severide, from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge, and from Washington by Albert Warner, Columbia brings to a close another broadcast of important world developments. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wednesday, September 18th. More air raid alarms were sounded in London this morning on the heels of the 10-hour all-night attack, which was the longest of the war. Berlin talks of successful attacks on the British capital, and the Nazis have informed newsmen that Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop has suddenly departed from Rome, and they are trying to give the impression that it is a highly significant diplomatic move. This morning, Columbia calls in its correspondents in the German and British capitals for the latest news. Edwin Hartridge is to report from Berlin, and our CBS correspondent from London. Afterwards, Linton Wells will report for more news from our New York studios. While we are waiting for the news from Berlin by Mr. Hottridge, here is the latest news from Rome as received in the Columbia Broadcasting newsroom in New York. Today's Italian communique reports that British Royal Air Force planes have sunk an Italian destroyer and a barge in the port of Benghazi, Libya. The fascist communique says that the British planes attacked the lines of Italian forces which were moving eastward along the Egyptian coast. It was claimed that the Italians were making a victorious advance through Egypt despite all obstacles, and that they are proceeding with the organization of new bases and new supply lines. British bombing planes and advanced tank and artillery units have inflicted serious losses on 2 Italian columns advancing into Egypt along the Mediterranean coastal belt, a communique of the British Middle East Command said today.
This is Berlin. Armed reconnaissance planes and German bombers resumed their attacks this morning. Then the day gives us the report of a reconnaissance plane. Its pilot described the damage done to London in yesterday's raids. According to this account, whole blocks of London seem to have disappeared. At one spot, there was a giant crater, which led the pilot to believe that a German bomb had scored a direct hit on a London subway. New fires were observed, says this report, and many fireboats were seen in action on the Thames River. Also, there was much shipping activity, and this report interprets that as an attempt by the British to transport important stocks of goods away from the bombed dock areas of London. Last night, we are told, German Dorniers and Heinkels attacked London again, bombing, quote, objectives of military significance in the city, end of quote. Also mentioned as other objectives were Victoria, West India, and London docks, where fires were started. Other fires were started in London at Bow Station and Thurston Road, adds the Day. This news concludes with a claim that during the attack on the airfields at Gravesend and Tunbridge, enemy planes were destroyed on the ground. As for the British planes, we are told that several of them tried to enter Germany last night, but the Day adds that one was shot down while the others were driven off by anti-aircraft fire. There's a one-line announcement in the papers that Herr von Ribbentrop, the Foreign Affairs Minister, has left for Rome, where he will stay for a short time. No other details are given. At the Foreign Office, its spokesman refused to give any additional information regarding the Rome visit. He said that in view of the close relations of Italy and Germany, an occasional interchange of views was to be expected. As you know, yesterday Herr Hitler had conferences with Serrano Suñé, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and General Peruzzi, the Italian Colonial Minister. To us observers here, all these diplomatic developments have a distinct Mediterranean slant. And we are wondering whether a campaign against the British is being planned. There is Gibraltar at one end of the Mediterranean, which the Spanish are interested in taking over, and there's a Suez Canal at the other end, which the Italians in the desert campaign in Egypt are aiming at. Italy is in the middle of Mare Nostrum, and the British hold the keys to this vast liquid prison. And if a war against the British Isles is not over in a few months, observers here are inclined to think that a concerted attempt by the Axis powers in the Mediterranean against the British might be on the books for the winter months. So Herr von Ribbentrop's sudden trip to Rome throws his speculation more into the limelight. And tied up with this is the news that the Minister of Interior, Herr Frick, has issued a second call to all officials capable and willing to enter colonial work to report for duty. The second call was handed out a few days ago. The main papers are publishing the first picture received from London through America of bombing results in London. I don't know what the original caption or description of the bombed building stated. The German caption identifies the ruined structure as a warehouse somewhere in London. We had some mention of reported attacks of German bombers on London's West End with the exclusive Mayfair district and the shopping centers. The Baysaid Mittag reports, and I quote, "The Reuters news agency has admitted that warehouses in this West End district have been hit, as well as a large water main," end of quote. The flooding of the streets and the nearby air raid shelters forced the, quote, plutocrats, unquote, to the surface, as the Bay had said. Then Miss Walter Blatt puts the man press is saying that 2,000 buildings of all descriptions in London have been totally destroyed, while another 3,000 seriously damaged, and another 10,000 slightly damaged, as an indication of the results of the German bombing attacks. But in another column, this paper warns its readers that, quote, "The American press is supporting the British campaign of lies as well as it can, and reports on the destroyed hospitals, churches, museums, and other similar buildings," end of quote. This is Edwin Harker returning now to Columbia in New York.
Back in New York, here is the latest news from Washington. President Roosevelt and other government leaders returned to Washington today from Speaker Bankhead's funeral. All Washington talk continues to center around conscription. And now the news from the British capital, as reported by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've already had 4 or 5 alarms this morning after a 10-hour raid last night, which was not over until 6 a.m. It was the longest raid London has ever gone through, and certainly for this part of London, the West region, it was the most severe. The communique today says that casualties, though not all counted yet, are heavier than other nights. I know more about the attack on the west part of town, which was bad enough, but the official report says it was even worse in eastern and southeastern London. They tell us that 5 German bombers at least were destroyed during this raid. The planes came over in relays in quick succession, and it was impossible for anyone in this part of town to get very much sleep. There seemed to be no interruption whatsoever in the gun barrage and the whining and the crashing of the bombs. I was trying to sleep in my basement. At least a dozen times I sat up and braced myself, feeling sure that that one was certainly going to hit the place. This morning it seemed to me I didn't turn a street corner while driving around this part of London without coming across a police barrage near a time bomb or finding a building which was intact yesterday, now crumpled into the street. To go 1.5 miles to a railroad station today, I had to detour, I think, 7 times. Just on that particular route alone, I saw at least 30 wrecked houses. Along that route, there is not a single real military objective that I can think of. The bombs hit food shops and dairies, branched bank buildings, hotels, small and large department stores, and one block of flats after another. The nearest place that can be called a military objective around my apartment is some 5 blocks away. But I can't walk 1 block in any direction from my place without finding shops and homes strewn into the streets. Well, what Goring has in mind when he gives orders for this kind of bombing, I can't quite imagine. Most people here assume it's simply designed to terrorize. The curious thing is that terrorization is the one thing that doesn't happen. Communications in residential areas are slowed down, and non-essential industries are hit, and people lose their sleep and their families. But it would take a great deal of that kind of attack to win a war. If the RAF were to strew 1,000 bombs tonight in the residential areas of Berlin, you may be assured that everyone in London would feel happier for it. Well, thousands of office and store workers around this part of London can't get into their places of work this morning. And that includes the staff of our own office. It may be days before we can see just how much damage we've suffered there. There were some big fires near us all night, and one of the biggest department stores in London, the John Lewis Company, is gutted today. We could see searchlights operating from central London last night for the first time in a week. I don't mean to suggest that London, or even any part of London, is now in ruins. The smashed buildings around here constitute only a tiny fraction of the total. This is a closely built city, and the skyline is quite unchanged. The only thing that could really lay waste any considerable part of the city would be fire, fanned by these autumn winds. The Air Ministry has announced this morning that big attacks were carried out last night by RAF bombers on German shipping concentrations and barges and communications in the enemy-occupied territory and in Germany. And this morning, the London press describes the Italian advance into Egypt as a costly one. The British people are informed that the occupation of Sidi Barrani, 60 miles inside Egypt, is not important from the point of view of the defense strategy. The real defense is expected to come when the Delta and the Nile Valley are threatened. Yesterday, German pilots that raided this country used the new Heinkel 113 for the first time in real numbers. They used a different tactic during yesterday afternoon, sending over small waves of plane in quicker succession than usual. There was no major engagement of fighting planes, and what battling there was took place in a 100-mile-an-hour gale. And during the night, not much damage was done by bombs outside of London, according to the Air Ministry. Glasgow was hit, and some factories there did suffer. As a result of these constant bombs in London, the schools are rapidly emptying. The rate of evacuation of school children from the city has now climbed to 1,500 to about between 1,500 and 2,000 a day. The official figure for children still here stands at 200,000. This is CBS in London. I return you now to Columbia, New York.
And now here in New York is Linton Wells with his analysis of the news. Mr. Wells.
As our Berlin and London correspondents, Edwin Hartridge and Eric Severide, have pretty thoroughly covered current Nazi attacks against England and vice versa, little remains to be said about that situation, except that, according to Eric Severide, the British seem to be bearing up well under the strain, and therefore Hitler's chances of beating them into submission before winter appear to be growing slimmer. Incidentally, a so-called world's largest department store reportedly destroyed in London was probably Selfridge's, which is in Oxford Street. There's considerable speculation in diplomatic circles about Nazi Foreign Minister Ribbentrop's sudden departure for Rome, where he arrives tomorrow morning. The consensus seems to be, according to Edwin Hartridge, that Spain will be the principal topic of Ribbentrop's forthcoming talks with Mussolini. Ramon Serrano Suñé, the pro-Axis Spanish Minister of the Interior, who also is Dictator Franco's brother-in-law, has been visiting Berlin officially, and yesterday talked with Hitler and Ribbentrop, after which Ribbentrop hurriedly left for Rome, as Mr. Hartridge told us. Suñé is expected to follow him there in a day or so. All this is accepted as conclusive proof of Spain's alignment with the Axis powers and indicative of an impending active participation in the war. There's been increasing agitation in the Spanish press urging Spain to throw in her lot with Germany and Italy and drive the British out of Gibraltar, and such a move may be on the agenda. A Spanish drive against Gibraltar would unquestionably prove most embarrassing to the British. The Great Rock is considered impregnable to attack from the sea and air, but military experts believe it is far less defensible from overland attacks such as those a strong Spanish force could make. If the British were to lose Gibraltar, and few reinforcements of the Rock are available now, their fleet in the eastern Mediterranean and their forces in Egypt and Palestine would be placed at a considerable disadvantage. The Italian drive against the British in Egypt continues on three fronts, but only reports of battles in the desert wastes of northwestern Egypt are available. Despite strong British aerial and land attacks, the Italians, it is admitted officially according to Eric Severide, have occupied the important oasis of Sidi Barrani, which is 75 miles inside Egypt from the Libyan frontier and at the end of a concrete highway leading to Marsa Matruh and Alexandria. The Italians undeniably have made headway in their push toward the Suez Canal, but if the expected happens, that is, Egypt's formal entry into the war, the going will be far less easier from now on. So far, Egypt has not declared war against Italy, although the government has said repeatedly that an Italian invasion would force Egypt to join Britain actively. Both the British and Italians are exerting great pressure upon the Egyptians, and a showdown appears imminent. In every conceivable manner, the Italians are endeavoring to convince the Egyptians that the sole fascist aim is to save them from the British and to foment an Egyptian revolt against the English. The British, of course, are moving heaven and earth to obtain active and invaluable Egyptian support. At the moment, the odds appear to be slightly in favor of the British, but a friend of mine just returned from Egypt tells me that Mussolini is pouring large quantities of gold into Egypt where he thinks it will do the most good, and that the Italians thus may be able to persuade the powers that be to remain inactive. As two can play at such a game, and as the British have more gold to pass out than the Italians and Germans combined, England may yet get material and effective Egyptian support.
And with these reports from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge, and from London by Eric Severide, and the report from New York by Linton Wells, Columbia brings to a close another broadcast of important world developments. George Bryan speaking. Thursday, September 19th, the news of Europe. At this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for the latest reports on the economic, diplomatic, and battle fronts. Today we are to hear from Eric Severide in London, Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, and Cecil Brown in Rome. But while we're waiting to hear from Mr. Severide by transatlantic shortwave radio, here's the situation at home. The government has mailed registration forms to the adjutant generals of 48 states. In turn, the states will print the blanks, which 16.5 million men will fill out on October 16th, the day men register for military training. And speaking of conscription, the President is expected to appoint a director of selective service today or tomorrow. After that happens, draft organization is expected to move at a rapid pace. Elsewhere in the nation's capital, the Senate continues debate on the excess profits tax plant amortization bill today, and leaders hope for passage of the measure tonight. The House convenes after a 2-day recess, but there's not much on the calendar. The representatives will get around to picking up a majority leader to Sam Rabin of Texas, who has become Speaker, succeeding the late William B. Bankhead. On the political side of the news, Wendell Willkie is in California today. He'll make a major speech in Los Angeles tonight concerning domestic issues. And now, for the report of Eric Saravarad, we take you to the British capital. Go ahead, London.
Good morning, this is London. We've had one short alarm so far this morning after the usual night-long plastering over most of London last night. One bomber today dropped a few near the city, and another was shot down in the sea. The Air Ministry says the enemy last night scattered high-explosive bombs blindly on the capital from aircraft which approached singly or in small formations. They say that all the fires caused last night by incendiary bombs are under control this morning. Casualties were heavy last night. The total figure is not yet in, but we're informed that at least 90 people have been killed and around 350 seriously injured. Among the places hit were a big hotel, a public hall, and a big popular department store. The sidewalks along Oxford Street, the principal shopping avenue, were littered all yesterday with broken glass. Just a stickful of bombs have knocked out 4 big stores there now, and that means that virtually overnight thousands of people have lost their jobs. As usual, the RAF bombers worked all night long in the so-called invasion ports of Boulogne, Calais, Dunkirk, and Ostend. And reporters down at Dover said they could see a big fire at Boulogne and a constant series of bomb flashes from heavy explosives all through the night. I saw some freakish results of bombing around my place this morning. Down the street, there was a clean hole in the pavement, about 2 feet wide. A small bomb had gone in and exploded well underground, and the pavement had just swelled upward in a big hump without breaking. It's astonishing how hard it is to tell where a bomb has landed or how big it is when you hear it or feel it. No 2 persons in the same room ever agree. One night there was a crash of glass. I thought it was a small bomb just outside. Another man thought it was an unexploded bomb which had hit the building. A third, who's made a point of watching the bombing each night, swore it was a big one 3 blocks away. Actually, it was a bomb which had hit the building and exploded. Last night, my building shook violently. I was sure an unexploded bomb had landed just outside in the street. Well, this morning after breakfast, I walked around the neighborhood. A half block away, I came across the first smashed storefronts. They got worse as I followed the street. I went 4 full blocks before I found the craters. 2 of them caused by bombs of terrific force. They had landed near an intersection. Some unused trolley tracks were twisted around like wire. Nearby, a furniture factory was still smoldering from last night's fire. It would take me about 10 minutes to list the damage to stores and flats just around those 2 craters, although no building had collapsed. But let me tell you what I saw on that 4-block stroll. Glass had been smashed in an institute for the blind, a tea shop, a tobacco shop, a medical supply store, 3 pubs, a Lions restaurant, a subway station, 2 vacant houses, 3 automobile markets, a fruit shop, a hotel, a chemist's shop, 2 barber shops, a dress shop, a funeral parlor, a garage, a hardware store, and several apartment houses. And that was just along one street. Neither of the 2 bombs had actually hit that street. So the damage to the streets parallel, I assume, must have been comparable. I couldn't find any other craters around, so I'm sure it all resulted from those 2 explosions. Traffic is temporarily snarled, of course, and one subway station had to close down. And that seemed to be about the extent of the vital damage and the only gain to the Germans in that area. In the opposite direction from my place, a big bomb hit a steel and concrete building. It went right through it and killed a number of people in the basement shelter. We're informed that at least 2 of the raiders last night were brought down by anti-aircraft fire. That would make the official total for the week about 252 German planes for 38 British. The directors of the Bank of England were obliged to hold their general meeting down in the vaults of the bank, but they felt better when they left because they had just declared a 6% dividend, minus the income tax. I return you now to CBS New York.
Here in New York, a bulletin from Mexico City. The newspaper El Universal said today that all outlying garrison commanders had been ordered to report to the state of Chihuahua, where a rumor circulated that one Villalba had led a revolt. This could not be confirmed. We take you now to Berlin for the report of Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. This morning there seems to be little concrete news regarding military operations. So far we learned that new flights from German armed reconnaissance planes are now over England. But we have little news of bombing so far today. According to reports here, For 2 days now, there have been armed reconnaissance flights over England, and whether this presages a lull or a let-up, we can't say for sure. And here's the official news of British operations over Germany last night. According to the DNB, the enemy planes were forced to turn back and so dropped their bombs on non-military objectives. 9 British planes were shot down by anti-aircraft batteries and 2 more by fighter planes. The official news agency states that the British dropped their bombs on the Bodelschwing Asylum at Bethel, where 3 hospital buildings were hit. 9 children were killed and 12 injured, the report adds. Then we have some additional information from the DNB about raids on London yesterday. According to this report, several raids were made on the British capital, which during the day experienced its 100th air raid alarm. According to this report, unfavorable weather did not hinder attacks on the Tilbury docks and on a fuel depot and tanker at the Port Victoria docks. 15 British planes were shot down, says this report, while the home team lost only 3 planes. Then while the storm raged over the Channel, a British convoy consisting of 10 ships was attacked by the German long-range coastal artillery. This presumably took place off Dover, though the newspapers do not give further details. However, they say that the guns succeeded in hitting several of the ships during the storm, forcing them to return to port. The storms along the Channel have ripped 172 barrage balloons from their moorings, we are told here this morning. These balloons drifted over the continent where they were destroyed by the Germans. There is an amusing and true story that has drifted into town regarding the troubles that Americans had when they were forced to evacuate from Lithuania after the Soviet troops annexed that Baltic country. One day, the American legation in Kaunas received a telephone call that the Russians were taking over the Library of Films and the office of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. A consul was sent to the office to investigate. There he found a small man in charge of the premises. "Who are you?" asked the consul officer. "I am a commissar," the latter replied. Then the American consul asked the Russian, "By what right are you taking over this office? It is American property." Then the little commissar answered, "I don't care. I'm taking over this office and property by virtue of a law, a Russian law." "What law?" asked the American. Then the commissar drew himself up stiffly and replied, "By virtue of a law to be passed next Monday." Then as a parting shot to the American consul, the Russian added, "You Americans enforce your own laws in your own country, and we Russians will enforce our own laws here." They're still waiting for some concrete news about the results of a visit to Berlin of Serrano Suñé, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and also about the visit of Herr von Ribbentrop to Rome. The German Foreign Affairs Minister is to have a conference with Signor Mussolini this afternoon in Rome. These events have aroused much speculation as to whether a winter campaign against the British in the Mediterranean is now being planned. The 2 major objectives would be Gibraltar in the west and Suez Canal in the east. There was one significant sentence in an interview that Signor Suñé gave to the Volkswagen Beobachter before he arrived in Berlin. The Spaniard said, quote, "Spain must also have an empire in Europe." And then in this interview he added that when a new order emerges in Europe, Spain must regain Gibraltar. And along this line, there are unconfirmed reports that the Pétain government may return to Paris from Vichy by agreement with the German military authorities. And according to these same reports, as yet unconfirmed, the line of demarcation between the occupied and unoccupied France would disappear, and the German military authorities could thus move their troops all over France. Well, the emphasis and the speculation here in the past few days has all been to suggest Mediterranean developments on a grand scale. Speaking of bombings in Germany, Dr. Todt, the builder of the Westfall, has ordered that all damage caused by bombs shall be repaired immediately. This is the wish of Herr Hitler, he explained, and for this purpose, building materials may be requisitioned if unobtainable from ordinary sources. This is Edwin Harkrich. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
Back in New York, a dispatch from Cairo. The Italian advance into Egypt has reached a standstill at Sidi Barrani, and advanced forces were consolidating their positions in and around the town, the British Middle Eastern Command said today. Now we take you to the Italian capital for the report of Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. British naval units in the Mediterranean shelled the Italians advancing by the coast road into Egypt. The Italian High Command announced an hour ago that the fascist troops stretched out along the coast between Bardi and Sidi Barrani came under fire from the ships. The communique says fascist planes intervened and bombed the British naval units. It adds that the ships were forced to cease firing and retreat. A 10,000-ton British cruiser, said the bulletin, was hit by a torpedo dropped by one of the Italian planes. We're told the cruiser was severely damaged. The communique says fascist planes have been steadily bombing British columns and mechanized units, which are retreating. Fascist planes also were reported to have bombed the defenses of Marsamatru, the next British stronghold facing the Italians. British planes struck at Italian positions in Libya. Bombs were dropped on Tobruk, Bomba, and Benghazi, causing minor damage. 2 British planes were reported brought down by Italian fighter machines. The communique says 3 more probably were hit. Another was shot down by naval anti-aircraft fire. The British raided Italian positions in the Dodecanese Islands in the eastern Mediterranean. The communique says the islands of Rhodes and Murrow were attacked, but the bulletin adds the bombing was indiscriminate and most of the bombs fell in the sea. Small fires were started, but no casualties were reported. 1 British plane was reported shot down by anti-aircraft batteries. In East Africa, the British bombed various objectives in Italian Somaliland, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. Small damage was reported, and we are told there were 20 casualties among the civilians, 7 of which were fatal. And fascist planes bombed ships at anchor in Aden. I've just come from the Central Railroad Station where I watched German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop step off his armored train. It came into the station with its 2 anti-aircraft guns jutting up in the air. Von Ribbentrop stepped off the train and stretched out his hand to Foreign Minister Charnow. They smiled broadly. Ribbentrop moved slowly down the platform, shook hands, and saluted with each member of the Nazi embassy staff in Rome. That took nearly 10 minutes. Then the 2 Axis ministers went outside the station, posed for the usual pictures, and drove off in the same car. I've watched von Ribbentrop step down from a train in Rome a number of times. For the first time, however, among those greeting him was the Spanish ambassador to Rome. Von Ribbentrop is expected to sit down and talk things over later this afternoon with both Count Charnow and Mussolini. The Popolo di Roma says the discussions will concern the new Europe. There's no doubt they will also concern the present Europe. As we see it here, at this stage in the war, extending from the Thames to the Nile, some of the problems facing the Axis are the progress of the Nazi attack on Britain and Italy's war in Egypt. The visit of Serrano Suñer to Germany has brought up a discussion here about the plans of Spain and the future of Gibraltar. Then there are the frequent press attacks against the Vichy government. These attacks show the Axis powers are dissatisfied with the operations of the French government. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Once again, Columbia has brought you first-hand reports from its correspondents in the European capitals. This morning, we heard from Eric Severide in London, Edwin Hottridge in Berlin, and Cecil Brown in Rome. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The News of Europe. September 20th. The News of Europe. At this time, and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for direct reports from the European capitals. Today, we'll hear from Eric Severide in London, our correspondent in Berlin, and a report on developments in the nation's capital by Albert Warner. But while we're waiting for the shortwave report of Mr. Severide, here's the news from other points. In Rome, Germany's Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop will have another talk today with Mussolini. The pair had a first discussion yesterday, but so far there is no information as to what they discussed. Rome newspapers said that in talks between von Ribbentrop and Italy's own Foreign Minister, Count Ciano, southeastern Europe was a chief subject. Meanwhile, a communique in Rome says that British planes have staged intensive raids on major Italian bases in North Africa, but adds that in counterattack, the Italian planes sank a British steamer and a submarine. In Cairo, the British say that no major engagement has yet taken place with the Italians, but that British tanks are causing sharp losses in the ranks of Italian mechanized forces. In the Far East, new tension has cropped up. Japan has made sudden and unexplained demands on French Indochina for bases which geographically have no importance in the war with China. There are reports that the French government will refuse these demands. And now for the report of Eric Severide in the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The sirens have gone only once so far this morning, and I haven't heard yet any bombs or shooting. Some fighters were up over the city for a time, and we've just been informed by the ministry that German raiders were driven back before they reached the city. We had pretty bad weather over London most of the night, so we didn't take as heavy a bombing as we usually get. It was bad weather down on the Channel also, so the invasion ships were idle, while the RAF gave them another very severe punishing with high explosive. Reports from Dover now say the rough weather there shows some signs of getting worse in the next few days. That's about all that can be said of the expected invasion, of which Britishers talk less and less as the days go by. One thing is certain, if the Germans don't come, many British Army officers are going to be very disappointed men. They are sure they could beat it, and fairly sure that if they did, Hitler would go down. The Air Ministry communique just issued reported that RAF bombers successfully attacked communications in Germany, including the Dortmund-Ems Canal, besides several ports and aerodromes in enemy-occupied territory. We haven't got the whole picture yet of last night's raids over London. There were fewer planes and longer intervals between shelling from the ground. But as usual, the all clear did not sound until dawn. I heard about 5 high explosives in my neighborhood, and a number of incendiaries were whooshing past at intervals. They sound like a branch falling to soft ground. One landed on the roof opposite my bedroom window and made no sound at all when it landed. Unless they hit highly inflammable material, they're quite easy to put out. It took just 3 buckets of water for this one with a hand pump and 1 bucket of sand. This bomb was lodged in those sloping roof tiles. When we could pick it up, it turned out to be just a thin cylinder about 1.5 feet long and 2 inches wide. Those bombs, I think, were dropped in clusters. 2 landed in the street, 1 in my courtyard, another on a second apartment house, and 2 or 3 1 street away. And the difficulty about these light fire bombs is that very often people, who are mostly underground anyway, don't hear them fall. And while they may be gazing at one fire across, another is secretly building up behind them. So far as I can see this morning, all fires in London are now out. At least one of the raiders was brought down last night in Surrey, and it crashed on a housetop next to a hospital. As it came screaming down in the darkness, one of the crew bailed out and was immediately captured. An anti-aircraft shell had made a direct hit on the plane. One factory in the East End was set on fire, and that was about the most important damage of the night. In the North End of London, a high explosive bomb landed squarely on the emergency escape door of a public shelter, and a number of sleeping persons were instantly killed. It's reported this morning that the London raiders last night came in from a new direction, the northwest, and it was obvious that they were flying very low. There was a searchlight barrage from central London, and we're told night fighters went up for a time. One hospital in Essex was set on fire by an incendiary. Another bomb started small fires in the Surrey woods, which were much too wet last night to burn very readily. One report says a raider machine gun streets in a northwest suburb. Every morning now we hear a time bomb going off somewhere around the West End. One exploded 80 yards away from the Duke of Kent yesterday when he was sitting in his car, on which the dirt and rubble descended, but he wasn't hurt. Every day trucks speed through the streets carrying a time bomb to the open country. I know a traffic policeman near my house who stopped one of those trucks on its perilous errand. He's a big policeman who learned how to silence even the toughest truck drivers years ago with a few well-chosen words. But he tells me now that he has lost all confidence in himself after that experience, and if it weren't for the war, he'd think about retiring to the country. I return you now to CBS New York.
That was London. Here in New York, a dispatch from Honolulu. Admiral James O. Richardson, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Fleet, will leave for the United States Monday in the battleship New Mexico, it was understood today. And the battleship Idaho and several other ships were expected to leave also. And next, the report from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. Again last night, we had no air raid here. Whether the British bombers attacked other places in Germany last evening has not yet been made known. But they did not visit Berlin, though it was a fairly clear moonlight night, one of those nights when there's nothing you can do to hide a great city from enemy airmen. Everyone I know in Berlin has now caught up with his sleep. For about a fortnight, the British did come over almost every night, and you did lose sleep. But there has been no alarm since Sunday, so everyone is feeling normal again. 2 weeks ago, the chief air warden suggested that the population of Berlin set their alarm clocks for around midnight. Then when the bombers arrived and you had to make for the cellar, you didn't feel as bad as when the screaming siren suddenly awakened you and you had to hurry or the British would be over your rooftop. But the last few days, as one evening after another has passed peacefully, most people, I think, have given up the idea of that midnight alarm clock and have simply slept the night through. The German press this morning is still full of indignant headlines and articles against the British for the bombing of the children's hospital at Duel night before last, when 9 children were killed and 12 injured. The official party newspaper, the Fiercest Beobachter, has this banner headline this morning: "We will pay back without pity." The Bild am Mittag carries this front page headline this noon: "It will be mercilessly revenged. Churchill's night of murder at Duel was carefully planned." This paper, in an editorial, calls the British flyers barbarians and their deed a shameful act of murder, and warns that the reprisal of the German Air Force will be a hard one. The Svalbard remarks this morning that it is well known that there are many more important objectives in the West End shopping district of London. It says, quote, "The shopping district of London's West End, in which, as is well known, there are many more important objectives, is being continually hit with bombs. A bomb crashed through several stories of a West London hotel," unquote. The German radio this morning says that H.R. Knickerbocker, whom it calls a notorious German hater, had to report from London that the English were gradually losing their cheerfulness as a result of the German bombings. I guess I'll have to refer you to Rome for concrete news of the results of Herr von Ribbentrop's visit. We have no concrete news of it here. But the Berlin press does lift the veil enough this morning to indicate that 2 subjects were paramount in the talks. The Völkische Beobachter, for instance, tells us that the talks were mainly concerned with discussing the problems which will arise in Europe and Africa after Great Britain is beaten, and also the reconstruction of what it terms the new order, which the Axis powers count on setting up. The Völkische Beobachter also tells us, in connection with Ribbentrop's talks with Mussolini, that the attitude of the Spanish people in the decisive phase of the struggle with England amounts to a Spanish declaration of solidarity with the Axis powers. News of last night's German air attacks is scanty here this morning. We're told that London was again bombed, and that German attacks were also made on armament factories and industrial works in southern and central Britain last night. This is William L. Shirer in Berlin. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was William L. Shirer in Berlin. And now, the report of Albert L. Warner in our nation's capital. We take you now to Washington.
There is now reaching the point of decision within the administration the transfer of some 40 flying fortresses to Great Britain. The wholesale German bombing of London and the destruction of civilian lives and property have given momentum to the proposal. There's plenty of indication here that War Department opinion already has been sounded out, and that the National Defense Commission has been consulted, and the potential reaction of isolationists in Congress taken into account. At present, the Army has on hand or immediately available 50 to 75 of these huge bombing planes. The flying fortresses can travel some 4,000 miles with a good-sized load. Their speed in the original models was 250 miles per hour. Now it's been brought up to over 300 miles an hour. There's no doubt of their value to the British Air Force. They could leave Newfoundland one evening and be on British soil the next. They could range the whole extent of Germany, striking even at arms factories in Czechoslovakia. But it takes 2 years to build a flying fortress. Some officers in the War Department have raised the question of whether it would be wise from the standpoint of our own defense to send these planes to Britain. The old issue arises, and the same answer which has been made on previous occasions is again set forth, namely, that the maintenance of British sea and air strength forms the best initial protection to the United States. Several administration senators already have taken the lead in publicly supporting the transfer of flying fortresses. Now the Assistant Republican Leader of the Senate, Warren Austin, indicates his sympathy. He tells me there are 2 questions to be answered. Would those airplanes serve our own objective of self-defense more in Britain's hands than if we kept them here? And can we spare them, taking into consideration the possibility of sudden need? Those are matters of strategy, he said, matters for the General Staff. But, said Senator Austin, we ought to seize upon every opportunity to defend ourselves. We are on the defensive as we have never been before. The emergency is great. To the isolationists in Congress, the proposal seems one more step in what they think is a long series leading to involvement. Yet, the voice of isolationism was weak when American destroyers were transferred to Britain. These flying fortresses may also be connected, directly or indirectly, with a proposal to let the United States share Britain's naval bases in the Far East. Such American access to Singapore would be another gesture to restrain Japan as it penetrates into French Indochina. But to isolationists, any linking of flying fortresses and Far East bases would merely serve to double the liability. The large-scale preparations for handling conscription continue in Washington, although no Selective Service director has yet been named. 2 persons have been mentioned for the command of the draft machinery, Major General Gullion and Lieutenant Colonel Hershey. From Republican quarters in Congress, there comes some muttering over the White House silence on a draft administrator. Representative Jitter, chairman of the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee, says, after all the pressure and clamor for speed when the measure was before Congress, it seems strange there should be a delay in selecting a man for the administrative job. There's a copy here of the questionnaire which the registrants in the draft have to fill out. The Census Bureau, by the way, says there are 16,404,000 men in the ages 21 to 35 who will be due to register October 16th. The questionnaire runs 8 pages. Your physical condition, your dependents, all the details of your occupation are required. The Selective Service headquarters is being swamped with questions. They say that although it has been made clear only single men are likely to be taken in the first draft, there are some wives writing in wanting to know how they can keep their husbands out, and others asking how they can get them in.
CBS has brought you reports from its correspondents in London, Berlin, and Washington. This morning, Eric Severide reported from London, William L. Shirer reported from Berlin, while Albert Warner was heard from Washington. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Monday, September 23rd. Columbia's correspondents in Berlin, London, and Rome are standing by to bring you direct reports by transatlantic shortwave radio. This morning, you will hear from Edwin Hartridge in Berlin, Edward R. Murrow in London, and Cecil Brown in Rome. Now, before taking you to Berlin, here's a summary of news from other points. Reports from Indochina this morning say small forces of colonial soldiers have inflicted casualties on Japanese troops who have entered the territory. As you may know, French Indochina is letting Japan put 6,000 men in the colony and has granted 3 air bases in the northern section. Japanese will use these advantages in an attack on China's back door. There are other reports that the Chinese have 200,000 soldiers on the frontier, ready to stop any march across French Indochina. These reports first came out weeks ago, when Japan began negotiations for bases in French Indochina. A communiqué issued in Vichy, France, in connection with the agreement, says that in return for the bases, Japan promises to respect French rights and interests in the Far East, her sovereignty over the Asiatic colony, and the territorial integrity of French Indochina. And in Cairo, martial law has been declared throughout Egypt. Here at home, Congress hopes to adjourn by the end of the week. Most of the major legislation is out of the way. And in California, 3-year-old Mark DeTristan, the heir to a huge copper fortune, is safe at home and unharmed. His kidnapper has been caught and is a 40-year-old German alien. Now the news direct from the German capital, reported by Edwin Hartridge.
This is Berlin. We had a British air raid in Berlin last night. It started after midnight and lasted for about 2 hours. Well, Ed Murrow was broadcasting to you from a London rooftop last night, describing a German air raid on the British capital. I was standing on my hotel balcony watching, or trying to make heads and tails out of a British air raid on the German capital. I can't give you many details for several reasons. One is that the night was cloudy, and the anti-aircraft shells were bursting above the ceiling of the clouds, so we couldn't get much of an idea where the zone of fire was located. In the direction of the suburbs, I could see flashes of light and hear explosions. But we have not had enough experience to distinguish clearly as to what is the sound of exploding bombs and what is the sound of heavy flak artillery. Then I could plainly hear the roar of British mortars above the cloud ceiling, and this noise was punctuated by the staccato firing of machine gun batteries and both light and heavy anti-aircraft guns. Then it was over shortly, and the all-clear signal sounded. No bombs were dropped in the Berlin area, says the High Command this morning. The official communique in the noon papers is brief. It states that last night British planes made several bombing raids in Germany and Berlin, quote, with the objective of attacking civilian residential quarters with bombs, unquote. And then the report continues, quote, but due to the anti-aircraft barrage and the activity of the night pursuit ships, the enemy did not succeed in inflicting great damage, end of quote. No planes were shot down in the Berlin area. But the editorial repercussions to this raid are about as violent and strong as anything I've read so far. The Bild am Mittag, a noon paper, describes last night's air raids as follows, and I quote, England continues its criminal air war against the German civilian population. Churchill wants it so. Once again, British pilots received the order to throw bombs in German territory and to murder women and children, to take the roofs off the heads of the defenseless civilian population, to destroy residences and places of culture. England is thereby lowering the war to a criminal crime. Churchill wants it so. End of quote. Then the Bild states that, quote, political gangsters in England are to blame for this. Only the most terrific reprisals that history of war has ever known will atone for this crime. End of quote. Then it adds that for every English incendiary and explosive bomb dropped in Germany, that the German Air Force will dump, quote, thousands of destructive bomb loads, unquote, on England. As for the activities of the German Air Force, we are told that strong attacks were directed against cities in South England and London last evening and in the early hours of this morning. German planes carried large loads of bombs across the channel and dumped them, but we have no further details as to the results of these raids. The German shortwave radio this morning broadcast a statistical summary of 6 weeks of air war against England and London compiled from German reports. And here are some of its high points. For instance, the Germans claim that 23 million kilograms of bombs, or approximately 50 million pounds of explosives, have been dropped on England in a 6 weeks period. And we are told further that 6,000 industrial plants and factories, of which 1,400 are in the London area, have been destroyed or damaged by these raids. In London, the report claims that 4 railroad stations have been destroyed and 3 important subway lines have been hit. Herr von Ribbentrop, the Foreign Affairs Minister, is expected in Berlin today after 3 important conferences in Rome with Senior Mussolini. Serrano Sune, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, is also returning to Berlin today. Thus, the final work in the Axis plans for the Mediterranean and Africa is to be cleaned up. Whether the plans which may involve Spain in the war are to be translated into action very soon is the big question among correspondents here. This is Edwin Hartridge. I'm returning now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and here's a brief dispatch from Moscow. Army maneuvers have started in the important Kiev military district of southwestern Russia under the supervision of the Red Army's highest-ranking commanders, it was disclosed today. In connection with the maneuvers, a 2-day air raid drill was started in Kiev City. A large fleet of bomber planes took part, simulating the dropping of explosive, incendiary, and gas bombs. All anti-aircraft guns were manned. Streets were cleared, and volunteer corps aided firemen and chemists to extinguish simulated fires. Air raid alarms were being sounded day and night. Now the news, direct from the British capital, reported by Edward R. Murrow. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The usual all-night attack ended about dawn this morning. As usual, it consisted of relays of single aircraft, and the main objective was again the London area. The bombing was widely scattered, and there was damage to houses and industrial premises in several localities. 7 foreign refugees were killed and a number injured when a high explosive bomb hit the corner of a large apartment house in the West End. In central London, another apartment house was hit, and damage was caused to hotels. In the northwest of London, about 20 bombs were dropped, wrecking houses, water mains, and damaging roads. The total number of casualties is not yet known. Towns in the southeast of England were also bombed. Houses were damaged in 3 towns, and there were some casualties, including 3 persons killed. This morning's communique adds that a few bombs were dropped in other parts of the country, causing slight damage and a few casualties. The report of last night's RAF action against Germany is brief. It simply states that last night, bombers of the Royal Air Force attacked enemy-occupied bases in France and Belgium and an important target in Germany. No indication is given of the nature of this important target. Last night, the Germans were using a new kind of flare which filled the sky over London with a sulfurous yellow glow, but burned themselves out in about 15 or 20 seconds. The more usual blinding white flare was used as well. Today, the hours of light and darkness are exactly equal. From now on, it's expected that the Germans will arrive earlier in the evening and leave later in the morning. So far this morning, we've had one air raid alarm lasting about an hour, but there was no air action over central London. Every London newspaper this morning carries columns of material telling of the torpedoing 600 miles from land of a ship carrying children to Canada. As you know, the total death roll was 294. 83 out of the 90 children on board were drowned. There's been a great deal of debate about the wisdom of inaugurating the original scheme for the evacuation of children. And the government has from the outset made it clear that risk was involved, and that parents deciding to send their children would do so on their own responsibility. Sometime in July, the Admiralty stopped announcing the losses of ships in convoy. Since that time, the public has been unable to form any sound judgment on the relative safety of travel in convoy. No official statement has been issued, but it is assumed here that the overseas evacuation of children will continue. The tragedy of the children in this war is something that will be felt for many decades. I know from personal experience that many of those twisted minds in Germany today are the result of empty stomachs in the last war. General Strong's public report after his month's tour of England is still the subject of favorable comment here. It's believed that the general statement convinced Americans that additional help for Britain will be put to good use. Some observers believe that being reassured of the position in the Atlantic, the United States may feel free to concentrate its attention on the Pacific. And it's suggested that any pact between Germany and Japan would probably be countered by an Anglo-American agreement to prevent aggression in the Pacific. The latest Gallup poll, showing for the first time that a majority of American opinion is willing that the United States should aid Britain, even at the risk of getting into war, and Mr. Wilkie's demand that aid should be given to Great Britain, are both given some prominence in today's press. While General Strong's public comments concerning the results of the air war confirm the impression of other neutral military observers, there is one very important aspect of this war which no general can be expected to understand or properly evaluate. The progress of this war will depend, more than any war in the past, upon civilian morale. The determining factor will be the little man in the bowler hat, rather than soldiers and officers in tin hats. The morale of the bowler hat brigade is excellent, and will remain so, provided sufficient initiative, imagination, and speed can be developed in handling the protection and relief of this civilian army. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. In a moment, we switch you to Rome. First, here is a dispatch from Alexandria. The British fleet carried out another bombardment of Italian forces along the Egyptian coast yesterday. A communique of the British naval authorities here said today. The communique said, our naval forces attacked enemy positions in the Sidi Barani area during the early hours of Sunday, September 22nd, with good results. Now the news direct from the Italian capital, reported by Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. The Italians and the British are still fighting an aerial bombardment duel on the Egyptian front. The Fascist High Command, in a communique issued an hour ago, reports that the British again raided Italian positions in Libya. At the Mediterranean port of Benghazi, we're told the Royal Air Force dropped many bombs. Others were reported damaged, but there were no casualties. The British also raided Bardia at the Libyan-Egyptian frontier. Off the eastern coast of Libya, the High Command reports that a four-motor Sunderland flying boat was machine-gunned by Italian fighter planes. It crashed into the sea and sank with its entire crew. The Fascist Air Force again struck at Mersa Matruh with what the High Command describes as positive results. Mersa Matruh is about 100 miles from the Italian forces at Sidi Barani. It's the next objective of Marshal Graziani. The information here is that the British have heavily fortified Mersa Matruh, and it may be they will make their stand there against the Italians. Stephanie, the Italian news agency, reported that the British have brought numerous troop and tank reinforcements to Mersa Matruh. The High Command has not reported any ground actions in Egypt since the Italians took Sidi Barani last week. This may be because the Italians are consolidating their position there, and bringing up further supplies and troops over the 60-mile distance that divides them from their sources in Libya. The Fascist Air Force is continuing its raids on other British bases. At Malta, we're told that the air base of Mikasa again was bombed. A shed was hit, causing a great fire to break out. A night raid was carried out against the port of Aden near the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb. Last night, I reported that the Italians bombed a convoy in the Red Sea. The High Command tells us today that 3 British ships were hit in that raid. British bombers also were active in East Africa. Bombs were dropped in Gura and Kosovo in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. Another raid was made on Asmara in Italian Eritrea, where we're told 2 natives were killed and 2 wounded. Minor damage was reported. The High Command revealed that a British submarine is operating in the southern Tyrrhenian Sea. This includes the area in the curve between southern Italy and Sicily. The bulletin says the submarine torpedoed and sank an empty Italian freighter. The Rome newspapers just appeared on the streets, but they offer no further information on the details of the Mussolini-Ribbentrop talks. I noticed that excerpts from the German papers are printed here showing Axis dissatisfaction with Greece. Since Ribbentrop came to Rome, however, no Italian paper has mentioned Greece as one of the problems to be discussed. Rome is known, of course, to be displeased with Greece's friendship with Great Britain. But in the past 5 days, there have been no press attacks on Greece. In fact, a number of Italian children from Greece who have been here during the summer returned today to their homes in Athens. All the papers emphasize that the Axis talks will have an early effect on Spain's attitude toward the war. And to that, you can add an effect on Gibraltar as well. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And with this report from Rome, Columbia concludes another morning report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Edward R. Murrow from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tuesday, September 24th. Again, London has been bombed by German planes. And British planes have attacked Berlin, this time in the longest and heaviest British attack of the war on the German capital. For this reason, Berlin calls its morning attacks on London reprisal raids. This morning, Columbia calls in its correspondents in London and Berlin for latest reports on developments abroad. And afterwards, we'll hear a report from our own national capital. While we're waiting for CBS correspondent Larry Lesuer to report from the British capital, here is the latest news on the Battle of Dakar, which occupies much of today's news spotlight. This strategic West African port city, only 1,500 miles east of the South American coast, has undergone a 7-hour bombardment. Its French colonial administration is defending it against an attack by combined British and Free French forces under General de Gaulle. The French government at Vichy says that 100 were killed and 400 wounded during the bombardment. Afterwards, the British and Free French are said to have attempted to land 2,000 troops at Rouvis, 25 miles from Dakar. But Vichy says this was repulsed. And another Vichy report asserts that the French government has secretly ordered resistance to the utmost and has called in all its land, air, and sea forces to fight the British. General Weygand, recovering in Vichy from injuries received in an airplane accident, is directing the fight from that city. Now the news from London, reported by Larry Lesuer. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The air raid sirens have sounded for the second time since daylight this morning, and the great air battle is on again over the coasts of this island. Yesterday, Britain wrote off 11 of its fighters after knocking down 11 German aircraft. And this damage to its own air force is by no means in the proportion by which the British hope to maintain its superiority in daylight fighting over the masses of German planes. Therefore, it's beginning to look as though this almost continuous battle in the air ranks as one of the most decisive battles of the ages, as important to the future of Europe as Waterloo or the Battle of the Marne. If the British fighter command breaks first, there will be almost no protection on this island against the bombers employed by Germany, just as there was no protection for Allied troops in Norway. The tide of battle cannot be judged yet, but it must be remembered that in order to win this battle, Britain's fighters must shoot down a proportion of almost 3 German planes to every one the RAF loses. We have no late news here of the sea battle, which was being waged off the West African coast, but a communique from General de Gaulle is expected at any moment. There are two versions here regarding the strength of the British squadron which took part. A message from Vichy says that the British fleet there consists of an aircraft carrier and several cruisers. Another report here says the strength of the British squadron consists of 2 battleships, 4 cruisers, and 6 auxiliary cruisers, and a number of destroyers. It's still a question here whether the British ships were on their way to Dakar before or after the French ships passed through the Straits of Gibraltar. It appears as though General de Gaulle submitted a plan for transporting to Dakar the French division which had been assembled and re-equipped in Britain. His plan was accepted by the British government. The convoy of troop ships was escorted by units of the Free French Navy and ships of the British fleet. Word of this movement apparently reached the Vichy government. This was responsible, probably, for the decision to dispatch units of the French Navy from Toulon to Dakar. And 6 French warships passed through the Straits of Gibraltar. As Britain was not at war with the French, they were allowed to pass through the Straits. Now it is a question, who has the greater number of warships at Dakar, the French or the British? It's possible that the British may have reinforced their squadron, if indeed General de Gaulle was on his way before the French ships passed through Gibraltar. We know here that General de Gaulle's expedition was organized under conditions of extraordinary secrecy. Special boats were prepared for it. The assembly of Free French troops was carried out at hidden points. Very few people had any hint when the expedition left its country. Dakar, as you know, is the 3rd port of the French Empire, and it was a German air base for its Atlantic air service to Brazil. It's about 12 hours flying time away from South America. Last night was the 17th successive night of bombing in London. The communiqué says this morning that during the night enemy aircraft made bombing attacks on London and several places in southeast England. A few bombs were dropped in other parts of the country, but London again was the enemy's main objective. The attacks were again scattered over many parts of the London area. Last night it seemed to many of us here that there were more German planes than usual overhead. The anti-aircraft defenses were aided by searchlights and were very active. From a rooftop, it appears that the defenses allowed the German planes to buzz along in their course for several minutes. Then they'd suddenly catch them in a net of searchlights and let fly. The shrapnel bursts would explode at the very focal point of the cobweb of searchlights. One German bomber was shot down here before dawn. It was the longest raid in a long time last night, but this morning the headlines read, Berlin's biggest raid, heavily bombed for 4 hours last night. And in the evening news, RAF bombed Berlin for 4 hours, waves of plane in severest raid. Well, maybe the bombing of London isn't such news anymore. After all, it's been going into the 3rd week now. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Larry Lesuer reporting from London. Here's the latest news from the Far East. French colonial troops still are fighting a battle with an invading Japanese force in northern Indochina. Dispatches from Hanoi, capital of the French colony, and from Shanghai indicate that casualties have been heavy. The French force is said to be making a determined stand at Langson, a railroad city, after abandoning a blockhouse at Dongdang. Now the news from the German capital, reported by Columbia's correspondent in Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
It is now London versus Berlin, and it looks as if the combatants are going to engage in some free-for-all slugging. The raid last night started before midnight and kept Berliners out of their beds for a period just 8 minutes short of 4 hours. And virtually without interruption, the anti-aircraft batteries in Berlin, as well as the searchlight crews, were in continuous action. There were some dramatic highlights in the raid for me. The British planes, either singly or in small formation, judging from the sound of their motors, which we could plainly hear, never seemed to stop coming. I saw 5 searchlights pick up one British plane. And the sky in its immediate area was alive with exploding anti-aircraft shells. I had my field glasses trained on it. The plane was diving, twisting, and trying every sort of maneuver to escape the searchlights, but they hung on tenaciously. For almost a half a minute, I followed the course of the British plane, still unhit, until the searchlights and ship disappeared below the horizon. I wonder whether it escaped. We have an unconfirmed report that one British bomber was shot down. The striking thing to one on the ground was the absolute reckless flying tactics of the attacking planes. They came diving in at low altitudes. It seemed at times as though they were not more than 1,000 feet over my head. They roared down into the face of the barrage of flak artillery and then off again. We could hear the sound of bombs exploding amidst the bellow of defense guns. There was a lot of fireworks caused by numerous British flares, the bursting of anti-aircraft shells, and the thousands of tracer bullets which raced up in search of the British planes. As for the damage done, I have nothing but the official communique. It tells us, quote, in spite of violent anti-aircraft fire, a few British bombers succeeded in reaching the north and eastern suburbs of Berlin and dropped a number of bombs. The positions of the bombs, far away from all military or industrial objectives, provides fresh evidence for the fact that the British airmen deliberately attacked residential quarters. Some damage was done to dwelling houses, and several civilians were killed or injured. There was no damage of military importance. Well, that is the official communique about last night's raid. The noon papers also take up the cudgels and accuse the British of, quote, deliberate attacks on orders of Churchill against women and children and residential quarters, end of quote. The Bates and Mittag states that, quote, so it was repeated again last night when the bombs, which dropped like hail, only caused damage to apartment houses. The sole objective of the British was to attack the civilian population and to murder our comrades, which will not be forgotten, end of quote. In another paper, the Swartberg Blatt states that Churchill has sentenced himself to death, and so has England, by these night raids. The usual post-raid inspection trip for foreign correspondents under the escort of officials from the propaganda ministry did not take place last night. When the firing was at its heaviest, I decided to look for the air raid shelter in my hotel. And there I found Serrano Suñé, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and his suite. Senor Suñé, the brother-in-law of General Franco, arrived in Berlin last evening to confer with Herr von Ribbentrop regarding the plans of the Axis powers for future operations in the Mediterranean and North Africa. The Spanish official will meet the foreign minister today. Herr von Ribbentrop returned from Rome last evening. The Swartberg Blatt has an article discussing, quote, the fortress of London, unquote, in which there is a statement that, quote, there are so many military objectives in London itself that it is doubtful how its civilian status can be measured. And continuing, the paper writes that all opticians and mechanics in London are now engaged in military work for the British government. And so, quote, one could say that besides the homes of the plutocrats, there is no house left in London that theoretically or practically could not be considered a military objective. There is not one single man in the shadow industry who has been evacuated, not one single plant of the shadow war industry that has been shifted from London. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
Such is the news from Europe. Now the news from our own national capital, reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
An economic boycott of Japan is proposed for consideration today by the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Sal Bloom. His proposal fits into the sentiments, if not the definite plan, of the State Department. Not since the Panay incident, in which a Japanese airplane bombed and sank an American gunboat on the Yangtze River in China, has antagonism reached such a height in official circles here. With the grabbing of airplane and army bases in French Indochina, the worst fears of American advisors on the Far East are confirmed. Even those few who have believed the controlling military group in Tokyo would at length become satiated, even these are agreeing now that a deliberate march on the Dutch East Indies is underway. So comes at least consideration of an embargo and of an open announcement that America will use the British naval base at Singapore in the Far East. There are some here, by the way, who wonder why the French government at Vichy throws up its hands and tells Japan to go ahead and march into French Indochina, and then becomes so outraged when British and Free French try to take Dakar and the French colony there on the African coast. It is time, said Congressman Bloom, for us to consider a prohibition on our exports to Japan, and also on Japanese imports. If we stop using silk stockings, Japan is going to feel the economic pressure. Mr. Bloom added that if there was to be any embargo on shipments to Japan, oil should be included. Some might say it would drive the Japanese to action against the Dutch East Indies to obtain oil there, but she's going to do it anyhow, said Bloom. He argued that an embargo and boycott would not mean war. He thought it would serve this notice on Japan. Unless you live up to your promises and have some regard for treaties, we don't want anything to do with you. Once it looked as if the Democratic leadership of Congress was trying to drive toward adjournment by the end of this week. It doesn't look that way any longer. In fact, it doesn't look as if there were going to be any adjournment at all. There has been some vote counting in private. the majority leaders of the House ran into a surprise. They found it quite likely that they did not have the votes to adjourn. On top of the solid Republican opposition, they encountered a substantial number of Democrats who felt they could not record themselves in favor of ending the session while the world emergency continued. Now, many of these congressmen, Republicans and Democrats, are actually raring to go home. They should be campaigning. There's an election ahead, but they are afraid that an adjournment vote might possibly be worse than a skimpy campaign. It's possible that Speaker Rabin may insist that if congressmen don't want to adjourn, they should not have the aid of a long recess, but should stay on the job with short, 3-day recesses in between work. One congressional leader thought the last straw had been reached when he heard that a representative who had already gone home to campaign had wired back to the Capitol saying, "In my absence, pair my vote against adjournment." Privately, there are groans from congressmen at the idea of a recess instead of adjournment. There's no travel expense money provided by the government unless it's an adjournment. For our public men, it seems, these are self-sacrificial days. We return you now to New York.
And with this news from our nation's capital, Columbia concludes this morning report of national and international developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Larry Lesuer reported from London, Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wednesday, September 25th. Again, German warplanes have bombed London. Another all-night assault on the British capital, and raids have been carried out elsewhere in England, Scotland, and Wales. British planes have bombed Berlin and carried out attacks on German ports along the Channel coast. The Battle of Dakar in West Africa continues. And from the Far East comes a report of a new German-Japanese defense agreement, apparently planted to test world opinion, particularly that of the United States. For the agreement, says the report from Shanghai, would take effect only in case of collaboration between the United States and Great Britain. This morning, Columbia calls in its correspondents in Berlin and London for the latest news from those points, and then brings you a report from our own national capital. While we're waiting for the news from Berlin, here's more about this Far Eastern story. The dispatch comes from Shanghai and quotes authoritative advices from Tokyo, but the indication is that the whole proposal came from Germany, and thus the story is one planted by the Nazi propaganda ministry. Tokyo reports that the Japanese-German pact is supposed to have been approved by Japan at a secret imperial conference held last week. Any collaboration between the United States and Britain on such matters, as the status of the British Far Eastern base at Singapore, presumably would make the so-called alliance effective. According to the dispatch, the chief aim of the whole thing would be to divert United States attention from the Far East. Now the news from Europe. Edwin Hartridge from Berlin.
This is Berlin. This morning, we are told that large numbers of German bombers left their bases in the early hours to attack London again. But we have no further news of what is happening. When I was assembling my notes upstairs, I was also listening to the German shortwave musical program in English. And the announcer put on a fresh record as I left the room. It was the Limehouse Blues, played by a German jazz orchestra. This morning, before I came to the studio, I heard the news from the British Broadcasting Corporation. The announcer stated that from now on, Berlin will be visited every night by the planes of the Royal Air Force, and in ever-increasing numbers. So it looks as though the bombings of London and Berlin are going to be an everyday occurrence, or I should say every night. And it's going to be tough getting sleep until the early hours of the morning. For one thing, the German anti-aircraft barrage over Berlin is very noisy. Following on the heels of the big air raid of Monday evening, we experienced another British attack on the German capital last night. It started shortly before midnight and lasted about 2 hours and 45 minutes. I could hear the planes overhead between the heavy bursts of anti-aircraft fire. The official communique this morning states, and I quote, British planes repeated their attacks on Berlin's western and northern suburbs. The enemy planes were met by a heavy barrage of anti-aircraft fire, which effectively prevented their attacks on more important objectives. The bombs only caused slight damage to some buildings and residential quarters. There were several victims among the civilian population. End of quote. As to the extent of the damage done, I have no details to give you at the moment. The weather is gradually turning colder, and so the authorities are making provision for public comfort during the long, chill hours spent in air raid shelters. The Air Ministry has okayed the proposal to place electric stoves in the shelters, but no other type of heating will be approved for reasons of safety. The Foreign Office disclosed this morning that an arrangement has been made with the Finnish government to transport unarmed German troops through Finland to Norway above the Arctic Circle. We are all waiting here for some concrete news or developments about the recent conferences between the Axis powers about the Mediterranean and North Africa. Last night, Herr von Ribbentrop had a conference with Serrano Suñé, the number 2 man in the Spanish government. Undoubtedly, the Spanish Minister of the Interior was given the full plans of the Axis powers as they relate to Spain. Now there are unconfirmed reports that Count Sciano has to come up from Rome, arriving here on Thursday. No doubt he will also confer with Signor Suñé on Herr von Ribbentrop. From the developments, it will appear that Spain is to be fitted into the new political and military plans of Berlin and Rome. Turning the pages of the Boursen Zeitung, my eye was caught by an interesting headline on the last page. It stated, quote, "Foreign horses must learn German." Then the story below related some of the problems the Germans are having with their war booty. It seems that a lot of French, Belgian, and Dutch horses were captured and taken to Germany. But these horses don't understand the German equivalent of whoa and giddy up. In fact, sometimes these horses do just the reverse of what they're commanded to do. But the paper advises the horses must be treated kindly and with patience. They can be expected to learn something of the German language. There's not the same trouble with 6,500 automobiles which have been taken from the Allied forces, it is reported today. Most of these cars were left behind by the English after the evacuation of Dunkirk. And 4,500 of these vehicles have been repaired and are now in service with the German Army. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
In a moment, we'll take you to London, and following the London report, we'll get a report from our own national capital. Before taking you to London, however, here's a brief dispatch from Rome. British bombing planes have struck hard at Tobruk, Marshal Graziani's main Libyan base, for the Italian offensive against Egypt. The attack killed 15 persons, wounded 70, and caused considerable damage. Here's a dispatch from Vichy. The Vichy government reports officially that French planes bombed Gibraltar for 2 hours yesterday in retaliation for the British shelling of Dakar, West Africa. Columbia takes you now back across the ocean to the British capital for the report of Ben Robertson, Jr. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The west end of London had a tough night last night. The Germans were overhead almost continuously from 9 o'clock until about daylight. The guns banged away and the searchlights glared, but the bombs came on anyhow. I know, for I was out in the midst of part of it with the London Fire Brigade. In one of the city's famous streets, we found several buildings in ruins and 2 others going up in blazes. Soon we saw the searchlights focusing their rays just above our area, and we knew what that meant. The Germans were returning, a favorite habit of the Nazis. They start incendiary fires, and then they come back and drop bombs all over that section. A few moments later, we heard a whistling sound. All of us except the fireman fell flat on our faces. That one fell some distance away. We made our way to a nearby station house, and while sitting in the car in the street, we heard 3 more coming. I sat there in cold terror while the packet hit 1 block and 2 blocks behind us. Next, a piece of shrapnel fell with a dead sort of thud right on top of the car, and I said to the fireman, "I've had enough." I told him frankly I was going home. The fireman replied, "Why, so far this is only a quiet night." So far was right. During the early morning hours, the Germans rained firebombs down on central London. Several hospitals were hit, and fires now out were started at 4 of them. A number of people were killed and some injured when what is believed to be an aerial torpedo fell on one building. Most of the casualties were in another building which took the blast. The torpedo fell almost immediately outside a restaurant where there were a number of people. There was no panic and only a few were hurt. A famous Wren church was hit by an incendiary. An American firm was hit. So were buildings in another famous London street, starting another fire. The fate of General de Gaulle's attempt to rally Dakar to the cause of his free Frenchmen is still a great mystery in London. The General's London headquarters has announced that he has withdrawn his troops and ships because his emissaries had been fired on, and he did not want to be a party to a fight between Frenchmen. Vichy said 6 British attempts to land 2,000 troops near Dakar had been repulsed. These reports were denied in London. Other London reports
stated that, quoting, operations by our forces are continuing, unquote. No details are yet available, and no official statement has been issued by the British government during the night. The official communique describing last night's raids says that although London was again the main German objective, bombs were also dropped in other parts of England, in Scotland and in Wales. Invasion ports in Berlin were again attacked, but last night's raid on London was so severe that London newspapers have buried the Berlin bombing and played their own story right across the page. Malcolm MacDonald, the Minister of Health, has announced he is arranging for the immediate evacuation of mothers and children from London, and also for the removal of all old, infirm, and bedridden people. This morning, the Food Ministry announced that on September 30th, the quarter-pound-a-week butter ration will be cut in half. Margarine and cooking fats can be used to fill in. The reason for the cut is said to be due to the normal decrease in Dominion production at this time of year. It is also announced that there will be a temporary increase in the meat ration by 8 cents more a week. London has had another air raid this morning, but the city went about its business as usual. The Vatican radio announces that His Holiness the Pope, through his apostolic delegate in London, has sent a message of felicitation to Their Majesties the King and Queen, quote, on their happy escape from death and injury when their residence was selected as a military objective for repeated bombing.
We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Ben Robertson, Jr., reporting from London. Here's another dispatch from Vichy. Official reports say that the Dakar battle is continuing, with fierce fighting and heavy casualties. The shelling of the city by British ships is reported, but no mention is made of the free French collaboration with the British, or that the leader of the attack is General de Gaulle. Now the news direct from our own national capital, reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Private information coming to the State Department gives confirmation to the idea that Germany and Japan are discussing a diplomatic agreement which amounts to an alliance. Now that in itself is not especially surprising or unforeseen. Germany would tell Japan to go as far as it pleases in the Far East, and Japan would divert American attention from Europe. Germany, in turn, would attempt to make diversion for the United States in South America. But what is more surprising is this, the diplomatic hint in a well-informed quarter here that Soviet Russia is also sitting in on the deal. In the last 6 weeks, there have been frequent conversations between the State Department and the Soviet ambassador. To observers, it seemed that an effort was being made to solve old problems, perhaps in an effort to have good relations between the United States and Russia stand as a counterbalance to Japanese ambition in the Far East. Now the opinion is developing in the State Department that no help can be expected from Soviet Russia in checking Japan's march of empire so long as it does not strike at Soviet territory. In fact, the reports in diplomatic circles confront the State Department with two situations which give no comfort to officials here. One is that Russia will keep hands off and even encourage Japan to expand southward in Asia. In fact, the Soviet press calls the clash in Indochina just an extension of the imperialist war. The other situation, according to the rumors heard in State Department circles, is that Russia may even cut off the aid and supplies which it is giving China. There are some officials who now believe Russia has such a working arrangement with Germany or is under such fear that German influence can bring about a recognition of Japan's predominance in Central and Southern Asia. They think perhaps a rough agreement is in sight between Germany, Italy, Russia, and Japan. As for us, there are authoritative signs that the State Department is on the verge of a decision to take penalizing economic action against Japan. It would be no surprise if an announcement were forthcoming in the next few days. If the decision is to act, it may take the form of laying an embargo on the shipment of important commodities to Japan. For some time, there's been a prohibition against the sending of airplanes and high-test aviation gasoline to the Japanese. The President has authority by executive order to extend that embargo and to cut off exports of iron, steel, scrap, and oil. These articles already are subject to a licensing system. The President would need merely to say that these materials are necessary to our national defense. It would also be possible for the President and the Treasury to raise the tariff on articles imported from Japan. Another reinforcement to this type of pressure might be a gesture of naval cooperation between Britain and the United States in the joint use of naval bases in the Far East. One of the bits of information which comes from Africa to administration officials here is that a German mission recently passed through Casablanca in Africa on its way to Dakar. It consisted of a group of port authorities. Perhaps that German interest in Dakar was one of the reasons which led Great Britain to show with warships its own concern over that African port. It supported the possibility of future German use of Dakar as an air base or a transportation center to evade the British blockade. And by the way, one of those new listening posts established by the State Department is already functioning. The American listening post at Dakar is an experienced member of the Foreign Service, Thomas C. Wasson, who arrived there only 10 days ago. We return you now to New York.
And with this news from Washington, Columbia concludes this morning report of national and international developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Ben Robertson, Jr. from London, and Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Verehrte Verbündete der kapitalistischen Demokratie. Ist es verwunderlich, dass wenn sich Regime derartig selbst verleugnen,
Mr. Hitler is attacking Jewish capitalism and Moscow Bolshevism, of which he says that they are two allies marching strongly together again today.
mageren Anhängerschar kaum sehen lassen können, ohne ausgepfiffen zu werden, der außerdem zumeist in einem Durcheinander aller gegen alle endet, wird als eine bewunderungswürdige Demonstration und Kundgebung der Stärke des demokratischen Gedankens hingestellt. Ein nationalsozialistischer oder faschistischer Parteitag aber, an dem in unerhörter Geschlossenheit 1 oder 1,5 Millionen Menschen teilnehmen, gilt nur als trauriges Zeichen für die Brutalität der Diktaturen und als ein Merkmal des Verfalls der Freiheit.
Mr. Hitler is praising the unity and the uniform picture that the Nazi Party Day offers to the world, but this picture too, he says, has been defied by the so-called democracies.
So treten sie ihm ein für die Gleichberechtigung und versuchen aber, wenn möglich, einem 75 Millionen Volk die primitivsten Rechte vorzuenthalten. 15 Jahre lang hat Deutschland vergeblich um die natürlichsten und einfachsten Menschenrechte gerungen. Sie wurden dem deutschen Volk und Reich verweigert, trotzdem dieses damalige Deutschland nicht von Nazis geführt, sondern selbst von Demokraten und Marxisten beherrscht wurde.
The democracies, Mr. Hitler says, have tried and are trying again to deprive us of the most fundamental rights.
Mit dem bitter scheinheiligen Vorwurf, dass doch auch auf dem Weg gegenseitiger Verständigung dasselbe hätte erreicht werden können. 15 Jahre lang haben sie auf das Grausamste gegen die natürlichsten Volksinteressen, ja gegen jede Menschenwürde gehandelt, Diktate verfasst und mit vorgehaltener Pistole zu anderen gezwungen, um nachher in heuchlerischer Entrüstung.
The democracies, Mr. Hitler said, claimed mutual understanding, but Germany had waited 15 years for mutual understanding, and nothing had been accomplished by that process.
Die Meinung von Eingeborenen zu kümmern, haben sie Kontinente mit blutiger Gewalt unterworfen. Aber da Deutschland seine Kolonie zurückfordert, erklärt man bestürzt um das Los der armen Eingeborenen, man könne sie einem solchen Schicksal unter keinen Umständen mehr ausliefern. Im selben Moment aber scheut man sich nicht, durch Flugzeuge und Bomben in den eigenen Kolonien die Eingeborenen zur Raison zu bringen. Das heißt,
Chancellor Hitler is mentioning now the former German colonies and said that if Germany claimed the return of those colonies, the entire world objected. But now the inhabitants, meaning the colored people of the colonies, have been misused and abused.
dies sind dann allerdings zivilisatorische Bomben, zum Unterschied der brutalen im Abessinienkrieg von den Italienern verwendeten. Man beklagt in diesen Demokratien die unermessliche Grausamkeit, mit der sich Deutschland und jetzt auch Italien der jüdischen Elemente zu entledigen versuchen. Alle diese großen demokratischen Reiche haben insgesamt nur ein paar Menschen auf dem Quadratkilometer. In Italien und in Deutschland sind es je über 140. Trotzdem hat Deutschland einst jahrzehntelang, ohne mit einer Wimper zu zucken, Hunderttausende um Hunderttausende dieser Juden aufgenommen. Jetzt aber, da endlich die Plage übergroß wurde und die Nation nicht mehr gewillt ist, sie nur länger von diesen Parasiten aussaugen zu lassen, jammert man darüber.
Mr. Hitler is referring to the expulsion of the German Jews, and the same what Italy doing now to the Jewish elements there, and is giving an outline of the acreage of Germany proper and Italy's population on the square mile, declaring that the Jewish parasite, as he called him, has been abused the German nations for much too long, and that the steps taken against them now are only the natural reaction.
Quadratkilometer eine solche Belastung unter keinen Umständen auf sich nehmen könnten. Hilfe also keine, aber Moral.
The foreign nations do not offer help, he said, but they preach morals.
So sehen wir im nationalsozialistischen Reich uns heute den gleichen Kräften und Erscheinungen gegenüber, die wir als Partei 15 Jahre lang kennenzulernen Gelegenheit hatten. Insoweit es sich nun um die allgemeine Bekundung der feindlichen Einstellung der demokratischen Länder gegen Deutschland handelt, lässt uns dies kalt. Warum soll es uns übrigens auch besser ergehen als dem Reiche vor uns? Im Übrigen gestehe ich ganz offen, ich finde es immer noch erträglicher, von jemandem beschimpft zu werden, der mich nicht ausplündern kann, als von jemandem ausgeplündert zu werden, der mich dafür lobt.
Mr. Hitler said that the same forces are at work against Germany again today as they used to be 15 years ago, but that he simply refused to be robbed by them.
Wir werden heute beschimpft. Allein wir sind, Gott sei Lob und Dank, in der Lage, jede Ausplünderung und Vergewaltigung Deutschlands verhindern zu können.
We are insulted again, Mr. Hitler said, but thank God we are in a position to stop any invasion or robbery of our country and nation.
Er empfing, als in meinen Augen etwas dürftige Entschädigung oder Lohn dafür das Lob, ein braver und demokratischer Staat gewesen zu sein. Unerträglich wird diese Einstellung für uns aber in dem Augenblick, in dem sie dort, wo ein großer Teil unseres Volkes scheinbar wehrlos unverschämte Misshandlungen ausgeliefert ist, den Schwall demokratischer Phrasen gegen diese unsere Fürsters als Drohung erheben. Ich spreche von der Tschechoslowakei.
For the first time in his speech, Mr. Hitler just referred to Czechoslovakia and received a great applause, saying that the attacks upon Germany become unbearable when they are directed against German citizens, Germans who live abroad, outside Germany.
Dieser Staat ist eine Demokratie. Das heißt, er wurde nach demokratischen Grundsätzen gegründet, indem man die überwiegende Mehrheit der Bewohner dieses Staates einst, ohne sie zu fragen, kurzerhand zwang, die in Versailles fabrizierte Konstruktion hinzunehmen und sich in sie zu fügen.
Mr. Hitler said that Czechoslovakia was a democracy formed according to the dictates of the Versailles Treaty, and that its people had been forced to form the unity of that state.
Der Welt versuchte man allmählich die Auffassung aufzuoktroyieren, dass dieser Staat eine besondere politische und militärische Mission zu erfüllen habe. Der französische frühere Luftfahrtminister Pierre de Koch hat sie uns vor kurzem erläutert. Die Tschechei ist nach ihm dazu da und bestimmt, im Falle eines Krieges die deutschen Orte und Industrien mit Bomben anzugreifen.
One tried to make believe the world that Czechoslovakia had to fulfill a military and political mission.
Diese Aufgabe aber steht entgegen den Lebensauffassungen, Lebensinteressen und Wünschen der Mehrheit der Bewohner dieses Staates. Daher muss die Mehrheit dieser Bewohner schweigen. Jedes Protestieren gegen ihr Schicksal ist ein Angriff gegen die Zielsetzung dieses Staates und steht damit nicht im Einklang zur Verfassung. Diese Verfassung ging allerdings, dass sie von Demokraten gemacht wurde, nicht von den Volksrechten der Betroffenen, sondern von den politischen Zweckmäßigkeiten der Unterdrücker aus. Diese politische Zweckmäßigkeit erforderte es daher auch, eine Konstruktion zu finden, die dem tschechischen Volk eine souveräne Vormachtstellung verlieh. Wer nun gegen diese Anmaßung opponiert, ist Staatsfeind und daher nach demokratischer Auffassung vogelfrei. Das sogenannte
Mr. Hitler is attacking the constitution of Czechoslovakia, of which he said that it claimed to have been made by Democrats, but he says that the rights of minorities have been gravely neglected.
Niemand erhebt. Sollte aber trotzdem von der Mehrheit der unterdrückten Völker dieses Staates dagegen jemand protestieren, dann darf dieser mit Brachialgewalt niedergeschlagen und wenn notwendig oder erwünscht auch umgebracht werden.
Mr. Hitler is receiving applause. He just said that no one is allowed, as far as the democracies are concerned, to protest against such mistreatment of German minorities in Czechoslovakia.
Nur als eine interessante Illustration der demokratischen Auffassungen von Volksrechten und der Selbstbestimmung sehen und dies zur Kenntnis nehmen. Nun ist das, was uns Deutsche aber zur Anteilnahme an diesem Problem verpflichtet, etwas sehr Natürliches. Unter der Mehrheit der Nationalitäten, die in diesem Staat unterdrückt werden, befinden sich auch 3,5 Millionen Deutsche. Also ungefähr so viele Menschen unserer Rasse, als zum Beispiel Dänemark Einwohner hat. Diese Deutschen sind nun ebenfalls Geschöpfe Gottes. Der Allmächtige hat sie nicht geschaffen, damit sie durch eine Versailler Staatskonstruktion einer fremden, ihnen verhassten Gewalt ausgeliefert werden.
Mr. Hitler said that there are 3.5 million Germans, namely Sudeten Germans, living in Czechoslovakia, that they have been created by God, and God did not create them to turn them over to the brutality of a regime which they hate.
Die 7 Millionen Tschechen nicht geschaffen, dass sie 3,5 Millionen Deutsche überwachen, bevormunden und noch viel weniger vergewaltigen und quälen.
Mr. Hitler is protesting against the torturing of those 3.5 million Sudeten Germans in Czechoslovakia.
Menschen im Namen des Selbstbestimmungsrechts eines gewissen Herrn Wilson um ihre Selbstbestimmung und ihr Selbstbestimmungsrecht beraubt. Wirtschaftlich werden diese Menschen planmäßig ruiniert und dadurch einer langsamen Ausrottung ausgeliefert. Diese Wahrheiten können nicht durch Phrasen aus der Welt geschafft werden. Die Tatsachen bezeugen sie. Das Elend der Sudetendeutschen ist ein namenloses. Man will sie vernichten. Menschlich werden sie in unerträglicher Weise unterdrückt und entwürdigend behandelt.
Mr. Hitler said the right of self-determination of his so-called Mr. Wilson. Because of it, the Sudeten Germans are open to attacks. and are not able to protect themselves. And one will destroy them.
Weil sie einen Gruß grüßen, der den Tschechen unangenehm ist, obwohl sie damit nicht die Tschechen, sondern nur sich selbst untereinander grüßen. Wenn man sie wegen jeder nationalen Lebensäußerung wie das hilflose Bild jagt und hetzt, dann mag dies den würdigen Vertretern unserer Demokratie.
Mr. Hitler again comes to the defense of the Sudeten Germans and receives strong applause.
Sympathisch sein, weil es sich hier ja nur um 3,5 Millionen Deutsche handelt. Ich kann aber den Vertretern dieser Demokratie nur sagen, dass uns dies nicht gleichgültig ist. Dass uns dies nicht gleichgültig ist. Dies nicht gleichgültig ist.
Of the so-called democracies, Mr. Hitler said, that we have the holy right and duty to protect our countrymen in Czechoslovakia. If these tortured creatures, Mr. Hitler said, referring to the Sudeten Germans, cannot receive support from within Czechoslovakia, they will receive our support. You are hearing the crowd shouting Sieg Heil, meaning Hail Victory.
Die Rechtlosmachung dieser Menschen muss ein Ende nehmen. Ich habe dies schon eindeutig in meiner Rede vom 22. Februar ausgesprochen. Es war eine kurzsichtige Konstruktion, die sich die Versailler Staatsmänner einst leisteten, als sie das abnorme Gebilde der Tschechoslowakei ins Leben riefen. Der Auftrag, hier die Millionenmassen anderer Nationalitäten zu vergewaltigen und damit zu misshandeln, war nur so lange durchführbar, als die Brudernationen noch selbst unter den Folgen der allgemeinen Weltmisshandlung zu leiden hatten. Zu glauben aber, dass ein solches Regime unbegrenzt und ewig weitersündigen kann, heißt, sich einer kaum fassbaren Verblendung hingeben. Ich habe in meiner Rede vom 22. Februar vor dem Deutschen Reichstag erklärt, dass das Reich eine weitere Unterdrückung und Verfolgung dieser 3,5 Millionen Deutschen nicht mehr hinnehmen wird. Und ich bitte die ausländischen Staatsmänner überzeugt zu sein, dass es sich hier um keine Phrase handelt.
Mr. Hitler said that the lawless position of these 3.5 million Sudeten Germans must and will come to an end. And referring to a speech of his of February 22nd, he said that foreign statesmen must be convinced that that's not an empty phrase. Germany simply will not tolerate the suppression and maltreatment of these Sudeten Germans.
Der nationalsozialistische Staat hat des europäischen Friedens wegen sehr schwere Opfer auf sich genommen. Und zwar sehr schwere nationale Opfer. Er hat jeden sogenannten Revanche-Gedanken nicht nur nicht gepflegt, sondern im Gegenteil aus dem gesamten öffentlichen und privaten Leben verbannt. Im Laufe des 17. Jahrhunderts hat Frankreich das Elsass und Lothringen, dem alten Deutschen Reich mitten im tiefsten Frieden, langsam genommen. 1870-71 hat Deutschland nach einem schweren Krieg, der ihm aufgezwungen war, diese Gebiete zurückgefordert und erhalten. Nach dem Großen Weltkrieg gingen sie wieder verloren. Für uns Deutsche bedeutete das Straßburger Münster sehr viel. Wenn wir trotzdem hier einen endgültigen Strich gezogen haben, dann geschah es, um den europäischen Frieden für die Zukunft einen Dienst zu erweisen.
Mr. Hitler said the Nazi state had taken over grave national sacrifices, that the idea of revenge had been banned, that the Cathedral of Strasbourg meant much to the Germans, but that they have abandoned all hope of regaining it for the sake of world peace.
Wir haben sie aufgegeben, weil es unser Wille war, den ewigen Streit mit Frankreich einmal für immer zu beenden.
We have abandoned those ideas of revenge, Mr. Hitler said, that because we wanted, once and for all, to settle the struggle with France.
Und die gleiche Haltung eingenommen. Der Nationalsozialismus ist hier wirklich von höchstem Verantwortungsbewusstsein getragen vorgegangen. Wir haben die schwersten Opfer an Verzichten freiwillig auf uns genommen, um Europa für die Zukunft den Frieden zu halten und vor allem der Völkerversöhnung von uns aus den Weg zu ebnen.
What we have done, Mr. Hitler said, we have done voluntarily to secure the peace of Europe.
Als loyal gehandelt. Weder in der Presse, noch im Film oder auf der Bühne ist eine diesem Entschluss entgegenstehende Propaganda gemacht worden. Nicht einmal in der Literatur wurde eine Ausnahme geduldet. Ich habe aus diesem selben Geist heraus Angebote gemacht zur Lösung europäischer Spannungen, die einer Ablehnung verfielen aus Gründen, die uns heute noch unverständlich sind. Wir haben selbst unsere Macht auf einem wichtigen Gebiet freiwillig begrenzt in der Hoffnung, mit dem in Frage kommenden Staat niemals mehr die Waffen kreuzen zu müssen. Dies ist nicht geschehen, weil wir etwa nicht mehr als 35% Schiffe würden bauen können, sondern es geschah, um einen Beitrag zur endgültigen Entspannung und Befriedung der europäischen Lage zu geben. Da in Polen ein großer Patriot und Staatsmann bereit war, mit Deutschland einen Akkord zu schließen, sind wir sofort darauf eingegangen und haben eine Abmachung betätigt, die für den europäischen Frieden mehr bedeutet als alle Reedereien im Genfer Völkerbundstempel zusammengenommen.
Mr. Hitler referred to Germany's treaty with Poland and said that the Reich had limited its power voluntarily and given his share to support and further European peace.
Damit Europa das Gefühl der Sicherheit und des Friedens zu geben. Diese Selbstbegrenzung und Selbstbeschränkung ist aber anscheinend von vielen Seiten nur als eine Schwäche Deutschlands ausgelegt worden. Ich möchte deshalb heute diesen Irrtum hier richtigstellen.
Mr. Hitler said that many have seen in the peaceful undertakings of Germany only a weakness of the Reich, and that he wants to put that mistake, to straighten out that mistake now.
Dass das Deutsche Reich nicht gewillt ist, deshalb nun überhaupt sein Desinteressement an allen europäischen Fragen auszusprechen. Und die Sonderheit, dass Deutschland nicht bereit ist, dem Leid und Leben einer Summe von 3,5 Millionen Volksgenossen gegenüber gleichgültig zu sein und an ihrem Unglück keinen Anteil mehr zu nehmen.
Germany, Mr. Hitler said, is not willing to give up its interest in world political affairs and just stand by without doing anything in the face of 3,5 million Sudeten Germans.
Welt vertreten. Ich möchte aber hier den Staatsmännern in Paris und London versichern, dass es auch deutsche Interessen gibt, die wir entschlossen sind wahrzunehmen, und zwar unter allen Umständen.
I want to assure the statesmen in Paris and London that there are German interests too, which we are determined to take care of.
Und ich möchte Sie dabei erinnern an eine Reichstagsrede vom Jahr 1933, in der ich zum ersten Mal vor der Welt feststellte, dass es nationale Fragen geben kann, in denen unser Weg klar vorgezeichnet ist und dass ich dann jede Not und jede Gefahr und jede Drangsal lieber auf mich nehmen werde, als von der Erfüllung solcher Notwendigkeiten abzustehen.
He referred to a declaration which he made before the German Parliament in 1933, stating that there are national questions and that the way of German policy is clear.
Aber man muss es verstehen, dass auch diese Opfer irgendwie ihre Grenzen besitzen. Und dass der nationalsozialistische Staat nicht verwechselt werden darf mit dem Deutschland der Bettmann Hollweg oder der Härtling.
Sacrifices have their limits, and the German Nazi state of today must not be mixed up with the imperial state before 1914.
Aussprechen, dann geschieht es besonders deshalb, weil sich im Laufe des heutigen Jahres ein Ereignis zugetragen hat, das uns alle zwingt, nunmehr unsere Haltung überhaupt einer gewissen Korrektur zu unterziehen. Wie Ihnen bekannt ist, meine Parteigenossen, sollten in diesem Jahr in der Tschechoslowakei nach vorangegangenen endlosen Verschiebungen jeder Volksabstimmung wenigstens Gemeindewahlen stattfinden. Man war nun selbst in Prag von der Unhaltbarkeit der tschechischen Position überzeugt. Man befürchtete die Einigkeit der Deutschen und der anderen Nationalitäten. Man glaubte deshalb, zu besonderen Maßnahmen greifen zu müssen, um durch einen Druck auf die Wahlhandlung das Abstimmungsergebnis beeinflussen zu können. Die tschechische Regierung kam dabei auf den Gedanken, dass als einziges wirksames Mittel dafür nur eine brutale Einschüchterung in Frage kommen würde. Geeignet für diese Einschüchterung schien eine Demonstration der Machtmittel des tschechischen Staates zu sein. Es sollte besonders den Sudetendeutschen die brachiale tschechische Gewalt gezeigt werden, um sie zu warnen, ihre nationalen Interessen zu vertreten und dementsprechend abzustimmen. Um diese Demonstration vor der Welt aber plausibel erscheinen zu lassen, erfand die tschechische Regierung, Herr Beneš, die Lüge, Deutschland hätte Truppen mobil gemacht und stünde vor einem Einmarsch in die Tschechoslowakei.
Mr. Hitler said that communal elections were to be held in Czechoslovakia, but that the Prague government was afraid of the unity of the German minorities and that they wanted to use brutality against those 3.5 Sudeten Germans, and that Mr. Beneš lied to them, and that the elections did not take place for any other reason.
An den Botschafter Frankreichs eine kurze Erklärung abzugeben, um diesen infamen Schwindel aus der Welt zu schaffen. Auch dieses Mal nun ist dem Botschafter einer anderen Großmacht sofort versichert worden, dass an dieser tschechischen Behauptung kein wahres Wort sei. Diese Erklärung wurde ein zweites Mal wiederholt. Sie wurde aber auch der Prager Regierung sofort mitgeteilt. Allein die Prager Regierung brauchte diesen Betrug ja als Vorwand für die ungeheuerliche terroristische Erpressung und Wahlbeeinflussung. Ich kann ja nur noch nachträglich versichern, dass erstens zu dieser Zeit nicht ein deutscher Soldat mehr eingezogen war, als an sich dienten. Zweitens, dass nicht ein Regiment...
Mr. Hitler said that President Beneš of Czechoslovakia used the situation last March to declare that Germany was mobilizing and that therefore the Czech army was also mobilized. But Mr. Hitler asserts now that not one German soldier at that time had received order for mobilization.
Die trächtige Kampagne statt, in der ganz Europa mobilisiert wurde, nur zu Diensten der verbrecherischen Ziele einer Regierung, die beabsichtigt, eine Wahl unter militärischen Druck zu setzen, um die Bürger einzuschüchtern und damit um ihr Stimmrecht zu betrügen und die zu dem Zweck irgendeine moralische Rechtfertigung benötigte.
Mr. Hitler just now branded the aims of the Czechoslovak government as criminal.
Auch davon nicht zurückschreckt, einen großen Staat zu verdächtigen, ganz Europa zu alarmieren und notfalls in einen blutigen Krieg zu stürzen. Da nun Deutschland keinerlei Absicht besaß, ja im Gegenteil überzeugt war, dass gerade die Gemeindewahlen das Recht der Sudetendeutschen bestätigen würden, ist von Seiten der Reichsregierung aus auch nichts geschehen. Dies aber wurde nun zum Anlass genommen, um zu behaupten, dass nachdem nichts geschah, Deutschland vor der entschlossenen Haltung der Tschechen und den ernsten Interventionen Englands und Frankreichs zurückgewiesen wäre. Sie werden verstehen. Ich bin Nationalsozialist und als solcher gewohnt, gegen jeden Angreifer sofort zurückzuschlagen.
We have drawn now the necessary consequences, said Mr. Hitler, and as a National Socialist, and I am used to rebuke any attack.
Du bist nicht versöhnt, sondern nur noch mehr zur Überheblichkeit gereizt wird. Das alte Deutsche Reich kann uns hier eine Warnung sein. Es ist in seiner Friedensliebe bis zur Selbstaufgabe gegangen und konnte am Ende den Krieg dann doch nicht verhindern. Ich habe unter Berücksichtigung dessen nunmehr am 28. Mai sehr schwere Maßnahmen getroffen. Erstens, die angekündigten Verstärkungen des Heeres und der Luftwaffe wurden auf meinen Befehl hin sofort außerordentlich erweitert und augenblicklich eingeleitet und aus.
Mr. Hitler is telling now about the instructions he gave on May the 28th, the increase of all armed forces. For this remark, he receives a tremendous applause.
Ich darf Ihnen die Versicherung geben, dass seit dem 28. Mai dort das gigantischste Befestigungswerk aller Zeiten im Ausbaubegriff ist.
He just said that since May 28th, the most gigantic work of fortification is in progress along the Rhine.
Ich habe zu diesem Zweck den Generalbauinspektor des deutschen Straßenbauwesens, Dr. Todt, mit einem neuen Auftrag bedacht. Er hat im Rahmen der von der Festungsbauinspektion vorgesehenen Arbeiten durch die Kraft seines organisatorischen Genies eine der gewaltigsten Leistungen aller Zeiten vollbracht. Ich möchte Ihnen nur wenige Zahlen nennen. An der deutschen Westbefestigung, die seit 2 Jahren an sich bereits im Baubegriff war, arbeiten nunmehr in der Organisation tot zusammengerechnet 278.000 Arbeiter.
Mr. Hitler said that a general building commissar had been appointed by him to build the fortifications along the Rhine, and that right now 278,000 workers are occupied there in fortification work.
Zahlreiche Pionierbataillone und Infanteriedivisionen. Unbesehen des Materials, was durch andere Transportmittel angeliefert wird, schafft allein die Deutsche Reichsbahn nunmehr fast täglich 8.000 Eisenbahnwaggons. Der Gesamtverbrauch an Kies beträgt täglich über 100.000 Tonnen. Die deutsche Westbefestigung wird noch vor Einbruch des Winters vollkommen fertig sein.
The fortifications along the Rhine, Mr. Hitler asserted, would be ready before the end of the year. He said that every day 8,000 railroad cars are bringing material toward the border for the building of fortifications.
Insgesamt über 17.000 Panzer und Betonwerke. Hinter dieser Front aus Stahl und Beton, die zum Teil in 3 Linien und an einzelnen Stellen in 4 Linien eine Gesamttiefe bis zu 50 Kilometer erreicht, steht das deutsche Volk in Waffen.
He said a front of steel and concrete at several spots, almost 15 kilometers deep, is being erected, and that behind that front, a united German nation is standing.
Ich habe diese gewaltigste Anstrengung aller Zeiten gemacht, um den Frieden zu nützen. Ich werde aber unter keinen Umständen gewillt sein, einer weiteren Unterdrückung der deutschen Volksgenossen in der Tschechoslowakei in endloser Ruhe zuzusehen.
Mr. Hitler said, I have made these tremendous efforts to further the peace, but I am not willing to stand any more attacks by Czechoslovakia.
Herr Benes treibt Taktik. Er redet und will Verhandlungen organisieren, nach Genfer Muster, die Fragen der Prozeduren klären und kleine Beruhigungsgeschenke geben. So geht das auf die Dauer nicht.
We are not going to stand for any length of time the tactics of President Beneš of Czechoslovakia.
Warum verletztes Recht? Was die Deutschen fordern, ist das Selbstbestimmungsrecht, das jedes andere Volk auch besitzt, und sind keine Phrasen. Herr Benes hat diesen Sudetendeutschen keine Geschenke zu geben. Sie haben das Recht, ein eigenes Leben zu beanspruchen, genauso wie jedes andere Volk. Wenn die Demokratien aber der Überzeugung sein sollten, dass sie in diesem Fall, wenn notwendig, mit allen Mitteln die Unterdrückung der Deutschen beschirmen müssten, dann wird die schwere Folgen haben. Ich glaube, dem Frieden mehr zu nützen, wenn ich darüber keinen Zweifel lasse. Ich habe nicht die Forderung gestellt, dass Deutschland 3,5 Millionen Franzosen unterdrücken darf, oder die, dass uns etwa 3,5 Millionen Engländer zur Unterdrückung ausgeliefert werden. Aber ich stelle die Forderung, dass die Unterdrückung der 3,5 Millionen Deutschen in der Tschechoslowakei aufhört und an dessen Stelle das freie Recht.
I demand the right of self-determination of the 3.5 million Sudeten Germans, to whom Mr. Beneš has no right to make a present. They themselves have the right to determine where they want to belong to. And I demand that the 3.5 million Germans no further be oppressed.
Freie Recht der Selbstbestimmung tritt. Es würde uns leid tun, wenn darüber unser Verhältnis zu den anderen europäischen Staaten getrübt oder Schaden nehmen würde. Allein die Schuld läge dann nicht bei uns. Im Übrigen ist es Sache der tschechoslowakischen Regierung, sich mit den berufenen Vertretern der Sudetendeutschen auseinanderzusetzen und eine Verständigung so oder so herbeizuführen. Meine Sache und unser aller Sache, meine Volksgenossen, aber ist es, das dafür zu sorgen, dass hier nicht aus Recht Unrecht wird.
Mr. Hitler said, I am sorry, I would be sorry if my demand should harm our relations with foreign nations. But I have to stand for it, that right might not be turned into wrong.
Palästina entstehen zu lassen. Die armen Araber sind wehrlos und vielleicht verlassen. Die Deutschen in der Tschechoslowakei sind weder wehrlos noch sind verlassen. Das
Poor Arabs, referring to Palestine, may be unarmed, but the 3.5 Sudeten Germans are not hopelessly left alone and not unarmed.
Ich glaube, dies gerade an dem Parteitag aussprechen zu müssen, an dem zum ersten Mal die Vertreter unserer deutsch-österreichischen Gaue teilnehmen. Sie wissen am besten, wie schmerzlich es ist, vom Mutterland getrennt zu sein. Sie werden am ehesten auch den Sinn meiner heutigen Ausführungen erkennen. Sie werden mir auch am freudigsten zustimmen, wenn ich vor dem ganzen deutschen Volk feststelle, dass wir nicht verdienten, Deutsche zu sein, wenn wir nicht bereit wären, eine solche Haltung einzunehmen und die daraus folgenden Konsequenzen so oder so zu tragen.
We would not deserve to be Germans if we would not be willing to take the consequences upon our shoulders.
Wenn wir die die unerhörten Zumutungen bedenken, die in den letzten Monaten selbst ein Kleinstaat glaubte, Deutschland stellen zu dürfen, dann finden wir eine Erklärung dafür nur in der geringen Bereitwilligkeit, im Deutschen Reich einen Staat erkennen zu wollen, der mehr ist als ein augenblicklicher Emporkömmling. Als ich im Frühling dieses Jahres in Rom stand, wurde mir innerlich bewusst, wie sehr die Geschichte der Menschheit in zu kleinen Zeiträumen und dementsprechend zu kleinen Ausmaßen gesehen und begriffen wird. 1000 und 1500 Jahre umfassen nur wenige Geschlechterfolgen. Was in einer solchen Zeit ermüdet, kann sich in der gleichen Zeit auch wieder erheben. Das heutige Italien und das heutige Deutschland sind entsprechender Beweis dafür. Es sind regenerierte Nationen, die man in diesem Sinn vielleicht als neue bezeichnen kann. Allein diese Jugend ruht nicht auf einem Neuland, sondern auf altem geschichtlichem Boden.
Mr. Hitler recalled his visit to Rome last spring when he said he became conscious how little 1,000 years mean in the course of history, and when he became conscious that Germany and Italy had become new nations based on old generations.
Des alten Deutschen Reiches nach Nürnberg bringen lassen, um nicht nur dem eigenen deutschen Volk, sondern auch einer ganzen Welt es zu bedenken zu geben, dass über ein halbes Jahrtausend vor der Entdeckung der neuen Welt schon ein gewaltiges germanisch-deutsches Reich bestanden hat.
Mr. Hitler is now referring to the history of Germany and mentioning the old German Empire of the Holy Nation.
Dynastien kamen und gingen, äußere Formen haben sich geändert. Das Volk hat sich heute verjüngt, aber in seiner Substanz ist es ewig gleich geblieben. Das Deutsche Reich hat lange Zeit geschlummert. Das deutsche Volk ist nun erwacht und hat seiner 1000-jährigen Krone sich selbst als Träger gegeben.
Germany was asleep for quite some time, but it is now awakened.
Die wir die geschichtlichen Zeugen dieser Wiederauferstehung sind, liegt darin ein stolzes Glück und eine demutsvolle Dankbarkeit vor dem Allmächtigen. Für die andere Welt aber sollte dies eine Anregung und eine Lehre zugleich sein. Eine Anregung, doch einmal die Geschichte von einer höheren Warte aus zu studieren und eine Lehre, nicht in vergangene Fehler zu verfallen. Das neue italienisch-römische Reich, genauso wie das neue germanisch-deutsche Reich, sind in Wahrheit älteste Erscheinungen. Man braucht sie nicht zu lieben. Allein keine Macht der Welt wird sie mehr entfernen.
We are witnesses of a new renaissance, Mr. Hitler said, and other nations should study history. No might in the world can anymore remove the present newly born nations of Italy and Germany, referring to Germany as a Germanic German Reich.
Den geschichtlichen Eindrücken dieser Tage. Der nationale Stolz und ihre Zuversicht sind gestärkt worden angesichts dieser Demonstration der Kraft und Entschlossenheit und Geschlossenheit unseres Volkes. Gehen Sie nun wieder aus in jenem gläubigen Vertrauen, das Sie durch fast 2 Jahrzehnte als Deutsche und Nationalsozialisten im Herzen trugen. Sie haben das Recht, das deutsche Haupt nun wieder mit Stolz erhoben tragen zu dürfen. Wir alle aber haben die Pflicht, es nie wieder unter einen fremden Willen zu beugen. Dies sei unser Gelöbnis, so wahr uns Gott helfe.
Mr. Hitler said, our national pride has once more been strengthened, and you, after this party congress, go back to your homes and show the world proudly that you have regained your pride again. Mr. Hitler just has finished his speech, and the leader of the meeting just asked the audience to give him 3 cheers, Hail Victory, which concluded his speech.
H.B. Kaltenborn. Good afternoon, everybody. Adolf Hitler has spoken, and the world has listened. The world has listened because it feared that this speech might mean war. It may mean war, but not immediate war. Certainly, if there is one thing clear from what Hitler said so eloquently, so forcibly, with the cheers of his supporters ringing in his ears, it is that there is no immediate intention of forcing a crisis. There was nothing in the speech that was tantamount to an immediate ultimatum. There was in it, and through it all, a very definite declaration that Germany would no longer tolerate the oppression, as he called it, of the Sudeten Germans in Czechoslovakia, and that Czechoslovakia would have to reach a settlement with the Sudeten Germans, or the Germans would see to it that a settlement was reached. That is, in a word, the substance of the speech. However, it contained much interesting material, some of it not directly relevant to the Czechoslovak situation, except insofar as Hitler sought to emphasize throughout Germany's complete preparation for the next war. He told us, for example, that the Germans on the Western Front had realized one of the mightiest achievements of all time in creating there a 15-kilometer depth of fortifications made up in the most modern style with concrete and steel, on which, at this very moment, 278,000 Germans are at work day and night, and on which, as he said, they have been at work for 2 years. And he cited such things as the 8,000 carloads of materials that are going to that Western Front every day in order to complete these fortifications, which, he says, will be ready, completely ready, before snow flies. He made a very direct personal attack on President Beneš of Czechoslovakia, charged him with being hypocritical, with tossing about empty phrases, with telling lies about German mobilization. You will remember, last May, it was universally reported that the Germans had mobilized opposite to the Czechoslovak frontier, and we do know that the Czechs mobilized, and May 21st was a very important date in the history of that whole situation, because that was the first great crisis, and it is generally believed in the United States that because France and England stood together, threatened to intervene if Germany marched into Czechoslovakia, and because the Czechs themselves mobilized their strong little army and kept it on the frontier, that on that account there was no war. Hitler says that is all a contemptible lie. Germany did not mobilize. Germany did not call out a single soldier. Germany is not going to stand for any further falsification of the facts in connection with her attitude towards Czechoslovakia. He says that the Czechs have denied to the Sudeten Germans the right of self-determination, a right which, as he emphasizes, is inherent in the democratic principle. That, he says, is something that Germany insists must be changed. President Beneš, he says, is not in a position to make presents to the Sudeten Germans, but the Sudeten Germans demand their rights, and Germany is going to stand back of them to see that they get those rights. And Hitler adds that he should be very sorry if that would create trouble between Germany and other European powers. He calls upon the world to realize the contributions that he has made to peace. He cites the fact that he has come to an understanding in a 10-year pact with Poland, emphasizes that Germany could build a navy very much larger than 35% of the British Navy, and that yet he has freely accepted a pact with Britain to limit the German Navy in that way. He cites the fact that although Germany possessed Alsace-Lorraine from 1871 until the World War, she has voluntarily renounced a change of frontier on the Western Front, doing all this in the interests of peace. But he insists there must be no misunderstanding of Germany's attitude. He cites the glory of Germany in the distant past, that 500 years before Columbus discovered America, already there was a great German people which was developing an important culture. Now, he says, there is a new Germany, as there is a new Italy, and both these nations need never again subject themselves to control from the outside. They are determined to defend their hardly won achievements. Opposition to the Sudeten Germans in Czechoslovakia and to their natural rights, he says, must cease. German patience, he declares, is nearly at an end, and he calls upon President Benisch to arrive very definitely and very promptly at an understanding with the 3.5 million Germans in Czechoslovakia, or else. And there his threat is unmistakable. It is a threat to use German military might in order to enforce what he considers the rights of the German minority in Czechoslovakia, and he insists that those rights will be enforced regardless of what France or Britain may think of it. In substance, then, a very belligerent speech, a forceful speech, a relatively brief speech, a speech that contains threats, a speech that hurls defiance to all the world, a speech that emphasizes Germany's growing military might, but not a speech that creates an immediate crisis, not a speech that carries us into a situation where Europe need have a continuance of that particular type of jitters which has afflicted it during the past week. On the whole, then, I should say that Europe will breathe more freely tonight after having listened to Adolf Hitler. Good afternoon.
We have presented H.V. Kaltenborn, veteran news commentator, in a keen analysis of the resume of the speech just given by Adolf Hitler at the Nazi Congress in Nuremberg, Germany. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KFPY in Spokane.
For almost an hour now, Chancellor Adolf Hitler has been addressing the Greater German Reichstag. Even at this minute, his talk goes on. Let us listen for a moment or two.
Endete nach über 4 Jahren mit jenem fantastischen Appell des berühmten amerikanischen Präsidenten Wilson. Diese 14 Punkte, die dann noch durch 4 weitere ergänzt wurden, stellen die von den alliierten Mächten feierlich übernommene Verpflichtung dar, aufgrund deren Deutschland die Waffen niederlegte. Nach dem Waffenstillstand wurden diese Verpflichtungen in schmachvollster Weise gebrochen. Hier begann nun der Wahnsinn der sogenannten Siegerstaaten, das Leid des Krieges in einen permanenten Krieg des Friedens zu verwandeln. Wenn dieser Zustand heute zum größten Teil beseitigt ist, dann nicht etwa aus Gründen der Einsicht oder auch nur der Billigkeit auf Seiten der demokratischen Staatsmänner, sondern ausschließlich durch die Kraft der wieder zu sich gekommenen deutschen Nation.
With
Within a few minutes, Columbia will bring you H.V. Kaltenborn to analyze Hitler's address. Meanwhile, here is the United Press summary of the talk to this point. It follows. Berlin. Führer Adolf Hitler tonight hailed the 6-year rise of Nazism as rescuing Europe from communism and bitingly warned the great democratic powers against interference with German affairs. Hitler said that democratic freedom lies only to dispersion of national forces. National Socialism, by uniting the nation, enables it to solve great problems. The Army proved its value brilliantly, he said. You are not representatives of this or that province, but of the great German nation. It is your duty to serve the national community. People who only criticize and have no faith are merely the refuse of nature. They make no history. One cannot make history through them. Hitler told the Reichstag and the world that Germany's dream of centuries has come true under 6 years of Nazi rule. Hitler declared that Germany in the future will not tolerate that Western states should attempt to intervene in certain matters that concern only us, in order that thereby they might prevent certain natural and reasonable solutions. The Führer's warning appeared to be directed at the great democratic powers, which have been vigorously criticized by the Nazi press in attacks recently directed chiefly at the United States. Europe has been rescued from the Red Pest by Nazism and Italian fascism, the Führer said, in a laudatory reference to Italian Premier Benito Mussolini. Opposition to Nazism has vanished in the Reich. The Führer declared in an address celebrating the 6th anniversary of his rise to power today. Adversaries of the Nazis may hate and fear us, but they esteem us, Hitler said. And the threat that Germany would sink into chaos has been overcome because of the Nazi miracle. Hitler said that prior to the Anschluss, he had made up his mind to include Austria in the Greater Reich at whatever cost. Now, he added, the overwhelming majority of the 80 million persons in Germany are behind the Nazi program. He referred to the annexation of the Sudetenland and to the Spanish Civil War as other phases of the fascist Nazi campaign against communist influence in Europe. In this connection, Hitler declared that Mussolini and Italian fascism had initiated the rescue of Europe from, quote, the Red Pest, and National Socialism, the Nazi movement, had continued the rescue work. And during the present days in still another country, he was referring to Spain, we witnessed the spectacle of triumph over the destructive efforts of Jewish internationalism, Hitler declared. Hitler said that Germany had not threatened anybody, but had only defended herself against foreign threats, and the consolidation of anti-German activities in Czechoslovakia led to the Nazi action against that republic. It was considered significant that Hitler warmly praised Paul Joseph Goebbels, Minister of Propaganda, as well as Field Marshal Hermann Goering and Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop. Goebbels recently has been rumored slated for demotion. Ribbentrop was perhaps the greatest object of the Führer's praise. Just before Hitler began speaking, Goering was re-elected president of the Greater German Reichstag by a unanimous rising vote. The Reichstag also unanimously extended the Enabling Act, giving the government special powers until May 10th, 1943. Addressing the Reichstag of Greater Germany for the first time, the Nazi Führer celebrated the 6th anniversary of his rise to power by praising Italian Premier Benito Mussolini's initiation of a Nazi fascist campaign, which he said had rescued Europe from, quote, the Red Pest. And in Spain today, he continued, the world is witnessing still another triumph over the destructive forces of communism and Jewish internationalism. Then, in the face of the recently stiffened democratic front against the dictators, Hitler warned the democratic powers against attempting to interfere with continuation of the Nazi march toward new triumphs in 1939. And now we return to Berlin, Germany, to the Kroll Opera House, and again we hear the speech of Adolf Hitler.
Sondern noch zusätzlich wahrhaft wahnsinnige Reparationssummen herauszuwirtschaften, wobei natürlich, 1 Mark abzuliefern, praktisch für 3 oder 4 Mark exportiert werden musste. Denn auf die Dauer waren diese gigantischen Summen nur vom Gewinn und nicht aus einer Substanz zu leisten. Da Deutschland nicht in der Lage war, diesen Verpflichtungen nachzukommen, bevorschussten die Siegernationen sogar noch durch Darlehen das Auftreten der deutschen Wirtschaftskonferenz auf dem Weltmarkt, für deren Säuberung vom deutschen Handelsfeind vorher 10 oder 12 Millionen Menschen auf den Schlachtfeldern verbluten mussten. Dass nun endlich dieser Wahnsinn zu einer Übersteigerung führte, und letzten Endes alle Nationalwirtschaften durcheinander brachte, zu schwersten Währungskrisen zwang, sei nur nebenbei erwähnt. Das ganze Verhalten der sogenannten Siegermächte nach Beendigung des Weltkrieges war ebenso unvernünftig wie unverantwortlich. Der Raub der deutschen Kolonien war moralisch ein Unrecht, wirtschaftlich ein heller Wahnsinn, politisch in seiner Motivierung so gemein, dass man versucht ist, sie einfach als albern zu bezeichnen. Im Jahr 1918 hätte man wirklich nach der Beendigung des Krieges die Autorität gehabt, eine vernünftige Regelung internationaler Probleme herbeizuführen. Es kann das Ausbleiben einer solchen Regelung nicht damit entschuldigt werden, dass die Völker zu sehr erhitzt gewesen wären, um auf die Stimmen vernünftiger Staatsmänner zu hören. Dies würde ja auch gerade nicht für die Demokratien sprechen. Die Staatsmänner selbst hatten keine Vorstellung von dem, was sie taten und von den Folgen, die daraus entstehen mussten. Tatsächlich war das entscheidende Problem am Ende des Krieges noch schärfer gestellt worden, als es vor dem Krieg der Fall war. Es lautete ganz kurz: Wie kann eine gerechte und vernünftige Teilnahme aller großen Nationen an den Reichtümern der Welt sichergestellt werden? Denn dass man auf die Dauer, wie im Falle Deutschland, eine Masse von 80 Millionen hochstehender Menschen einfach zu Parias wird verdammen oder durch das Vorhalten irgendwelcher lächerlicher, nur aus früherer Gewalt entstandener Eigentumstitel zu ewigem Stillhalten würde veranlassen können.
And as Chancellor Adolf Hitler continues his speech to the Reichstag in Berlin, here is H.V. Kaltenborn to bring you an analysis of the address as it has thus far progressed. Mr. Kaltenborn.
Good afternoon, everybody. If Hitler intends to say something startling, he has not yet reached that point in his address. Thus far, he has confined himself mainly to summarizing the background of the situation as it stands today. He has summarized it not in, for him, a particularly belligerent fashion. He has not brought out much that is new. He has, on the contrary, reiterated in these first 50 minutes of his talk many of the things which he has said before. He declares, of course, that today finds Germany unified, that they have learned much from the history of the last 30 years, that today Germany can mobilize her strength. And just at this moment, he is going back to the fact that the world had a chance to settle its problems at the close of the war, that the statesmen who were acting at that time did not know what they did, and he's now going on to express his ideas as to what they should have done. And now we go back to Berlin to Chancellor Hitler's speech.
Das Problem wird auch nicht dadurch gelöst, dass ein ganz großer Staatsmann dann mit höhnischem Grinsen einfach erklärt, es gäbe Nationen, die seien Besitzende und die anderen wären deshalb nun einmal für immer die Habenichtse.
Hitler there mentions the fact that it doesn't do for some statesmen merely to say that there are the haves and the have-nots.
Die wirklich volksregierten Staaten lehnen solche Theorien sowohl im Inneren als auch nach außen hin ab.
We reject any such theory, he says.
Kein Volk ist zum Habenichts und kein Volk ist zum Besitzenden geboren. Sondern die Besitzverhältnisse auf dieser Welt haben sich im Lauf der geschichtlichen Entwicklung ergeben. Es ist denkbar, dass im Lauf langer Zeitläufe Völker durch innere Krisen vorübergehend vom Schauplatz des geschichtlichen Geschehens abzutreten scheinen. Allein zu glauben, dass in Europa Völker wie die Deutschen oder Italiener für ewige Zeiten als gleichberechtigte Erscheinungen der Geschichte, und zwar nicht nur als passive, sondern auch als aktive Kräfte der Lebensgestaltung verschwinden würden, dürfte ein ganz großer Trugschluss sein.
You cannot expect that a great people like the Germans or Italians are going to resign themselves to any such theory and to accept the state of being permanently without anything.
Das sind über 135 heute auf dem Quadratkilometer. Der große deutsche Kolonialbesitz, den das Reich einst im Frieden durch Verträge und Kaufsicher war, ist geraubt worden. Und zwar entgegen den feierlichen Zusicherungen des amerikanischen Präsidenten Wilson, die die Grundlage unserer Waffenniederlegung bildeten. Der Einwand, dass dieser koloniale Besitz ohnehin keine Bedeutung hätte, könnte nur dazu führen, in uns erst recht leichten Herzens zurückzugeben.
If there are those who say now that the German colonies that were taken away from us have no value, well then, it would be a very simple matter to return them to us for that same reason.
Spät bekommen, in nur verhältnismäßig kurzer Zeit entwickeln können und stand vor dem Krieg nicht vor der zwingenden Not von heute. Dieser Einwand ist deshalb genauso dumm, als wenn jemand einem Volk die Fähigkeit zum Bauen einer Eisenbahn bestreitet, weil es vor 100 Jahren auch noch keine Bahn gehabt hat.
Before the war, we did not have the same need that we have today to develop these colonies, and therefore, to say that we did not to develop them simply means that we had no necessity for doing so.
Einem Volk allgemeine Rechte streitig zu machen. Denn nur darum kann es sich handeln. Deutschland war ohnehin der einzige Staat, der sich keine koloniale Armee aufgezogen hatte, im Vertrauen auf die von den Alliierten später gebrochenen Abmachungen der Kongo-Akte. Aber Deutschland benötigt seinen kolonialen Besitz überhaupt nicht, um sie dort Armeen aufzustellen. Dazu genügt der Volksreichtum unserer eigenen Rasse.
But we don't need colonies in order to develop our own internal strength. For that, we only need the inherent strength of the German race.
Sondern zu seiner wirtschaftlichen Entlastung. Allein wenn man uns dies nicht glauben sollte, so ist es gänzlich belanglos und ändert nichts an unserem Recht. Ein solcher Einwand würde erst dann berechtigt sein, wenn auch die übrige Welt ihre Stützpunkte aufgeben wollte und nur durch die Wiederaufrichtung deutscher Kolonien gezwungen wäre, diese aufrecht zu erhalten. Es ist nun einmal so, dass auf die Dauer eine 80-Millionen-Nation nicht anders bewertet sein will als irgendein anderes Volk. Alle diese Argumente zeigen in ihrer Unwahrheit und Dürftigkeit so recht, dass es sich im Grunde nur um eine Machtfrage handelt, bei der Vernunft und Gerechtigkeit gänzlich außer Acht fallen. Denn vom Vernunftstandpunkt
Our people of 80 million wants equal rights. And after all, when you examine into this colonial question, you'll find that it is simply a question of power.
Das Fehlen eines eigenen wirtschaftlichen Entwicklungsgebietes zwingt Deutschland seine Lebensbedürfnisse durch eine steigende Teilnahme am internationalen Welthandel und damit am Güteraustausch zu decken. Denn über etwas müssen sich doch gerade die Länder im Klaren sein, die selber über die ungeheuren wirtschaftlichen Möglichkeiten, sei es infolge der eigenen Ausdehnung des Mutterlandes oder infolge großer zusätzlicher kolonialer Gebiete verfügen, dass ohne eine genügende Lebensmittelversorgung und ohne gewisse unumgänglich notwendige Rohstoffe die wirtschaftliche Existenz eines Volkes nicht aufrechterhalten werden kann.
Other countries must realize, as we do, that we need increasing international trade. Other countries must realize that without enough food and without enough raw materials, a people like ours cannot exist.
Als Deutschland den Zwang der Verhältnisse in den Vierjahresplan in Angriff nahm, konnten wir zu unserem großen Erstaunen aus dem Munde englischer Politiker und Staatsmänner den damals so aufrichtig klingenden, bedauernden Vorwurf hören, dass Deutschland sich damit aus dem Bannkreis der internationalen Weltwirtschaft, ja, der weltwirtschaftlichen Beziehungen überhaupt löse und damit in eine bedauerliche Vereinsamung begebe. Ich habe Mr. Eden entgegengehalten, dass diese Befürchtung wohl etwas übertrieben und wenn überhaupt aufrichtig gemeint nicht zutreffend wäre. Die heutigen Umstände machen es Deutschland gar nicht möglich, sie aus der Weltwirtschaft zu entfernen. Sie zwingen uns an...
There is the reproach that we were departing from the concert of powers, from cooperation with others. But I told Mr. Eden that that fear was exaggerated. After all, we need these contacts in order to continue to exist.
Der Vorwurf, dass durch die deutschen Methoden eines gegenseitigen Warenaustausches der Welthandel sich im Zeichen eines Rückschrittes bewege, könnte, wenn überhaupt richtig, dann nur diejenigen treffen, die die Schuld an dieser Entwicklung tragen. Dies sind jene international kapitalistisch eingestellten Staaten, die durch ihre Währungsmanipulationen jede feste Relation zwischen den einzelnen Währungen je nach ihrem egoistischen Eigenbedarf willkürlich zerstörten.
The fact that we have an unfavorable balance of trade is a reproach to those who have brought it about by their manipulation of foreign exchange in against us and against our interests.
Eine anständigere Praxis als die Bezahlung durch Devisen, die ein Jahr später um so und so viel Prozent entwertet werden. Wenn gewisse Länder die deutsche Methode bekämpfen, so geschieht es wohl in erster Linie aus dem Grund, weil durch diese deutsche Art der Regelung des Handelsverkehrs die Praktiken internationaler Währungs- und Börsenspekulationen zugunsten eines redlichen Handelsgeschäftes beseitigt worden sind. Im Übrigen zwingt Deutschland seine Handelsmethoden ja niemand auf. Es lässt sich aber auch nicht von irgendeinem parlamentarischen Demokraten vorschreiben, nach welchen Prinzipien es selber verfahren soll oder gar darf. Wir sind der Abnehmer von guten Lebensmitteln und Rohstoffen und der Lieferant ebenso guter Waren.
We don't force our trade methods on other countries, and we demand that they don't force theirs on us. We buy foods and raw materials in the markets of the world. We sell our industrial products to those markets.
Zusätzliche Lebensgüter herein zu bekommen vermag. Da aber, wie schon betont, bei einem Volk ohne genügende eigene wirtschaftliche Ausweichmöglichkeit die Hereinnahme fremder Rohstoffe und Lebensmittel eine zwingende Notwendigkeit ist, handelt damit auch die Wirtschaft unter dem zwingendsten Befehl, den es geben kann, nämlich unter dem Befehl der Not. Indem das deutsche Volk einen großen Teil seiner Bedürfnisse gerade durch den Vierjahresplan in eigenen, erstarkten Wirtschaftsraum zu lösen versucht, entlastet es dadurch fremde Märkte von der deutschen Konkurrenz. Was aber in diesem uns heute nun einmal zur Verfügung stehenden Raum nicht seine wirtschaftliche befriedigende Lösung finden kann, muss durch Teilnahme am Welthandel seine Erledigung erfahren. Der Zwang, unter der hier die deutsche Wirtschaftspolitik steht, ist so groß, dass keinerlei Drohung mit kapitalistischen Mitteln uns vor dieser Wirtschaftsbetätigung zurückhalten kann. Denn der andere blickt, wie schon betont, nicht im Gewinnstreben einiger kapitalistischer Unternehmer, sondern in der ohne zwingenden Grund einfach durch fremdes Verschulden uns aufoktroyierten Not einer ganzen Volksgemeinschaft. Es ist dabei gänzlich belanglos, welches Regime die Rest der deutschen Nation wahrnimmt, sondern entscheidend ist nur, ob man sie wahrnimmt. Das heißt, auch ein anderes Regime könnte nicht an diesen wirtschaftlich bedingten Notwendigkeiten vorbeigehen. Es müsste genauso handeln wie das derzeitige, wenn es nicht pflichtvergessen eine große Nation dem Verderben, das heißt nicht nur dem wirtschaftlichen, sondern auch dem menschlichen Verfall aussetzen wollte. Das deutsche Volk ist durch die
It is the necessities of the German situation that oblige us to act in our trade relations as we do. No regime could do differently than we are doing at this particular moment and be true to German necessities.
Dann hat sie dies am deutschen Volk getan. Wir haben unter dem Zwang dieser Not vor allem gelernt, das wesentlichste Kapital einer Nation in Rechnung zu stellen, nämlich die Arbeitskraft. Vor dem Fleiß und der Fähigkeit einer planmäßig angesetzten nationalen Arbeitskraft eines Volkes verblassen alle Gold- und Devisenbestände. Wir lächeln heute über eine Zeit, in der unsere Nationalökonomen...
We have learned through sheer necessity that the important thing to emphasize is labor and the strength of labor and planning to use that labor properly. That is much more important than any manipulation of exchange, any manipulation of gold, any manipulation of finance.
Produktionsvolumen eine Währung hält, ja sogar unter Umständen aufwertet, während jede sinkende Produktionsleistung früher oder später zur zwangsläufigen Entwertung der Währung führen muss. So hat der nationalsozialistische Staat in einer Zeit, da die Finanz- und Wirtschaftstheologen der anderen Länder uns viertel- oder halbjährlich den Zusammenbruch prophezeiten, den Wert seiner Währung stabilisiert, indem er die Produktion auf das Außerordentlichste steigere. Zwischen der sich steigenden deutschen Produktion und dem im Umlauf befindlichen Geld wurde ein natürliches Verhältnis hergestellt. Die mit allen Mitteln festgehaltene Preisbildung war nur ermöglicht durch die stabil gebliebenen Löhne. Was er in Deutschland diesen 6 Jahren...
At a time when the economists of the rest of the world were steadily prophesying every quarter or every half year the complete collapse of the National Socialist state, we achieved our aims by a development of production to its highest possible point and by a stabilization of wages at the same time.
Recht ein in derselben Höhe laufend geleisteter Wertzuwachs unserer Nationalproduktion. In anderen Ländern geht man umgekehrte Wege. Man vermindert die Produktion, erhöht das Volkseinkommen durch steigende Löhne, senkt dadurch die Kaufkraft des Geldes und landet endlich bei der Entwertung der Währung. Ich gebe zu.
Other countries followed a contrary path. They decreased production. They increased wages. They finally found themselves in an economic impasse that led to collapse, that led to a final devaluation of currency.
7 Millionen Erwerbslosen im Arbeitsprozess primär kein Lohnproblem ist oder war, sondern eine reine Produktionsangelegenheit. Erst dann, wenn die letzte Arbeitskraft in Deutschland untergebracht ist, wird jede weitere Steigerung der Gesamtarbeitsleistung, die dann, sei es durch eine intensive Arbeit oder durch eine höhere Genialisierung der Technik der Arbeit, noch zusätzlich zustande kommt, zu einer erhöhten Anteilnahme der Einzelnen an dem nun ermöglichten Konsum und dadurch zu einer praktischen Lohnerhöhung führen. Wir sind uns aber darüber im Klaren, meine Abgeordneten, dass auf einem Gebiet eine solche zusätzliche Leistungssteigerung nicht stattfinden kann. Auf dem Gebiet unserer Ernährung. Was der deutsche Bauer aus dem deutschen Lebensraum herauswirtschaftet, ist fantastisch und kaum glaublich. Er verdient unseren höchsten Dank. Einmal aber zieht hier die Natur die Grenze jeder weiteren Leistungssteigerung. Das heißt, die deutsche Konsumkraft würde, wenn hier nicht ein Wandel eintritt, an der Grenze der Lebensmittelproduktion eine natürliche Beschränkung finden. Der dann eintreten...
The German farmer has achieved miracles in increasing German production. But there is a limit beyond which he cannot go, and that limit has about been reached.
Diese Erzeugnisse zum Teil selbst Rohstoffe aus dem Ausland einzuführen sind, sodass nur ein Teil der Handelsergebnisse für den Lebensmitteleinkauf übrig bleibt. Oder zweitens, die Ausweitung des Lebensraumes unseres Volkes, um damit im inneren Kreislauf unserer Wirtschaft das Problem der Ernährung Deutschlands sicherzustellen. Da die zweite Lösung augenblicklich infolge der anhaltenden Verblendung der einstigen Siegermächte noch nicht gegeben ist, sind wir gezwungen, uns mit der ersten zu befassen. Das heißt, wir müssen exportieren, um Lebensmittel kaufen zu können.
And as a result of the continued blindness of the victor powers of the World War, we are compelled to export in order that we may import enough foodstuffs to maintain our people.
Wie das vielleicht in anderen Ländern der Fall sein mag, sondern die härteste Not, die ein Volk treffen kann, nämlich die Sorge für das tägliche Brot. Und wenn hier nun von fremden Staatsmännern mit, ich weiß nicht was, für wirtschaftliche Gegenmaßnahmen gedroht wird, so kann ich nur versichern, dass in einem solchen Fall ein wirtschaftlicher Verzweiflungskampf einsetzen würde, der für uns sehr leicht durchzufechten ist, leichter als für die übersättigten anderen Nationen. Denn das Motiv für unseren Wirtschaftskampf würde ein sehr einfaches sein, nämlich deutsches Volk lebe, das heißt exportiere oder stirb.
And if we should be tempted too far, and if we should not be able to provide the daily bread for the German people because of the action of those who oppose our methods, well, we can face that final battle, the battle of exasperation, because we know that if we tell the German people that they must fight for their existence, they will do so.
Es wird seiner Führung, wenn nötig, die ganze Arbeitskraft der neuen nationalsozialistischen Gemeinschaft zur Verfügung stellen, um einen solchen Kampf aufzunehmen und durchzufechten. Was aber die Führung betrifft, so kann ich nur versichern, dass sie zu allem entschlossen ist.
The German people will unite and fight such a battle. And as far as the leadership is concerned, I can assure you that that leadership is ready.
This is W. Chapman. I'll be back in a moment with news of the world.
When Shakespeare wrote about music of the spheres, it was a figure of speech. Today, it's an actuality. Today, we hear music of the spheres. For with radio, music comes to us literally out of nowhere. and we know music of the hemispheres, for radio has taught us melodies from every corner of the globe. Amusement, information, and inspiration are constant travelers on the airwaves for the enjoyment of radio listeners. These benefits may be had in fullest measure when you dial to NBC. For NBC, the National Broadcasting Company offers top entertainment, vital discussions, compelling drama. And of prime importance today, NBC and its independent affiliated stations give you the complete, reliable news, the truly authoritative commentary. Keep tuned to NBC, and you'll keep abreast of the world. And now, here is W. Chapman.
Apparently, the Japanese just don't get the idea. They have bowed to defeat, but only coldly and calculatingly, as you might bow on the street to a business acquaintance whom you don't like and are trying to outwit in a deal. They aren't acting like a defeated nation. They are giving no more than lip service to the Potsdam Ultimatum, and they're delaying actual formal surrender with deliberate stalling. NBC's Merrill Muller in Manila has picked up this morning a report from the Tokyo radio saying their emissaries will be in Manila Sunday. That's their latest. The Japanese say that they can't possibly get all their forces to stop fighting in less than 12 days. But they send General MacArthur notes calling on him to tell the Russians to stop advancing and fighting when that's the only way they can advance. What they are apparently trying to do is to impose an armistice period between official acceptance of the Potsdam terms and the formal signature of unconditional surrender. An indefinite armistice period in which they can finagle for easier terms. Now, when a war is ended by unconditional surrender, there is no armistice, nor are there any negotiations to discuss terms. The terms are what we care to make them. This was made very clear to the Germans, and apparently it's going to have to be impressed on the Japanese. Perhaps the root of the trouble is in the different methods employed by the Allies in ending the two wars. In the war against the Germans, we didn't take their word for anything until the surrender documents were actually signed. We didn't announce to the world that the Dönitz government of Germany had surrendered until it really had surrendered, and the signed papers were handed to General Eisenhower. Then he and the Russians set the cease-firing time for 24 hours later, and immediately after that, we disarmed the Germans. There was no interim period then, as there is now, and we were very careful to avoid any use of the word armistice, though that was perhaps difficult because that was the old way to do things, and we had the ending of the First War as a precedent. It was so hard to forget that form of peacemaking, in fact, that even General Eisenhower himself made a slip of the tongue right after the German surrender had been made, and had to be censored, even if he was the supreme commander. I can tell this story now because at last all censorship has been lifted. I don't think it's ever been told before. I was in the French surrender city of Reims on that fateful night and watched the unconditional surrender of Germany signed by General Jodl, the chief of the German General Staff, and by Admiral Friedeberg, the German Grand Admiral who later committed suicide. General Eisenhower was not present at that ceremony because a supreme commander does not deal directly, personally, with the enemy. But he was in a nearby room, and as soon as the surrender was an accomplished fact, the German general and the German admiral were taken to him. They stood up there with hats in hand and made their verbal promise to see that the surrender terms were carried out. General Eisenhower then dismissed them abruptly, and then he went himself for the first time into the surrender chamber, sitting at the surrender table flanked by the highest American and British members of his staff. The Supreme Commander made a brief talk for the official newsreels, and in it he was talking without script or even notes. In it he expressed his pleasure that this armistice had been signed. Watching him, you could tell that he realized his mistake as soon as he'd made it. And it was a mistake, just a slip of the tongue. The Germans would have liked nothing better than the use of that term, armistice, so much milder than unconditional surrender, by the Supreme Commander of the Western Allies. But, of course, the word armistice never appeared in the released form of that sound film. You may have seen the picture in the newsreels back here at home and heard the general make his talk. but the sentence containing the word armistice you didn't hear, because it had been neatly cut out by the censors, with, of course, General Eisenhower's full approval. The Germans didn't get any armistice. They moved directly from being at war to being a defeated and disarmed nation, completely under our orders. Now Japan is trying to do something Germany never had a chance to do. Because we announced Japan's acceptance of our ultimatum, her agreement to surrender, before the actual surrender was signed, because of that, she evidently saw a chance to delay and stall and put us off. She has tried to impose an armistice where there is no rightful place for one, and so at least save face in some devious Oriental way. The Mikado has issued cease-firing orders, but with such provisos of probable delay in their being carried out, that right in Tokyo itself, his forces have not considered themselves bound to strict and immediate obedience, as they would if they thought that their God Emperor really meant what he said. The latest incident showing their defiance of our authority occurred right over Tokyo Bay. 4 of our big B-32 super bombers, an even later model in the B-29s, they were flying over the bay on a purely photographic mission, which under the circumstances they had every right to do. And suddenly they were jumped by 10 Jap fighter planes, which had no right to be in the air at all, certainly not armed and on aggression. We hadn't even sent any fighter escort with those big camera planes, but fortunately the B-32s did have their guns, and they were well manned. They shot down 2 of the Japs, and the rest retired, but only after one of our planes was badly shot up. That none of our men happened to have been injured is no thanks to the Japs. They tried to kill our men, both from their fighter planes and by anti-aircraft fire from the ground. We are not going to give any armistice, any more than we gave the Germans one, and General MacArthur is moving now toward speedy termination of this false armistice, which that incident over Tokyo Bay has shown might be very serious for us. MacArthur, who now holds the same position in the Pacific that Eisenhower did in Europe, has sent a curt note, which sounds certainly like an out-of-patience note to the Emperor. This note says, "The directive from this headquarters is clear and explicit and is to be complied with without further delay." Now, that's plain talk. It covers the Japanese cease-firing dilly-dally, and it covers their stalling in failing to send peace emissaries to sign the surrender in Manila when they were told to. No matter whether they come Sunday or not, they still have delayed. And like all such orders, it carries an implied or else. Just what General MacArthur's or else is, the Japs can only surmise. But they surely have not so quickly forgotten Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Another nudge for Hirohito comes from London, where a British Foreign Office spokesman said there is nothing to exclude the Emperor from being tried by the Allies as a war criminal, if they decide that he was partly responsible for his country's policy of aggression. It seems to me that if the Emperor is as wise as he is wily, he will realize that the time has come for him to get on his white horse and get going. Over on this side of the world, we are still getting individual surrenders by little groups of holdout Germans. Just today, another German submarine, the U-977 with a crew of 32 men, surrendered to the Argentine authorities. Where that pig boat has been hiding for 3 months and more since the German surrender is an untold secret. Certainly it can't have been cruising underwater all this time. No submarine carries such a fuel supply. Someone has been giving it aid and comfort, though apparently the comfort was not enough to make bearable the prospect of indefinite hiding in outlawry. And now for a pleasanter subject than talking about our ex or almost ex-enemies. Here are some more developments in what we're doing to assure jobs for our men who have been fighting those wars, overseas and on the many home fronts. A dispatch from Washington says that $5 billion of flood control and navigational projects await now only a congressional starting gun. Congress has already authorized the Army's Chief of Engineers office to do about $4 billion worth of work. And it also has okayed work by the Bureau of Reclamation that will total about another $1.3 billion. All that's needed now is specific appropriation by Congress of the money to pay for this work, which it has already authorized. And here's an idea of what this means in the way of jobs. Real, honest-to-goodness jobs, and not any made-work, boondoggling business. The Army engineers say that $700 million worth of their work is in the ready-to-go category, and that much alone will give work to 200,000 men for a whole year. That seems to mean that their whole $4 billion worth of authorized projects would give a year's work to more than 1 million men. And add to that the Reclamation Bureau jobs, and you have a year's work for roughly 1.5 million men. That's not everything, of course, but it's an awful good start. It all depends on Congress, when it reconvenes, appropriating the money for these projects, which it has already approved. But that would seem to be a foregone conclusion. There's little news from Europe today. General de Gaulle has commuted to life imprisonment the treason death sentence imposed on Marshal Pétain. That, I think, will be generally approved in France. At the time the old Marshal was brought back to France from Germany, I was in Paris, and it was plain to me that a great many Frenchmen felt that his past glories should be taken into full account in judging him now. And, after all, the sentences of death and life can't be very different in this case, as the Marshal is already 84 years old. I'm sure that de Gaulle will not have weakened himself politically by tempering justice with mercy. Here at home, our government has taken steps to see that Americans have plenty of fun available during the undoubtedly trying transition period between war and peace. All bans on sports, both professional and amateur, were lifted today. Racehorses can be shipped once more. Teams can travel. The grandstand public can go to watch the games. But there's a caution, too, from ODT, the Office of Defense Transportation. Don't go hog wild on travel, it says, or there might be new restrictions. After all, we've got to get those men from overseas back to their homes. Another restriction has been lifted, an old American custom restored. It's all right from now on to hold state and county fairs, which for many communities used to be the year's principal social and business event. A little late for this year, perhaps, but I wonder what up-and-coming community will lead the parade. That's all for now, and thank you.
The world speaks a lot of languages. In fact, humans express themselves in nearly 3,000 different tongues. In that babel of sounds, there's only one sound, there is one sound, that's known the world over. It's the sound of the NBC chimes. Those three familiar notes that follow every National Broadcasting Company program are known everywhere, and they symbolize the world's greatest network, known everywhere. The National Broadcasting Company is a network grown strong from the technical skills that created it. It is a network grown famous for the high quality of its programs. It's a network grown great for its devotion to the principle of true public service. The National Broadcasting Company, a free American institution, serves the entire world. And in the world of many tongues, the NBC chimes are familiar to all. W. Chapman is heard each Monday through Friday at this same time, 1:45 to 2, over the network of the National Broadcasting Company.